promptly. After paying, Li Rui and Urgenzi went to the supermarket. Li Rui bought balloons and hand-twisted confetti at the supermarket, spending several tens of yuan. Urgenzi, tomorrow afternoon you and Mom hide in the corner of my living room. I'll signal you and Mom with my eyes to open your hands and light the fireworks. Don't mess me up then, Li Rui instructed. Brother Rui, I will never let you get away with this. Urgenzi quickly patted his chest. After leaving the supermarket, Li Rui closed his eyes and pondered what else he needed to buy. After thinking for a while, Li Rui realized there was nothing else he needed to buy, so he and Urgenzi went to buy groceries again. On the chopping board, they cut 5 jin of pork, then went to a braised meat shop and bought braised beef, braised chicken, and some other braised dishes before driving the tractor back to the village. Brother Rui, you're so romantic, Urgenzi exclaimed. These days, if you don't know how to handle a woman's emotions, you can expect to be a bachelor for life. Li Rui said this specifically to Urgenzi. He hoped that Urgenzi could understand women. To lay a good foundation for finding a wife in the future. He will be very rich in the future. Urgenzi certainly isn't short of money. Now that Urgenzi has money, he naturally wants to find a wife. As soon as the tractor arrived at the village entrance, Yutao rushed over in a hurry. Ruizi, where's the fish? Where's that yellow croaker? Yutao asked anxiously. Sold. Li Rui thought that Yutao was incredibly shameless. Back when he went to Yutao's house to sell seafood, Yutao relentlessly tried to lower the price. How could he have the nerve to keep bothering him like this? Damn it, shamelessness knows no bounds. If he were Yutao, he definitely wouldn't contact him again. How much should I sell it for? The price I offered is already very good, no one else can offer 4,500 yuan per jin. Yutao clapped his hands and shouted with a bitter face. At this moment, Li Rui turned the tractor speed up to the maximum. Boom boom boom. The tractor went faster and faster. Yutao stood at his doorstep, sighing deeply, clearly quite depressed. Brother Rui, that old bastard is really annoying. Urgenzi in the carriage also disliked Yutao. Ignore him. Li Rui didn't want Yutao's personality to affect his mood. When the tractor arrived at Li Rui's house, it ran into Chen Xiang and the others. Chen Xiang and the others looked disheveled and covered in dust. It's clear that not much fish were caught. The buckets they were carrying didn't have many fish. Uncle Zhu, Uncle Qian, how's it going? Li Rui stopped the tractor, jumped off, walked between Lu Zhu and Chen Qiang, and asked with a smile. Not really. Lu Zhu smiled sheepishly. Chen Qiang's face showed bitterness. I'm not very good at it either. In the blink of an eye, he exclaimed with envy, Rui Zi, you're so lucky today. You actually caught a yellow croaker that weighs over 20 pounds. Uncle Zhu, Uncle Qiang, it's just that God has been kind to me. Here's 200 yuan, 100 for each of you. Li Rui took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Lu Zhu and Chen Qiang. Lu Zhu kept waving his hands and took 2 steps back. Rui Zi, you're being too polite. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is only right. We can't take this money. Chen Qiang also waved his hand. Don't do that. Seeing this, Li Rui forcibly stuffed the money into the hands of the 2 men. Ruizi, thanks a lot. Lu Zhu smilingly, revealing his 2 front teeth. Chen Qiang, now bald, is much more worldly wise. He took the money and said with a smile, Ruizi, if you need anything in the future, just come to us anytime. We'll be there whenever you call. Okay. Li Rui patted Chen Qiang on the shoulder. Chen Xiang, standing to the side, was extremely envious. In his opinion, 100 yuan was not a small amount. Rui Zi, how much did you make from that tractor load of fish? Chen Xiang asked as he stepped forward. Not many were sold. Li Rui naturally couldn't tell the truth. There are quite a few people in the village who are envious of him now. Making money quietly is the best long-term strategy. After saying that, Li Rui got on the tractor and drove it into his yard. Urgenzi jumped out of the car and started carrying things into the living room. Li Rui placed the newly bought fish tank in the corner of the living room. 2 stools were placed on top of the fish tank. Rui Zi, who bought all this stuff? Li Fang heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen with a spatula in her hand. I bought all these things. The wine in Urgenzi's hand was something he swiped from his sister, Li Rui answered loudly. Li Fang looked at Urgenzi and stamped her foot, saying, Urgenzi, why do you always bring things every time you come? You've already given your aunt living expenses. If you keep doing this, don't give your aunt living expenses next month. Urgenzi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, Auntie, I didn't pay for this wine. It didn't cost any money, so don't drink it at noon today. You can take it home tonight. Li Fang's attitude was very firm. Auntie, the pot is burnt. Urgenzi quickly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Li Fang quickly ran into the kitchen. After settling the starfish in, Li Rui went to fertilize and water the flower seeds. Urgenzi assisted from the side. Brother Rui, when will the flower seeds sprout? Junzi asked. No rush, they will sprout naturally when they are meant to. Li Rui was not in a hurry at all. Everything has its own laws. You can't expect to plant seeds yesterday and have them blossom and bear fruit today. Everything has a process. After finishing their work, Li Rui and Junzi washed their hands. The food was served by Li Fang and Li Deifu, a married couple. Uncle, let's drink this for lunch today, Junzi said, patting a bottle of Tianzilan in his arms. Junzi. Li Fang tried to stop him, but Junzi had already opened the bottle. Junzi laughed and said, Auntie, I don't consider myself an outsider, and you shouldn't either. I didn't pay for this wine. Li Rui said a few words to his mother, telling her to stop talking. It's just 2 bottles of wine, not worth much money. Just like yesterday, Junzi poured the wine. Li Rui and Junzi each had a cup. Li Deifu had half a cup. The lunch today was very plentiful. A plate of braised beef, a plate of braised chicken, a plate of shredded kelp, a plate of hand-torn cabbage, a big pot of lotus root stewed with pig's trotters, and a big bowl of egg and seaweed soup. Auntie, your cooking is amazing. Your stir-fried shredded cabbage is absolutely divine. Junzi took a bite of the shredded cabbage and began to praise Li Fang's cooking skills. If my mom were half as good as you, I wouldn't be as skinny as a monkey. Junzi, you're too good at talking. My cooking skills are just average, I'm glad you don't mind. Li Fang laughed, looking up at him. During the meal, Li Fang asked Li Rui how much money they had made that day. Li Rui replied, 201,000. Upon hearing this, Li Fang and Li Deifu were both taken aback. After exchanging a glance, Li Fang turned her head and stared straight at Li Rui, asking again with disbelief, how much? Li Deifu perked up his ears. 201,000, Li Rui repeated. How come there are so many? Li Fang said in a low voice. She was afraid that someone might be listening in. Her son made money, but she didn't want anyone to know. This morning, Junzi and I caught a yellow croaker weighing over 20 jin, 10 kilograms, Li Rui said, gnawing on a pig's trotter. That's wonderful, that's absolutely wonderful. Li Fang was moved to tears. Wiping away her tears, Li Fang dropped her bowl and chopsticks and ran to the statue of Mazu. Mazu, thank you for blessing my son all this time. Li Fang devoutly bowed to the statue of Mazu and lit 2 incense sticks. Li Deifu, who was not talkative, glanced at Li Rui and said, Rui, if you make money, don't tell everyone. We need to keep a low profile. And you must not go gambling. Gambling is a bottomless pit. Even billionaires with a net worth of over 100 million can become penniless if they get addicted to gambling. Li Fang came over and also told Li Rui that he must never gamble again. Li Rui smiled and said, Dad, Mom, I will never gamble again. Why would I give up such a good life and go gambling? Am I crazy? Ruizi, when Xian Jiao comes back tonight, give the money to Xian Jiao for safekeeping. Li Fang was still a little worried. This man, money makes people more prone to corruption. Mom, even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to give the money to my wife to keep for me. Li Rui had this intention all along, not for any other reason than to put Su Xian Jiao at ease. After all, he has a criminal record. His parents had concerns. His wife must also have concerns. Rui Zi, you're becoming more and more mature. When are you and Xiang Yu going to respond to the national policy and have a second child? Li Fang laughed heartily. Li Deifu got excited when this was mentioned, and he stopped putting the braised beef he was holding on his chopsticks into his mouth. He stopped drinking alcohol as well. Rui Zi, your mother is right. You and Xiang Yu didn't have the means to have a second child before, but now that you do, you can consider having a second child. Your mother and I are still young, so we can help you take care of the child. Li Deifu was extremely excited. Li Rui thought for a moment before saying, we'll talk about this later. Raising children these days is incredibly stressful. His wife, Su Xian Jiao, is still working. His family's financial situation is not very good at the moment. He is not considering having a second child for the time being. When will we talk about it later? Li Fang stared intently into Li Rui's eyes, hoping he could give her a specific time so she would have something to look forward to. Li Deifu put the braised beef from his chopsticks into his bowl. He, who was usually a man of few words, changed his tone and said urgently, Rui Zi, you'd better hurry up. Don't wait until your mother and I are too old to move before you and Xiang Yu have your second child. Li Rui understood the old man's desire to have a grandson, but this was a big deal, and he needed to think it through before making a decision. It's easy to give birth to a child. If you try to stuff it in, it won't work. Li Rui's idea was that if the child was born, it would inherit the family's poverty, ignorance, and stupidity, then he wouldn't have one. Dad, Mom, Xian Jiao, and I will seriously consider this matter later, so please don't rush us. Li Rui frowned, somewhat annoyed. Li Fang and Li Deifu decided to stop while they were ahead and didn't bring up the topic of having a second child again. At 5 p.m., Li Rui picked up Guo Guo from school at the door as usual. "Daddy, did you water the flowers?" Guo jumped into Li Rui's arms and asked in a clear voice in his ear. The hot breath coming out of the little guy's mouth made Li Rui's neck itchy. "I watered it once this morning, and I'll water it again later," Li Rui said with a smile as he picked up Guo. Guo asked expectantly, "Daddy, can Guo water the plants herself later?" Li Rui naturally couldn't refuse. "Of course I can. Tomorrow is the weekend, a day off, and Li Rui plans to take Guo to town for a stroll. There is a zoo on Crescent Island. Li Rui planned to take Guo to that place for a visit. "Oh, right, I need to go to the photo studio tomorrow to get the photos printed out of the camera. Buy another photo album and fold the developed photos into an album. I'll take a full day off tomorrow. It's time to take a break." This week, he and Urgenzi barely got any rest. Isn't the point of making money to live a better life? Li Rui rummaged through the storage room and found a small spray bottle, then rinsed it under the water pipe. "Guo, look what this is." Urgenzi came out of the living room, walked to Guo's side, and magically produced a lollipop from his hand. "Lollipop." Guo skipped and hopped over to grab the lollipop. Seeing this, Li Rui looked at Guo and raised an eyebrow. "Guo, shouldn't you say something?" Upon hearing this, Guo immediately raised her head, looked at Urgenzi, and said loudly, "Thank you, Uncle Urgenzi." "You're welcome." Urgenzi smiled and patted Guo's little head. Guo quickly tore off the wrapper from the lollipop and then popped it into her little mouth. It's so sweet." After licking the lollipop a few times, Guo's face showed a satisfied smile. After Li Rui washed the small spray bottle clean, he asked Urgenzi to take out the camera from the drawer and take pictures. A short while later, Urgenzi brought over the camera. In the corner of the yard, Li Rui's big hand held Guo's small hand, and Guo's small hand held the handle of the watering can. Li Rui was teaching Guo how to water the plants. "You can't spray too much water in one place." Li Rui hadn't finished speaking. Guo then switched to her curious baby mode. She tilted her head, looked at Li Rui's profile, and asked curiously, "Daddy, why can't we spray too much water in one place?" Not far away, Urgenzi was taking pictures of Li Rui and Guo. Li Rui found it very convenient to use Urgenzi, this free laborer. Because too much water in one place will cause a large area of water to accumulate in the soil around the flower seeds, the air will be squeezed out, the flower seeds will lack oxygen and will not be able to breathe normally, thus affecting the germination rate and causing the flower seeds to rot. Another reason is that more water leads to higher humidity, which promotes the growth and spread of pathogens, affecting the normal germination and growth of flower seeds. Li Rui answered Guo's question very smoothly. In the afternoon, Li Rui searched for these things online. He had anticipated that Guo would bring up this issue. Whether Guo understands or not is one thing, whether he can answer the question is another. Li Rui did so much research for two reasons: firstly, to make up for the regrets of his previous life, and secondly, to leave Guo with the impression of an all-around good father. Raising children is simple, actually quite simple. But raising a child well is not so easy. The effort required was considerable. When they were young, their parents could feed them and they would survive. Not now. Times have changed. "Oh." Guo nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. After listening to Li Rui say so much, Guo thought Li Rui was very impressive. At this moment, Guo, feeling kind-hearted, kept spraying water from the spray bottle. "Hee, this is so much fun." Guo smiled brightly and glanced back at Li Rui. Li Rui thought to himself that children all seem to like playing in the water, regardless of whether they are boys or girls. Not far away, Urgenzi saw this and would squat down to take pictures, then lie down to take pictures. Urgenzi was covered in sweat from exhaustion. "When will I be able to have such a lovely daughter?" Urgenzi thought longingly. After dinner, Li Fang, Li Deifu, and Urgenzi all left. Only Li Rui's family of 3 remained at home. Su Xianjia reminded him, "Li Rui, don't you want to say something to me?" "What are you saying?" Li Rui knew what Su Xianjia was hinting at, but he pretended not to know that tomorrow was Su Xianjia's birthday and that he wanted to give her a big surprise. "You," Su Xianjia gritted her teeth in anger. Guo came running over. "Mommy, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Was it Daddy?" Guo pointed her chubby little finger at Li Rui and asked with concern. "No one made Mom angry." Su Xianjia's expression changed instantly, and she gently stroked Guo's little head. Guo, however, said with an innocent and carefree expression, "Mommy, Guo clearly saw that you were very angry just now." Su Xianjia smiled brightly. "Mom doesn't have any." After saying that, she raised her head and glared at Li Rui, thinking to herself, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't forgotten my birthday, would I have been so angry just now?" "Wife, are you really not angry?" Li Rui asked knowingly, suppressing a laugh. No. Su Xianjia couldn't lash out in front of the child, so she could only force a smile. Xiao Rong's husband and Yu Ping's husband both knew their birthdays and gave them gifts on their birthdays. Her husband, Li Rui, forgot her birthday. How could she not be angry? Li Rui, you're such a heartless jerk. Su Xianjia was seething with anger. 10 minutes later, the family of 3 lay in bed, and Kuakuo fell asleep while listening to Li Rui tell a story. Li Rui just laid Guo's little body flat on the bed. Su Xianjia pouted and glared at Li Rui, annoyed. You stepped on my hair. Li Rui smiled but didn't say anything. Sure enough, when a woman gets angry, even your breathing is wrong. I clearly didn't touch her, but she said I stepped on her hair. Su Xianjia had her back to Li Rui, sulking. She had already reminded Li Rui. Why hasn't Li Rui remembered that tomorrow is her birthday? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The angrier he got, the more he wanted to kick Li Rui. She wanted to tell Li Rui that tomorrow was her birthday, but she held back. If she told him, what would be the point of him buying her a gift? Go to sleep. Li Rui turned off the main light and turned on the small lamp by the bed. After sleeping for a while, Su Xianjia turned around, stared straight at Li Rui, and reminded him again, Li Rui, don't you really have anything to say to me? Li Rui pretended to think for a moment before speaking. I don't have anything to say to you. What's wrong? Su Xianjia became even angrier. She turned over, turning her back to Li Rui again. This time, she wiggled her bottom several times in the blankets. You stinky Li Rui, you wicked Li Rui, you're so hateful. You actually forgot my birthday. You're a bad guy, a really bad guy. Su Xianjia muttered to herself. The next day, when Su Xianjia woke up, she had 2 huge panda eyes. She clearly didn't sleep well last night. Li Rui is making breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Su Xianjia didn't rush to work. She glanced at Li Rui again and again, hoping he would wish her a happy birthday. She was disappointed. Li Rui immediately said, Honey, it's getting late. Why aren't you going to work? You'll be late if you don't go soon. Upon hearing these words, Su Xianjia angrily rode her electric scooter to work. Li Rui, you're such a blockhead. I've reminded you so many times since last night, and you still haven't remembered that today is my birthday. Ah, I'm so angry. Su Xianjia was extremely frustrated. Then, Su Xianjia began to doubt whether Li Rui still loved her, and whether he didn't care about her. At home, Li Rui didn't rush to wake Kuakuo up. Today is Saturday. He lets Kuakuo sleep as long as she wants. From Monday to Friday, Kuakuo has to get up early every day. On the weekend, Kuakuo will definitely want to sleep in until she naturally wakes up. After finishing breakfast, Li Rui tidied up briefly and then began watering the flowers. He doesn't plan to fertilize today. Water it twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Fertilizer is applied once every 2 weeks. After finishing with the flowers, Li Rui started feeding the starfish. Being a doting father to my daughter is tiring but also joyful. Just imagining Kuakuo seeing the flowers blooming and the lively starfish made Li Rui's lips curl into a smile. Daddy, Daddy, Kuakuo's panicked cries came from inside the bedroom. Upon hearing the sound, Li Rui immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed into the bedroom without saying a word. Li Rui sat on the bed, held Guo's little hand, and asked anxiously, Guo, what's wrong? Kuakuo rubbed her eyes with her chubby little hands, pouted, and said with tears in her eyes, Daddy, Kuakuo just dreamed that you and Mommy separated, and Grandma made Kuakuo choose whether to stay with you or stay with Mommy. As she spoke, tears welled up in Kuakuo's eyes and almost fell. Kuakuo, that was just a dream. Mommy and Daddy will never be apart. Mommy and Daddy will always be there for Kuakuo as she grows up, Li Rui said softly, holding Kuakuo in his arms. Daddy, Kuakuo doesn't like Grandma. Grandma is so mean. Just now, in my dream, she forced Kuakuo to choose between Daddy and Mommy, Kuakuo said, pouting. Li Rui patted Kuakuo's back gently. Kuakuo doesn't like her grandma, so she'll see her less often in the future. He would never tell Kuakuo, Grandma is your elder, you shouldn't do that. Kuakuo doesn't like his mother-in-law, so he tries his best to prevent Kuakuo from seeing her. Kuakuo pouted and nodded. It took a while for Kuakuo to calm down before she felt a little better. After helping Kuakuo get dressed, Li Rui placed her in front of the dining table. Wow, there are hairy crabs that Kuakuo loves to eat. Kuakuo saw the hairy crabs on the table, and her tongue darted out as she drooled. After saying that, Kuakuo quickly climbed onto the child's seat. Li Rui sat down opposite Kuakuo and peeled crab meat for her. A moment later, Li Rui tore off a small piece of the peeled crab meat and fed it to Kuakuo's little mouth. It's so delicious, Kuakuo said, shaking her head as she ate. A fatherly smile appeared on Li Rui's face. Just then, Urgenzi called. Brother Rui, are you really taking a day off today? Urgenzi is addicted to making money. In his opinion, they were incredibly lucky right now and shouldn't take a break. Take a break? Li Rui frowned. He had already told Urgenzi last night that he would rest all day today, and Urgenzi was still asking him this question at this time. Urgenzi gave an awkward laugh. Get some rest. Urgenzi, there's plenty of time to make money. We need to take better care of our health. We don't want to be called grandpa before we're even 30. Li Rui wasn't in a hurry at all. He has a system in place, so he's not in a hurry to make money. Making money is just one part of life. Life is the main theme. Brother Rui, when I returned to our village yesterday, someone called me uncle, which really annoyed me, Urgenzi complained. Urgenzi, you should pay more attention to your appearance. Every morning after you get up, you should shave and wash your face. Li Rui thought it was quite normal for Urgenzi to be called uncle. Urgenzi only shaved every few days, which made him look older. Kiwakuo looked at Li Rui with her two big, watery eyes and asked in her childish voice, Daddy, is that Uncle Urgenzi? Yes, it's Uncle Urgenzi, Li Rui said with a smile. The next moment, Kiwakuo shouted loudly into Li Rui's phone, Uncle Urgenzi, Kiwakuo wants to eat candy. Mom told her to eat less sugar. Her father also told her to eat less sugar. Uncle Urgenzi never said that. Uncle Urgenzi even gave her candy. Kiwakuo, next time Uncle Urgenzi comes, I'll bring you candy again, okay? Urgenzi replied loudly. Okay, Kiwakuo exclaimed crisply. Urgenzi, I'm not talking to you anymore, I have something to do, Li Rui said, and then hung up the phone. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Rui brought Guo Guo to the entrance of Crescent Island Zoo. The tickets are inexpensive. The adult is 28 yuan for the child. Li Rui paid for 2 tickets and entered the zoo. Daddy, there are giant pandas over there. Kiwakuo, who was being led by Li Rui, pointed at the sign with a picture of a giant panda and shouted excitedly. Kiwakuo had only ever seen pictures of giant pandas in children's books. In real life, Kiwakuo has never seen a giant panda. Li Rui was a little surprised. On this tiny Crescent Island, there are actually giant pandas. Feeding giant pandas on Crescent Island is very costly. Let's go take a look. Li Rui took Guo Guo's hand and walked towards the enclosure where the giant pandas were kept. Yay! Great! Kiwakuo can see giant pandas today. Kiwakuo shouted excitedly. Li Rui asked in bewilderment, when did giant pandas appear on Crescent Island? How come I didn't know? When Li Rui arrived at the enclosure, he was stunned as he looked at the animals inside. Kiwakuo looked on with suspicion. Her little nose wrinkled up too. Panda dog? Dog panda? Li Rui looked at the animals enclosed in the fence, his mind a little confused. Daddy, why are they different from the pandas in the book? After a moment of stunned silence, Kiwakuo raised her hand, pointed at the animals enclosed in the fence, and asked in confusion. It's not like a dog. It's not like a panda. It's a complete mess, neither fish nor fowl. Not only had Kiwakuo never seen this animal before, but Li Rui had never seen it either. Just as Li Rui's brain went blank, the animals in the fence cried out several times. Woof woof woof. Hearing the barking, Li Rui realized that the animal enclosed in the fence was a dog. Their appearance has been modified to resemble that of giant pandas. Kiwakuo was even more confused. Daddy, why does a panda bark like a dog? What on earth is going on? Kiwakuo's little head was covered with big question marks. At this moment, Li Rui squatted down and picked Kiwakuo up in his arms. He looked at the dogs enclosed by the fence and said with a smile, the animals in here are dogs, not giant pandas. Is it a dog? Not a giant panda? Kiwakuo was stunned for a moment, then raised her chubby little finger and pointed to the giant panda sign, and said again, but the picture on this is clearly a giant panda. Kiwakuo has seen pictures of giant pandas in books before. Li Rui explained with a smile, the dogs here have been transformed into pandas by the zoo staff. Look at their legs, their mouths, and the way they walk, don't they all look like dogs? Kiwakuo opened her big eyes and looked carefully. After a long while, she exclaimed loudly, really? She turned her head and stared intently at Li Rui. Daddy, they really do look like dogs. Li Rui looked up and laughed. They don't look much like dogs, but they are dogs. After saying that, Li Rui noticed a passage written under the sign next to him. The original quote was, we are giant pandas, and we're just dogs if we're lying. Upon seeing this sentence, Li Rui almost burst out laughing. Damn, the staff at this zoo are so talented. They actually came up with such a creative idea. It's such a shame they didn't become tailors. They really are puppies. Kiwakuo wasn't disappointed that she didn't see any pandas. Instead, she looked at the modified dogs in front of her and grinned from ear to ear. Daddy, they're so cute. They're different from other dogs. Li Rui nodded. After watching for a while, Li Rui put Guo Guo down, took her little hand, and strolled around the zoo. It's quite tiring to carry a 3-year-old child all the time. Li Rui's arms were a little sore. Anyone who says taking care of a child is easy will be silenced after just one day. Upon reaching the peacock garden, the two people, one big and one small, stopped in their tracks. "Daddy, the peacock is so beautiful." At that moment, a male peacock was displaying its magnificent tail feathers, and Kyokuo was watching with great interest. As for why it was a male peacock, that's because, under normal circumstances, only male peacocks display their plumage, while female peacocks do not. Male peacocks display their plumage to attract mates and increase their chances of mating. "It is very beautiful," Li Rui replied with a smile. Suddenly, Kyokuo looked up at Li Rui with pleading eyes and asked, "Daddy, can we keep a peacock as a pet?" Li Rui was startled. Seeing that Kyokuo was serious, he quickly said, "The country does not allow us to keep peacocks at home. Peacocks are protected animals." "Okay." Kyokuo was a little disappointed. The two continued shopping. To make up for the lack of staff, Crescent Island Zoo actually kept chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs in their enclosures. Many animals found in large zoos are not found at Crescent Island Zoo. "Daddy, look, it's a gorilla." The two, one big and one small, walked to a huge glass panel and stopped again. Kyokuo pointed to a gorilla inside and shouted excitedly. Li Rui released Guo's hand. At this moment, a gorilla jumped down from the artificial hill, ran up to Kyokuo and Li Rui, and kept pounding its chest with both hands. Seeing this, Kyokuo laughed heartily. Kyokuo stuck her tongue out at the gorilla while laughing. Seeing this, the gorilla opposite used its hands to pry open Kyokuo's mouth and imitated Kyokuo sticking out its tongue. "Daddy, look. It's mimicking me." Kyokuo laughed with a silvery laugh. "It's so funny." After saying that, Kyokuo made a funny face again. She wanted to see if the gorilla would make faces at her. The next moment, the gorilla opposite Kyokuo started making faces at Kyokuo. "Ha ha ha, it's so much fun. It has been mimicking me all along." Kyokuo burst into laughter. Li Rui couldn't help but laugh too. The intelligence of gorillas is truly amazing. They have a really strong learning ability. Now, Kyokuo has changed her position again. Kyokuo put her hands on her hips and wiggled her little bottom. The gorilla across from them started mimicking Kyokuo's actions again. As it twisted and turned, it twisted its own body. Ha ha ha, Kyokuo couldn't stop smiling. After playing with the gorilla for a while, Kyokuo was finally led by Li Rui to see other animals. "Daddy, Daddy, someone's feeding the giraffes over there." Kyokuo saw someone feeding the giraffes not far away and was tempted to join in. Before he could finish speaking, the little guy grabbed Li Rui and ran. Li Rui had no choice but to follow the little guy and run to see the giraffe. "Daddy, Kyokuo wants to feed the giraffes." After arriving at the giraffe viewing area, Kyokuo looked up at Li Rui and said in her childish voice. As soon as Kyokuo finished speaking, the staff members in work uniforms came over. "Sir, we have mulberry branches here that the giraffes can eat. Do you need to buy two?" Kyokuo looked at Li Rui with anticipation. With Kyokuo looking at him like that, how could Li Rui possibly refuse? "How much is one serving?" Li Rui asked the price directly. 20 yuan a serving, the staff member announced with a smile. Li Rui bought 2 portions. As soon as Kyokuo got the branch, she jumped around excitedly, saying, "Daddy, pick Kyokuo up quickly, Kyokuo wants to feed the giraffe." Seeing Kyokuo's anxious look, Li Rui immediately lifted Kyokuo up. The staff observed the giraffe's every move. Kyokuo used both of her little hands to hold up a mulberry branch in each hand and placed it near the giraffe's mouth. Before long, the giraffe put the mulberry branch in Kyokuo's hand into its mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. "Daddy, it ate it." Kyokuo was extremely excited. "Dad saw it," Li Rui replied with a smile. Li Rui felt that bringing Kyokuo to the zoo today was quite meaningful. It's good for children to see more of the world and broaden their horizons. "You little guy are really heavy." Li Rui finally put Kyokuo on the ground. After putting it down, Li Rui let out a long breath. "Daddy, the giraffe's neck is so long. That's how it's drawn in the book." Kyokuo stared intently at the giraffe's neck. Children have a natural desire to explore new and interesting things. Li Rui patted Guo's little head and said, "Giraffes have very long necks, Daddy saw that." Kyokuo rested her finger on her chin and murmured, "Can you ride a giraffe?" "No." Li Rui answered Kyokuo's question immediately. "Giraffes are not horses. Riding a giraffe is dangerous and not allowed." Li Rui and Guo were having a great time playing. At the Hime seafood processing plant, Su Xianjia was furious at work. Today is her birthday. Li Rui had actually forgotten about it. She had reminded Li Rui twice before, but Li Rui still didn't remember. Thinking of this, Su Xianjia really wanted to pin Li Rui to the ground and give him a good beating. At this moment, Xiao Rong and Li Yueping came up again, adding fuel to the fire. Zion Jiao, did Li Rui say anything today? Xiao Rong asked while busy with her work. Li Yueping glanced at Su Zionjiao curiously. Su Zionjiao felt very wronged. She bit her lip and complained, he didn't remember it was my birthday today, so he didn't say anything to me. What? Li Rui hasn't remembered that today is your birthday? Li Yueping was both surprised and annoyed. Li Rui really needs to be taught a lesson. How could he forget such an important day? Xiao Rong clenched her fists, her face showing indignation. Zion Jiao is really not worth it. Li Rui fell into a slump back then. Zion Jia stayed by his side the whole time, never abandoning him. Now that Li Rui has just started to see some improvement, he has actually forgotten Zion Jiao's birthday. Li Rui is such a jerk. Stop talking. Su Zionjiao didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. If they continued, her mood would only worsen. Even if Li Rui gives her a small item worth a few dollars today, she can be happy all day long. But during the lunch break, Li Yueping and Xiao Rong each sent Su Zionjiao a red envelope with the words "Happy Birthday" written on it in large, eye-catching characters. Seeing that her two best friends had sent her red envelopes, Su Zionjiao couldn't help but grit her teeth. My husband is not as good as my best friend. How could she not be angry? Zionjiao, why don't you send Li Rui a text message and tell him it's your birthday today, and ask him to buy you a small gift? Li Yueping looked up at Su Zionjiao when she saw that Su Zionjiao was in a bad mood. Xiao Rong strongly agreed with Li Yueping's suggestion. Yes, tell Li Rui so he can make it up to you. You married him and bore him children, how could he forget your birthday? You have to make him bleed a lot today. Li Rui, you're a fucking bastard. Xiao Rong cursed Li Rui in her heart. Forget it, it's pointless for me to bring it up. Su Zionjiao had no appetite at all at noon today, and she kept poking at the food in her bowl with her fork. How could she possibly bring up something like this? Does a gift that's already received still have any meaning? At that moment, Li Rui was at a photo studio, asking the photographer to develop his photos. Li Rui asked the photo studio owner, "Boss, do you have any photo albums here?" "Yes." The shopkeeper brought out 3 photo albums and let Li Rui choose one. The 3 albums are a retro album, a minimalist album, and an artistic album. Li Rui was watching. Kuakuo pointed to the minimalist photo album and said with a grin, "Daddy, this is pretty, Kuakuo likes this." "Boss, this is it." Li Rui decided to buy the minimalist photo album. After finishing with the photos and album, Li Rui took Kuakuo to KFC. Once inside KFC, Kuakuo's smile never stopped. "Daddy, Daddy, squat down quickly." Kuakuo tugged at her little hand, gesturing for Li Rui to squat down. "Okay." Li Rui squatted down without thinking. "Would." As soon as Li Rui squatted down, Guo Guo kissed his cheek with her little mouth. "Daddy, Kuakuo loves you." Kuakuo smiled sweetly as she spoke, wiggling her little bottom. "What do you want to eat?" Li Rui picked up Kuakuo, feeling a surge of sweetness in his heart. Kuakuo tilted her head back, rested her fingers on her chin, rolled her big eyes around, thought for a moment, and then said, "Potato chips, shrimp crackers, yogurt, hamburgers, fried chicken nuggets, chicken wings, cheese, cake." Li Rui quickly interrupted the little guy. "Stop." Then he gently patted Kuakuo's little bottom. "You little rascal, can you eat all this?" Kuakuo nodded quickly and gestured with her hands, saying, "Kuakuo can eat it." Kuakuo has a very big tummy and can eat a lot of things. You can only choose 5 things to eat. Li Rui wasn't going to give in to his daughter's every whim. It's true that he's rich now, but we must not waste food. Waste is shameful. Only 5 things? Kuakuo pouted, looking a little unhappy. She poked her index fingers together with her 2 little hands. Kuakuo wants shrimp chips, fried chicken nuggets, a hamburger, potato chips, and yogurt. After Kuakuo finished speaking, Li Rui took Kuakuo's hand and went to the front desk to order food. "When I'm out and about, I'm taking care of my child alone." Li Rui dared not be careless in the slightest. What if Kuakuo gets taken away by someone else? He will never have a peaceful life. 5 minutes later, the waiter placed the food Li Rui had ordered on the table. Kuakuo reached out, ready to take it. "Put on disposable gloves." Li Rui quickly grabbed Guo Guo's 2 little hands and then put disposable gloves on them. Next, Kuakuo began to wolf down her food. I don't know why, but kids just love eating food from outside. Children always feel that food from outside tastes better. Children are always picky about what they eat at home, making it hard for them to eat. "Daddy, the potato chips are so delicious. You should have one too." While eating his potato chips, the little guy picked up a chip and fed it to Li Rui. The little guy laughed especially happily when he saw Li Rui eating potato chips. Under the table, her 2 little legs were still swinging back and forth. At that moment, her mother, Li Fang, called. Rui Zi, are you and Guo Guo coming back for lunch? Li Fang asked. I won't eat, Li Rui replied. Li Fang quickly advised Rui Zi, food outside is neither clean nor expensive. You should bring Guo Guo back to eat. Li Fang was mainly worried that Li Rui would spend money recklessly. The older generation tends to have outdated ideas. They value money a lot. Li Rui could understand. Mom, Kuo rarely has a holiday, so if she wants to eat out, let her eat out. Li Rui naturally couldn't bring Kuo home for lunch. Now he and Kuo are eating. Upon hearing Li Fang's voice, Kuo shouted, Grandma, the potato chips and shrimp crackers are so delicious. Do you and Grandpa want some? We won't eat, you eat. Hearing Kuo say this, Li Fang stopped insisting that Li Rui and Kuo go home for lunch. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Rui brought Guo to the cake shop from yesterday, right on time. After paying, Li Rui picked up the cake and walked out. Kuo stared at the cake in Li Rui's hand, unwilling to look away. She licked her little mouth with her tongue and said, Daddy, Kuo wants to eat cake. You can't eat it now. Li Rui had expected the little guy to say that. Why? Kuo tilted her head and looked at Li Rui. Li Rui explained, because this cake was bought by Dad for Mom, today is Mom's birthday. Upon hearing this, Kuo's eyes lit up immediately. Daddy, it's my birthday, I want to eat cake. Did Kuo eat cake on her birthday last year? Kuo had long forgotten about what happened last year. Li Rui was stunned. Last year on Kuo's birthday, he was so engrossed in gambling that he completely forgot. Thinking back on this incident, Li Rui felt deeply remorseful. Daddy, did Kuo eat cake on her birthday last year? Seeing that Li Rui didn't answer, Kuo blinked her questioning eyes and asked again. Li Rui panicked a little. Taking a deep breath, Li Rui changed the subject. Kuo, didn't you want to eat cake? Now Daddy will take you to buy a small cake, okay? Upon hearing that she could eat cake, Kuo instantly forgot about the question she had just asked. Yay! Yay! Kuo jumped and danced with joy. The two returned to the cake shop, and Li Rui let Kuo choose the cake she liked. At this moment, Li Rui was holding Guo, whose two big, watery eyes were fixed on the cake sample. After watching for a while, Kuo finally stuck out a little finger and pointed to a strawberry mousse cake. Kuo wants this, it looks so delicious. Kuo's mouth was practically watering. One of these, please. Li Rui looked up at the barista and smiled. The shop assistant said okay and began making the strawberry mousse cake. A short while later, a small cup of strawberry mousse cake was placed on the small table. The strawberries on top of the cake were fresh and delicious. The cream underneath looks very appetizing. Kuo picked up her little spoon, scooped out a full spoonful of cake, and stuffed it into her little mouth. It's so delicious. Kuo's eyes widened, praising it endlessly with a happy expression. Then Kuo used a small spoon to scoop a full spoonful of cake and put it in front of Li Rui's mouth. Daddy, have a bite too, it's delicious. Li Rui smiled and opened his mouth. Kuo fed the cake into Li Rui's mouth. Isn't it delicious? Kuo giggled. It's delicious, Li Rui muttered as he ate. Kuo ate with great joy. She sat on a small chair, swaying back and forth. While eating, she opened her mouth again and said, if Mommy were here, Kuo would also feed Mommy a bite. Mommy says good things should be shared with the people around you. Mom is right. Li Rui picked up a tissue from the table and wiped the cake off Guo's mouth. This little guy is eating cake now, he probably won't be able to eat dinner. Never mind, let's make her happy today. Kuo ate more than half of the strawberry mousse cake, she's full now. She couldn't eat anymore. Daddy, you eat, Kuo doesn't want any more. Kuo burped and pushed the small cup of cake in front of Li Rui with her little hand. All right. Li Rui naturally wouldn't object. He picked up the spoon and quickly ate all the cake and strawberries inside. Li Rui first wiped his own mouth, then wiped Guo's little face. This little guy got cake and strawberries all over his face. Let's go. Li Rui carried the cake in one hand and held Guo's hand in the other, and walked out of the cake shop again. After getting on the tricycle, Li Rui took out his phone and made a call to Urgenzi. Urgenzi, now go to my house and set up the scene. He planned to give his wife, Su Xianjiu, a big surprise. His wife, Su Xianjiu, endured so much hardship with him. He was very grateful. Gratitude alone is not enough, action is needed. Okay. Urgenzi immediately agreed. Driving his tricycle, Li Rui went to the flower shop and bought a bouquet of bright red roses and a dozen small neon lights. Kuo stared at the roses, her two big eyes blinking. Daddy, these flowers smell so good. Kuo reached out to touch the roses, but Li Rui grabbed her little hand. Be careful, they have thorns. Don't hurt your little hand. Kyokuo, take a look. Kyokuo leaned closer and saw that there were indeed many thorns on it. There are really a lot of thorns on it. After saying that, Kyokuo withdrew her little hand and took a deep breath through her nose. The next moment, Kyokuo smiled and said, "It smells so good. Daddy, who are these flowers for?" Kyokuo looked up and met Li Rui's eyes. Li Rui touched Kyokuo's little face. "It's for Mom. Is this what you adults call romance?" Kyokuo asked. "I guess so." Li Rui did not deny it. Once on the tricycle, Kyokuo suddenly realized that her family's tricycle had a canopy installed to protect them from the wind and rain. "Daddy, when did our tricycle get this?" Kyokuo, like a curious child, kept asking Li Rui questions. If it were in his previous life, Li Rui would definitely have been extremely annoyed. But in this life, no matter what Kyokuo asked, Li Rui answered patiently. Before I knew it, the tricycle had arrived home. Urgenzi ran over. "Brother Rui, how should we set it up?" Urgenzi had arrived earlier and had been waiting for a while. Seeing something in the carriage, Urgenzi quickly ran to the carriage to retrieve it. Li Rui carried Kyokuo out of the car and into the living room. Li Rui had Urgenzi and Kyokuo shoot balloons, and then he called his parents to come over. "Uncle Urgenzi, let Kyokuo do it." Kyokuo reached out and took the manual air pump from Urgenzi's hand. "Do you have any strength, little guy?" Urgenzi let go, letting Kyokuo take the manual air pump. Kyokuo was in charge of pumping up the tires. Urgenzi was in charge of tying up the balloons. As a result, Kyokuo managed to pump the air pump for a while, but her arms started to ache terribly. Moreover, Kyokuo's efficiency is extremely low. Urgenzi, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but laugh. "All right, stop doing it. Let Uncle Urgenzi do it." Urgenzi picked up the air pump again and started inflating the balloon. Kyokuo has stopped popping balloons. She started playing with balloons. After a while, she blew up a balloon with her mouth. After a while, she patted the balloon with her hand. A little while later, she balanced the balloon on her head. The little guy seemed to be having a lot of fun playing by himself. 5 minutes later, Li Fang and Li Deifu arrived. They followed Li Rui's instructions and set up the scene. The elderly couple not only did not oppose Li Rui's actions, but actually supported them. Su Xianjiao has sacrificed so much for this family. She deserves to enjoy all of this. At this moment, at the Hime seafood processing plant, Su Xianjiao would check her phone every now and then, eagerly anticipating that Li Rui would suddenly remember it was her birthday and send her a red envelope. The size of the red envelope doesn't matter, the important thing is that Li Rui remembered it's her birthday today. "Xianjiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Rong asked when she noticed Su Xianjiao checking her phone every now and then. Su Xianjiao hadn't spoken yet. Li Yueping, who was working nearby, spoke up. "That goes without saying, Xianjiao is definitely checking to see if Li Rui has sent her any messages. She knows Su Xianjiao too well." At this moment, Su Xianjiao must still have a little bit of expectation. "No," Su Xianjiao said, too embarrassed to admit it. "Xianjiao, stop denying it. Don't I know you? I know your personality too well." Li Yueping shook her head, then asked, "By the way, Li Rui hasn't remembered that today is your birthday." Su Xianjiao's face immediately darkened. At the same time, her lips twitched. Xiao Rong cursed, "What a piece of trash. He doesn't even remember his own wife's birthday. This kind of man is a disgrace to all men." Li Yueping was also furious. "If my husband forgets my birthday, I'll make sure he doesn't have a moment's peace for half a month. Stop talking, it's almost time to get off work." Su Xianjiao was in a low mood. Xiao Rong and Li Yueping wisely kept quiet. Undoubtedly, if they continue down this topic now, Su Xianjiao will feel even more uncomfortable. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore." Su Xianjiao comforted herself, and then she worked hard. But the more she forced herself not to think about it, the more she tried to stop. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but think about it. Both Xiao Rong's husband and Li Yueping's husband remembered their wives' birthdays and even bought them gifts on that day. Her husband, Li Rui. Thinking about this, Su Xianjiao felt extremely resentful. Finally, it was time to leave work. Su Xianjiao rode her electric bike to the gate of their factory and immediately made a phone call to Li Rui. "Li Rui," Su Xianjiao hesitated before speaking. "Wife, what's wrong?" Li Rui asked knowingly, as he was busy setting up the scene. Su Xianjiao bit her lip and couldn't help but remind him, "Li Rui, don't you want to say something to me today? You rascal, hurry up and remember what day it is today." Su Xianjiao was so anxious she was practically stomping her feet. She didn't want her birthday to pass by in such a muddled way. "I have nothing to say to you," Li Rui said, suppressing a laugh. "Fine." Su Xianjiao hung up the phone in utter disappointment. She felt the sky was gray and not blue at all. Li Rui, you're such a heartless and wicked guy. On your birthday this year, I'll pretend I don't know anything, humph. Su Xianjiao stomped her foot in anger. Inside the house, Li Rui and his parents were busy preparing food. Everyone hurry up, Xianjiao's off work, she'll be back soon, Li Rui shouted. Bang! Suddenly, Urgenzi used the air pump to hit the balloon, and it burst instantly. Kuakuo was startled. In the blink of an eye, Kuakuo ran to Urgenzi's side, her big eyes wide with curiosity, and asked, Uncle Urgenzi, what's wrong? What was that loud bang just now? Kuakuo described it vividly. Kuakuo's action made everyone else in the living room laugh. Uncle Urgenzi used too much force and popped the balloon. Urgenzi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Oh, I see. Kuakuo understood immediately. Li Rui once blew up a balloon and it popped. Kuakuo was there at the time. At this moment, Li Rui stood at the door of the living room and glanced inside, and he felt a sense of novelty. A bouquet of flowers sat on the coffee table, surrounded by several flashing neon lights that spelled out the words, Happy birthday, my dear wife. There were many red balloons stuck to the ceiling. It looks very festive. Li Rui touched the gemstone necklace in his pocket, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on his lips. Preparations are almost complete. After admiring the view for a while, Li Rui returned to the living room. Mom, Urgenzi, I'll close the door in a bit. You two stay in the two corners near the door. After Xianjia opens the door, you two quickly turn the handles and throw the firecrackers at her. Got it. Li Rui gave the instructions. Urgenzi and Li Fang both nodded, indicating that they understood. Just then, Kuakuo came skipping and hopping over. She excitedly exclaimed, Daddy, Kuakuo wants to play with hand-twisted fireworks too. How do you play with hand-twisted fireworks? Is it fun? Kuakuo, it takes a lot of strength to twist a firework open by hand. You can't do it, Li Deifu said with a bright smile. Kuakuo's face immediately fell. Seeing this, Li Deifu walked over, picked up Kuakuo, and coaxed, Kuakuo, Grandpa will take you to play with balloons, okay? Just as Kuakuo was about to agree, Li Rui suddenly had a brilliant idea. Kuakuo, you hold the firework and twist it, and Daddy will twist it, how about that? In his mind, Li Rui had already planned out the entire process. When Su Xianjiao returns, push open the door. His mother and Urgenzi simultaneously twisted the handheld firework, causing it to spray onto Su Xianjiao. Immediately afterwards, he and Kuakuo came out of the inner room and twisted the firework again in front of Su Xianjiao. After the fireworks landed on Su Xianjiao's head, he and Kuakuo said in unison, Happy birthday, wife, mom, ... After clearing his mind, Li Rui recounted what was on his mind. Brother Rui, you're too good at this. Your wife will be so touched when she gets back. Urgenzi immediately gave Li Rui a thumbs up. You have to admit it. What woman could stand this? Urgenzi, you should learn more from me. You'll need it in the future. You're only 2 or 3 years younger than me. You should hurry up and find a girlfriend. Li Rui was anything but modest. Look at you, so capable. Li Deifu, who hadn't spoken for a long time, glared at Li Rui with annoyance. Li Fang glared at Li Deifu, annoyed. Old man, how dare you talk like that? Rui Zi is thinking about Jun Zi's future, do you even know that? Li Deifu immediately fell silent. This really proves the saying, one thing subdues another. Uncle Urgenzi, you should find Kuakuo a nanny quickly, Kuakuo suddenly said, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Li Rui, Li Fang, and Li Deifu burst into laughter. Only Urgenzi was quite depressed. Uncle Urgenzi, why is your face red? Kuakuo asked with a grin. I didn't. Urgenzi touched his face, and his face really turned red. Damn it, how come Urgenzi, who's fearless and audacious, can't get along with women? Whenever he meets a girl he has feelings for, his heart races and he stammers when he speaks. Urgenzi, from now on, when you see a girl, be confident and outspoken. Don't stammer when you speak, understand? Li Rui knew what Urgenzi's problem was, so he pointed it out directly. Brother Rui, I can't do it. Urgenzi lowered his head, his voice lacking confidence. Li Rui walked up to Urgenzi, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him, don't rush, take it one step at a time. The more girls you meet in the future, the less likely you will be like this. Girls are all like that. They are just ordinary people, not as sacred and noble as you imagine. Urgenzi nodded, Seeing Urgenzi like this, Li Rui planned to find an opportunity to train Urgenzi sometime. He certainly didn't want Urgenzi to be single forever. Just then, Li Rui's phone alarm rang. Xianjiao will be back in 5 minutes. Everyone to your positions, Li Rui said hurriedly. Li Deifu hid in the kitchen. Urgenzi and Li Fang, each holding a hand-twisted firework, hid in the corners on either side of the living room door. Li Rui and Guo then went into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Kyokuo found it particularly fun. Daddy, are we filming a movie? Kyokuo tilted her head, looked at Li Rui's profile, and asked with a grin. Li Rui thought for a moment and said, we're filming a movie, but our filming process is different from others. We need to get it right in one take, you know? Kyokuo had another question, what does past in one go mean? One take means you can't stop in the middle, Li Rui explained. Just then, Su Zionjaya arrived home on her electric scooter. Su Zionjaya noticed that the living room door was closed and found it strange. What's going on? Why is the living room door closed? It's usually open at this time. With these questions in mind, Su Zionjaya slowly walked over. What's going on? Why is no one home? Li Rui. Su Zionjaya called out, but there was no response. Then she called out again, Mom. Still no response. Dad. Su Zionjaya called out again, looking around. Zionjaya, you're back. Li Deifu replied, forcing a smile, from inside the kitchen. Su Zionjaya looked towards the kitchen and asked, Dad, where are Li Rui and the others? Li Deifu, who never liked to lie, scratched his head before lying, they've all gone out. Seeing Li Deifu's embarrassed look, Su Zionjaya felt very strange. Dad wasn't like this before. What on earth happened today? Everything about it seemed unusual. Soon, she arrived at the living room door. She had just pushed the door open. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, Urgenzi and Li Fang darted out like rabbits, twisting their hands to ignite the fireworks, spraying Su Zionjaya with confetti and ribbons. Su Zionjaya was stunned. At the same time, she was also very startled. What's going on? Su Zionjaya's brain went blank. Before Su Zionjaya could react, Li Rui and Kyokuo had already run out of the bedroom and together they twisted the hand-twisted firecrackers in their hands again. Bang! This time, Su Zionjaya was covered in ribbons and confetti again. Happy birthday, wife, Mom. Just as expected, Li Rui and Kyokuo shouted in unison. Su Zionjaya had just come to her senses when she was stunned once again. Her eyes widened in disbelief, she could hardly believe it was all real. A moment later, Su Zionjaya hopped around on the ground, covered her mouth with her hand, and tears streamed down her face. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Li Rui clapped his hands in a measured way while singing the birthday song. He was getting closer and closer to Su Zionjaya. Little Kyokuo sang along with a big smile. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. She clapped her two little hands rhythmically. The scene before her eyes moved Su Zionjaya to tears. After all that fuss, it turns out Li Rui knew all along that it was her birthday. Li Rui hadn't told her before because he wanted to give her a big surprise. Li Fang smiled happily. Urgenzi felt this was pure dog abuse. Happy birthday, my wife. Li Rui walked up to Su Zionjaya, stopped singing the birthday song, and reached out to gently wipe away the tears on Su Zionjaya's face. Why are you crying? I'm going to cry. Su Zionjaya cried and laughed at the same time, and punched Li Rui's chest with her fist. The contrast is too great. She suddenly lost control of her emotions. When she came back, she was still sulking. Who knew that after she returned, Li Rui would arrange such a big surprise for her? Wife, you've suffered so much these past years, Li Rui said emotionally, continuing to wipe away Su Zionjaya's tears. Mommy, why are you crying? Adults cry too. Kyokuo giggled. Su Zionjaya squatted down and hugged Kyokuo tightly. She said softly, the tears on Mom's face are tears of happiness, unlike a child's tears. Tears of happiness. Kyokuo scratched her head, somewhat confused. You'll understand when you grow up, Su Zionjaya said without going into details. Thinking about how she had repeatedly caused trouble for Li Rui these past 2 days, she felt very guilty. Oh. Kyokuo didn't quite understand. Li Fang quietly went out to the kitchen to cook. Urgenzi didn't want to be a third wheel anymore, so he quietly went out as well. At this moment, only Li Rui and his family of 3 remained in the living room. Wife, come with me. Li Rui took Su Zionjaya's hand and slowly walked to the coffee table in the living room. Su Zionjaya's eyes were filled with happiness as she looked at the things on the coffee table. She turned to look at Li Rui. Did you prepare all of this? Li Rui nodded. Li Rui, why didn't you tell me beforehand? If you had told me beforehand, I wouldn't have treated you like that last night. Su Zionjaya looked at the neon lights and roses on the coffee table, her heart filled with self-reproach. Last night, Li Rui did nothing. She started a fight for no reason, saying that Li Rui had stepped on her hair. That was absolutely wrong. Silly girl, was it a surprise that I told you in advance last night? Li Rui pinched Su Zionjaya's nose. Daddy, pinch Kyokuo's little nose too. Seeing this, Kyokuo put her little head close to Li Rui's chest. Su Zionjaya and Li Rui were both amused by the little guy. Li Rui reached out and pinched Guo Guo's nose. Daddy, why did you call mommy a silly girl just now? Guo turned on her curious baby mode again. Little fool is an affectionate term. Li Rui touched Guo's little face. Upon hearing this, Guo blinked and asked, can Guo call daddy and mommy little silly? Li Rui almost burst out laughing. Su Xianjiao gently patted Guo's little bottom. No, why not? Isn't little silly a term of endearment? Guo asked, her eyes wide. When you're older, mom will tell you the story, Su Xianjiao said with a smile. Su Xianjiao had just finished speaking. Li Rui then took out a beautiful little box from his pocket. Wife, this is my birthday present for you. Li Rui handed over the exquisite little gift box with both hands. What is this? Su Xianjiao asked curiously. Li Rui smiled and said, you'll know once you open it. Su Xianjiao placed the fruit on the ground. She took the exquisite little box and slowly opened it. Suddenly, the glittering gold necklace inside appeared before Su Xianjiao's eyes. Su Xianjiao was stunned. Holding the exquisite little box in one hand and covering her mouth with the other, she exclaimed in delight, how beautiful. After saying that, she took the necklace in her hand, placed it in front of her eyes, and examined it carefully. The more I look at her, the more I like her. She liked the black gemstone on it the most. It's so beautiful. Li Rui took the necklace in his hand and helped Su Xianjiao put it on. Su Xianjiao looked down and touched it with her hand. This must be very expensive. Su Xianjiao looked up at Li Rui. It's not expensive at all. Li Rui naturally couldn't say it was expensive. Just then, Su Xianjiao happened to see the receipt for the necklace. The receipts were in the box. Oh my god, this is way too expensive. 4,900. 4,009 is enough for our family's expenses for 2 months. At this point, Su Xianjiao was about to take off the necklace around her neck. Li Rui, take this necklace back and return it tomorrow. Li Rui grabbed Su Xianjiao's hand. Don't take it off, wear it, it's quite pretty. It's only right that I spend a lot of money on you, isn't it? Besides, I don't think it's expensive at all, Li Rui whispered in Su Xianjiao's ear. 4,009, that's not expensive. Su Xianjiao looked at Li Rui in surprise, then asked Li Rui to return the necklace. Li Rui raised an eyebrow, feigning anger. Wife, if you keep doing this, I'll get angry. After hearing what Li Rui said, Su Xianjiao stopped talking about returning the necklace. At that moment, she felt incredibly sweet, sweeter than if she had eaten honey. She naturally rested her head on Li Rui's chest. Mommy, I want to eat cake. Guo was thinking about cake again. The little guy seems to have a special fondness for cake. Su Xianjiao hadn't made a wish yet, so there was no rush to let Guo eat the cake. Just then, Li Rui squatted down, touched Guo's little face, and said with a smile, everyone can eat cake after mommy makes a wish. Make a wish? Guo asked with a bewildered curiosity. What is making a wish? Seeing Guo's expression, Li Rui explained, before blowing out the birthday candles, people on their birthdays silently make a wish in their hearts. This wish is an expectation and aspiration for the future. To help Guo understand better, Li Rui gave a very vivid example. Take Guo for example. Guo's wish is to eat lots and lots of candy, lots and lots of cake, and lots of cheese every day. Does Guo understand now? Guo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Guo understands. So that's what making a wish means. Mommy, then make a wish quickly. Guo tugged at Su Xianjiao's clothes with her little hand. No rush, let mom make a wish after everyone finishes eating and before we eat the cake, Su Xianjiao said softly, placing her hand on Guo's little head. Guo could only mutter, all right then. Dinner started at 7 p.m. Tonight, to celebrate Su Xianjiao's birthday, the elderly couple Li Fang and Li Deifa specially killed a chicken and a duck and went to town to buy some side dishes. Right now, the dining table is set with a table full of dishes. Beer braised duck, stewed old hen with yam, shredded pork with green peppers, salted duck eggs, stir-fried bok choy, braised pork liver, braised sausage, garlic sprouts with eggs, hairy crabs, spicy shrimp. Guo was overwhelmed by the sights, her eyes shining brightly. Wow, so many dishes. There are hairy crabs and chicken legs that Guo loves to eat. Before he could finish speaking, the little guy couldn't help but swallow hard. Urjun's appetite was greatly stimulated as he watched. Dad, Mom, why did you cook so many dishes? Su Xianjiao was very touched. Having such in-laws was her blessing. It can be said that ever since she married into the family, Li Rui's parents treated her like their own daughter. However, Su Xianjiao overlooked one point: she was also very good to the elderly couple. People are all empathetic. Xianjiao, isn't today your birthday? So your dad and I cooked a few extra dishes. If you enjoy the meal, then your dad and I won't have worked in vain. Li Fang was quite good at talking. Qiuqiu didn't care what the adults were saying. She climbed into her high chair, her big eyes darting around as she looked at the food on the table. She was thinking about what she should eat first. Everyone, please sit down, don't stand, Li Defu said. Immediately, everyone present found a seat. There were 3 kinds of drinks on the table: white wine, red wine, and soft drinks. I'll go get a few wine glasses, Li Rui said with a smile. A short while later, Li Rui poured Qiuqiu a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Qiuqiu clapped her hands excitedly. If mommy's birthday is every day, then Qiuqiu can drink beverages, eat hairy crabs, and eat chicken legs every day, hee. Turning her head, Qiuqiu looked at Su Xianjiao and asked happily, Mommy, is it your birthday tomorrow? However, Su Xianjiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qiuqiu. Everyone only celebrates their birthday once a year. Oh, Qiuqiu was a little disappointed. But soon, she smiled again. At that moment, Li Rui placed the cup of freshly squeezed juice in front of Guo. It tastes so good. Qiuqiu took a sip and grinned. Ignoring the little guy, Li Rui poured half a glass of red wine for Su Xianjiao and his mother. Li Fang said happily, I'm happy today, so I'll have a little drink too. The remaining 3 men drank beiju, Chinese liquor. The liquor is Wulianjai, a family heirloom that has been treasured for many years. Everyone, pick up your chopsticks and start eating, Li Rui shouted. The next moment, Li Defu picked up a large chicken leg and put it into Qiuqiu's bowl. Qiuqiu looked up at Li Defu and said in a clear voice, Thank you, Grandpa. After saying that, Qiuqiu started gnawing on the chicken leg, her mouth dripping with oil. After eating for a short while, Li Rui put down his chopsticks, picked up his wine glass, and said, Come on, let's all have a drink together. Qiuqiu picked up the cup with both of her little hands. Her cup was small, unlike the cups of adults. Cheers! Qiuqiu shouted, imitating the people on TV. Everyone laughed so hard they almost fell over when they saw Qiuqiu like that. You all have to say cheers before you can drink, just like Qiuqiu does. Qiuqiu got a little anxious when the adults didn't say anything. Okay, let's all say cheers. Li Defu smiled the most happily. The next moment, everyone shouted cheers in unison before drinking their beverages. Qiuqiu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. During the meal, toasting each other is inevitable. Li Rui raised his glass to toast his wife, Su Xianjiao. Come on, wife, let me toast you. Thank you for all your silent dedication to this family over the years. I'll take a big gulp, you can drink as you please. After saying that, Li Rui took a big gulp of beiju. He meant to say, I'll do it, you can do whatever you want. But after glancing at the wine in the glass, he immediately changed his mind. The wine in the stemmed glass was at least 3 ounces. Who could stand drinking that? In his youth, he did something so reckless. For now, let's just forget about it. Su Xianjiao took a small sip of red wine. She enjoys her life now. My husband is ambitious, my daughter is lively and adorable, and my in-laws treat her very well. May the whole family be safe and healthy. She was content with this kind of life. Mommy, Qiuqiu also wants to toast you, to thank you for all your silent dedication to this family over the years. Qiuqiu picked up the small cup in front of her and, imitating Li Rui's earlier gesture, toasted Su Xianjiao as well. Qiuqiu's actions made everyone present laugh. Qiuqiu didn't know why everyone was laughing. She burst into laughter too. Thank you, Qiuqiu. Su Xianjiao covered her mouth. Su Xianjiao took another small sip of red wine. Qiuqiu, however, drank the entire glass of juice in one gulp. Daddy, Qiuqiu wants more, pour some for Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu held up her little cup and shook it vigorously. Su Xianjiao wanted to say something to Qiuqiu, but considering that everyone was happy, she didn't. Li Rui was just about to pick up the beverage bottle. Li Defu had already stood up from his seat, picked up the beverage bottle, and poured Qiuqiu another drink. Thank you, Grandpa. The little guy was overjoyed to have another drink. Urgenzi picked up his wine glass and toasted Su Xianjiao as well. Even Li Defu, who was usually not talkative, made a rare gesture of respect to Su Xianjiao today. Tonight, Su Xianjiao is undoubtedly the center of attention. Don't just keep toasting me, everyone, eat your food. Su Xianjiao smiled brightly. Who would have thought that her family, which was almost torn apart just a few days ago, would now be so harmonious? It was already 8:30 when we finished eating. Urgenzi didn't drink much. He rode his electric bike home. Li Rui, Su Xianjiao, Li Fang, and Li Defu worked together to clear away the dishes. Qiuqiu, the little guy, sat on the sofa watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. On TV, Grey Wolf is reciting his classic lines. I will be back. Qiuqiu laughed out loud while watching. After Li Fang and Li Defu left, Li Rui took out the cake. Duh. Kyokuo, who was just engrossed in watching Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, immediately ran to the coffee table and stared longingly at the cake. It was pitch black right now. Li Rui turned off the incandescent light in his house. The neon lights on the coffee table blinked, which was quite beautiful. The atmosphere is also good. The family of 3 sat around the cake. Time to eat cake. Kyokuo giggled. Li Rui is lighting candles. Su Xianjiao had a smile on her face. Kyokuo, let's sing a birthday song before we eat the cake, okay? Li Rui glanced at Kyokuo. Okay. Kyokuo clapped her hands excitedly. The two clapped rhythmically while singing Happy Birthday. Su Xianjiao smiled sweetly as she raised the corners of her mouth. After singing for a while, Li Rui looked at Su Xianjiao and said with a smile, "Wife, make a wish." Su Xianjiao crossed her hands in front of her eyes, then closed her eyes and made a sincere wish. Soon, Su Xianjiao finished making her wish and blew out the candles. Seeing Su Xianjiao blow out the candles, Kyokuo followed suit and blew out her own candles. "Daddy, can we eat cake now?" Kyokuo asked expectantly. Li Rui did not reply. He cut a piece of cake and placed it in front of Kyokuo. "Eat up." Li Rui smiled. Kyokuo started eating big mouthfuls, and in an instant, her face turned into a big mess. Su Xianjiao and Li Rui were also eating cake. Children seem to have a particular fondness for desserts. Finally, it was bedtime. Kyokuo was so tired from playing all day that she fell fast asleep before Li Rui could even ask her to tell her a story. On the bed, Li Rui looked straight at Su Xianjiao and said, "Xianjiao, I have another surprise for you." "What surprise?" Su Xianjiao's curiosity was successfully piqued. Li Rui picked up his phone from the bedside table and transferred 200,000 yuan to Su Xianjiao. Received 200,000 yuan via WeChat. Su Xianjiao's phone rang immediately. Upon hearing this voice, Su Xianjiao completely lost her composure. Her pupils dilated as she stared at Li Rui. "Where did you get so much money? Didn't you use all the money you earned from fishing to pay off your online loans?" Su Xianjiao asked anxiously. "Yesterday, Urgenzi and I used a fishing net to catch fish, and we caught a very big yellow croaker," Li Rui replied with a smile. "Really?" Su Xianjiao was from Crescent Island, so she naturally knew the value of the yellow croaker. A large yellow croaker can sell for hundreds of thousands of yuan. Li Rui curled his lip. "Of course it's true." Su Xianjiao was overjoyed. She crawled over, ready to give Li Rui a big kiss. However, her waist bumped into Kyokuo, almost waking her up. "Li Rui, you're so lucky," Su Xianjiao said in a low voice, her face beaming with joy. "Honey, how about we go buy a car tomorrow afternoon?" Li Rui asked. Buying a car is a big deal. It's also a form of property investment. He needs to discuss this with his wife. With money, wouldn't you want to live a better life? Buy a car? Su Xianjiao had never thought about this before, but now she was starting to think about it seriously. Given her family's previous circumstances, they couldn't even afford gas, let alone buy a car. Crescent Island is very large. There's absolutely no problem with the sports car. Cars are not yet widespread. Only a very small percentage of people own cars. What kind of car are you planning to buy? Su Xianjiao asked. Su Xianjiao had just asked this question. Her mother, Chen Yi, then called. "My mom called me at this hour, probably to wish me a happy birthday," Su Xianjiao murmured to herself as she answered the phone. "Xianjiao, isn't your brother getting married soon? The family is short tens of thousands of yuan. Can you give them some?" Chen Yi's first words were about money. She hadn't even remembered that today was Su Xianjiao's birthday. She's been so worried lately. The woman's family is pressuring her for the bride price. Her family is still short tens of thousands of yuan. She had to borrow money from all over the place. Su Xianjiao's face immediately darkened. "Mom, my family is also struggling financially." A year ago, Li Rui became addicted to gambling. She couldn't afford to buy baby formula. She had borrowed money from her mother before. At the time, her mother made an excuse to refuse. She will never forget this. Hearing her daughter say this, Chen Yi immediately perked up. "Xianjiao, since that's the case, why don't you divorce Li Rui as soon as possible, and I'll introduce you to a rich man. These days, you can't do anything without money. If you follow Li Rui, you'll only suffer. Let's not even talk about the hardships, the key issue is that there's no hope for the future." Chen Yi kept talking. Su Xianjiao got annoyed and interrupted her. "Mom, I chose this path myself, and I'll walk it on my own even if I have to crawl. Don't try to persuade me to divorce Li Rui anymore. I don't like hearing that." After saying that, Su Xianjiao hung up the phone. If Chen Yi weren't her biological mother, she had already started cursing on the phone. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yi angrily smashed her phone. How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful daughter? Chen Yi was both angry and anxious. Su Jianfeng remained silent, sighing repeatedly on the bed. What can I do if I have no money? Is the son's wedding off? Li Ruyi sighed. Su Xianjiao put down her phone, turned around and looked Li Ruyi in the eye. Li Ruyi, since you've entrusted the money to me for safekeeping, I will discuss every large sum of money that flows out of my hands with you beforehand. Su Xianjiao was able to distinguish between primary and secondary matters. Her relationship with Li Ruyi will always be her top priority. Her relationship with her maternal family is relatively low. Some women get married and become Voldemorts, but Su Xianjia doesn't. No need, Li Ruyi said, trusting his wife. You have to listen to me on this matter, Su Xianjia said sternly. Li Ruyi shrugged and smiled helplessly. All right, whatever you say. Su Xianjia looked at the ceiling and said softly, Li Ruyi, from now on, we should discuss everything together, okay? Especially important matters, we can't act unilaterally. I know, Li Ruyi replied. The two chatted heart-to-heart for a while before going to sleep. With his eyes closed, Li Ruyi pondered the fishing plans for tomorrow. How many points are there in the system now? Li Ruyi just thought so. The system's voice rang in Li Ruyi's mind. Host, you now have 273,989 points, which you can exchange for items within the system at any time. Upon learning that he had so many points in the system, Li Ruyi got out of bed and went to his storage room. There's no one here, and it's completely dark. Li Ruyi sat in a chair, selecting items from within the system. At this moment, a large virtual screen appeared in front of Li Ruyi, displaying all sorts of items. The points required to redeem an item are listed below it. After thinking for a moment, Li Ruyi used 150,000 points from the system to exchange for a lucky fishing net. Almost instantly, Li Ruyi had a small fishing net in his hand. At the same time, the points in the system also became 123,989. Li Ruyi continued to look at the items on the virtual screen. He wanted to slide his hand across the surface. The virtual screen automatically flipped one page. This system is really strangely human. It allows you to always be able to understand his psychology. Holy crap, this stuff is amazing. Li Ruyi was drawn to an item within the system. A harpoon? Li Ruyi looked at the harpoon on the virtual screen and almost cried out in surprise. The system has something incredibly awesome. It takes 1 million points to redeem this item. Li Ruyi was very interested in the whaling harpoon, but did not plan to exchange for it for the time being. Firstly, I don't have enough points. Secondly, he couldn't catch whales by himself using a harpoon. Whales are so big, how can one person catch them? Moreover, the country does not allow whaling. Only a handful of countries on Earth allow whale hunting, but if you actually catch an adult whale, it can fetch an astronomical price. Right now, Li Ruyi is sleepy. He went to bed and went to sleep. He plans to get up early tomorrow morning, go to town to have a bowl of noodles, and buy some breakfast. Time flies. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Ruyi got out of bed. Upon arriving in town, Li Ruyi ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles and 2 eggs. Urgenzi arrived late. Last night before going to bed, he made an appointment with Urgenzi to have noodles at Lao Wangtan Noodle Shop early this morning. It smells so good. Urgenzi picked up his chopsticks and ate the beef noodles in big mouthfuls. Li Ruyi is peeling garlic. Urgenzi, let's go fishing later. I bought another fishing net. Li Ruyi had just finished breaking off a clove of garlic. The noodles in Urgenzi's bowl were almost gone. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Li Ruyi gave Urgenzi a disgruntled look. Those who didn't know better would think Urgenzi had just been released from prison. Urgenzi gave an embarrassed smile. I'll go slower. Turning his head, he said excitedly, Brother Ruyi, we need to take advantage of this lucky period and hurry up and catch fish. Once this opportunity is gone, it'll be gone forever. Others in Xingfu village are in the rocky area, where it's difficult to catch anything of value. Only he and his brother Ruyi were able to catch good things there. That was pure luck. Luck is such a mysterious thing. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. No rush. Li Ruyi wasn't in a hurry at all. After finishing the noodles, Urgenzi poured 2 bowls of Shaoxing wine. He had a drink. He'll have a drink with Ruyi Ge. Brother Ruyi, we used to eat seaweed and tofu noodles for breakfast every day, and my mouth would taste like seaweed and tofu all day long. Now that we're rich, we can eat beef noodles every day, Urgenzi said happily. It's good to be rich. Their quality of life will be greatly improved. His parents are finding him more and more agreeable. His parents used to find fault with him no matter what. She would criticize him every now and then. Have you eaten enough, kid? Li Ruyi asked. I'm not full. Urgenzi scratched his head sheepishly. Li Ruyi immediately waved and asked the owner to make another bowl of beef noodles. Urgenzi, we need to be better to ourselves, you know? Li Ruyi said. Urjunzi nodded sheepishly. The second bowl of noodles had just been served when Urjunzi devoured it in a flash. Li Rui hadn't even finished half a bowl of noodles. I'm truly impressed by you. Li Rui shook his head. The two of them spent 62 yuan on breakfast. Urjunzi wanted to pay, but Li Rui stopped him. After breakfast, Li Rui bought 2 baskets of steamed buns, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 meat buns, 2 vegetable buns, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 bowls of millet porridge, and a 20 yuan layered pancake. It cost a total of 148. Things on the island are damn expensive. In the past, Li Rui would never have dared to spend money like this. Let's go. Li Rui picked up the packed breakfast and went home. Urjunzi followed behind Li Rui on his electric scooter. When Su Xianjia got home, she had just finished washing up. Kuo is still sleeping. Xianjia, I just came back from town and brought you and Kuo some food. Li Rui smiled and placed the packed breakfast on the dining table in the living room. Why did you buy so much stuff? Su Xianjia exclaimed in surprise. In the past, Li Rui would buy breakfast consisting of just a few steamed buns and 2 cups of soy milk. Li Rui had never bought steamed buns or layered pancakes before. Now that we have money, we need to improve our quality of life, Li Rui said with a smile. After saying that, Li Rui went to the bedroom. He saw Kuo lying sprawled out on the bed, fast asleep. Li Rui, I just asked my supervisor for leave. Let's go look at cars this afternoon. Su Xianjia came out with a small steamed bun in her hand. After taking a bite, Su Xianjia looked down at the half-eaten steamed bun in her hand. Shrimp filling? Kuo's favorite. Su Xianjia talked as she ate. Su Xianjia's voice was a bit loud, and Kuo was woken up. Kuo rubbed her eyes and groggily opened them. It smells so good, Kuo sniffed. These shrimp-filled xiaolongbao have thin skins and generous fillings. The pink shrimp inside can be faintly seen through the thin skin. Take a bite, and it sizzles with oil. That feeling was absolutely amazing. The filling has both the rich aroma of pork and the fresh and tender texture of shrimp. Mommy, Kuo wants to eat too. Kuo climbed to the edge of the bed and stared longingly at the steamed buns in Su Xianjia's hands. Daddy will wash your face first. After you wash your face, Kuo can eat steamed buns. Li Rui brought over a basin, poured in some warm water, and helped Kuo wipe her face. The water was just warm, not hot at all. Children's skin is very delicate and cannot withstand hot water. Water that adults find not hot may feel very hot to children. This is a truth that Li Rui has derived from practice. Su Xianjia went to the living room to have breakfast. Li Rui was helping Kuo get dressed. Daddy, the xiaolongbao are filled with shrimp. Kuo's little face lit up with a bright smile. That's right, Li Rui replied with a smile. Upon hearing this answer, Kuo subconsciously swallowed. As soon as she put on her shoes, Kuo ran out. Li Rui followed behind. Xianjia, let's go look at cars this afternoon. Urjunzi and I are going to cast 2 nets this morning. Our hands are itching to do it. Li Rui was eager to know how lucky he was in today's fishing net casting. The thought had just popped into his head. The system's voice rang in his mind. The luck value of lucky net number 1 is relatively high today. The luck value of lucky fishing net number 2 is in the middle position today. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Rui thought the system was absolutely amazing. The system and he are perfectly in sync. In the morning, I stay home with the kids and water the flower seeds and feed the starfish. Su Xianjia really wanted to experience this kind of life. She was working at the factory when she was pregnant with Kuo. After Kuo gave birth, the factory gave her 2 months of maternity leave. After her maternity leave ended, she went back to work. Because she doesn't have time, she rarely takes Kuo out. That's why she felt she owed Kuo a lot. Xianjia, I think you should quit that job. Li Rui brought up the topic again. The work of a general worker in the factory has no future, long hours, and no holidays. This kind of job is too pointless. I'll quit my job once you've made a lot of money. Su Xianjia hadn't even considered quitting yet. Although the factory work wasn't great, she had worked there for many years and received a seniority bonus of 400 yuan a month. She couldn't bear to part with her monthly seniority bonus of 400 yuan. If she goes back later, she won't get the seniority bonus. Alright, just wait and see how much money I make. Li Rui shouted. Li Rui, how can you be so confident? Su Xianjia couldn't quite understand Li Rui. People living by the sea all know about fishing and relying on the weather for their livelihood. Some time ago, Li Rui felt as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened up, and he always felt that he could make a lot of money by fishing at sea. And that is indeed the case. I wonder if Li Rui will be so lucky in the future. Su Xianjia was unsure of herself, so she dared not resign rashly. In the center of Pinggang Town, in a two-story building, Chen Yi and Su Jianfeng were discussing where to borrow money. My daughter can't remarry unless she gets a divorce. Therefore, they would not be able to receive any further dowry money. You have to think of something. Our son's wedding can't just fall through like this. Chen Yi was frantic with worry. The woman's family asked for the bride price again this morning. She could only say a few days. We borrowed everything we could, and even things we shouldn't have. Where are we going to scrape together 85,000 yuan? Su Jianfeng was extremely troubled. After their son got married, the couple considered their mission in this life complete. But now, the bride price has become a stumbling block. Even a hero can be brought down by a penny. Did you borrow it from my sister? At this moment, a thin, dark-skinned young man came out of a bedroom. This young man is none other than Su Xianjiao's younger brother, Su Kun. Su Kun doesn't have a proper job. He lives off his parents at home. I tried to borrow it, but I couldn't. Chen Yi sighed. Chen Yi, don't blame your daughter. Her life isn't very good either, Su Jianfeng said, speaking up for Su Xianjiao. My daughter works in a factory. It costs about 4,000 yuan a month. Son-in-law, don't even mention it. He's just a gambler. I hear they're fishing on the beach. These days, how much money can you make from beachcombing and fishing? Previously, the son-in-law had accumulated over 200,000 yuan in debt due to gambling. My daughter's family is also struggling. Su Kun frowned and said, I'm getting married, my sister should at least give me some support. She's my sister, after all. Chen Yi thought of her daughter's husband. She snorted, your brother-in-law has almost squandered his family's wealth. Your sister has put a lot of money into it, so it's probably difficult for her to support you now. My husband is right. My daughter's family is now in dire straits, barely able to save themselves. What is Li Rui doing now? Su Kun's anger flared up at the thought of Li Rui. Damn it, Li Rui dragged my sister down so badly. As a result, when he wanted to get married, his sister couldn't contribute a single penny. This made him resent Li Rui very much. I heard from your sister that he's been fishing at the beach lately, Chen Yi said, pursing her lips. What? How much money can you make doing that stuff in a year? Su Kun scoffed. He's already in debt. If he just relies on fishing, when will he ever pay off his debts? Chen Yi chimed in, who says otherwise? Su Jianfeng sighed helplessly. It was his daughter's own choice, and they couldn't interfere. Meanwhile, Li Rui and Erjunzi were fishing with nets in the reef area. Holy crap, brother Rui, I've hauled up a lot of good stuff in this net. Erjunzi exclaimed excitedly as he pulled up a net full of seafood. He used a size 2 lucky casting net. With this one net, he hauled up more than 20 kilograms of seafood. The items are a mixed bag. There are small yellow croakers, sardines, rockfish, and squid. Erjunzi swung the net and spotted a few small to medium-sized squid. He couldn't resist picking one up and squeezing it. Suddenly, the squid in his hand sprayed out a lot of ink from its ink sac, splattering Erjunzi's face. Damn it! Erjunzi was extremely annoyed and touched his face with his hand. Just a moment ago, Erjunzi had yellow skin, but now he had black skin. Li Rui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why did you provoke it for no reason? This thing can easily spray ink from its ink sac. Cuttlefish are marine cephalopod mollusks belonging to the order Cepidae in the class Cephalopoda. The body consists of 3 parts: head, feet, and torso. The head is spherical with a mouth at the top. There are 5 pairs of arms around the mouth, 4 of which are shorter and 1 pair is longer. There are suckers on the inside of the arms. It has an ink sac inside its body. When it senses danger, it will spray ink from its ink sac to muddy the water and take the opportunity to escape. Brother Rui, this thing is really annoying. Erjunzi spat and threw the squid in his hand into the net. The next moment, the other squid in the net were startled and squirted ink from their ink sacs. Erjunzi was sprayed with ink. Li Rui, who was not far from Erjunzi, was also not spared. He's much better than Erjunzi. Erjunzi was covered in ink, except for his legs and feet. Damn, this thing is really annoying, Erjunzi said with a laugh. He smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Seeing this, Li Rui laughed and joked, Erjunzi, you look perfect for shooting an advertisement right now. What kind of ad? Erjunzi blinked, looking curious. The whitening toothpaste ad, with the ink on your body and your bright white teeth, is quite a visual contrast, Li Rui replied with a smile. I've already come up with the ad copy. The darkness can't stop the whitening effect of this toothpaste, and the same goes for ink. As the two were talking, the squid in the net became restless again. They started spraying ink again. Erjunzi simply stopped hiding. Li Rui took several steps back, but he still couldn't escape it. Squid can typically spray ink over a distance of only 1 to 2 meters. However, under special circumstances, some larger squid can spray their ink 3 to 5 meters away. Brother Rui, can you get in touch with some toothpaste brands and see which one would hire me as their spokesperson? I can't wait any longer. Urgenzi wiped his face with his hand and grinned. Stop joking, let's hurry up and carry the seafood down. Li Rui walked over, and together with Urgenzi, they lifted the net, and then they walked down to the bottom of the large reef. At this moment, the squid in the net will occasionally squirt out some ink from their ink sacs. Li Rui was laughing at Urgenzi just now. At this moment, Urgenzi was laughing at Li Rui again. Both of them were dressed in black. Brother Rui, let's stop fishing and become spokespeople for whitening toothpaste. I heard being a celebrity is really lucrative. Urjun grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. China Mobile, I think it's feasible, Li Rui replied with an internet slang term. Upon hearing this, Urjunzi burst into laughter. When Huir Yi, who was rushing over, saw the 2 people, he was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Mom, what's wrong with you two? Huir Yi shouted. How did 2 perfectly fine people turn into 2 big black eggs? When Li Rui saw Master Hu coming over, he quickly reminded him, Master Hu, don't come any closer, there are several squid in the net. Li Rui hadn't finished speaking. A giant squid in the net sprayed a bunch of ink all over Master Hu. Rui Zi, why didn't you say so sooner? I just changed into these clothes this morning. When I get home, my wife will definitely scold me if she sees me like this, Huir Yi said, jumping up and down. Second Master Hu, I reminded you as soon as I saw you, but it was too late. I really couldn't help it. Li Rui shrugged. Upon reaching the tractor, Li Rui and Urgenzi worked together to throw the net into the tractor's cargo compartment. Out of curiosity, Uncle Hu went closer to take a look, and then exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, what a huge golden squid! There are many species of wild squid. Golden squid and tiger squid are the 2 most common types. This golden cuttlefish must weigh over 2 pounds. It's rare to see a golden cuttlefish weighing over 2 pounds. The price will be correspondingly much higher. Rui Zi, Jun Zi, what's gotten into you two lately? How come you're so lucky? Old Master Hu said enviously. Every man would be envious. Old Master Hu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Second Master Hu, as my brother Rui would say, this is called good luck coming your way, and even a door can't stop it. Urgenzi laughed heartily. He's lucky today. The first haul was quite successful. Urgenzi, quickly go and get a snake skin bag from under the seat of the tractor. Let's pick out the squid and put them in the bag, Li Rui instructed. Okay. Urgenzi scurried off to get the snakeskin bag. Li Rui was selecting squid. He turned to look at Master Hu and teased, Master Hu, be careful. You should step back quickly, or the squid will get you covered in ink when Urgenzi and I catch them. What's the big deal? I don't care, Second Master Hu. Second Master Hu laughed heartily. The clothes are already dirty, so what's there to be afraid of? At worst, he'll get a good scolding from his wife when he gets home. A man is a boy until he dies. A short while later, Urgenzi brought over a snakeskin bag. Li Rui grabbed a large squid and threw it into the snakeskin bag. Brother Rui, these squid are incredibly valuable, Urgenzi exclaimed, beaming with delight. Never mind that, let's get busy first. Li Rui didn't care about this. Urgenzi's older sister, Song Ling, would never cheat them when buying their seafood. The 2 were talking. Yu Tao ran over happily. In the past few days, Li Rui and Urgenzi have had exceptionally good luck, so he came over to take a look. Holy crap, a giant golden squid. As soon as Yu Tao arrived, he saw a large golden squid weighing over 2 pounds. After calming down, Yu Tao made an 8 gesture with his right hand. Ruizi, Urgenzi, I'll buy these squid. I'll offer 88 yuan. What do you guys think? Humph. Urgenzi snorted coldly, ignoring Yu Tao. At 88 yuan a pound, you think you can buy all these squid? Forget about it. The purchase price offered by his sister was definitely higher than the price Yu Tao offered. He can guarantee that. Seafood dealers have to go through several intermediaries before the seafood they acquire reaches the actual buyer. Therefore, the acquisition price cannot be too high. The labor and transportation costs are not low. Uncle Yu, we're from the same village, don't make things difficult for me, okay? Li Rui sneered. Back then, Yu Tao was so arrogant and cocky. Yu Tao isn't as powerful anymore. How many times have I told you? I've already signed a contract with the big boss in town, why are you still acting like this? Li Rui shook his head. His attitude was neither warm nor cold. Yu Tao was furious. Ever since he latched onto Bai Kun's coattails and started buying seafood in Xingfu village, when has he ever been treated like this? Fine, let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance, Yu Tao muttered to himself. Yu Tao stopped talking. He stood to the side, watching Li Rui and Urgenzi. Today he wanted to see how much good stuff Li Rui and Urgenzi could catch. Luck can't always be on their side. After packing all the squid into the bag, Li Rui tied the opening of the snakeskin bag tightly with a rope. Urgenzi excitedly waited in his hand a few times. A happy smile spread across his face. It must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. 5 or 6 pounds of golden squid would sell for a little over 1,000 yuan. He doesn't know the exact price yet, he'll find out when he goes to Jufulu. I'll go up first. Li Rui walked towards the large reef. Brother Rui, wait for me. Let's see who's luckier today, shall we? Junzi excitedly followed after him. Hu Yi and Yu Tao followed closely behind. The four of them quickly reached the large reef. Uncle Hu, are there a lot of fish here in the reef area? Yu Tao looked at Uncle Hu with a puzzled expression. That shouldn't be happening. There's not much fishing here in the rocky area. Everyone in Xingfu village knows this. Hu Yi chuckled twice and said, logically speaking, there shouldn't be much fish here in the reef area, but Ruizi and Junzi can catch a lot of fish here. You have to admire them. Yu Tao scratched his head. Was it really that strange? Others can't catch anything here. Li Rui and Junzi can catch a lot of good stuff here? Damn, why doesn't he believe it? Let's see. Puff, puff. Just then, Junzi threw the number 2 lucky fishing net into the sea. Immediately afterwards, Li Rui threw the number 1 lucky casting net into the sea. Junzi, you want to compete with me in luck? Then I'll compete with you. Li Rui turned his head and glanced at Junzi, smiling as he spoke. He wasn't intimidated at all. The system had told him everything before he came. Today, the luck value for casting a fishing net is relatively high. The luck value of the number 2 lucky casting net is at a medium level. In addition, he is the host himself. How could Junzi possibly defeat him? Brother Rui, I'm incredibly lucky today, Junzi said smugly. Li Rui smiled slightly and said nothing. At this moment, Junzi's fishing net sank to the bottom of the sea. He was pulling the fishing net up with all his might. There's nothing, there's nothing. Yu Tao prayed silently in his heart, his eyes fixed on Junzi's fishing net. The next moment, Junzi's fishing net surfaced. Many small yellow croakers were happily jumping around inside the fishing net. Damn, how come there are so many small yellow croakers? Am I seeing things? Yu Tao looked at the small yellow croakers jumping around in the net, somewhat incredulous. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. Junzi, you're in luck. Old Master Hu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You really have to admit it. As the number 2 lucky fishing net gradually emerged from the water, Yu Tao was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. This net must sell for 2 or 3,000. When did fishing become so easy in the rocky area? Brother Rui, the pressure is on you now. Junzi pulled the entire fishing net ashore with a burst of strength. Hu Yi immediately ran forward to check. Goodness, this net must have caught at least 3 or 4 pounds of small yellow croakers. There are also quite a few sea bass. Master Shiju also has a bit. There are even more miscellaneous fish. Master Hu was overwhelmed by the sights and kept exclaiming in amazement. Yu Tao pinched his thigh, which made him cry out in pain. I'm not dreaming. Yu Tao murmured to himself, his face filled with shock. Rui, it seems your luck won't be any better than Jun's today. Jun's luck is truly out of this world. Master Hu looked at Li Rui and laughed loudly. As Li Rui pulled the net up, he said, it's hard to say. Upon hearing this, Yu Tao said to Li Rui with absolute certainty, Ruizi, your luck today is definitely not going to be better than Jun's luck. I'm putting it out there. Just now, Junzi pulled up a net with so many good things. He didn't believe Li Rui could be luckier than Junzi. Brother Rui, hurry up and pull it. Let me see how much stuff you have in your net. Junzi was quite confident. Li Rui paused for a moment. He felt the fishing net was a little heavy. What's inside? Li Rui asked curiously. It's a little heavy. Li Rui felt a bit of strain when pulling the net up, which made him frown. Seeing this, Uncle Hu couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that the internet has been overwhelmed again? Yu Tao chuckled, how could that be? The chances of a net bursting when fishing with a cast net are extremely low, not to mention in this godforsaken place, the rocky area. The rocky area is such a dreadful place that there's never much fish to catch. Junzi sensed something was wrong. He won't lose, will he? Finally, Li Rui's fishing net gradually surfaced. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, it looks like. Old Master Hu was so excited when he saw what was in the fishing net that he couldn't speak. Yu Tao's eyes widened immediately. Junzi couldn't help but swallow hard. That thing looks like the whiskers of a giant lobster. I can't speak, said Master Hu, his voice trembling. There probably aren't really any spiny lobsters in the net. It can't be a spiny lobster, absolutely not. Yu Tao didn't want spiny lobsters in Li Rui's fishing net. However, the next moment, Li Rui's fishing net completely surfaced. Master Hu was stunned. Junzi was stunned. Yu Tao was also stunned. It really is a spiny lobster. And it's all done in one go. Holy crap, what incredible luck. As Li Rui's fishing net finally surfaced, The three of them were completely stunned. Li Rui's fishing net contained many large lobsters. Li Rui gritted his teeth, exerted force with both hands, and pulled the fishing net ashore. Call! Finally, we're ashore. Following the momentum, Li Rui plopped down on the large reef. As soon as the fishing net was pulled ashore, Li Rui began to gasp for breath. At this moment, a dozen or so spiny lobsters were jumping around in the net. This. Yu Tao was a little confused. So many lobsters. Old Master Hu walked over and stared intently at the lobsters in the net. The spiny lobster is a large lobster belonging to the genus Peneus in the family Lobotomycetidae. Their bodies are colorful with beautiful patterns. Their body color is mostly olive green or brown, with yellow, green, and black spots. The outer shell is hard. The maximum body length can reach 60 to 70 centimeters. Because of their colorful appearance, some people like to keep ornate lobsters as ornamental animals. After a long while, Urgenzi finally gave a thumbs up. Brother Rui, this is your luck. I concede defeat. This net is full of giant lobsters. How much would it cost? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Rui, how about you sell me a few lobsters? Name your price. Yu Tao snapped out of his daze and looked at Li Rui expectantly, hoping to get a share of the profits. There were some rather strange rumors circulating in the village that Li Rui had recently been blessed by Mezu. At the time, he didn't believe it at all. The blessing bestowed by Mezu upon people is like winning the lottery. It's like an ordinary person winning 5 million. Yu Tao is starting to believe it. How could Li Rui have such good luck if he hadn't been blessed by Mezu? Others in their village rarely catch lobsters. Just now, Li Rui casually cast his net and caught more than a dozen large lobsters. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he doesn't believe anyone who says so. Uncle Yu, no, I have to abide by the terms of the contract, Li Rui said with a smile, refusing the offer. We're all from the same village, what's wrong with you selling me a few? Yu Tao's face turned ashen. Urgenzi retorted angrily, Yu Tao, what, are you trying to force me to buy or sell? Rui Ge was relatively polite to Tao because they were all from the same village. But Urgenzi had no such concerns. That old guy Yu Tao is really annoying. Yu Tao, don't force him. Old Master Hu pulled Yu Tao aside, thinking to himself, if you had been more considerate before, Rui Zi wouldn't be treating you like this now. At this moment, Yu Tao was seething with anger. He shook his head and left. If he continues to watch, he will only feel more uncomfortable. Brother Rui, let's hurry up and carry these things downstairs. Urgenzi rubbed his hands excitedly. They made a fortune today. It seems as if fate is decreeing that they will become very wealthy. Perhaps this is fate. When Yu Tao returned to the village, he met Chen Xiong and Su Lanzi. Uncle Yu, you don't look well. Chen Xiong asked as he stepped forward. Do I look unwell? Yu Tao retorted angrily. Chen Xiong thought to himself, are you fucking on drugs? But he cheerfully replied, no. After Yu Tao walked away, Su Lanzi tugged at Chen Xiong's arm and whispered in his ear, let's ignore him. He's been holding a grudge lately because he hasn't received any good catches from Li Rui. In the rocky area, Li Rui was preparing to carry the lobsters down when his cell phone rang. It was a call from his father-in-law, Su Jianfeng. After wiping his hands on his clothes, Li Rui answered the phone. Li Rui, if you really want to repent and start anew, go out and find work. You can't make much money by fishing at the beach. I found you a job in Vancouver, it's 8,000 a month. The work is tiring, but the salary is considerable. Su Jianfeng used his connections to help Li Rui find a well-paying job. In the past, Li Rui would definitely have been tempted. But now, Li Rui wouldn't be tempted at all. Dad, you don't need to worry about my job. Li Rui politely declined. On the other end of the phone, Su Jianfeng's face immediately darkened. Li Rui, what exactly do you mean by this? Do you want to continue living in a daze? You should know how much money you can make a month fishing at sea these days. Su Jianfeng shouted angrily. Li Rui is simply too unambitious. If things continue like this, his daughter and granddaughter's lives will only become more difficult in the future. Chen Yi, who was standing next to Su Jianfeng, overheard the conversation between the two and felt that Li Rui was beyond redemption. Dad, my income has been pretty good these past few days. Li Rui didn't have much hostility towards Su Jianfeng. Su Jianfeng doted on his wife, unlike that old woman Chen Yi, who only cared about money and her precious son. Li Rui, you should think this through carefully. I used a lot of connections and said a lot of nice things to get you this job. Su Jianfeng's tone grew colder. Li Rui smiled and said, I've thought it through. I won't go out to work. Su Jianfeng was furious. Alright, that's settled. In a fit of anger, Su Jianfeng hung up the phone. Chen Yi, who was standing to the side, began to criticize Li Rui. I never supported Xianjia marrying Li Rui in the first place. See? I had a good eye. That kid Li Rui has no future. Zion Jio will only suffer if she follows him. Old Su, you went to so much trouble to find him a good job, but he didn't even try it out and rejected it all. Is he even human? Chen Yi's mouth was like a machine gun, chattering away non-stop. Suk-kun also lost his temper. Why did my sister fall for him in the first place? And now why doesn't she want to divorce him? Suk-kun was completely baffled. At the time, Su Zion Jio's family was firmly opposed to her marrying Li Rui. Firstly, Li Rui was from the countryside, while Su Zion Jio was from the town. Secondly, Su Zion Jio was beautiful, and at that time, she had a huge number of suitors, including many wealthy men. No, I have to call my sister. Suk-kun took out his phone from his pocket, ready to call his sister, Su Zion Jio. Chen Yi, however, grabbed Suk-kun's phone. She shook her head at Suk-kun. Stop hitting her. Your sister said last night that she chose this path herself, and she will finish it even if she has to crawl on her knees. Let's leave her alone. Sigh. Why did my sister do this? Suk-kun sighed, feeling sorry for her sister. Li Rui is not someone you can entrust your life to. Son, just you wait. It won't be long before your sister takes the initiative to file for divorce. Li Rui spends all his time fishing at home, and the money he earns isn't even enough for him to live on. How is he going to support his family? Chen Yi snorted arrogantly. Su Jianfeng was furious. At that moment, when he heard his wife and son talking about Li Rui and his wife again, he immediately became furious and said, "Stop talking about it. From now on, none of us will interfere with Zion Jio and that brat Li Rui anymore. My daughter is stubborn and inflexible, determined to go down a dead-end path. The son-in-law is unambitious and just loafs around all day. What future and hope can a family like this have?" At the same time, Li Rui caught another net full of spiny lobsters. Urgenzi laughed loudly. "Brother Rui, you're the best. I'm far inferior to you. It seems like Jinxia Lobster is determined to challenge you today." Huir Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Oh dear, how come we've caught another net full of lobsters?" At this moment, a group of people came and gathered around to watch Li Rui and Urgenzi. This group of people are all from Xingfu village. Su Lanzi was among them. A giant lobster? Su Lanzi's mouth gaped open so wide it could fit a goose egg. The others pointed at the large lobsters in the net and chattered incessantly. When did so many ornate lobsters migrate to this reef area? This net must have caught about 20 or so spiny lobsters. There are at least 17 or 18, if not 20. Rui Zi and Jun Zi seem to be having a lot of good luck lately. Whether they're going beachcombing or fishing with nets, they've had a great harvest. Su Lanzi ran to the intertidal zone. Her husband, Chen Xiong, was out there beachcombing. "Chen Xiong, let me tell you, Li Rui just caught several nets of giant lobsters in the reef area," Su Lanzi said breathlessly as she ran up to her husband, Chen Xiong. "What did you say?" Chen Xiong suspected he had misheard. Su Lanzi took a deep breath, raised her voice, and shouted, "I said, Li Rui just caught several nets of giant lobsters in the reef area." Chen Xiong looked incredulous. "Really? Ornate lobsters typically inhabit the outer slopes of coral reefs at depths of 1 to 10 meters, extending into deeper muddy or sandy areas. The deepest recorded depth is 145 meters. However, in general, ornate lobsters are rarely found in nearshore areas." Of course it's true. Almost the whole village has rushed over to see it. Su Lanzi hurriedly exclaimed, "Go catch crayfish in the reef area. Don't stay here beachcombing. How much money can you make a day beachcombing? The lobster is very expensive. If you're lucky, you can catch one that weighs 5 or 6 pounds and sell it for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm going home to get my wetsuit. Damn, I've never caught anything good with my nets in the rocky area. This time I'm going to just put on my wetsuit, dive in, and catch lobsters." Chen Xiong said as he ran home, carrying a bucket. Su Lanzi ran towards the rocky area. At this moment, below the large reef, the tractor's trailer was half full of seafood. The giant lobster inside is particularly eye-catching. Damn, how come they're so lucky again? Li Dalong cursed inwardly. Recently, Li Dalong has been feeling extremely unbalanced. He is Li Rui's cousin. Urgenzi and Li Rui have absolutely no connection. Li Rui helped Urgenzi make money, but didn't include him in the money-making process. This made him harbor some resentment towards Li Rui. On the large reef, Li Rui prepared to cast another net when the system's voice rang in his mind. Host, please note that the luck value of both Lucky Fishing Net number 1 and Lucky Fishing Net number 2 has been completely exhausted today." Upon hearing this voice, Li Rui said to Urgenzi, "Let's go back." Urgenzi was stunned. "Go back? Brother Rui, you're not kidding me, are you? We're in luck right now, let's make a couple more catches." Urgenzi wanted to cast 2 more nets. Old Master who also chimed in, "Rui Zi, don't rush off. You've had exceptionally good luck today. It would be such a waste to leave now. Cast your net a couple more times." master who thoroughly enjoyed the show and was somewhat reluctant to leave. Others nearby also tried to persuade Li Rui. Rui Zi, you've had such good luck today, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you cast 2 more nets? Such opportunities don't come every day. Just then, several people carrying fishing nets ran over. They also wanted to catch a net full of giant lobsters. Chen Xiang went even further, running over in a diving suit. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. Su Lanzi shouted loudly. Thump! The next moment, Chen Xiang found a spot close to the sea and jumped into the ocean. There are many large lobsters down there, my husband will definitely be able to catch them in a little while, Su Lanzi said very proudly. When Urgenzi saw Chen Xiang swim directly in front of Li Rui, he immediately started cursing, Chen Xiang, you bastard, don't swim over here. This spot is taken by my brother Rui. Urgenzi, is the ocean yours? My husband can swim wherever he wants. Su Lanzi retorted fiercely, hands on her hips. Chen Xiang, who was in the water, retorted to Urgenzi, I can swim wherever I want, what can you do about it? The others on the shore all felt that Su Lanzi and Chen Xiang had gone too far. Ren Ruizi is casting fishing nets here, how could Chen Xiang do this? No one objects to him going out to sea to catch lobsters, but he can't interfere with Ruizi casting his fishing nets. This couple is too domineering. Su Lanzi and Chen Xiang turned a deaf ear to this. Su Lanzi proudly raised her head. Chen Xiang then plunged headfirst into the water. Li Rui, who had originally intended to leave, changed his mind at this moment. Damn it, they bullied him so much, how could he not fight back? Li Rui threw a fishing net towards Chen Xiang's location, catching Chen Xiang in the net. Chen Xiang struggled incessantly in the water. Li Rui, what are you doing? Su Lanzi was terrified, her face as white as a sheet of paper. Su Lanzi, didn't you see my brother Rui casting his fishing net normally? Your husband got caught in my brother Rui's fishing net, who can you blame? Urgenzi was extremely pleased. Chen Xiang struggled. His body was entangled more and more tightly by the fishing net. Soon after, Chen Xiang began to drown. The others on the shore couldn't help but burst into laughter at Chen Xiang's appearance. Chen Xiang, weren't you smug just now? Why aren't you smug now? You've brought this on yourself. Seeing that the time was right, Li Rui called Urgenzi to join him in pulling Chen Xiang ashore. He didn't want anyone to die. Today, we'll teach Chen Xiang a lesson and let him know that he's not someone to be trifled with. Su Lanzi rushed over and untied the fishing net. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Xiang coughed incessantly. Chen Xiang is a bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. At this moment, he became completely obedient, and he didn't even dare to look up at Li Rui. Li Rui, Urgenzi, why are you two bullying people? Su Lanzi stood up abruptly from the large rock, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at Li Rui and Urgenzi. She looks exactly like a shrew. Chen Xiang was still lying on the large reef, coughing incessantly. If he had been pulled ashore any later, he might have drowned. Su Lanzi, you're making false accusations first. Li Rui wasn't intimidated at all. No one can bully him. Urgenzi crossed his arms and looked coldly at Su Lanzi. Just now, it was clearly your husband who got caught in my brother Rui's trap. My brother Rui didn't bully your husband. My brother Rui hasn't even mentioned your husband yet, and you're already turning the tables on him. The others on the shore were all talking about Su Lanzi, urging her to let the matter drop. After all, it was her and her husband who started the trouble. At this moment, Li Rui whispered a few words in Urgenzi's ear. Li Rui, Urgenzi, are you two grown men trying to bully a woman like me? Su Lanzi strode forward aggressively. Seeing this, Urgenzi quickly squatted down and picked up a stone. He held up a stone, pointed it angrily at Su Lanzi, and shouted, you bitch, don't you dare come any closer. If you do, I'll crack your skull open. Su Lanzi was terrified. She was too scared to move at that moment. Su Lanzi, my brother and I have never bullied anyone, but we can't let others bully us either. This is Li Rui's code of conduct. Honey, let's not bother with them. At this moment, Chen Xiang climbed up from the big rock, rushed over, and grabbed his wife's arm. Su Lanzi saw the steps and went down. If it weren't for my husband's persuasion, I would never let you two off the hook today. Su Lanzi roared fiercely. Chen Xiang lowered his head, not daring to say a word. That's just his personality, he bullies the weak and fears the strong. If someone really messes with him, he immediately becomes incredibly cowardly. Su Lanzi, come here, let's see why you're still not done with us two brothers. Urgenzi held a stone in his hand and approached Su Lanzi step by step. Chen Xiang held Su Lanzi's arms tightly with both hands, preventing her from taking even a single step back. He huddled behind Su Lanzi, trembling with fear. Let's hope they don't actually start fighting. Chen Xiang, say something. Su Lanzi was drenched in sweat. She glanced back at her husband and almost fainted. Her husband was terrified. Damn it, What's the point of having a man like that? When something really happens, he just hides behind a woman. I have something to do, I can't talk to you anymore, Su Lanzi said timidly, then pushed her husband away and fled. At this moment, Chen Xiang faced the menacing Urgenzi and hurriedly smiled apologetically. It's a misunderstanding, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. Urgenzi waved the stone in his hand, almost scaring Chen Xiang to his knees. Seeing this, Li Rui slowly walked over and grabbed Urgenzi's shoulder, saying, "Alright, we'll just teach them a lesson." If Urgenzi really gets physical and seriously injures Chen Xiang, things will become very complicated. Hurry up and leave. Li Rui glared at Chen Xiang with annoyance. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang finally realized what was happening. The next moment, Chen Xiang tucked his tail between his legs and slunk away. Brother Rui, these two are asking for it. Urgenzi threw the stone in his hand to the ground, and after throwing the stone, he spat lightly on the ground. They probably won't dare to do it again. Li Rui didn't want what had just happened to spoil his good mood. The others on the shore whispered among themselves after seeing Chen Xiang and his wife leave. So this couple are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. I used to think they were really awesome. Damn it, Urgenzi is right, those two deserve to be taught a lesson. Li Rui was driving the tractor, and Urgenzi was standing behind the trailer. Seeing that no one was around, Urgenzi chuckled, "Brother Rui, you're really brilliant. After what you just did, Chen Xiang and Su Lanzi won't dare to mess with us again." Just now, on the big reef, Li Rui took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and Urgenzi, and whispered a few words in Urgenzi's ear. He said to Urgenzi, "When Su Lanzi starts making a scene, Urgenzi will pick up a stone from the ground and play the bad cop, while he will play the good cop. With the two of them doing this, they are guaranteed to subdue Chen Xiang and Su Lanzi completely." The final result was exactly as Li Rui had predicted. That couple is a paper tiger. I know their personalities perfectly well. Li Rui smiled mockingly. The moment you lifted the stone, Chen Xiang almost knelt down. "I noticed that," Urgenzi said, then burst into laughter. Urgenzi laughed for a while before he finally stopped. "Brother Rui, that old guy was about to kneel down just now, that's going to be fun. Your villagers will make fun of him to death from now on." The two chatted and laughed as the tractor drove into Li Rui's yard. Upon hearing the sound of the tractor, Kiwakuo excitedly ran out of the living room. Su Xianjiao chased after her. "Is that poop?" Kiwakuo suddenly stopped in her tracks, her two big, bright eyes staring straight at Li Rui. Li Rui was covered in ink, looking like a big black egg. Kiwakuo was stunned. "Rui Zi, Jun Zi, what's wrong with you two?" Su Xiangyu chuckled. She walked up to Li Rui, took a look, and immediately burst into laughter. Li Rui joked, "Urgenzi and I were just attacked by squid. You two caught a squid?" Su Xianjiao asked in surprise, as those creatures are very difficult to catch these days. As she spoke, Su Xianjiao walked to the side of the tractor's trailer. She looked inside and was completely stunned. Goodness! So many giant spiny lobsters. How can there be so many giant lobsters? She can't be seeing things, she must be mistaken. "Sister-in-law, these lobsters were all caught by Brother Rui," Urgenzi said. Just then, Kiwakuo came running over. She pointed at Li Rui and laughed loudly. "Daddy, what happened to you? Kiwakuo can only see your mouth and eyes now, you're so funny." "Daddy was attacked by a squid," Li Rui said softly. Li Rui jumped off the tractor. He wanted to go up to Kiwakuo and pat her little head, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He didn't want Kiwakuo to get covered in ink too. "Li Rui, how come you're so lucky today?" Su Xianjiao exclaimed in shock. Has Li Rui been on a winning streak lately? How come he managed to snatch all the good stuff? In the end, Su Xianjiao attributed this to the blessing of Mizu. This is real life, not a novel. How could an ordinary person possibly have cheat codes? I don't know either, Li Rui smiled. Maybe I'm just God's favorite. You two go to the bathroom and rinse off quickly, then change into dry clothes, Su Xianjiao urged. Getting a cold from the cold is not worth it. Su Xianjiao took Kiwakuo's hand and walked into the bedroom, rummaging through clothes. Li Rui and Urgenzi went to the bathroom and rinsed themselves with warm water. The two changed their clothes and prepared to go to Jufulu. "Daddy, Daddy, Kiwakuo wants to see the lobster." Kiwakuo chased after Li Rui, calling out in her childish voice. Li Rui turned around, took Guo's hand, walked to the tractor, and lifted Guo high. Kiwakuo's two big, watery eyes darted around as she looked at the lobsters inside the carriage. "What a huge lobster! Daddy, the lobster is moving!" Kiwakuo shouted excitedly. Seeing that Kiwakuo liked lobsters so much, Su Xianjiao took a camera from the living room drawer. Li Rui, put Kiwakuo down, take out a lobster and put it next to Kiwakuo. "I'll take a couple of pictures," Su Xianjiao said with a smile. "Okay." Li Rui put Kyokuo down, took a lobster from the carriage, and placed it at Kyokuo's feet. Kyokuo, this little guy, isn't afraid of lobsters at all. She bent over, head down, body slightly leaning forward, eyes wide, carefully examining the lobster. At this moment, Su Xianjiao began to take photos. Click click click. Su Xianjiao took 3 photos in a row. The photos bear witness to Kyokuo's growth. Su Xianjiao and Li Rui both like to take memorable photos of Kyokuo. When Su Xianjiao was a child, her family didn't have a camera, so they didn't take many photos. This left Su Xianjiao feeling a little disappointed. Daddy, the lobster is raising its big pincers and backing away. It seems afraid of Kyokuo. Kyokuo approached the lobster step by step, pointing at its whiskers with her finger as she said with a grin, "It's afraid of you, but you have to stay a little further away from it." Li Rui watched the lobster's every move. If the lobster rushed towards Kyokuo, he would immediately run up and hold it down. The lobster's large claws are very strong and powerful. The person is going to get pinched. How much pain must it be in? Kyokuo was very naughty. Not only did she disobey Li Rui, but she also lifted her little foot and moved closer to the lobster. She walked forward. The lobster, holding up its 2 large claws, backed away. Su Xianjiao found the scene interesting, so she took a few more photos of Kyokuo and the lobster. After playing with the lobster for a while, Kyokuo finally lost interest in it. "Daddy, Kyokuo wants to play with the squid." Kyokuo looked up at Li Rui and said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Su Xianjiao grabbed her camera and ran over. She gave Kyokuo's bottom a symbolic slap twice. "What's so fun about squid? Do you want to turn into a black ball like your dad just now?" Su Xianjiao scolded with a stern face. "Mommy, how did the squid turn Daddy and Uncle Urgenzi into black balls?" Kyokuo asked Su Xianjiao with a curious look, tilting her little head. Su Xianjiao picked up Kyokuo and patiently began to explain. Squid have ink sacs inside their bodies, and when they sense danger, they will spray ink out of their ink sacs. At this point, Su Xianjiao pinched Kyokuo's little nose. "You little rascal, you must never touch squid again. You're going to turn into a little black ball. Mommy will spank your bottom until it's all bruised and battered." Kyokuo shrank back and said timidly, Kyokuo doesn't want her bottom to get bruised. Li Rui started the tractor and sat in the tractor seat. "Xianjiao, Urgenzi, and I are leaving." Li Rui waved. Urgenzi climbed onto the tractor carriage. Su Xianjiao hadn't said anything yet. Kyokuo in her arms was already waving goodbye. "Daddy. Come back soon, Daddy. Remember to buy Kyokuo candy. Kyokuo loves you." Li Rui, Urgenzi, neither of you should buy candy for Kyokuo, Su Xianjiao instructed seriously. "Children don't understand. Adults cannot be ignorant. Eating too much candy is bad for a child's health." Kyokuo pouted unhappily. She dared not speak again. Dad and Uncle Urgenzi won't hit her. Her mother hits her all the time, and she's afraid. Thump thump thump. At this moment, Li Rui started the tractor. Urgenzi, sitting behind the tractor, smelled the cooking fumes and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. This kid loves the smell. In Pinggang Town, Su Jianfeng, Chen Yi, and Su Kun walked down the street. They are running around trying to borrow money. Just then, Su Kun inadvertently saw Li Rui driving a tractor. "Mom, look who's that." Su Kun pointed at Li Rui. He opened his mouth. Su Jianfeng and Chen Yi both looked in the direction he pointed. Li Rui. Chen Yi's eyes widened. Su Jianfeng frowned. "What's this kid doing in town?" Su Jianfeng muttered to himself. "I'll go take a look." Su Kun was about to run forward to greet Li Rui and see what was loaded in the back of the tractor, but his mother Chen Yi grabbed him. "What's there to see? Let's ignore him. Last time I met him, I asked him for money, but he asked me for money instead." Chen Yi was furious when she brought this up. Li Rui is utterly useless. Previously, Li Rui was addicted to gambling and lost a lot of money. Nowadays, Li Rui has no ambition and spends his days fishing at home. Can Li Rui earn 150 yuan a day now? Useless piece of trash. Chen Yi couldn't help but mutter as she watched Li Rui walk away. "Let's ignore him. If he wants to be a good-for-nothing, no one can stop him." Su Jianfeng harbored a lot of resentment towards Li Rui, all because Li Rui had previously rejected his good intentions. He practically wore himself out trying to find Li Rui a higher-paying job in Vancouver. After things were settled, he immediately called Li Rui. As a result, Li Rui directly rejected his offer. He looked down on such a son-in-law. "It doesn't matter if a man is poor, but we can't just coast along and wait to die." "Mom, Li Rui really did borrow money from you." Su Kun was very surprised. "Would I lie to you about something like this?" Chen Yi pouted. "My sister was blind to marry Li Rui. She'll have endless suffering from now on." Sukun felt that there must be something hateful about a pitiful person. Her sister could have chosen a rich man, but she insisted on marrying Li Rui, that country boy. Achoo! In the distance, Li Rui, who was driving a tractor, sneezed. Urgenzi joked, "Brother Rui, who seems to be talking about you?" Li Rui didn't respond to that. He asked loudly, "Urgenzi, have you notified your sister? Spinach lobsters come in various sizes, and their prices vary greatly." Li Rui hoped that Song Ling could personally see the spiny lobsters they had caught before giving a price. "I already told my sister, and she's waiting for us at the restaurant entrance right now." Urgenzi grinned from ear to ear. This morning, they estimated that they had earned tens of thousands more. My God, he'll get several thousand more. In the past few days, he went fishing with his friend Rui and made tens of thousands of yuan. His parents couldn't earn 50,000 yuan a year. Since he started making money, his status at home has risen accordingly. His parents used to find him annoying. Now they treat him very well. A short while later, the tractor stopped in front of Jufulu. "Li Rui, I heard from Urgenza that you two just caught a lot of lobsters, is that true?" Song Ling walked over unhurriedly in her high heels. "Sis, would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Urgenza jumped off the tractor. Song Ling looked into the carriage and was immediately stunned. Oh my God! Many large lobsters. During the fishing ban period, spiny lobsters are extremely difficult to catch. Several VIP guests at her hotel have been asking her every day recently if her hotel has any fresh spiny lobsters. She's heard it so many times she's tired of it. "That's great. Mr. Song, how are these lobsters?" Li Rui pulled the handbrake to stop the tractor before jumping off. "Very good," Song Ling said. "For lobsters weighing more than 2 pounds, my purchase price is 3,000 yuan per pound. For those weighing 1 to 2 pounds, it's 1,800 yuan per pound, and for those weighing less than 1 pound, it's 800 yuan per pound." "Ruizi, Urgenzi, you two are really awesome, I admire you." Bai Wenbin walked up and praised the lobsters in the carriage. Although he is the purchasing manager of Jufulu, his monthly salary is not small and his benefits are also quite good, but it's not as much as Li Rui and Urgenzi have been earning lately. Recently, every time Li Rui and Urgenzi come, they bring a lot of seafood and make a lot of money from it. The kitchen helpers and chefs at Jufulu, who weren't busy, all came out. They surrounded the tractor carriage, screaming incessantly. "Wow, so many fresh and lively spiny lobsters. My goodness, these two young men have practically monopolized the ocean. While others can't catch anything good in the ocean, these two seem to be able to catch all sorts of good things. These two young men must have made several 100,000 yuan in the last few times." Li Rui and Urgenzi have become celebrities at Jufulu. Whenever they come, they always bring a lot of good things. "Stop arguing, all of you. Quickly sort these things and move them into the kitchen," Bai Wenbin instructed. The kitchen helpers and chefs immediately sprang into action, sorting the items inside the carriage. Some are packaged in buckets. Some are placed in basins. Everyone was busy and having a great time. "Holy crap, what's in this snakeskin bag? Why is some black stuff spraying out of it and getting all over me?" Old Cai, who was weighing the items, took 2 steps back. "There are squid in here," Li Rui said with a smile. Old Cai's face showed a knowing expression. He didn't mind the dirt. He picked up the snakeskin bag that had contained the squid and headed towards the kitchen. With more people, efficiency is faster. In less than 10 minutes, the items in the carriage were sorted out. Once in the kitchen, Lao Cai began weighing the items. Bai Wenbin was keeping count. Lobsters weighing over 2 pounds are priced at 8 pounds and 1 ounce. 1 to 2 pounds of lobster, or 10 pounds and 2 ounces. Lobsters weighing less than 1 pound are priced at 12 or 16 ounces. 12 catties of squid. The small yellow croaker weighed 8.5 pounds. Sardines weighed 21 jin. 9 pounds and 3 ounces of sea bass. 5 pounds and 4 ounces of rat-spotted meat. 1 pound and 2 ounces of erythema. Shi Jugong weighed 3 catties and 5 tails. 21 catties of small miscellaneous fish. Song Ling took out a calculator and started calculating lobsters weighing more than 2 pounds, 24,300, lobsters weighing between 1 and 2 pounds, 18,360, lobsters weighing less than 1 pound, 10,080. Upon hearing this, Urgenzi was so excited he almost jumped up. Brother Rui, we've sold tens of thousands of lobsters alone," Urgenzi whispered in Li Rui's ear. Song Ling continued doing the accounting. Wild squid, 110 yuan per jin, totaling 1,320. Small yellow croaker, 350 yuan per jin, totaling 2,975. Sardines, 35 yuan per jin, totaling 735 yuan. Sea bass, 50 yuan per jin, totaling 465. Spotted rats, 300 per jin, totaling 1,620. Red spots, 700 per jin, totaling 840. Stone Jugong, 100 per jin, totaling 350. Small miscellaneous fish, 10 yuan per jin, totaling 210 yuan. Total, 61,255. Upon hearing this number, Urgen's eyes lit up. Brother Rui, we made over 60,000 yuan on this trip. He will receive more than 6,000. In just one morning, he actually earned more than 6,000. The speed at which this money comes in is comparable to printing money. The entire kitchen of Jufulu was in an uproar. Those two young men sold over 60,000 yuan worth of seafood. Damn, how lucky are they? Isn't it the sea-bend period right now? My parents are old fishermen. They've spent their whole lives fishing at sea. These days, they can only catch a few hundred fish a day at most, and usually they only catch a little over 100. My brother and sister-in-law are in a similar situation to you and your parents. These two young men are probably born to be beachcombers and fish. Bai Wenbin practically said to Li Rui in front of Songling, Ruizi, you should take me with you. I'm quitting this job. Making a living by the sea, you have to be able to earn money like this. He even does odd jobs doing knitting. Manager Bai, take some people and deal with these things, Songling instructed. Yes, Mr. Song. Bai Wenbin finally realized what was happening and quickly replied. Li Rui and Urgenzi followed Songling to her office. As soon as she entered the office, Songling started processing orders with great efficiency. Sis, your little brother's doing pretty well now, huh? Urgenzi said smugly. Stop being so cheeky. Songling couldn't help but roll her eyes at Urgenzi. Remember, transfer the money to mom immediately after it arrives in your account, understand? She worried that the boy would take the money and go gambling or fooling around. This man has money. As long as you're extravagant, women will flock to you. That kind of woman isn't a good woman for settling down. As a woman, she knew this all too well. I know. Urgenzi thought her sister was too nagging. Where had the basic trust between people gone? Li Rui, you've really saved me from a tight spot. Several of our VIP guests have been urging me to get them some fancy lobsters to try. Songling handed the order to Li Rui with a smile. Li Rui glanced at the slip and found that it contained an amount of 61,300. He looked up at Songling and smiled. President Song, this is a win-win cooperation. Songling found these words comforting. I hope we can continue to cooperate for a long time. Songling sincerely hopes to continue working with Li Rui. She buys seafood from Bai Kun at a much higher price. If he comes across a rare find like a spiny lobster, Bai Kun will ask for an even higher price. Many people in the catering industry on the island deeply resent Bai Kun. Definitely, Li Rui replied with a smile. After chatting briefly with Songling, Li Rui went to the finance office. Urgenzi followed closely behind Li Rui. Urgenzi never considered going it alone. He's already quite content to get a share of the pie. In his view, if he went solo, he definitely wouldn't be able to earn this much money. Those lobsters were all caught by his brother Rui, he just helped out a bit. After taking the money and leaving Jufulu, Li Rui and Urgenzi encountered Bai Wenbin, who was waiting there. Ruizi, Urgenzi, you two take me under your wing. I'm already tired of being a purchasing manager, Bai Wenbin joked with a smile. There weren't many fishermen on the island that he could envy. Li Rui and Urgenzi are definitely two of them. Brother Bin, what are you teasing us about again? How could you, a high-level white-collar worker, possibly become a fisherman with us? Li Rui joked. Rui Zi, we're not kidding. If I could earn this much money every day like you two, I would have become a fisherman long ago. Bai Wenbin said seriously. Urgenzi felt somewhat smug upon hearing this. Look at him, so what if he's a high-level white-collar worker? He's still envious of him and his brother Rui. Li Rui, on the other hand, was much more low-key. Brother Bin, fishermen rely on the weather for their livelihood, and many things are unpredictable. That's how people are, you envy me, and I envy you. I'm so envious of you. Li Rui smiled and patted Bai Wenbin on the shoulder. Bai Wenbin pointed at Li Rui, looked up and laughed loudly. You're too good at talking, kid. Alright, I'm not talking to you anymore. I have something to take care of. I'll treat you two to dinner later. After Bai Wenbin left, Li Rui transferred 6,130 yuan to Urgenzi. Brother Rui, what are we going to do now? Urgenzi asked with a big smile. Let's go buy groceries, Li Rui said cheerfully. Fishing at the beach is physically demanding. Nutrition needs to be adequate. Li Rui drove the tractor, carrying Urgenzi, to the entrance of the vegetable market. As soon as they jumped out of the car, Li Rui and Urgenzi ran into Su Jianfeng, Su Kun, and Chen Yi. Li Rui, what are you doing here? Chen Yi asked irritably. Coming to the market, of course, is to buy groceries. Although Li Rui didn't particularly like Chen Yi, she was, after all, his mother-in-law, and he couldn't just ignore her. Su Jianfeng angrily stepped forward and questioned, Li Rui, the job I introduced you to was so good, why did you refuse? If I hadn't run into Li Rui, that would have been fine. If he encounters them, he must confront them face to face. Li Rui can't live like a parasite on his daughter forever. Even if a man can't support his family, he should at least be able to support himself. Brother-in-law, the job my dad introduced you to earns you much more than fishing at sea, Sukun said. Li Rui glanced at Sukun and thought to himself, you never work and just sponge off your parents. How dare you talk to me like that? Of course, he couldn't say this in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Dad, I'm doing pretty well now. Li Rui had barely started to speak when Su Jianfeng forcefully waved his hand to interrupt him. Enough. Li Rui, is this your excuse for not being ambitious? You have a family now, you have children, you have to support your family. You can't rely on my daughter to support the family alone. Fishing at sea is a nomadic job, dependent on the weather. It's unstable and dangerous. It's not as good as the job I'm introducing to you. Su Jianfeng still felt sorry for his daughter. He hoped to persuade Li Rui to go out and work and earn money. Junzi, standing to the side, was practically bursting out laughing, his smile even more pronounced than Axe. Li Rui, if you're a man, you should be brave enough to take responsibility. Chen Yi screamed. Li Rui felt uncomfortable hearing this woman speak. The voice is unpleasant. And he's so sarcastic and mean. Dad, I can provide a good life for Xianjiao and Kuakuo at home, Li Rui said with a confident smile. Upon hearing this, Su Jianfeng, Sukun, and Chen Yi were all stunned. Li Rui is definitely joking. How much money can you make in a day at home? You dare to talk such big words? I don't want to hear you talk anymore. After saying that, Su Jianfeng walked into the vegetable market with a dark face. You're kidding me. Chen Yi followed after him. Sukun glanced coldly at Li Rui. My sister will only suffer if she follows you. At present, it's difficult to support one's wife and children by fishing on Crescent Island. How could Li Rui have the nerve to say that just now? After the three men had walked a distance, Junzi shook his head, looking very puzzled, and said, Brother Rui, why didn't you tell them how much money you've made lately? It's best not to say anything. Li Rui didn't want to get too involved with Su Xianjiao's family. Back when he and Su Xianjiao got together, he carried his things and went to visit Su Xianjiao. Su Xianjiao's parents gave him a hard time and absolutely refused to let Su Xianjiao marry him. After getting married, he accompanied Su Xianjiao on her first visit to her parents' home. Chen Yi was up to her old tricks again. In front of him, she told Su Xianjiao how capable So-and-so's husband was, how much money So-and-so's husband made, and how filial So-and-so's husband was to his wife's parents. Li Rui couldn't possibly finish recounting all of this disgusting stuff in a short time. If they find out I have money, they'll definitely ask me for a loan. Li Rui knows his mother-in-law's personality all too well. Brother Rui, your wife is so nice, why aren't her family members nice? Junzi scratched his head, puzzled by this question. Su Xianjiao is beautiful and kind-hearted. But her family, it's better not to say anything. Let's not talk about them anymore, let's go buy groceries, we're having hot pot tonight. Li Rui walked into the market with his head held high. A hot pot needs a broth, side dishes, and a main dish. Li Rui planned to buy more meat. Get a few pounds of beef, mutton, and pork. For vegetarian dishes, you can prepare some Chinese cabbage, cilantro, potatoes, tofu, garland chrysanthemum, enoki mushrooms, and the like. Before he had no money, Li Rui wasn't too picky about food. As long as he was full, that was enough. Now that I have money, I can buy whatever I want to eat. Arriving at the pork stall, Li Rui pointed to the pork tenderloin on the cutting board and said to the owner, Boss, I'll take this pork tenderloin. As luck would have it, Su Jianfeng, Chen Yi, and Sukun were also at this stall. They had their eyes on the pork tenderloin on the cutting board and were considering whether to buy it or not. Li Rui spoke up. After weighing the meat, the shop owner said to Li Rui, Handsome, pork tenderloin is 42 yuan per jin. This piece of pork tenderloin weighs exactly 2 jin, so I'll charge you 82 yuan. Before he could finish speaking, the boss had already handed the pork tenderloin to Li Rui. Junzi wisely accepted the pork tenderloin. Li Rui then scanned the QR code and paid. Seeing Li Rui and his two sons walk away, Chenny complained to her husband, What a fine piece of tenderloin. You hesitated to sell it, and Li Rui sold it to you. It's too expensive, 42 yuan a pound. Su Jianfeng complained. Mom, stop talking, let's buy some lean meat. Su Kun tugged at his mother's arm. At this moment, Chenny's attention was entirely focused on Li Rui and Junzi. She saw Junzi and Li Rui shopping like crazy. They bought several pounds of beef. They bought several more pounds of mutton. They bought a huge amount of vegetarian dishes. In no time, both of them were carrying all sorts of things. Husband, Xiao Kun, look. Chenny pointed at Li Rui and Junzi. What's wrong? Su Jianfeng looked over. Su Kun also looked up and glanced over. Su Kun scratched his head, puzzled, and asked, How much money did they spend buying so much stuff? Doesn't Li Rui owe over 200,000 yuan in online loans? What a spendthrift. He's such a spendthrift. I don't think Li Rui is a person who can manage a household at all, Chenny said, pursing her lips. Her family was much better off than Li Rui's. She wouldn't dare buy things like that. How dare Li Rui? Junzi, who was not far away, noticed the three of them. Brother Rui, it seems like your wife's family is watching us closely. Junzi nudged Li Rui with his elbow. Let them look, let's ignore them. Li Rui was thinking about what else to buy. It seems there isn't a divided hot pot at home. Kuo is too young to eat spicy food. When making hot pot at home, a half-and-half pot is essential. This market is very large, and there are vendors selling hot pot with 2 broths inside. Entering a shop, Li Rui bought another hot pot with 2 broths, spending 50 yuan. Li Rui, does he not want to live a normal life anymore? If he continues to live like this, his family will definitely go hungry, Chenny muttered under her breath. Su Kun was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, Li Rui and Junzi bought so much stuff today, it must have cost them several hundred. Prices are high on the island. Almost everything is more expensive than inland. Doesn't he have any idea what his family's circumstances are? Chenny snorted coldly, her nostrils flaring. I'll call Xianjiao later and ask her to keep an eye on Li Rui. He's such a worry. Su Jianfeng also felt that Li Rui was spending money too extravagantly. They're still buying. Su Kun exclaimed in astonishment. That kid Li Rui is drowning in debt, isn't he worried at all? Chen Yi frowned. Recently, her family is still short 85,000 yuan because of the bride price, so they are living frugally every day. Li Rui, on the other hand, has over 200,000 yuan in online loans, yet he eats lavish meals every day. Su Jianfeng took out his phone and dialed Su Xianjiao's number. Xianjiao, can you keep an eye on Li Rui? He's wasting money again. If he keeps going like this, how will your family survive? Su Jianfeng complained irritably. What is Li Rui doing outside? Su Xianjiao's heart tightened when she heard that Li Rui was spending money recklessly again. Li Rui has a criminal record. Li Rui isn't gambling again, is he? Upon thinking of this, Su Xianjiao's heart skipped a beat, and her face immediately paled. Li Rui has made some money now. But no matter how much money you have, it can easily be squandered if you get involved in gambling. He just bought a bunch of stuff at the market, it cost him several hundred yuan, Su Jianfeng said, somewhat annoyed. Upon hearing this, Su Xianjiao felt a sense of relief. Spending several hundred yuan on groceries is nothing. Her family's financial situation improved. She didn't care about a few hundred yuan at all. Dad, don't worry about this. I know how to handle it. Su Xianjiao breathed a sigh of relief. Xianjiao, pay attention. If Li Rui continues like this, your family will fall apart sooner or later. Don't give him any more money, he's a bottomless pit. Su Jianfeng thought Li Rui was still the same Li Rui. He didn't have a good impression of Li Rui. Su Xianjiao gave a perfunctory reply and hung up the phone. Now that Li Rui has made money, it's normal for him to eat and drink a little. At the same time, Li Rui and Junzi arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market. After putting the items into the carriage, Li Rui realized that he hadn't prepared ginger, garlic, scallions, or chili peppers. Hot pot ingredients are a must. Hot pot hasn't become popular yet. Junzi, wait for me in the car for a while, I'm going to buy some more things. After saying that, Li Rui went back to the market and bought ginger, garlic, scallions, and chili peppers. When Li Rui came out, he ran into Su Jianfeng, Su Kun, and Chenny again. Su Jianfeng ignored Li Rui. Chenny glared at Li Rui, are you burning money like crazy? Look how much stuff you've bought. Are you even a frugal person? Brother-in-law, people who don't know you would think you're very rich. Su Kun shook his head, a slight smile appearing on his lips. If it were someone else. Junzi had already started cursing. Annoyed, Li Rui retorted, no matter how much money I spend, it's none of your business. You're just going to keep going, aren't you? Damn, he gambled away all of his family's money. We can't afford diapers and formula at home. His wife went to her parents' home to borrow money, but not only did she not get a single penny, she was also ridiculed. At the time, Chenny said that his wife was blind to have fallen for him. It's our own business, what does it have to do with them? Su Jianfeng was stunned. Chenny looked at Li Rui with great surprise. Su Kun seemed very surprised. After finishing his rant, Li Rui started the tractor. Thump thump thump. Before long, the tractor drove onto the main road. Li Rui, you're not very capable, but you have quite a temper. If you didn't rely on my daughter, would you be living such a carefree life now? Chenny snapped out of her daze and chased after the tractor, wanting to argue with Li Rui. Su Kun ran up and grabbed Chenny. Mom, we don't need to argue with my brother-in-law. You know he's hopeless. Outrageous, Absolutely outrageous. Su Jianfeng was so angry his nose was crooked. Li Rui wants to spend his own money, and he speaks with confidence, which is fine. But most of Li Rui's money is now being spent by his daughter, so what's the point of him being so tough? At this moment, Junzi, who was standing in the tractor carriage, couldn't help but speak up. Brother Rui, why are your wife's family members getting so close to you? They went too far. If it were anyone else, I would have started cursing them out long ago. Li Rui smiled wryly and said, isn't it because they looked down on me for being from the countryside? When your sister-in-law married me, her whole family was against it. After a pause, Li Rui spoke a fair word. I have also made mistakes. I shouldn't have been addicted to gambling before. Now they still look at me with old eyes and think that my relationship with your sister-in-law won't last long. The more things are like this, the more he wants to make the most of his life. This is a small source of motivation for his efforts. Every family has its own troubles. Junzi sighed. Your sister-in-law is a very good person, she's sensible and doesn't act like Voldemort. Li Rui couldn't help but show a sweet and happy smile when he talked about his wife. Some of the women around him, after getting married, became like Voldemorts, endlessly sending money to their families and ruining the whole household. After a woman gets married, she needs to distinguish between primary and secondary responsibilities. If you have a small family, you should consider your own small family first. His wife did a very good job in this regard. Brother Rui, you're so lucky to have found such a good wife. Junzi said with genuine envy. Yes, Li Rui agreed with Junzi's statement. Then he warned Junzi, you have to be careful when you look for a wife in the future. Don't touch just any woman. Some women are poisonous and you can't touch them. Junzi chuckled sheepishly. Brother Rui, will I be able to find a wife? It's so hard to find a wife these days. There were 3 gold pieces, a bride price, and money for the banquet. The woman also expects you to be considerate and attentive. Thinking about all this, Junzi was in a real bind. Junzi, can't you have any self-confidence? Trust me, if you follow me, you'll definitely find a beautiful wife in the future. Li Rui wanted to slap Junzi. Junzi wilted at the mere mention of finding women. How can a man lack self-confidence? As the two chatted and laughed, the tractor arrived at Li Rui's small courtyard. Daddy, Daddy. Kuo now runs outside as soon as she hears the sound of a tractor. It's become a conditioned reflex for her. Su Xianjiao followed behind. Li Rui jumped off the tractor and, as if by magic, produced a large Barbie doll, placing it in front of Guo. He bought one on the spur of the moment when he went to the supermarket. Kuo opened her arms and hugged the Barbie doll tightly in her arms. She even rubbed her little face against the Barbie doll. Junzi carried the things to the kitchen. Why did you two buy so much stuff? Su Xianjiao exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of things she saw. The carriage was packed full. There's food and supplies available. Li Rui picked up Guo and then looked at Su Xianjiao. I'll make hot pot myself tonight. Hot pot lamb. Hot pot beef. Fish fillets. Li Rui wanted to try all of these things. We didn't have money before, so we couldn't afford to eat it. Now that we have money, we can eat as much as we want. Isn't life just about eating and drinking? Kuo wants to eat hot pot. Kuo exclaimed happily. She likes to eat anything that tastes good. Su Xianjiao frowned and said, the hot pot is so spicy, Kuo can't eat it. Kuo's little mouth immediately pursed, and tears welled up in her 2 big, watery eyes. He looked pitiful and wronged. Li Rui rubbed Kuo's little head and said with a smile, I just bought a hot pot with 2 broths in one side in town. We'll make a spicy broth on one side and a clear broth on the other. We'll use serving chopsticks when we eat. Li Rui considered all aspects. Everyone is eating hot pot. It must be so hard for Kuo to watch all this by herself. Daddy, can Kuo have hot pot tonight? Kuo looked at Li Rui with anticipation. Yes, Li Rui answered crisply. Kuo exclaimed with a joyful expression, Daddy's good, Daddy's good. Su Xianjiao walked over and glared at Kuo, isn't mommy good? How could the little guy dare say anything bad about mommy? Her 2 big eyes darted around, and then she exclaimed, Mommy's good, Mommy's good. What she was really thinking was the mommy is no good at all. Mommy spanks Kuo's bottom all the time. Kuo is scared. Junzi came out of the kitchen and overheard their conversation. He laughed and joked, Brother Rui, sister-in-law, when I was little, people often asked me whether my mother or father was better. I still remember it to this day. When we were kids, it seemed like no one could avoid this question. Li Rui also had some recollection of it. We're all the same, Su Xianjiao said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Junzi walked up to Kuo and said cheerfully, Kuo, Uncle Junzi is asking you, is mommy better? Or, Junzi hadn't finished asking his questions yet. Kuo had already answered Junzi's question. Mommy is good, Daddy is good too. This scene made Urgenza burst into laughter. He wanted to touch Kiwakuo's little face, but his hands were oily, so he refrained. Kiwakuo, Uncle Urgenzi hasn't even asked yet, how come you answered already? Urgenzi laughed so hard he almost fell over. You adults always ask whether Daddy or Mommy is better, Kiwakuo said matter-of-factly. Why are all adults so boring? Hi, it's completely meaningless. Kiwakuo complained inwardly. No one drank alcohol at noon. Mommy, Kiwakuo wants a drink. During the meal, Kiwakuo looked at Suzayanjayo longingly, knowing that she could only get a drink if her mother asked. I can only drink beverages occasionally, not regularly, Suzayanjayo refused outright. Kiwakuo turned her head and looked at Li Rui again. This time, she hasn't said a word yet. Suzayanjaya said sternly, I said you can't drink it, and that means you can't drink it. Asking Dad won't help. The beverage contains a lot of sugar. It's bad for children's health if they drink it frequently. Suzayanjaya does not advocate that Kiwakuo eat or drink too much of anything high in sugar. Kiwakuo, Mom is right, you can't drink sugary drinks too often, Li Rui said as he peeled the crab meat. After he finished, he put the crab meat into Kiwakuo's bowl. Here, have some crab meat. Okay. Kiwakuo saw the crab meat and stopped mentioning the drink. In this family, Li Rui plays the role of a loving father. Suzayanjayo plays the role of a strict mother. Sometimes when Kiwakuo misbehaves, Suzayanjayo is the one who spanks Kiwakuo's bottom. Li Rui is a doting father to his daughter. He couldn't bear to spank Kiwakuo. Brother Rui, why aren't you drinking at noon today? Urgenzi asked curiously. This afternoon, your sister-in-law and I are going to the city to look at cars. Business is important, we can't let drinking interfere with our work. Urgenzi was greatly surprised. Looking back, he felt relieved. In the past few days, Rui Ge has earned several 100,000 yuan. Isn't it normal for him to buy a car? Just 10 days ago, he and his brother Rui were gambling day and night in the chess room. Now, both he and his brother Rui have gotten back on the right track. It feels like a lifetime ago. Rui Zi, Xiang Yu, you're planning to buy a car? Li Fang asked in surprise. Li Deifu was also taken aback. Li Rui nodded, yes. We are planning to buy a car. Xianjiao and I both have driver's licenses, and now that we can afford it, we plan to buy a car. That's wonderful, Li Fang said, tears welling up in her eyes. As her son's life gets better and better, she, as his mother, is genuinely happy. Rui Zi, what kind of car are you planning to buy? If you and Xiang you don't have enough money, your mother and I will add some for you, Li Deifu said. Yes, if you and Xianjiao want to buy a nicer car, your dad and I will help you out, Li Fang said with a hearty laugh. Li Rui waved his hand, declining his parents' offer. No need. You two should save your money for a rainy day. Having money in hand will keep you at ease. Besides, Xianjiao and I have enough money to buy a decent car. He currently has around 70,000 yuan in his possession. His wife has 210,000 yuan. In total, that's about 270,000 to 280,000. Daddy, Kiwakuo wants to go with you. Kiwakuo put down her spoon and pouted her rosy little lips. She rarely goes inland. She longs for the inland areas. Go, I didn't say I wouldn't take you. Li Rui laughed. This little guy seemed curious about everything. That's true. At her age, it would be strange if she didn't have some curiosity. Kiwakuo immediately danced with joy. Dad, Mom, could you ask around the village if anyone has a house for rent? Urgenzi keeps running back and forth, it's not very convenient for him. Li Rui remembered this matter again. It's so inconvenient for Urgenzi to run back and forth every morning and evening. He and Urgenzi had discussed it before. Urgenzi rented a house in their village. There aren't many empty houses in their village, but there are also quite a few. The rent for houses in the countryside is likely not high. I'll ask about it later. It shouldn't be too difficult, Li Fang replied immediately. At this point, Li Fang turned to look at Urgenzi. Just as she was about to ask Urgenzi for his opinion, Urgenzi spoke up directly. Auntie, Rui's idea is my idea. It's too inconvenient to travel back and forth every day. It's not safe to ride a bike home after drinking at night. Why don't you stay at Li Rui's house? This goes without saying. The family of 3 is living a very happy life. It's really inappropriate for a bachelor like him to move in. Since you put it that way, then I'll help you find a place to live. Li Fang nodded slightly. After lunch, Urgenzi went home. Li Fang and Li Deifu cleared away the dishes. Su Xianjia rolled up her sleeves, walked to the dining table, and prepared to clear the dishes. Li Fang then nudged Su Xianjia with her buttocks. Xianjia, you and Ruizi take Kiwakuo to Wenzhou to look at cars. It will take a lot of time to go out of the island and back. You should leave now. Your dad and I will do the housework. Crescent Island is some distance from Vancouver. The passenger ferry takes about 2 hours to make a round trip. Zion Jiao, let's go. Li Rui carried Kiwakuo and walked to the living room door. Just now, Li Rui wrapped Kiwakuo's head with a silk scarf. The sea breeze is strong. He was worried that Kiwakuo would catch a cold from the sea breeze. Mommy, let's go. Kiwakuo waved excitedly. Dad, Mom, we're off then. Su Zion was very grateful to her parents-in-law. The fact that she and Li Rui could live such an easy life now was inseparable from the efforts of her parents-in-law. Li Fang said kindly, let's go. Li Deifu remained silent. He was engrossed in his work. It took about 30 minutes for Li Rui and his family of 3 to arrive at the Crescent Island passenger ferry terminal. Zion Jiao, take Kiwakuo down, I'll park our tricycle in the parking space. Li Rui turned around and glanced at his wife. In those days, cars were not yet common. Only a small percentage of people own cars. There are plenty of empty parking spaces at the entrance of Crescent Island passenger ferry terminal. Su Zion Jiao replied, then picked up Kiwakuo and jumped off the tricycle. Boat. What a big ship. Kiwakuo raised her chubby little hand, pointed at the ship docked at the shore, and shouted excitedly. We'll take a boat ride with Daddy later. Su Zion Jiao couldn't help but laugh when she saw how excited Kiwakuo was. When she smiled, her eyes shone like stars in the sky. They were exceptionally beautiful. Great! Great! Kiwakuo clapped her hands excitedly. A short while later, Li Rui parked his tricycle and came over. I bought 2 tickets at the ticket window, which cost me 40 yuan. The 3 of them then arrived at the waiting hall and waited to board the ship. A ticket costs 20 yuan. Kiwakuo doesn't need to buy a ticket because she is under 1.2 meters tall. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Li Rui and his group finally boarded the ship. The first deck of this ship is for transporting cars. Only on the second level is someone else asked to help. The first floor was completely empty, with only a few cars parked there. Go up the stairs to the second floor, where there are staff and a wide variety of food and drinks. There's also a refrigerator in the corner. The refrigerator is filled with things like ice cream. There's a slight sway when going up the stairs, so you have to be a little careful. Daddy, Kiwakuo wants to eat that. Kiwakuo pointed at the sausage grill and cried out in her childish voice. Inside the sausage grill, several sausages were sizzling and dripping oil. Kiwakuo watched, drool dripping from her little mouth. That stuff must taste delicious. Zion Jiao, watch the kids, I'm going to buy 3 sausages. After saying that, Li Rui walked towards the counter. Things on the ship are very expensive. 1 sausage costs 6 yuan. 3 roots equals 18. In the past, if Kiwakuo had said that, Su Zion Jiao would have definitely said, what's so delicious about sausages? But not anymore. Now that our family is well off, we don't care about this little bit of money. Daddy, give it to Kiwakuo quickly. Kiwakuo reached out to take the sausage. The little guy was getting impatient. It seemed like she was using all her strength in her limbs. Don't rush, it's a little hot. Let Dad blow on it for a while. Li Rui didn't rush to feed the sausage in his hand to Kiwakuo. Children's skin is delicate and they are especially afraid of getting burned. Anyone who has raised a child knows this. Haste makes waste, Su Zion Jiao said from the side. After a while, Li Rui fed the sausage to Guo. Kiwakuo couldn't finish a sausage. The remaining half was completely eliminated by Li Rui. Married men are more prone to weight gain, partly because their metabolism slows down. On the other hand, it's because he wants to eat the leftovers from his wife and children. Sometimes, Su Zion Jiao would give Li Rui the food she couldn't finish. Under normal circumstances, Li Rui would accept everything without question. Li Rui, let's go outside and take a look. The weather is nice today. The sky must be very blue from the boat, Su Zion Jiao suggested. Okay. Li Rui stood up from his seat. The couple led Kiwakuo to the deck of the boat, where there wasn't much to do. This ship is, after all, a passenger ship, not a luxury yacht. The sea breeze felt warm and cozy on my skin, so I didn't feel cold at all. Daddy, look. Kiwakuo raised her little hand, pointed at the seabirds in the sky, and shouted loudly. It's a seagull. Su Zion Jiao looked up. Seagulls are common seabirds belonging to the gull family and the gull genus. They are generally between 40 and 50 centimeters in length and weigh about half a kilogram, with some weighing more than a kilogram. The head is relatively round, and the mouth is slender. Their bodies are mostly white or gray, so it's called a seagull. Kiwakuo stared at the seagull without blinking. Standing on the deck, Li Rui looked at his wife and children and felt an urge to take a picture of them. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my camera. At this moment, Li Rui thought of the Titanic. The scene of Jack and Rose standing on the deck has become an eternal classic. Many people remember it. Daddy, the seagulls have flown away. Kyokuo chased after the seagulls. Li Rui hugged Kyokuo tightly. Don't run around on the boat, it's dangerous, Su Xianjiao growled sternly. At the same time, she patted Kyokuo's little bottom with her hand. Kyokuo said with a grin, Kyokuo knows. After spending some time on the deck, the three returned to the cabin. After about an hour's ride, the boat docked at Vancouver's Terminal 2. After disembarking, Li Rui, Su Xianjiao, and Kyokuo got into a taxi. In the taxi, Kyokuo twisted and turned her neck, looking at this and that. There are many things inland that she has never seen before. That's human nature, we're all full of curiosity about unfamiliar things. People from inland areas often yearn for life on islands. People living on islands yearn for life inland. The taxi stopped in front of a Volkswagen Ford store. After paying, Li Rui got off the bus first. Su Xianjiao, carrying Kyokuo, got out of the car. Oh dear, you're so heavy, little one. Su Xianjiao was having some trouble carrying you. In this era, generators still reign supreme. Electric vehicles are not yet mature enough. Upon arriving at the Volkswagen Ford store, a saleswoman led Li Rui and his group to look at the cars. Li Rui, I think we shouldn't buy a sedan. Sedans are too small. How about we buy an SUV? After looking around, Su Xianjiao felt that an SUV would be more suitable for their family of three. Miss, this SUV in our store is really good. The saleswoman pointed to a black Thuru and enthusiastically promoted it. This car has good performance, can be installed with child seats, and it's currently on promotion. Li Rui and Su Xianjiao were immediately drawn to it. The ability to install child seats is very appealing to them. This car is currently priced at $218,000, but after the discount, it's only $198,000. It's a great deal. The saleswoman opened the car door. You and your family of three can come up and experience it. Li Rui was the first to sit in the driver's seat. Su Xianjiao, carrying Kyokuo, followed closely behind and sat in the back seat of the car. Mommy, Kyokuo wants to sit next to Daddy, Kyokuo called out. That's the passenger seat, children can't sit there, Su Xianjiao said softly. The saleswoman squatted to the side, continuing to enthusiastically promote the car. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, if you buy this car today, our store can install a child seat for you free of charge. Li Rui and Su Xianjiao tried it out and found it quite nice. After getting out of the car, Li Rui looked at the saleswoman and asked, Can you give me a discount? Handsome, name your price, how about it? The saleswoman passed the buck to Li Rui, letting him name a price. 190,000. Li Rui thought for a moment, then quoted the price. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment before replying, Sir, that's too much. Usually, the maximum discount for this car is only 2,000. But since you and your spouse like this car so much, I'll ask our manager to help you apply for a discount. What do you think? Li Rui nodded, okay. Before leaving, the saleswoman led Li Rui and his group to the lounge. Kyokuo, did you like that car? Li Rui still cared about his daughter's opinion. I love it. That car is so big. Kyokuo gestured with her two little hands. Su Xianjiao also expressed her opinion. That car would be perfect for us. If the price is right, this is the one. After thinking about it, Li Rui decided to buy the car. His daughter and wife both like it, and he likes it too, so there's no reason not to buy it. When he was young, Li Rui thought the car was pretty cool. Now that he has a family to support, his thinking has naturally changed. He feels that an SUV is more suitable for him now. The saleswoman returned quickly. Little friend, come here, auntie will give you some candy. The saleswoman's name was Chen Duo. Chen Duo squatted down in front of Guo Guo and placed 3 white rabbit candies in front of Guo Guo. Kyokuo didn't dare to answer. Previously, Su Xianjiao and Li Rui had told her many times not to eat food from strangers. She turned to look at Su Xianjiao without saying a word. Take it. Su Xianjiao knew what Kyokuo was thinking. Thank you, auntie. Kyokuo immediately took the candy in her hand and put it into her little bib. Li Rui thought Chen Duo was quite good at speaking and handling affairs. Therefore, he was happy to buy the car from Chen Duo. Chen Duo stood up, walked up to Su Xianjiao and Li Rui, and smiled. Handsome guy, beautiful lady, I've just gotten the price approved for you. You pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan first, and you can pick up the car in 2 days. It takes time to install the child seat. Going through all the necessary procedures also takes time. Picking up the car today is obviously not realistic. Where do we pay the deposit? Li Rui stood up from the sofa. Sir, please come with me. Chen Duo gestured for him to come. Guided by Chen Duo, Li Rui went to the front desk. At 3:30 p.m., Li Rui and his group boarded the ferry back to the island. Li Rui, I've been thinking about resigning these past 2 days, Su Xianjiao suddenly said. What have you thought about it? Li Rui hoped that Su Xianjia could resign as soon as possible and return to her family. The work of a general worker in the factory is tedious, the wages are low, there is no future, the hours are long, and there are few holidays. It's full of flaws. Su Xianjia was conflicted. I want to resign, but I also don't want to resign. What if you can't make money from fishing in the future? This is why she hesitated to make a decision. Li Rui said confidently, believe me, I will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Hearing Li Rui say that, Su Xianjia couldn't help but ask, Li Rui, if you really make a lot of money in the future, will you have other ideas? Men with money tend to go bad. She worried that Li Rui would abandon her once he became rich. Wife, do you think I, Li Rui, am that kind of person? Li Rui knew Su Xianjia's worries. As he spoke, he held Su Xianjia's soft hand. A wife who has shared hardship should not be abandoned. Get lost. I'm not some old wife who's been through thick and thin. I'm young. Su Xianjia flung Li Rui's hand away and then punched his chest twice. Li Rui quickly apologized and admitted his mistake. Honey, I'm sorry, I misspoke. You are young, you are beautiful, you are my precious darling. Su Xianjia felt a little embarrassed. She glanced around and whispered in Li Rui's ear, don't be so mushy in public. She had just finished speaking. Kyokuo raised her head and asked Li Rui loudly, Daddy, you just said that mommy is your precious darling, so who is your precious little darling? As soon as he said this, many passengers around him turned their attention to him. Some people even burst out laughing. This little guy is so interesting. Su Xianjia nearly suffered social death. Li Rui has a thick skin. He didn't care what others thought. Kyokuo is my precious little darling. Li Rui leaned forward slightly and reached out to touch Kyokuo's little face. Kyokuo, keep your voice down. Don't make a lot of noise in public. Su Xianjia glared at Kyokuo. Kyokuo said very softly, Mommy, you are Daddy's precious darling, and Kyokuo is Daddy's little precious darling, hee. Su Xianjia rolled her eyes, yes. A man's words are deceitful. At 5:30 p.m., Li Rui and the others returned home. Kyokuo ran into the kitchen with a clattering sound. Right now, Li Fang and Li Deifu are busy. Li Fang is cutting meat. She sliced the meat into very thin slices. An hour ago, Li Rui called her and told her to do this. Old woman, why did you slice the meat so thinly? Li Deifu frowned. Rui Zi told me to cut it like this. Li Fang was also puzzled, wondering why the meat had to be cut so thinly. The two were talking. Suddenly, Kyokuo's clear voice rang out, Grandpa, Grandma, Kyokuo saw so many cars today. There are several cars, and they're huge. Kyokuo couldn't describe exactly how big it was. She kept gesturing with her two little hands. Kyokuo, you're back. Li Deifu smiled happily as soon as he saw Kyokuo. This old man almost always had a stern face. He only acts this way with Kyokuo. Grandpa, here's some candy for you. Kyokuo took a piece of candy out of her pocket. Upon seeing this, Li Deifu immediately squatted down and took the candy. His wrinkled face smiled like withered tree bark. Thank you, Kyokuo. The next moment, Kyokuo ran up to Li Fang again. Grandma, have some candy. Kyokuo then took out another piece of candy from her pocket. After eating the candy, Li Fang laughed so hard her eyes were almost invisible. At that moment, Li Rui walked into the kitchen. Dad, Mom, you two go and rest. I'll cook tonight, Li Rui said as he tied on his apron. He had just called Urgenzi in the living room and asked him to come over for dinner that evening. Urgenzi will be here in a little while. Rui Zi, forget it. You've been busy all day, go and rest. Li Fang didn't plan to go out. She felt sorry for her son. Li Deifu also said, take Kyokuo out to play. Dad, Mom, hurry up and go out. Stop dawdling. It's getting late. I want to eat hot pot that I made myself today. Seeing his parents hesitating, Li Rui pushed his mother out. Seeing this, Li Deifu picked up Kyokuo and walked out of the kitchen. Su Xianjia was watering the plants in the yard. After Li Deifu, Li Fang, and Kyokuo arrived in the living room, Kyokuo vividly recounted what she had seen and heard that afternoon. The elderly couple listened very carefully. Grandpa, Grandma, that pretty auntie gave Kyokuo candy again. Kyokuo said, taking out the last piece of candy from her pocket. Grandpa will help you tear the candy wrapper, Li Deifu said, reaching out his hand. Kyokuo quickly tore off the candy wrapper. Hee, Kyokuo will. With candy in her mouth, Kyokuo smiled especially brightly. Li Rui brought over 2 plates of food and placed them on the dining table. Daddy, when can we have hot pot? Kyokuo ran up to Li Rui quickly, looked up at him, and asked expectantly. Don't worry, it'll be ready soon. Li Rui patted Guo's little head. In a short while, Li Rui brought out more than a dozen dishes. There weren't many cooked dishes. Almost all of them were sliced vegetables that had never been cooked. Li Rui didn't finish his work until 7:30. Urgenzi arrived just then. Urgenzi, you're quite the fortune teller. I just finished making the hot pot, and you showed up. Li Rui joked. Ta-da! Urgenzi walked into the living room and placed the 2 bottles of liquor and 1 bottle of beverage he was carrying on the dining table. The wine is sky blue. The beverage is peanut milk. Uncle Urgenzi, you're here. Kiwakuo was overjoyed to see Urgenzi bring peanut milk, and she called him Uncle Urgenzi in an especially sweet voice. Here you are. Urgenzi waved to Kiwakuo. Li Fang complained, Urgenzi, why did you bring so much stuff again? Urgenzi replied with a smile, Auntie, I just wanted to celebrate Rui Ge's car purchase in advance. I'm not an outsider, so it's only right that I bring something. Before he came, his mother gave him some instructions, telling him to reply in this way. Mom, don't be so polite with Urgenzi, let's eat. Li Rui was starving, he hadn't had a moment's rest all day. Auntie, Brother Rui is right, so don't be so polite with me. If it weren't for Brother Rui helping me make money, I wouldn't be where I am today. Urgenzi chimed in immediately. The wine and drinks were all smuggled from Jufulu. He didn't spend a single penny. In the end, it was his sister, Song Ling, who paid the difference. Time to eat. Kiwakuo ran over and quickly climbed into her special chair. On the dining table, the hot water in the divided hot pot was boiling continuously. Li Rui pointed to the non-spicy broth and said to everyone, this pot is specially prepared for Kiwakuo. Please don't put your chopsticks in it. Kids can't handle spicy food. We adults prefer slightly stronger flavors. Li Rui had anticipated this. Rui Zi, you're so thoughtful. Li Fang's eyes crinkled with laughter. You did the right thing, Li Defu praised Li Rui. Kiwakuo looked at Li Rui with a grin, Daddy, thank you. Urgenzi pointed to a pair of chopsticks next to the hot pot and asked, puzzled, Brother Rui, what are these chopsticks for? These are serving chopsticks, specially for Kiwakuo to use when serving food, Li Rui explained. Daddy, Kiwakuo wants to eat this. The little guy pointed to the beef. Li Rui told Kiwakuo not to rush. Everyone, please take your seats. Cook whatever you want to eat. I've prepared soup spoons and strainers for everyone. Li Rui laughed heartily. After everyone was seated, Li Defu first served Kiwakuo a piece of beef. I'll pour everyone some wine and drinks. Urgenzi was quite outgoing, he wasn't at all reserved here, just like he was at home. Uncle Urgenzi, Kiwakuo wants a drink. Kiwakuo shouted. Urgenzi went over, poured Kiwakuo a drink first, and then poured drinks and wine for the others. Li Defu took a bite of the hot pot mutton and exclaimed, this tastes absolutely amazing. Damn, young people really know how to enjoy life. An old man like him had never eaten mutton like this before. Hot pot lamb with dipping sauce is a delicious and satisfying meal when you're hungry. Dad, the piece of mutton you just ate was too tough. We're going to have hot pot mutton. After putting the mutton slices into the pot, wait 15 seconds before taking them out to eat. Li Rui demonstrated for himself. After taking a bite of the mutton hot pot, Li Rui slapped his thigh and said regretfully, I forgot to buy tripe. How can you have hot pot without tripe? The phrase 7 up, 8 down perfectly describes tripe. Kiwakuo kept saying she wanted to eat this and that. At the dinner table, whoever was free would help Kiwakuo serve food. Everyone, raise your glasses and have a drink. After eating for a while, Li Rui put down his chopsticks, picked up his wine glass, and looked up at the other people at the table. Have a drink. Kiwakuo imitated her father, putting down her children's chopsticks and picking up her cup. This scene made everyone burst into laughter. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. At this moment, everyone present had a happy smile on their face. Life is getting better and better. Brother Rui, sister-in-law, I'd like to offer you a toast and wish you a prosperous and successful life from now on. Urgenzi raised his glass and offered his blessings. After saying that, Urgenzi was about to take a sip. Kiwakuo pouted and grumbled unhappily, Uncle Urgenzi, you didn't say anything to Kiwakuo. Upon hearing this, Urgenzi burst into laughter, nearly doubled over. Uncle Urgenzi wishes Kiwakuo to grow up to be more and more beautiful. Urgenzi then offered another blessing. Suzayanjaya patted Kiwakuo's little bottom. Don't be so disrespectful, Uncle Urgenzi is your elder. He. Kiwakuo grinned. She picked up the cup with her small hand and took a big gulp. Look at you look like an old man with a white beard. Li Rui saw that Guoguo's little mouth was covered in milky white peanut milk, so he picked up a napkin from the table and wiped Guoguo's little mouth. Daddy, can you pour me another cup? Kiwakuo swung her short little legs and looked at Li Rui with a smile. Suzayanjaya unscrewed the cap of the peanut milk bottle and poured another cup for Kiwakuo. This is the last cup, you can't drink any more today. Kyokuo nodded repeatedly. I understand, mommy. Lee Daefu is happy today. After finishing half a glass of beiju, he poured himself another half glass. Old man, drink less. You're not like the young people anymore. Li Fang's face darkened. It's nothing, I'm just happy today. Ruizi and Xianjiao both bought cars. Li Daefu was a bit tipsy and talked a lot. I would never normally drink this much. Everyone was having a good time. Just then, Su Xianjiao's younger brother, Su Kun, arrived uninvited. He was carrying a carton of milk and a carton of biscuits. Xiao Kun, what brings you here? Su Xianjia stood up from her chair. Sis, are you eating? Su Kun smiled, but the smile was forced. He had come to borrow money. He borrowed from all the relatives and friends he could. He is still short 75,000 yuan to raise enough for the bride price. Uncle, Kyokuo called out, then waved. Kyokuo, your uncle has come to see you. Su Kun put down what he was holding, walked over, and hugged Kyokuo tightly. Li Daefu, Li Fang, and Li Rui didn't have a good impression of Su Kun, but he is, after all, Su Xianjiao's own younger brother. Since they arrived so late and were eating, they naturally invited Su Kun to eat with them. Xiao Kun, let's eat something together. Li Rui went to the kitchen and brought back a pair of bowls and chopsticks. If Su Kun weren't his wife's brother, he would have kicked Su Kun out long ago. I've already eaten, Su Kun waved his hand. Eat some more, Li Rui urged. Su Xianjiao also urged Su Kun to eat some more. Su Kun did not refuse again. Seeing that there were outsiders present, Su Kun felt embarrassed to mention borrowing money. Xiao Kun, what brings you here so late? Li Rui knew why Su Kun had come, and he was asking this question knowing the answer, deliberately making Su Kun uncomfortable. Back then, when he married Su Xianjiao, Su Kun did his best to obstruct the marriage. Previously, he was deeply mired in gambling. Su Kun repeatedly urged Su Xianjiao to divorce him. From the very beginning, Su Kun looked down on his brother-in-law and didn't respect him enough. It's nothing. Su Kun rubbed his hands together, wanting to bring up the matter of borrowing money, but he was too embarrassed to bring it up. The atmosphere has been off ever since Su Kun arrived. Junzi harbored some hostility towards Su Kun. He had never spoken to Su Kun. After finishing the meal, Junzi left. Li Daefu and Li Fang were washing dishes in the kitchen. Su Kun pulled his sister to a corner of the living room. Sis, I'm getting married soon, right? Today, Mom and Dad borrowed another 10,000 yuan from somewhere else, and I'm still short 75,000 yuan for the bride price. Do you think you can help me out? Li Rui sat in the living room drinking tea. He can't say anything about this right now. Xiao Kun, I'll discuss this with your brother-in-law later. Su Xianjia turned to look at Li Rui. She had her own family, and she couldn't let her family's affairs affect her relationship with Li Rui. What are you discussing with your brother-in-law? You're the one who earned the money, not him. Su Kun's tone revealed his disrespect for Li Rui. Xiao Kun, if you say that, I'll get angry. Su Xianjiao's face immediately darkened. Seeing that Li Rui was about to explode, she immediately signaled with her eyes that Kyokuo was still playing in the living room. Li Rui suppressed his anger. Kyokuo, come on, I'll take you to play in the yard. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Rui took Guo to the yard. If Kyokuo hadn't been there, he probably would have kicked Su Kun out. Damn it, they came to his house and started causing trouble. Anyone would find that unbearable. Xiao Kun, he is your brother-in-law. Please respect your brother-in-law. If you don't respect your brother-in-law, you are disrespecting me. Do you understand? Su Xianjia clearly understood her position. Logically speaking, she and Li Rui are family. She and her brother are no longer family. She could naturally distinguish between what was important and what was not, but she couldn't say these words to her brother's face. As long as she knows what's going on, that's fine. Sister, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Su Kun quickly apologized when he saw that Su Xianjia was really angry. He came here today to borrow money, not to cause trouble. I need to discuss your request to borrow money with your brother-in-law. Given your attitude just now, he definitely won't lend you the money. How could you say that? You're an adult, think before you speak. Su Xianjia was somewhat annoyed. Su Kun is, after all, her own younger brother. I used to treat her well. She even gave her money when she was short of cash. Now that Su Kun has come to her door asking to borrow money, it seems a bit unreasonable for her not to lend him some. But how should she communicate with her husband? That's how life goes. Worries are inevitable. Sister, my wedding is a big deal. You don't want it to fall through like this, do you? Su Kun was very anxious. He played the emotional card. Recently, my parents have been so worried about my dowry that they can't eat or sleep. They're heartbroken. I still maintain that I need to discuss this with your brother-in-law, Su Xianjia insisted on her principles. Su Kun frowned. Sis, What do you have to discuss with your husband about the money you earn? You need to be tougher. You are the head of this family. Su Xianjiao was really angry now. Xiao Kun, if you keep saying that, don't mention borrowing money from me again. Her first principle is to protect her little family. Her brother's affairs are not as important as the happiness and harmony of her own little family. Okay, I won't say anything more. Su Kun sighed. The siblings chatted for a while longer before coming out of the living room. Li Rui was seething with anger. He looked at Su Xianjiao and her brother Su Kun, and said with a forced smile, Xianjiao, take Kuakuo to take a bath, I'll see your brother off. Okay. Su Xianjiao took Kuakuo's hand and went back to the living room. As soon as Kuakuo and Su Xianjiao disappeared from Li Rui's sight, Li Rui put his arm around Su Kun's shoulder. Kid, if you talk like that again, don't ever come to my house again. If Kuakuo hadn't been there, I would have kicked you out. Li Rui squeezed Su Kun's shoulder hard. Su Kun's face was contorted with pain. Li Rui, Su Kun glared angrily at Li Rui, but before he could finish speaking, Li Rui interrupted him, get lost. As he spoke, Li Rui pushed him out. No respect for elders. He was his brother-in-law. Su Kun turned around and glared at Li Rui. Li Rui pretended not to see it. He simply closed his front door. He will only respect others if they respect him. If others don't respect him, sorry, he will only go further. This is the first time we've all experienced being human. Why should he give way to others? That night, Li Rui coaxed Kuakuo to sleep. Su Xianjiao then said to Li Rui, honey, I'm sorry you had to suffer today. My brother is just like that, don't take it to heart. Wife, don't apologize to me. It's not your fault, it's your brother's. Li Rui touched Su Xianjiao's face. My brother is getting married, and he's still short 75,000 yuan for the bride price. Su Xianjiao felt conflicted when she mentioned this. She wanted to lend money to her younger brother, but didn't know how to ask. Li Rui turned to the side and looked into Su Xianjiao's eyes. What are you thinking? Let me think about it some more. Su Xianjiao hadn't made up her mind yet. She felt bad if she didn't lend it to him. She was afraid that Li Rui might have ulterior motives if she lent him the money. Her family members had never really liked Li Rui before. From Li Rui's perspective, she definitely wouldn't want to lend it. Let me think about this too. Just thinking about your brother and your parents brings back some memories. Li Rui knew Su Xianjiao wanted to hear his opinion, but he was still angry and naturally didn't want to lend his family's money to that brat Su Kun. Su Xianjiao didn't make things difficult for Li Rui. Early in the morning, Su Xianjiao got up. She made breakfast before waking Li Rui and Guo Guo. Breakfast is ready, Su Xianjiao called out. Li Rui got up, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Su Xianjiao then helped Kuakuo get dressed. Xianjiao, your seafood porridge is delicious, Li Rui said with a smile as he stood at the bedroom door. If it's delicious, eat more. Kuakuo has to go to school today, and I have to go to work. I've already watered the flower seeds, and I've also fed the starfish in the living room, Su Xianjiao said as she dressed Kuakuo. Li Rui pointed at Su Xianjiao, then looked her over carefully. Wife, something's not right with you today. His wife wasn't this diligent when she was working. Li Rui, what do you mean? Are you saying I wasn't virtuous enough before? Su Xianjiao looked up, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. No, Li Rui said with a wry smile. At 7:30, Su Xianjiao rode her family's electric scooter to work. Kuakuo boarded the kindergarten school bus at 8 o'clock. The weekend is over just like that. Right now, Li Rui is sitting on the sofa in the living room, wondering why Su Xianjiao is acting so strangely today. After thinking for a while, Li Rui realized where the problem lay. Su Xianjiao definitely wanted to lend some money to her brother. She disagreed with the arrangement, but she was caught in the middle, putting herself in a difficult position. Damn it, having a brother-in-law like this is such a pain in the ass. Li Rui rubbed his head. His brother-in-law needs to be a good person and show him enough respect, let alone 75,000. Even if it were 175,000, he would be willing to lend it. The key thing is, his brother-in-law is such a jerk, he's infuriatingly arrogant. Li Rui was pondering this question when Junzi rushed in excitedly. Brother Rui, what are we doing today? Are we going beachcombing, fishing, or fishing with a net? Junzi asked impatiently. Just then, the system's voice rang in Li Rui's mind. Attention, host. Attention, host. The luck value of the lucky fishing rod is very high today. Upon hearing this voice, Li Rui immediately had an idea. Today, he and Junzi decided to go fishing. Let's go fishing today. Li Rui and Junzi went to his family's storage room to get their fishing gear. Brother Rui, how about we try casting a fishing net again? Junzi suggested. A few days ago, he and his brother Rui made several 100,000 yuan playing with fishing nets. He didn't want his luck to end like this. Fishing is fun, but making money is more important. Listen to me, we're going fishing today, Li Rui said, leaving no room for argument. Urjunzi chuckled twice and then fell silent. Even Rui Ge said so. What else did he say? Meanwhile, in Pinggang Town, Su Jianfeng, Chen Yi, and Su Kun were extremely worried about the bride price. The woman's family calls every day, demanding the bride price. They kept saying they'd be gone in a couple of days, which really annoyed everyone. Xiao Kun, you went to your sister's house last night. How much money did your sister borrow from you? Chen Yi asked curiously. In Chen Yi's view, if her son personally went to her daughter to borrow money, he would be able to get some. Su Kun was somewhat frustrated. My sister told me that he needs to discuss it with Li Rui. What? Discuss it with Li Rui? Li Rui doesn't earn any money every day. What say does he have at home? I think your sister just doesn't want to lend you the money. Chen Yi rolled her eyes and complained. Chen Yi, don't say that. Li Rui may not be making much money now, but he's still our daughter's husband. Lending money is a big deal, and the couple will definitely have to discuss it together. Su Jianfeng was still very reasonable. Su Kun leaned back on the sofa and sighed deeply. What do we do? We're still short 75,000. Why? My head hurts. Chen Yi and Su Jianfeng both fell silent. I reckon your sister and Li Rui don't have much money either. Their family's financial situation isn't even as good as ours. After a moment, Su Jianfeng finally spoke again. What did I say back then? I said that our daughter marrying that Li Rui wouldn't be of any help to our family. Was I right? Chen Yi clapped her hands and said. Su Jianfeng gave Chen Yi a disgruntled look. Who doesn't know about this? You disagreed with Xianjia marrying Li Rui back then, and I disagreed with it too. But what was the result? Xianjia insisted on marrying Li Rui, and no one could stop her. In the end, Xianjia stopped eating and drinking. At that time, Su Xianjia almost broke with her family in order to marry Li Rui. Under duress, Su Jianfeng and Chen Yi finally agreed to the marriage. A daughter is like a tree that grows up and leaves home. My daughter is getting a divorce from that bastard Li Rui, so our family can at least get a dowry, Chen Yi sighed. Stop talking nonsense. Su Jianfeng glared at Chen Yi. Su Kun suddenly straightened up and said loudly, if I were my sister, I would definitely marry a rich man. She's so beautiful. Even if she gets divorced now and has a child, she won't have trouble finding a rich man. These days, what's the point of feelings anyway? Without money, you can't get anything done. He is a living example. It's a favor that your sister lent us money. If she didn't, I could understand. Su Jianfeng thought of the disgusting things his wife had done before. Previously, their daughter ran back home to borrow money to buy formula and diapers. At the time, his wife refused to lend the money and even scolded his daughter. Xiao Kun, let's think of another way. Don't have too high hopes for your sister. Her family is too poor. She can only lend you 10 or 20,000 yuan at most, which isn't much of a help. Chen Yi patted Su Kun's hand. At the beach, Li Rui and Urjunzi were fishing under a parasol. Brother Rui, I caught a fish, Urjunzi exclaimed excitedly. After struggling for a long time, Urjunzi finally managed to pull a sea bass weighing more than 5 pounds ashore. Damn, it's a sea bass. Urjunzi didn't think much of the sea bass. Yesterday, he casually cast a net in the rocky area and made several $1,000s. A 5-pound sea bass only costs a little over 200 yuan. Holy crap, Urjunzi, how come you caught such a big fish after only a short time here? Old Master who was also fishing nearby, and he and Urjunzi were only a few meters apart. The weather was fine and sunny today, so he came over early this morning. He fished for more than 2 hours and only caught a few small black sea bream. Second Master who, it's just a sea bass, don't get so worked up. Urjunzi scratched his head, a little smug. Just then, Li Rui also caught a fish on his fishing hook. The fish is relatively small. With a slight pull, Li Rui hauled the fish ashore. It's a huidiao tea. The scientific name of the huidiao fish is Galilean tilapia, which belongs to the family Cichlidae in the class Osteichthyes. It can grow up to about 20 centimeters in length. Its body is laterally compressed and oblong in shape, with a pointed head that is slightly triangular. Its back is darker in color, usually red or reddish-brown. It is rich in nutrients and contains many minerals. The meat is very delicious. It can be steamed, braised, or fried. After putting the fish into the fish basket, Li Rui continued fishing. Before he came, the system told him that the luck value of the lucky fishing rod was very high today. There's definitely something good waiting for him later. In the time that followed, Li Rui and Urjunzi kept catching black sea bream and bringing them ashore. Brother Rui, it seems like we're not having much luck today, Urjunzi said, sounding somewhat discouraged. Don't rush, stay calm, the good stuff is waiting for us. Li Rui smiled slightly. Urjunzi looked dejected. Maybe. In Urgenz's opinion, it would be more cost-effective for them to use fishing nets to catch fish today. However, he had barely finished speaking. Li Rui's fishing float suddenly darted into the water. "Brother Rui, you've hooked a big fish." Urgenzi was extremely excited. Li Rui, however, remained calm and composed. He lifted the fishing rod and pulled it up, but it wouldn't budge, so he started letting out some line. The fish swam to the left, so Li Rui pulled it to the right. The fish swam to the right, so Li Rui pulled it to the left. When it comes to catching fish, Li Rui is a pro. "Rui Zi, the fish on your hook must be quite big." Old master who rushed over. For anglers, even if they can't catch a big fish themselves, watching others catch one is still very exciting. Urgenzi also ran over to watch. Second master who, "How much do you estimate this fish that's taken the bait to weigh?" Urgenzi asked with a smile. 7 or 8 jin, I guess. Old master who guessed, based on his many years of experience. Li Rui spent a good 20 minutes reeling the fish in before it finally surfaced. "Holy crap, it's a spotted rat. What a huge rat-like spot. This spotted rat should sell for at least 3,000. Old master who stared wide-eyed. "Damn, what incredible luck Ruize has. Even such a large rat-like creature took the bait." Hu Iryi's eyes were full of envy. "It really is a spotted rat." Urgenzi craned his neck, looking at the spotted rat in the water. Li Rui, however, remained calm. He slowly pulled the rat-spotted mouse to the shore. Seeing that the rat spot was almost exhausted, Urgenzi quickly picked up the landing net and pulled the rat spot ashore. After the rat-like creature came ashore, it kept jumping and tumbling. "This rat must weigh at least 8 pounds. Old master who swallowed hard, saying with great envy, "If he catches this fish, he'll definitely post it on his WeChat moments." An 8-pound spotted mouse is extremely rare. Urgenzi ran over and removed the fish hook from the rat spot's mouth. "Brother Rui, this rat-spotted mouse is really valuable," Urgenzi said with a big smile, holding up the mouse-spotted mouse with both hands. Snap! Suddenly, the rat-like spotted fish exerted its strength and slapped Urgenzi across the face with its tail, splashing seawater all over Urgenzi's face. "Damn it, I actually got slapped hard across the face by a fish today. Who would believe that?" Urgenzi was extremely frustrated and spat on the ground a few times. "Fish, you have no sportsmanship." Urgenzi couldn't help but complain in his heart. The rat-spotted bird is extremely fierce. Just now, Urgenzi suffered a great loss, getting a solid slap from the tail of the rat-spotted fish. Even now, Urgenzi's head is still buzzing. "Rui Zi, do you have any fishing secrets? If you do, just tell me, and I'll pay for them." Second master who was extremely envious. The most exciting moment for a fisherman is when he pulls a big fish ashore. Making money is secondary. Second master who, "I just got lucky. I don't have any secrets." Li Rui shrugged. He originally intended to say that to practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. But I felt it wasn't quite right, so I didn't say it. People of the same age and with whom you have a close relationship can make this kind of joke. Making jokes like that with elders is just asking for trouble. "Damn it, this fish is no fun at all." Urgenzi cursed as he put the grouper into the fish basket. Such a large spotted rat, his sister's purchase price will definitely not be low. This fish is definitely worth a month's salary for an average person. The three continued fishing. Li Rui and Urgenzi's fishing hooks kept catching fish. Master who was dumbfounded. "You two find fishing way too easy." Old master who said sourly, "It has a sinister aura about it." Hu Iryi kept staring at Li Rui. Li Rui was the luckiest. As soon as he cast his fishing line, the fish took the bait almost without him having to wait. Urgenzi will have to wait a while. "Damn it, Rui Zi is fishing, using the same bait as me, and his fishing technique is almost the same as mine. What am I lacking?" Old master who frowned, extremely frustrated, scratching his head. At this moment, Li Rui used the fish catch X-ray vision function to see a particularly large fish swimming over. The next moment, Li Rui changed the hook on his fishing rod. He replaced the small fish hook with a large fish hook. Then, he hooked a live small fish onto the big fish hook. "Brother Rui, what are you doing?" Urgenzi looked completely bewildered. "I have a feeling a big fish is coming," Li Rui said mysteriously, after calculating with his fingers. Upon hearing this, master who couldn't help but chuckle. "Rui Zi, there aren't any big fish here. You're unlikely to catch anything with such a big hook. Take my advice and switch back to the small hook." Just now, Li Rui changed to a huge hook, about size 40. Such a big fish hook can only catch big fish. Small fish have a hard time biting the hook. Urgenzi thought that what master who said made sense. He was just about to speak. Suddenly, another fish took the bait on Li Rui's hook. The fishing float shot into the sea like a torpedo. The fishing rod also darted out about half a meter. Li Rui immediately gripped the fishing rod tightly, lifted it upwards, and maintained a certain angle between the rod and the water surface to get the fish away from the bottom of the water as quickly as possible. Large fish thrash about on the bottom of the water, making it easy for them to get off the hook. On the shore, Li Rui pulled hard on his fishing rod, struggling to fight the fish. Damn, how big is that fish? It almost dragged my brother Rui away. Urgenzi was stunned, his eyes almost popping out of his head. It's a big fish, definitely a big fish. Small fish don't have that much strength, and it would be difficult for them to bite such a huge hook. Old Master Hu's eyes widened. At this moment, he was even more excited than Li Rui. Huiryi threw his fishing rod onto the shore and quickly ran behind Li Rui. Rui Zi, don't use brute force. Don't break the fishing rod. Use the rod's elasticity to pull the fish left and right, slowly wearing it down. If the fish suddenly starts pulling like crazy, let out a little line. Master Hu was directing from the side. He was eager to know just how big the fish that had taken the bait was. Li Rui focused on dealing with Yu Zhouxian. He didn't reply. Urgenzi was very nervous. He stopped fishing at that moment. The fishing line is too thin, it might break. Old Master Hu said with a worried expression. Li Rui wasn't worried about that at all. The fishing rod and line are automatically matched by the system. It won't break easily. Brother Rui, we didn't bring a big net. Urgenzi suddenly remembered something very serious. What if the fish gets pulled ashore? How are we going to get it back to shore? The nets they brought today aren't very big. Urgenzi was in a panic. I have a large net over there, I'll go get it for you, said Uncle Hu excitedly. After saying that, Master Hu ran over and took his large net. Urgenzi scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Thank you, Master Hu. Rui Zi and I are from the same village. Last time, Rui Zi gave me a few pounds of sardines, and I haven't repaid that favor yet. Besides, we're all from the same village, so helping each other is only natural, isn't it? Old Master Hu waved his hand, telling Junzi not to be so polite. As the two were talking, the big fish in the sea suddenly exerted its strength, giving Li Rui a strong pulling sensation. Li Rui took the opportunity and walked a few steps forward. Brother Rui, do you need my help? Junzi rubbed his hands together, they were itching. Be prepared to use the net at any time, Li Rui instructed. Junzi quickly replied, okay. Uncle Hu also spoke up. Junzi, wait a moment, I'll help you, let's pull the fish ashore together. When he said this, Huiryi didn't even glance at Junzi, his eyes were fixed on the movements in the water. Please don't let the line break. If the line breaks, the fish will definitely get away. Old Master Hu was afraid that Li Rui's fishing line would break. If the fish escapes, all your efforts will be in vain. After walking around for a while, Li Rui was sweating, but the big fish in the water was still struggling. Both Master Hu and Junzi's eyes were sore from watching. After a frantic struggle of 35 minutes, the large fish in the water finally began to surface. It looks like a giant grouper. Like the Monkey King, Old Man Hu shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight with one hand, staring intently at the large fish that had surfaced. What kind of fish is it? He cannot be sure yet. As Li Rui dragged the big fish to the shore, Huiryi was finally able to confirm it is a giant grouper. Giant grouper, scientifically known as Gymnocyprus species, is also called piglet grouper. Like other groupers, its body is oval and laterally compressed. It has sharp teeth, its body is covered with bluish-black spots, its skin is thick and rich in collagen, and it can grow to more than 2 meters long and weigh up to 800 kilograms. It is the world's largest grouper. Urgenzi picked up a huge landing net, walked to the shore, and prepared to scoop up the fish. Seeing that the giant grouper was still struggling in the water, Li Rui whispered to Urgenzi, "Let me walk it a little longer, don't rush to catch it. If this enormous fish starts to struggle again, then things will get complicated." A short while later, the giant grouper in the water gave up struggling and its belly turned over. Seeing this, Li Rui instructed Urgenzi to use a net to catch it. It took Huiryi and Urgenzi working together to pull the giant grouper out of the water. "Urgenzi, let's move the fish to a safer place. It's not safe if it's too close to the shore." After all, Huiryi was an old angler, and he had a lot of experience in this area. These are lessons learned in blood. Master Hu had learned this the hard way before. He lowered his guard as soon as the big fish was pulled ashore. Then, tragedy struck, the big fish flipped over and fell into the water. He had nowhere to cry at that time. "Okay," Urgenzi replied. The two of them worked together to lift the fish to a spot away from the shore and place it on the ground. Li Rui sat on the ground, panting heavily. Catching big fish is such a damn chore. One must also maintain a high level of mental concentration. If you're not careful, the big fish can easily get off the hook and escape. My God! This giant grouper must weigh at least 50 pounds. Urgenzi lay down next to the giant grouper, gesturing with his hands. It was huge. It should be less than 50 jin, probably around 47 or 48 jin. Old Master Who examined it carefully and then said what he was thinking. Uncle Who has encountered many big fish. He has a very sharp eye. They've been through so much, it wasn't for nothing. Brother Rui, you're amazing. You actually caught such a big fish. Urgenzi shouted excitedly. Rui Zi, you're amazing. Old Master Who gave him a thumbs up. If he catches such a big fish, he'll definitely walk around the entire happiness village 3 times. Li Rui caught his breath. He walked up to the giant grouper and was also startled. A grouper weighing around 50 pounds is too fat and too long. It must be about 1 meter long. Urgenzi, this fish isn't suitable for the fish basket. Let's lift it onto the tricycle. Li Rui squatted down and lifted the fish's head. They came here in a tricycle today. The tractor is parked at home and hasn't been driven over. Driving a tractor to fish? That's outrageous. Okay. Urgenzi nodded, then got up from the ground and raised his fish tail. Hey kid, watch out, this fish is huge. Don't get slapped in the face by it again, Li Rui joked with a laugh. Urgenzi gave an awkward smile. Brother Rui, no way. Damn, how embarrassing. He just got slapped hard across the face by a rat-like creature. Even now, half of his face is still red. Bang! The moment the fish was thrown into the tricycle, the wheels flattened and the tricycle made a loud noise. Let's fish a little longer, Li Rui clapped his hands. The system informed him that the lucky fishing rod had a very high luck value today. He felt that there were still bigger fish waiting for him. Therefore, he was in no hurry to sell the fish. That grouper and this giant grouper should fetch several thousand yuan, and with the other fish caught, it should be worth close to 10,000. Brother Rui, I'll listen to you. Urgenzi was very happy. Although he only takes 10% of the profits from working with his brother Rui, he is still very content. On average, it amounts to several thousand a day. Who wouldn't take such a great opportunity? If he quits, a bunch of people will be scrambling to take his place. Okay, let's go fishing again, Li Rui said as he walked towards the sea. Rui Zi, I'll stand closer to you, you don't mind, do you? Old Master Who ran up to him and said with a smile. He wanted to ride on Li Rui's luck. Li Rui didn't mind at all. Second Master Who, just don't get too close to me and get in the way of my fishing. No, we're all fishermen, we know the rules, Uncle Who replied happily. Holding his fishing rod, Hu Yi walked to a spot only a few meters away from Li Rui, and then threw the fishing rod into the sea. Bring on a big fish. Bring on a big fish, quick. Hu Yi prayed silently. He fishes purely for entertainment. Whether I make money or not is irrelevant. When people get old and their children are not around, they always need a source of emotional support. Otherwise, it would be too lonely. Just as Uncle Who was praying in his heart, Li Rui's fishing hook caught another fish. Damn it! Rui, why do fish like to get hooked so much? Old Master Who was extremely annoyed when he saw Li Rui pull up another fish. Why can't we spare 2 for him? The fish that came up this time was a western grouper. The western star grouper, scientifically known as the cut-tail gillspine perch, is also called the blue-spotted gillspine perch, Thai star grouper, or imperial star grouper. Some people call it the cousin of the eastern star spotted spot. Its body is covered with blue dots with black edges, its skin is relatively thick, the rear edge of its tail fin is white, and there is a black longitudinal stripe near the rear edge. Overall, it is brown or grayish-green. The young fish are entirely white. They generally live in shallow sea areas 1 to 20 meters deep. They mainly feed on small fish. It is mainly distributed in the Indo-Pacific region, and can be found in many parts of my country. The meat is delicious and has an excellent texture, almost indistinguishable from grouper. It's a western star grouper. Old Master Who recognized the fish at a glance. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Right now, Uncle Who is feeling down again. What a mess. Li Rui caught all the fish and brought them ashore. Couldn't he just catch one? Brother Rui, the price of grouper is quite high. Urgenzi pulled up a black sea bream before turning to look at the fish that his brother Rui had caught. He, Rui, fished for more than 2 hours and actually earned nearly 10,000 yuan? Fishing can actually make money like this. That's incredible. Urgenzi was also puzzled as to why his brother Rui was so lucky. What puzzled Urgenzi even more was that his luck had improved ever since he and his brother Rui went fishing at sea. He used to fish by the sea, catching a maximum of 20 fish a day. He has already caught more than 20 fish in just over 2 hours today. What on earth is going on? Thinking of this, Urgenzi lowered his head and scratched his head. Hee, I've got a fish on my hook too. Old Master Whose luck has improved, and he's now pulled up a sea bass, which is neither too big nor too small, weighing about 3 pounds. Seeing this, Urgenzi slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, I finally know the reason. My brother Rui must have been blessed by Mazu. I benefited from my brother Rui's good luck, that's why my luck improved. Second Master Who benefited from my brother Rui's good luck, and his luck has also improved. People living by the sea are particularly superstitious about this. Urgenze believed everything he said without a doubt, otherwise, there would be no way to explain it. Urgenze disturbed the Black Sea bream's nest. In less than 3 hours, he had already caught over 30 kilograms of Black Sea bream. Black Sea bream typically weigh only about 4 ounces to 4 pounds. Black Sea bream weighing over 5 pounds are very small. Li Rui's fishing hook was the same as before. As soon as he cast it in, fish would bite almost immediately. Urgenze will have to wait a while. It takes Uncle Hu 10 or 20 minutes to catch a fish. Even so, Master Hu was very happy. Rui Zi, fishing next to you is so much fun. Old Master Hu laughed heartily, tilting his head back. Just now, he wasn't with Li Rui, so it took forever to get a fish. It was such a hassle. Right now, he's next to Li Rui, and he can catch a fish every 10 or 20 minutes. Li Rui truly deserves to be called a person blessed by Mezu. Brother Rui, my fish basket is full of fish. We've made a fortune today. Urgenze thought to himself that if things continued like this for a while, he could buy a car and drive it. Buying a car was something Urgenze never dared to dream of before. Not far away, Chen Xiong was beachcombing in the intertidal zone. He looked at Li Rui and Urgenze and muttered to himself, "What are these two thinking? They've been having incredible luck catching fish with a net lately, and instead of using a net, they're fishing there. How much money can they make fishing in a day?" After saying that, Chen Xiong shook his head and continued to bury himself in the sea. At that moment, Li Rui's fishing hook caught another big fish. Li Rui and you were locked in a stalemate. It looks like another big fish. Upon seeing this, Master Hu's mouth dropped open. Brother Rui, did you stir up a huge fish nest today? Urgenze was overjoyed. Li Rui played with the fish for a while, and then the fish floated to the surface. It looks like a rice fish? Uncle Hu said uncertainly. Before old Master Hu could even get a good look at it, the fish that had taken the bait plunged headfirst into the sea. The croaker is also known as the croaker, or the croaker. Its body is laterally compressed and slightly oval-shaped. It can generally grow to 3 or 4 pounds, and the largest can grow to about 10 pounds. Its body color is dark, grayish-brown with purplish-green tinges, and its abdomen is grayish-white. Fish is rich in nutrients, containing protein, vitamin A, vitamin D, calcium and other nutrients. The price is not high. It only costs about 50 yuan per pound. Second Master Hu, look closely, it really is a rice fish. Urgenze stared at Second Master Hu. I think so. I didn't see it very clearly. Old Master Hu wasn't too sure. The fish only needs to breathe for about a minute to surface. He only glanced at it. How could he be sure what kind of fish it was? Anyway, to him, it looked a lot like a rice fish. After hearing what Master Hu said, Urgenze concluded that it was a rice fish. There's not much point in making croaker. The price isn't high, about the same as sea bass. Urgenze shook his head, then sighed. If it's a grouper, then it might be worth considering. There are 163 known species of grouper in the world, and most grouper are quite expensive. Take erythema for example. Wild red-spotted raisins can sell for about 780 yuan per kilogram. Second Master Hu, you keep watching, I'm going fishing. Urgenze, losing interest, turned around and went fishing. Let me take another look. Old Master Hu wanted to feast his eyes on the sights a little longer. He still enjoyed watching Li Rui catch a big fish. Li Rui thought to himself, this fish is quite resilient. It's not very big, but it has a lot of stamina. After pulling for a while, Li Rui was a little tired, and his arms were a bit sore. Today, he and Urgenze came fishing. As soon as he casts his fishing rod, a fish will bite within half a minute. Can't you just let me rest for a bit? Li Rui thought to himself, feeling a little annoyed. Li Rui was going to say this. Huir Yi, standing to the side, will surely be depressed for quite some time. When others come to fish, they all hope that the fish in the water will bite one after another. Li Rui is doing well. He came to fish, but hoped the fish would take a little longer to bite. It's rare to see a fish still having the strength to struggle, old Master Hu muttered to himself. No sooner had Master Hu finished speaking than Li Rui then pulled the fish to the shore. It doesn't seem like a rice fish aren't this yellow. Old Master Hu's eyes widened when he saw the fish. His eyes were fixed on the fish in the water. He watched for a long time but still couldn't tell what kind of fish it was. Driven by curiosity, Uncle Hu approached and was completely stunned. Large yellow croaker? Holy crap! It was a large yellow croaker weighing over 10 kilograms. Master Hu could hardly believe his eyes. There are many kinds of fish that resemble the large yellow croaker. Small yellow croaker, yellow croaker, ricefish, and red croaker all closely resemble large yellow croaker. Without getting close and looking carefully, it's impossible to distinguish these different types of fish. Right now, Uncle Hu is certain that the fish he caught is a large yellow croaker weighing about 10 pounds. Urgenzi, hurry up and bring the net over, it's a big yellow croaker. Li Rui also recognized the fish in the water, and he shouted to Urgenzi, stay calm, I must stay calm. It is precisely at times like these that we must remain calm. What kind of fish? Urgenzi was taken aback. It's a big yellow croaker. Before Li Rui could even speak, second master who had already answered. After confirming that it was a large yellow croaker, Urgenzi threw his fishing rod onto the shore, picked up the landing net, and quickly ran to the bank to scoop up the fish. Large yellow croakers are incredibly expensive. The larger the fish, the more expensive it is. At this moment, the blood in Urgenzi's body was boiling. Urgenzi, be careful not to scare the fish, Li Rui reminded him when he saw Urgenzi's hands trembling. Urgenzi is going to get rid of that big yellow croaker in the water. He'll definitely kick Urgenzi. Brother Rui, I know. Urgenzi lowered his voice, his attention highly focused, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Standing to the side, Uncle Hu stared intently at the large yellow croaker in the water. That big yellow croaker in the water is worth at least 100,000 yuan. What the hell is your hand shaking for? Li Rui frowned. I'll be careful. Urgenzi swallowed hard, not daring to blink. No sooner had he finished speaking than Urgenzi began to grab the net. In his excitement, Urgenzi made a mistake. The net in his hand touched the eye of the large yellow croaker. Startled, the croaker thrashed about, splashing seawater high into the air. Fish eyes are very fragile. If you bump it hard, the fish will definitely struggle. Urgenzi was terrified. Hurry up and lift the net. Li Rui was getting angry. He was worried that Urgenzi might make a mistake because he was too excited. As expected, Urgenzi really did make a mistake. When using a landing net, how can you make sure the net touches the fish's eyes? This is a basic mistake. When Huiryi saw this, his heart was in his throat. At this moment, the large yellow croaker is struggling quite a bit. He was worried that the large yellow croaker would get off the hook and escape. Li Rui quickly calmed himself down, then lifted the tip of the fishing rod to loosen the line, giving the large yellow croaker some room to move and making it feel less restrained, thus easing its emotions. Urgenzi completely panicked. Urgenzi, take a deep breath, don't be nervous. It's just a big yellow croaker, what the hell are you so nervous about? Li Rui looked up at Urgenzi when he saw the big yellow croaker struggling less. Brother Rui, I'm really useless. Urgenzi felt very guilty. Li Rui rolled his eyes at Urgenzi, stop talking nonsense. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't blame yourself. If the fish gets away, it gets away. We can go fishing again later. Li Rui made it sound so easy. Urgenzi's mood was exceptionally bad. That was a big yellow croaker weighing over 10 pounds. It's not that easy to catch one again. Huiryi patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the big yellow croaker didn't get off the hook. Li Rui was waiting. He was waiting for the large yellow croaker to exhaust itself. Urgenzi, when you're scooping up the fish later, stay calm, don't panic, and don't let your hands shake, understand? Li Rui patiently instructed. Brother Rui, I know. Urgenzi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Master who didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid of disturbing the large yellow croaker. Also, if the fish really gets away, it's okay. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Li Rui reassured Urgenzi. Urgenzi was deeply moved upon hearing Li Rui's words. His heart was warmed as well. Rui Ge is really good to him. Huiryi looked up at Li Rui and realized that Li Rui was no ordinary person. Li Rui's mental fortitude is extraordinary. If it were him, he would have already given Urgenzi a good dressing down. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. Rui Zi has a big heart. Old master who couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, the large yellow croaker in the water had stopped struggling due to excessive energy expenditure. Its belly was also exposed. Urgenzi, the time's up. When you're scooping up the net again, be steady. It's nothing, why are you so nervous? Li Rui snorted arrogantly. Urgenzi took a deep breath. He gripped the net tightly with both hands, preparing to scoop up the fish again. Huiryi was worried for Urgenzi. Will Urgenzi make another mistake? That fish in the water could sell for at least 100,000 yuan. Urgenzi slowly submerged the net into the water. He was afraid of provoking the large yellow croaker in the water again. Don't be afraid, it's just a big yellow croaker. It's no big deal if it gets away. We'll have plenty of opportunities to make big money in the future, Li Rui encouraged Urgenzi. After hearing what Li Rui said, Urgenzi's emotions gradually calmed down. After he spotted it, he used a landing net to catch the large yellow croaker. Seeing that Urgenzi hadn't immediately pulled the net ashore, Li Rui put down his fishing rod, ran over quickly, and pulled the net, along with the large yellow croaker inside, ashore. Li Rui's main strength is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The big yellow croaker has finally come ashore. Urgenza breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat and his heart was pounding. Just now, on his first attempt to scoop up the large yellow croaker, he failed and instead agitated it, making him extremely nervous. A large yellow croaker weighing over 10 pounds is about to escape. He'll regret it to death. He probably won't be able to sleep at night. Urgenzi, what's there to be nervous about? The fish got away, so what? Look at you, so pathetic. Li Rui bumped Urgenza's shoulder with his knee. Brother Rui, Urgenza sat on the ground, turned to look at Li Rui, and touched his head awkwardly. Li Rui interrupted Urgenzi. Don't be embarrassed. Be bolder. All you're worried about is losing tens of thousands of yuan, right? If it's really gone, I won't blame you. We're best buddies. The phrase best buddy brought tears to Urgenza's eyes. Old Hu was standing nearby, ran over and looked at the big yellow croaker. A moment later, Old Master Hu exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Holy crap, it really is a big yellow croaker." At this moment, Master Hu was seeing it very clearly. He was 100% certain that the fish in front of him was a large yellow croaker. Li Rui wondered if he should fish a little longer. Today, the luck of the fishing rod is very high, and he doesn't want to leave like this. Li Rui just thought so. The system's voice then rang in my mind. Attention, host. Attention, host. The luck value of the lucky fishing rod is almost depleted today. Upon hearing the sound, Li Rui decided to stop fishing. He looked at Urgenzi and said, "Let's go sell fish." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Xiong walked up behind him carrying a full bucket. "Ruizi, Urgenzi, how was your harvest today?" Chen Xiong's lips curled up, looking very smug. Urgenzi jumped up from the ground in a flash. Immediately afterwards, Urgenzi stared intently at Chen Xiong. Seeing Urgenzi's gaze, Chen Xiong felt a chill run down his spine and was somewhat afraid. This guy is reckless. Last time I almost smashed my head open with a rock. Urgenzi, I'm not here to cause trouble, don't look at me like that. Let's live peacefully together from now on. Don't let Chen Xiong's big and burly appearance fool you. He, however, was a bully who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. When facing ruthless people like Li Rui and Urgenzi, he's a complete coward. Relax. Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder. Urgenzi then lowered his guard. Seeing this, Chen Xiong walked over. He said proudly, "I had a great haul today. Just now, I was beachcombing and my bucket overflowed. I caught a lot of good stuff." He could finally walk with his head held high in front of Li Rui and Urgenzi. His bucket was indeed filled with quite a lot of things. They have blue crabs, razor clams, and sea urchins. As soon as Chen Xiong finished speaking, he froze in shock. Holy crap, what is this? Chen Xiong stared at the big yellow croaker that Li Rui had just caught, and stammered. Damn it! What a huge yellow croaker! Such a big yellow croaker should sell for at least 100,000 yuan. Urgenzi and I didn't have a good catch today. We only caught this one big yellow croaker. Li Rui took the big yellow croaker off the hook and held it in his arms. Chen Xiong's face turned green upon hearing this. Seeing Chen Xiong's pathetic state, Hu Yi couldn't help but tease him, still showing off? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong's face turned even greener. What's he so smug about? This bucket of his can sell for at most a little over 1,000 yuan. The big yellow croaker that Li Rui is holding could sell for at least 100,000 yuan. At this moment, Li Rui walked past Chen Xiong and put the large yellow croaker into the tricycle's cargo compartment. Chen Xiong followed and peered into the back of the tricycle. What a huge grouper! Chen Xiong exclaimed when he saw the large grouper inside the tricycle. He turned his head and stared straight at Li Rui. Who caught this? Li Rui smiled. Old Master Hu was standing nearby, spoke up. Ruizi caught it. Chen Xiong was stunned. Such a large grouper could sell for at least several thousand yuan. Li Rui and Urgenzi worked together to first pull Urgenzi's fish basket out of the water and onto the shore, and then lifted it onto the tricycle. Chen Xiong's breathing became somewhat rapid. How did you two catch so many fish? Chen Xiong could hardly believe his eyes. This is what I caught. My brother Rui caught it, but I haven't brought it over yet. Urgenzi glanced at Chen Xiong and snorted lightly. Chen Xiong felt as if he had been dealt another severe blow. Is fishing at the beach really that easy? How come he never noticed it before? Watching Li Rui and Urgenzi lift Li Rui's fish basket onto the tricycle again, Chen Xiong began to question his life. The tricycle could barely hold all the fish they caught. Chen Xiong was greatly shocked. Li Rui, sitting on the tricycle seat, said to Urgenzi, who was standing in the back, "Hold on tight." Urgenzi replied with a smile, "Brother Rui, I'm all set." Upon hearing this, Li Rui drove his tricycle to Jufulu. Watching the tricycle drive further and further away, Chen Xiong finally came to his senses. Second Master Hu, were those fish really caught by Li Rui and Urgenzi? Chen Xiong turned to look at Second Master Hu. How could they have caught so many fish at the beach in just one morning? Impossible. That's definitely impossible. Hueryi glared at Chen Xiong with annoyance. If it wasn't Ruizi and Urgenzi who caught it, then did you catch it? After hearing what Master Hu said, Chen Xiong finally believed that Li Rui and Urgenzi had caught a whole tricycle full of fish that morning. There are a lot of fish in these two spots, I'll cast my line here later, Chen Xiong said, then picked up his bucket and ran off. He memorized the two fishing spots where Li Rui and Urgenzi had been fishing. At this moment, at the door of Yutao's house, Yutao and Chen Xiong's wife, Su Lanzi, were chatting. Uncle Yu, I just saw Li Rui and Urgenzi go fishing. Su Lanzi smiled coldly. That's just how it is in the countryside. Many idle people, with nothing better to do, like to gossip behind people's backs. They went fishing? Yutao found it somewhat unbelievable. A couple of days ago, Li Rui and Urgenzi were fishing with a net in the reef area and caught a lot of fish. Why did they stop? How much money can you make fishing by the sea? Su Lanzi cracked some melon seeds and pursed her lips. The two of them went fishing. It's just for fun, they won't make much money. That's right. Yutao also felt that it was difficult to make money fishing by the sea. Many expensive sea fish rarely appear near the sea. You can only make money by fishing in the deep sea. That kid Ruizi hasn't been selling seafood to me lately. Yutao took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. In the past few days, Li Rui has found a lot of good stuff in the sea, but he hasn't earned a single penny. This made him a little unhappy. Su Lanzi chimed in, Uncle Yu, Ruizi's luck can't stay this good forever. He went fishing with Urgenzi today, and I reckon they won't even make 500 yuan. Yutao liked hearing those words. Yutao nodded, puffing out a cloud of smoke, and said, You're right. Luck can't always be with Rui Zi and Jun Zi. The two were chatting. Li Rui's tricycle appeared at the end of the village. He's here. He's here. He's driving his tricycle. Su Lanzi exclaimed excitedly. Yutao looked towards the end of the village and indeed saw Li Rui. The next moment, he murmured, I wonder how many fish they caught. Su Lanzi snorted coldly, her eyes full of mockery, and said, Uncle Yu, how many fish can you catch at the seaside? 20 at most, and the sea is Li Rui's fishing ground. Let's take a look. Yutao craned his neck, very curious. Before long, Li Rui's tricycle arrived at Yutao's door. Yutao greeted him with a smile. Rui Zi, how many fish did you and Jun Zi catch? Not many, Li Rui replied loudly. Hearing this, Su Lanzi turned to look at Yutao, her lips curving upward slightly, and said, Uncle Yu, what do you think? I wasn't wrong. You can't catch many fish by fishing at the beach. Yutao, however, was firmly controlled by the fish inside the tricycle. His eyes were wide open, like saucers. So many fish. That giant grouper must weigh at least 45 kilograms. There was also a large yellow croaker weighing about 10 kilograms. Yutao was so engrossed in watching that he didn't want to blink. Uncle Yu, what's wrong? Su Lanzi noticed that Yutao seemed a little off and asked him in confusion. Look! Yutao pointed to the back of the tricycle. Su Lanzi dismissed it. What's so interesting about it? There probably aren't many fish. That's what she said. But she still turned her head to look over. It's okay if you don't watch it. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Su Lanzi had also been forcibly restrained for over 10 seconds. Oh my god! Li Rui's tricycle was surprisingly filled with fish of all sizes. How come Li Rui and Urgenzi caught so many fish this morning? At the village entrance, the other few people started chattering like chickens. Did you just see that? Rui Zi's tricycle is full of fish, including black sea bream, grouper, and I think there are also large yellow croakers. I saw it too. Yutao slapped his thigh anxiously. Rui Zi, why isn't he selling his catch to my house again? Yutao is the kind of person who feels like he's losing out if he doesn't make a profit. He's in so much pain now. Damn, Ruizi keeps getting lucky. When will my Chen Xiong ever get lucky like that? Su Lanzi was jealous again. At this moment, at the edge of the village, several fishing enthusiasts ran home, grabbed their fishing gear, and headed for the sea. In their view, there was a good catch at the beach today. They can also have a good catch when they go fishing. Following trends is common in both rural and urban areas. Su Zianjiao is working at the Hime seafood processing plant. Xiao Rong stood to her left, and Li Yueping stood to her right. During work hours, the three of them were almost inseparable. By the way, Zianjiao, did Li Rui give you any gifts for your birthday that day? Xiao Rong nudged Su Zianjiao's waist with her elbow. Li Yueping glanced at Su Zianjiao, then continued working. Su Zianjiao's two beautiful eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she smiled. I bought it. She not only spoke, but also pointed to the black gemstone necklace she was wearing on her chest. It's so beautiful. Xiao Rong was immediately attracted when she saw the black gemstone necklace. Almost all women have a special fondness for jewelry. Li Yueping exclaimed with stars in her eyes, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Xianjiao, how much does this black gemstone necklace cost?" Xiao Rong asked with a gossipy look on her face. "It won't cost much," Su Xianjiao said with a faint, captivating smile. She is not a show-off. However, she also has a bit of vanity. Seeing her two best friends so envious of her, Su Xianjiao felt her vanity satisfied. She used to be the only one who envied Rongrong and Yueping. Now the positions have finally been reversed. When Xiao Rong and Li Yueping heard Su Xianjiao say that, they realized that the black gemstone necklace Su Xianjiao was wearing was only worth about 1,000 yuan, but in reality, it was 4,009, which is more than their monthly salary. "Xianjiao, my husband's company is hiring. Does your husband want to work there?" Xiao Rong suddenly changed the subject. She had heard Su Xianjiao say before that Li Rui had recently quit gambling. Li Rui doesn't have a proper job, he's currently fishing on the beach. It is currently the fishing moratorium period. Going to the beach to fish is too unreliable. You might make money today, but not tomorrow. Xianjiao, Rongrong's husband's place offers good benefits in all aspects, and they're currently hiring. It would be a good opportunity for Li Rui. Li Yueping glanced at Su Xianjiao, hoping that Li Rui could also go out to work. These days, almost all the adult men on Crescent Island have gone out to work. It would be difficult to support a family if they stayed on the island. Prices on the island are too high. A pound of pork costs 28 yuan. A pound of beef costs 45. Before Su Xianjiao could reply, Xiao Rong spoke again. "Xianjiao, this is a rare opportunity. My husband hasn't hired anyone for several years, and this time there are many applicants. Li Rui had better not miss this opportunity." Xiao Rong sincerely hopes that Su Xianjiao can live a good life. Li Yueping immediately followed up. Xiao Rong's husband received a year-end bonus of over 20,000 yuan. The two of them talked back and forth, both hoping that Li Rui could go work for Xiao Rong's husband. "I'll go home and talk to Li Rui about it," Su Xianjiao replied after thinking for a moment. She was conflicted. She hoped Li Rui would seize this opportunity, but at the same time, she didn't want him to. Li Rui is really going to go out to work. She would have to live alone in an empty room. She didn't like this kind of life. That night, she was still thinking about Li Rui warming her bed. Li Rui is going to miss this opportunity, there won't be another one like it. Hopefully, Li Rui's luck will continue to be good, and he will be able to make money on Crescent Island. But is that even possible? She found it difficult. "Xianjiao, you need to hurry. Time waits for no one, and neither does a good job," Xiao Rong said, before returning to her work. "By the way, Xianjiao, how much money has Li Rui made from fishing these past few days? Is it 1,500? Li Yueping asked casually. Su Xianjiao smiled slightly. "More than 1,500. Neither Li Yueping nor Xiao Rong continued to ask. They guessed that Li Rui must have earned about 2,000 yuan in the past few days. It's not bad. At the same time, Li Rui and Erjunzi were surrounded by a group of Jufulu staff members as soon as they arrived at the entrance of Jufulu. Wow, what a huge grouper! Bai Wenbin was in charge of receiving Li Rui and Erjunzi this time. Bai Wenbin was the first to notice the grouper, which weighed 40 or 50 pounds. There was no way around it, that grouper, weighing 40 or 50 pounds, was just too eye-catching. Old Cai, who was in charge of weighing the meat in the kitchen, walked over to the giant grouper, bent down, and gestured with his long arms to indicate the size of the giant grouper. This giant grouper must be a meter long. Some people saw the large yellow croaker and exclaimed, "Oh dear, there's a big yellow croaker here that weighs over 10 pounds. This big yellow croaker must sell for over 100,000 yuan. These people were thoroughly entertained. Bai Wenbin patted Li Rui on the shoulder and joked, "Rui, can you take me with you too? I really want to follow you." This time, Bai Wenbin was truly moved. Li Rui earns tens of thousands of yuan almost every day. He was envious. Don't let his current status as a high-level white-collar worker fool you. But compared to Li Rui, he felt he was nothing. "Brother Bin, stop joking. I can't afford to invite this big Buddha," Li Rui said with a grin. "I'm just a laborer, I'm no big shot. You're giving me too much credit." Bai Wenbin waved his hand and said with a wry smile. After saying that, Bai Wenbin called on everyone to sort the fish in the carriage into different categories. These fish will need to be carried into the kitchen to be weighed later. In no time, everyone arrived at the kitchen. Old Cai was still the one weighing the items. Bai Wenbin was in charge of taking notes. Old Cai weighed the items while announcing the numbers. A grouper, weighing 48 jin. Upon hearing this number, Li Rui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Old foxes are indeed shrewd. Previously, when he caught this giant grouper, Erjunza said that this giant grouper weighs 50 jin, 25 kilograms. However, Master Hu accurately predicted that this grouper weighed only 47 or 48 jin. Large yellow croaker, 10 catties and 1 tail. Black sea bream, 45 catties. Sea bass, 31 catties. Spotted grouper, 3 catties and 1 tail. Shi Jugong, 3 catties and 5 tails. Li Rui didn't let Lao Cai weigh the remaining small fish, he planned to take them home to eat. Bai Wenbin offered a very good price. 101 jin for a grouper, that's 5,280. That big yellow croaker was too big, so the price was very high, 15,000 yuan per jin, which comes out to 151,500. Black sea bream is 38 yuan per catty, which comes to 1,710 yuan. The black bass is 51 jin, which comes to 1,550. The price of grouper is 400 yuan per catty, which comes to 1,271 yuan. Shi Jugong costs 101 jin, which adds up to 350. Total 161,661. When Bai Wenbin announced the number, Zhenzi was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Inside the kitchen, all the chefs and kitchen helpers were amazed. Wow, another tens of thousands. That young man is incredibly lucky. Yesterday he earned tens of thousands, and today he earned over 100,000. If this trend continues, he will become a multi-millionaire in less than a year. Damn, I've never seen a fisherman who can make so much money. Seeing that young man earning so much, how can I possibly be content to be a cook? Bai Wenbin carefully considered the matter in his mind. He discovered that it would take him a year and a half to earn 160,000. In this day and age, earning over 10,000 a month is quite good. Even a high-level white-collar worker like him is still a junior in front of Li Rui. Rui, I admire you so much. Other fishermen on Crescent Island are just trying to make a living, but you are the only one who has become rich. Bai Wenbin patted Li Rui's shoulder heavily. After saying that, Bai Wenbin sent the accounts to Song Ling's mobile phone. At this moment, Song Ling was drinking tea. When she heard her phone ring, she instinctively answered it. Puff. When she saw the bill displayed on her phone, she spat out a mouthful of fragrant tea. More than 160,000? Song Ling put down her teacup, jumped up from the sofa, and stared intently at her phone screen. It seems that even the proprietress of Jufula doesn't earn as much as Li Rui. Jufula's daily turnover is quite considerable, but the expenses shouldn't be underestimated. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Song Ling wiped the tea in front of her, tidied her appearance, and then sat back down on the sofa. Soon, Li Rui and Zhenzi pushed open the door and came in. Zhenzi skipped and hopped over to his sister, Song Ling. Sis, do you still say I'm a good-for-nothing? Zhenzi brought his face close to his sister Song Ling's and snorted smugly. I earned more than 10,000 this morning. Be serious. Song Ling patted Zhenzi's head, with other people watching. Zhenzi picked up the teapot and teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea for his brother Rui. Here, brother Rui, have some tea. The tea my sister has here is Wuyi Mountain de Hongpao, and it tastes very good. Holding the tea in both hands, Zhenzi approached Li Rui and said with a smile. Li Rui was speechless. This tea must be from Zhenzi. He naturally picked it up and drank it. But this tea belonged to Song Ling, and it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to drink it. Li Rui, have some. Zhenzi didn't pour you a cup of tea just now, so I'll pour you a cup myself. I have to thank you for taking such good care of Zhenzi. You actually did something that I, as his own sister, couldn't do. Song Ling said with a big smile. President Song, then I shall gladly accept your offer. Li Rui took the teacup and took a sip. It tastes really good. It has a mellow and refreshing taste with a lingering aftertaste. Wuyi de Hongpao tea really does taste good. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. Li Rui, you and Zhenzi sit for a while. I'll help you with the paperwork now, Song Ling said with a faint smile. Zhenzi casually sat down on a chair. Li Rui, on the other hand, was much more reserved. He also sat down in a chair. Li Rui, here, this is the order form. Song Ling handed the order form to Li Rui. Seeing Li Rui holding the list in his hand, Song Ling smiled slightly and warmly invited him. Li Rui, when are you free? I'd like to invite you to a simple meal. I have to thank you for taking care of Zhenzi all this time. Li Rui put his hand on Zhenzi's shoulder and looked at Song Ling, saying, President Song, I've always treated Zhenzi like a younger brother. You don't need to thank me. Zhenzi was delighted to hear this. He knew that what his brother Rui said wasn't just polite talk, but the truth. He knows best how Rui treated him. Mr. Song, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go to the finance office to collect the money, Li Rui said with a smile. Go ahead. Song Ling didn't invite him again. Li Rui is gone. Zhenzi, however, did not leave. Sis, my brother Rui bought a car, and I'm planning to buy one too in a while. Every man dreams of owning his own car. Urgenzi was no exception. Urgenzi, stop being so cocky. Songling gave Urgenzi a hard slap on the butt. What's wrong with me? I made money, and you won't let me show off? Urgenzi chuckled and laughed non-stop. At the Hime seafood processing plant, Su Zionjio was extremely conflicted. Xiao Rong's husband's job is really good. If Li Rui misses this opportunity, he will most likely never be able to work for Xiao Rong's husband again in his lifetime. If Li Rui really goes, she felt empty inside. I don't want to think about it anymore. When we get back, I'll let Li Rui make his own decision. Su Zionjia shook her head, no longer wanting to think about it. She genuinely hoped that Li Rui could continue to earn money at home. If you can make money at home, who would want to travel far away? When a couple lives apart for an extended period of time, problems are likely to arise. Li Rui and Urgenzi left Jufulu and stood next to the tricycle. Your sister rounded it up and gave us 162,000. You take 10%, which is 16,200. As Li Rui spoke, he transferred the money over. After the money arrived, Urgenzi rubbed his hands together and said with a big smile, Brother Rui, I'm also planning to buy a car to drive in a while. Good idea. I agree with you buying a car. When a man has money, he must have his own car. Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the supermarket and bought some things. Su Zionjia really loves barbecue. Back when Li Rugang and Su Zionjia were together, they would go out for barbecue every few days. Not long after getting married, Su Zionjia became pregnant with Kuakuo. My family's financial situation is not good. Su Zionjia then rarely went to eat barbecue anymore. Tonight, Li Rui plans to have a family-style barbecue in his backyard. Barbecue tools are essential. Grill, charcoal, barbecue utensils, fire starter, heat-resistant gloves, bamboo skewers, grill pan. Li Rui bought everything he could think of. Brother Rui, what are you buying all this for? Urgenzi followed behind Li Rui, his arms full of things. Are you stupid? Buying these things is obviously for barbecuing. Li Rui took 6 more long-handled tongs off the shelf. Long-handled tongs are used to flip food. We were poor before and couldn't satisfy your sister-in-law's appetite. Now that we're rich, we have to satisfy your sister-in-law's appetite. Your sister-in-law really likes barbecue. She has rarely gone out for barbecue since she married me. Li Rui thought of all the hardships Su Zionjia had endured and the grievances she had suffered over the years. Urgenzi then asked, Brother Rui, why does your wife rarely go out for barbecue after she married you? We'll just have to save money. Li Rui glanced back at Urgenzi. Urgenzi, it's not easy to support a family. You'll understand when you get married. Every aspect of life, from firewood and rice to oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, requires money. There are so many trivial matters to deal with. Both sets of parents and relatives need to be taken care of. The education and upbringing of children is also a major challenge. The saying, every family has its own problems, comes from this. Brother Rui, to be honest, your wife has really had a tough time these past few years. Urgenzi also felt that Su Zionjia was a good woman, and he dared not hope that he could find such a good wife as Su Zionjia in his life. Good women like Su Zionjia are so rare. She is loyal and devoted, and can endure hardship with a man. Even when Rui was at his lowest point, Su Zionjia never abandoned him, always standing behind him and silently supporting him. Urgenzi, is there anything else we need to buy? Li Rui stopped and asked Urgenzi. He bought everything he could think of, but he always felt that something was missing. Urgenzi chuckled sheepishly, Brother Rui, I'm just a foodie. I really don't know what I need to buy to make barbecue at home. Let's put our things in the shopping cart first. Li Rui walked towards the supermarket entrance. Neither of them pushed the shopping cart just now. A short while later, they put the items they were carrying into the shopping cart. Li Rui walked ahead. Urgenzi pushed the shopping cart from behind. What else do I need to buy? Li Rui looked around and then spotted the seasoning section of the supermarket. He clapped his hands and exclaimed with delight, let's go buy some seasonings. We can't have barbecue at home without seasonings. Salt, cumin powder, chili powder, Sichuan peppercorn powder, white sesame seeds, garlic chili sauce, tomato sauce, oyster sauce, light soy sauce. Li Rui took whatever he saw. Damn, making money feels so good. Buy whatever you want. In the past, he always checked the price first when buying things. Now I have money in my pocket. Why would you even care about the price when buying things? If you want to buy something, just take it. The shopping cart was completely full. Even so, Li Rui still felt he hadn't bought enough. Let's buy some fruit. Li Rui walked to the fruit section again. Kuakuo likes to eat strawberries and bananas. Li Rui took 2 boxes of strawberries and 2 bunches of bananas and put them in the shopping cart. The strawberries were the very large kind. The bananas are imported. The prices are not cheap. A box of strawberries costs 60. Bananas cost 12 yuan per pound. Prices on the island are thus significantly higher than on the mainland. Urgenzi, you like to eat apples, if I remember correctly. Li Rui turned around and looked at Urgenzi. I don't care whether I eat it or not. Urgenzi scratched his head and smilingly. Seeing Urgenzi like this, Li Rui couldn't help but kick him. In the future, when you're with girls, never do this. If you do this, girls will immediately assume you're an honest guy, and you'll easily get friend-zoned. Urgenzi scratched his head and said, Brother Rui, you're not lying to me, are you? He can't help but become like this whenever he sees a girl he likes. How could I possibly lie to you? Li Rui taught Urgenzi some tips on how to woo girls. Urgenzi, you need to be more confident. You have to be generous and open in front of girls. If you're timid and hesitant, girls will think you're creepy. The two chatted as they shopped. Li Rui spoke casually. Urgenzi, however, was analyzing the text word by word. These are all techniques. Once you understand these techniques, you have to put them into practice. Practice reveals the truth, Li Rui concluded. Urgenzi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He met several girls and pursued several of them, but none of them were successful. He used to think that if he was nice to girls, he could win them over. Who knew there would be so many twists and turns? Brother Rui, if I appear too confident, they might think I'm too ordinary. Urgenzi asked, voicing his concern. Urgenzi asked this question. Li Rui then thought of a phrase that would become a viral internet sensation many years later. Ordinary male. What's wrong? Can't a regular man have confidence? Li Rui rolled his eyes at Urgenzi. Urgenzi, you need to have confidence in yourself. You are excellent now. I'm excellent? Urgenzi pointed at his nose with his finger, looking completely dazed. Seeing Urgenzi's state, Li Rui wanted to slap him. How can a man be so insecure about himself? You earned over 10,000 today, aren't you outstanding? Li Rui said deliberately to boost Urgenzi's confidence. These days, most men only earn a few thousand a month. If you're not outstanding, who is? As they talked, they arrived at the supermarket entrance. At the supermarket entrance, Li Rui happened to run into Su Jianfeng and Chen Yi. The couple came over to buy gifts. Li Rui, why did you buy so much stuff again today? Are you and Xian Jia ruining your future together? Chen Yi's face darkened as she looked at the mountain of goods. Li Ruijin is not a person who knows how to manage a household. Why did her daughter, Su Xianjiao, insist on marrying Li Rui back then? Su Jianfeng also criticized Rui Zi, you can't spend money so recklessly. You need to realize that you have a family, a wife, and children. Dad, Mom, I made money. Li Rui wanted to defend himself, but Chenny interrupted him. You make a living by fishing every day. How much money can you earn? And you dare to say you've made money? I told you to go to work, but you don't. You stay home all day messing around. How can you support your family? How can you support your wife and children? Chen Yi questioned repeatedly. Li Rui is getting hot. He said coldly, Mom, stop worrying about my family's affairs. You should worry about Xiakan's marriage. After saying that, he and Urgenzi went to the cashier to queue up. Li Rui, how dare you talk like that? Chen Yi wanted to chase after him, but her husband Su Jianfeng grabbed her arm. Alright, let's ignore him. We still need to buy gifts. Xiaokun can't go to the woman's house empty-handed. Son, you're good for nothing. Son-in-law, you're good for nothing. He's exhausted. Forget it, I won't stoop to his level. He's my elder. Chen Yi found a way to save face for herself. At the cashier, Li Rui and Urgenzi were still in line. Tiger. Urgenzi muttered under his breath, staring at Chen Yi's back. Even if he never gets married in this lifetime, he wouldn't date a woman like Chen Yi. Brother Rui, how could your wife's family treat you like this? Urgenzi couldn't stand it anymore and was indignant. He was just about to hurl a few angry words at Chen Yi, but when he thought of Chen Yi as his brother Rui's mother-in-law, he held back. There are some things that are inappropriate for him to get involved in. Part of it is my fault. Li Rui sighed, then smiled and said, let's not talk about this anymore, it'll ruin the mood. After paying, Li Rui and Urgenzi walked out of the supermarket with bags full of purchases. It cost a total of 925. When paying, Li Rui didn't even blink. In the past, Li Rui would never have been willing to spend so much money on things. In the past, he would gamble and lose a lot of money without even flinching. However, he was reluctant to spend much money on food, drink, and basic necessities. Thinking of this, Li Rui felt that his previous life had been truly pathetic. He ignores his wife and children. If he had a little money, he would go to the card room to gamble. Damn it, that's really asking for a beating. Li Rui and Urgenzi drove their tricycle to the vegetable market again. Lamb, beef, chicken breast, chicken wings, pork belly. Li Rui bought quite a lot of these things. Li Rui didn't buy any seafood. I'll buy some more vegetables. Li Rui walked to a vegetable stall and bought corn, potatoes, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, green peppers, and other vegetables. Brother Rui, how about we buy some more chives? I love chives. Urgenzi finally spoke up. Li Rui pointed to the chives on the stall and said to the stall owner, I'll take all of these chives. When you're rich, that's how generous you are. At the vegetable market, Li Rui spent more than 400 yuan. Back home, Li Rui and Urgenzi had lunch and then started cutting meat. Li Fang wanted to lend a hand, but Li Rui chased her out of the kitchen. Mom, you should go out now. We don't need your help with things here. Li Rui mainly didn't want his mother to be too overworked. As Urgenzi began to cut the meat, he asked, Brother Rui, how should I cut it? After thinking for a moment, Li Rui replied, slice it thinly, not too big or too small, just enough for grilling. It took almost half an hour to finally cut the meat. What should we do next? Urgenzi rubbed his brow bone with the back of his hand. My brow bone is itchy. His hands were so greasy that he couldn't scratch them. Marinate some of this meat. Li Rui picked up a condiment from the cutting board and tore it open. Before grilling, marinate the sliced meat with salt, light soy sauce, cooking wine, and cumin powder. Without this step, a lot of the meat won't absorb the flavors when grilling. After another half hour of work, Li Rui and Urgenzi finally finished. In the living room, Li Rui and Urgenzi were resting on the sofa. Li Rui habitually touched his pocket. Brother Rui, stop touching it. You quit smoking a long time ago. You don't have any cigarettes in your pocket. Urgenzi couldn't help but laugh when he saw his brother Rui's actions. I forgot. Li Rui suddenly realized, then slapped his forehead. In the past, when he was tired, he always liked to smoke a cigarette to relieve his fatigue. It's become a habit. It feels a little strange to suddenly quit smoking. At 3 o'clock, let's go beachcombing and bring back some scallops or something. Li Rui lay sprawled on the sofa, in a very comfortable position. It would be best if we could also bring back some black tiger prawns. Your sister-in-law especially loves grilled black tiger prawns. Black tiger prawns, also known as tiger prawns, grass prawns, or spotted prawns, are mainly produced in tropical Southeast Asian countries. It is large in size, with horizontal stripes of blackish-brown and yellowish-brown on its shell, and 7 or 8 teeth on the upper edge of its forehead and 2 or 3 teeth on the lower edge. The meat is white, tender, sweet, and delicious. Black tiger prawns contain a large amount of minerals and vitamins. It is a rare and high-quality protein. Brother Rui, black tiger shrimp are not easy to get, Urgenza said. Black tiger shrimp larvae grow in shallow coastal waters, and after they grow up, they migrate to deeper sea areas. Finding adult black tiger prawns while beachcombing is quite difficult. Let's try our luck. Li Rui was quite confident that he could get his hands on black tiger shrimp. The two of them talked for a while and then fell asleep. Before going to sleep, Li Rui set an alarm clock. At 3 o'clock, he and Urgenzi had to go beachcombing to pick up some good stuff to make a barbecue when they got back. Urgenzi and Li Rui opened their eyes to the sound of the alarm clock. Wash your face, let's go beachcombing. Li Rui stood up from the sofa and kicked Urgenzi's butt. At this moment, Urgenzi was yawning repeatedly, his eyes not yet fully open. 10 minutes later, Li Rui and Urgenzi were catching seafood in the intertidal zone on the beach. Ta-da! Li Rui used tongs to pick up 7 or 8 oysters and threw them into the bucket. Brother Rui, here's a scallop. Urgenzi picked up the scallop, looked at Li Rui, and waved his hand repeatedly. One isn't enough. Li Rui carried the bucket over, and Urgenzi threw the scallops into the bucket. There are 6 of us having barbecue tonight. Who's going to eat a scallop? Li Rui turned around and saw many scallops hiding in the crevices of several small rocks. He walked over and reached in to take out 2 scallops. Holy crap, there are 2. Urgenzi's eyes widened. Li Rui then pulled 3 scallops out of a crevice in the rocks. After the scallops were packed into the bucket, Li Rui broke open a small rock with his hands, exposing all the scallops hiding underneath to Li Rui and Urgenzi's view. Brother Rui, you're so lucky. You actually stumbled upon a scallop nest. With so many scallops, we're not going to have to worry about food tonight. Urgenzi grinned. Scallops are free, right before our eyes. Urgenzi quickly bent down and picked up the scallops. In just a few minutes, Li Rui and Urgenzi picked up more than 20 scallops. Brother Rui, do you think city people can eat seafood like we coastal people do? Urgenzi asked while picking up scallops. Rich people in the city can eat as much seafood as they want, but ordinary people can only enjoy it occasionally, they can't eat it often, Li Rui replied briefly. There are several reasons why seafood is expensive. Firstly, the cost of fishing is high. Fishermen face high costs when going out to sea to fish, including equipment purchase and maintenance, fuel consumption, and labor costs. Furthermore, there are certain dangers involved in fishing. This further increases the cost of seafood. The wool comes from the sheep. Consumers will bear these costs. Secondly, the transportation and storage costs are not low. There don't seem to be any black tiger shrimp around here. Li Rui looked around but couldn't see any black tiger shrimp. After collecting the scallops, Li Rui and Urgenzi waded through the seawater to continue searching for seafood suitable for barbecue. As he walked, Li Rui stopped again. He bent down and broke open a small rock. Urgenzi, who was standing nearby, saw several orchid crabs scatter in all directions. Wow, so many orchid crabs. Urgenzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn, Rui is so lucky. Rui GE is going beachcombing. It's like he's picking up money off the ground. Those who have been blessed by Muzu are truly amazing. Li Rui nudged Urgenzi's arm with his shoulder. Don't just stand there, let's pick it up quickly. Once we've picked it up, remember to tie it up with a rope. Orchid crab, scientifically known as Porcinus maculatus. Clad in sturdy blue armor, its patterns resemble frost and snow. The cephalothorax is about twice as wide as it is long, and its body is spindle-shaped with many rough granules on its surface. It is highly recognizable due to its unique appearance. The orchid crab has delicate meat, a delicious flavor, and a considerable amount of crab roe and crab fat. Okay. Urgenzi immediately bent down and quickly picked up the orchid crabs. Brother Rui, can orchid crabs be grilled? Li Rui said as he picked them up. Of course we can. When we get back, we'll clean the blue crab, remove its gills and stomach, scrub it clean with a brush, and then cut it in half with a knife. Put it in a bowl, add lemon juice, salt, pepper, and olive oil, stir well, marinate for about 10 minutes, and then you can put it on the grill. After roasting, sprinkle some cumin powder, chili powder, and chopped cilantro, and take a bite. It's a great treat for your taste buds. As he spoke, Li Rui's mouth involuntarily produced a lot of saliva. Urgenzi turned to the side, looked at Li Rui, and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Rui, you're amazing. You can do this too? You're practically omnipotent. During my university years, I studied marine biology. Back then, all of us in my dorm were foodies. We would cook something every 2 days. Nothing outside of school tasted as good as what we made. Li Rui chatted with Urgenzi. Urgenzi never attended university. He longed to go to university. Brother Rui, you can cook food in a university dorm? Urgenzi blinked, finding it hard to believe. It seemed like you couldn't cook food in a university dorm. It's not allowed in principle, but it's allowed in practice. Just don't let the dorm manager see it, right? Li Rui recalled a funny incident from his college days. Once, we used a high-powered grill to grill meat, which caused the power to trip for the whole building. Urgenzi asked curiously, and then? Li Rui couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then a wave of cursing erupted throughout the building. At that time, many people were playing Crossfire in teams. Those people used really foul language, and the amount of profanity they used was extremely high. Since then, we have stopped using that high-powered grill pan to grill meat. The next day, the student council came to check the dormitories. In other dormitories, many high-powered electrical appliances have been confiscated. That very night, Li Rui hid the high-powered electrical appliances from their dormitory in the teaching building. Whenever the people in their dorm bring this up, they talk about it with great interest. Even now, it remains the same. The two chatted for a while, and most of the orchid crabs under them were picked up. Brother Rui, you guys have really done something terrible. Urgenzi grinned from ear to ear. Let's go take a look over there. Li Rui was thinking about the black tiger shrimp. His wife loves to eat black tiger prawns. Today, he absolutely has to bring back 2 black tiger prawns. If you can't find them while beachcombing, you can buy them in town. Urgenzi followed. After walking for about 2 minutes, Li Rui saw several mudskippers in a small trough. Brother Rui, why aren't we leaving? Urgenzi asked. Do you see what that is? Li Rui pointed to the small water tank. Urgenzi looked closely and then said, so many mudskippers. As he spoke, Urgenzi took out rubber gloves from his pocket and put them on him. The mudskipper is also known as the stinky belly fish. Its body is oval-shaped, yellowish-brown, with large eyes, and its body is covered with white spots and black spots. The spines of the dorsal, pectoral, pelvic, and caudal fins contain a small amount of venom, and being stung will be very painful. Its meat is delicious and has a unique flavor, making it perfect for barbecue. Li Rui also secretly put on rubber gloves. If you get stung by a mudskipper, it will hurt for an hour or 2. When you get pricked, the feeling is incredibly pleasurable. The two tiptoed over. The seawater was very clear, and Li Rui caught one first, holding the mudskipper by the sides of its belly with his right hand. Urgenzi also catches mudfish in this way. People living by the sea don't want to touch the dorsal, pectoral, pelvic, or caudal fins of this thing. The two caught more than a dozen mudskippers and then stopped catching more. They walked to a large rock and sat down one after the other. Beachcombing is tiring. Taking appropriate breaks along the way is very necessary. Hey Rui, wanna have a cigarette? Urgenzi patted his pocket, which contained a lighter and a pack of cigarettes. Get out of the way. Li Rui waved his hand and glared at Urgenzi with annoyance. Isn't this encouraging him to make a mistake? He's going to smoke now. When we get back, Kyokuo will smell the cigarette on him and say that his poop smells bad again. His image in Kyokuo's eyes will also be greatly damaged. If you don't smoke, I won't smoke either, Urgenzi said with a slight smile. Don't test me like that again. Li Rui thought of a movie that Fan Wei would later star in. What was it called again? I can't remember right now. One of them is a classic. Fan Wei, holding peanuts, scolded his subordinates. You call this asking me for a favor? Using this to test cotters, which cotter can't withstand such a test? Damn, this part is absolutely classic. Brother Rui, what are you laughing at? Urgenzi asked, puzzled. It's nothing. Li Rui naturally didn't mention what happened later. After resting for a while, Li Rui stood up from the big rock and stretched. Let's continue beachcombing. Li Rui continued forward. He looked around, searching for the black tiger shrimp. You probably won't see a single black tiger prawn today. Urgenzi is right, it's really hard to find black tiger shrimp when beachcombing. At this moment, Li Rui saw several large razor clams hidden under a patch of sand. He waded through the water and walked over. Brother Rui, there are so many air holes here. Urgenzi squatted down and threw sand with his hands. Sensing danger, the large razor clams beneath the beach quickly fled. All of this was clearly seen by Li Rui's X-ray vision. Trying to run? You think you can escape? Li Rui squatted down and threw several large razor clams out of the sand in a few quick movements, leaving Urgenzi, who was standing nearby, dumbfounded. Brother Rui, you're amazing. I haven't caught a single razor clam yet, but you've caught several, Urgenzi exclaimed in amazement. Li Rui pointed to a large vent and casually said a few words to Urgenzi, who listened intently. Li Rui dug the sand with his hands. Before long, he caught another large razor clam. Brother Rui, you're amazing. You're a master at beachcombing. Both your theory and practice are top-notch. Urgenzi looked at Li Rui with eyes full of admiration. I'm just average, Li Rui said cheerfully. Urgenzi turned his head to the side, stared at Li Rui, and said with his mouth wide open, Brother Rui, you call this average? If you ask me, there is no better beachcombing expert than you on Crescent Island. Chen Xiong from your village is not even a younger brother compared to you. As soon as Urgenzi finished speaking, Li Rui chuckled twice. Good stuff. He looked at the beach not far away, a smile playing on his lips. Splash, splash, splash. Li Rui ran through the seawater to a pile of small stones. Brother Rui, what did you see? Urgenzi ran up to Li Rui curiously. Li Rui didn't say anything. He bent down and pushed aside a larger rock. At this moment, Urgenzi noticed an octopus that was neither too big nor too small. Octopus is a type of marine mollusk. The chances of finding it while beachcombing are quite high. Their bodies are soft and boneless, with 8 long tentacles covered with 2 rows of suckers, forming arms, and an ink sac pointing to a funnel. Their left eye is larger than their right eye, and their blood is not red, but a strange blue. When faced with danger, they are very good at camouflage, their bodies will change color. At that moment, the octopus under Li Rui's feet sensed danger, and its skin instantly turned the color of a reef, blending perfectly with its surroundings. It's hard to tell without a close look. Brother Rui, this thing, one bite and it's so satisfying. Urgenzi picked up the octopus and played with it in his hand. Instantly, the octopus's 8 tentacles gripped Urgenzi's hands and arms tightly. Li Rui looked at the octopus in Urgenzi's hand and said, This octopus in your hand is too big, you can't burst it in one bite. As he spoke, Li Rui bent down again and pulled out a relatively small octopus from the crevice in the rock. This octopus is best eaten in one bite. Li Rui nodded slightly. Brother Rui, there are quite a few octopuses here. After throwing the octopus in his hand into the bucket, Urgenzi began searching for more octopuses nearby. In the blink of an eye, Urgenzi found a small octopus. Li Rui and Urgenzi picked up 6 octopuses here. 1 big one and 5 small ones. More than enough for barbecuing. Brother Rui, I've had grilled octopus before. After the octopus is grilled, the surface is golden brown, and then you sprinkle salt, pepper, and cumin on it. It's so crispy and delicious. Urgenzi said, almost drooling. On Crescent Island, there are only 2 barbecue restaurants. Neither of those 2 restaurants served very good barbecue. The barbecue made in Vancouver is the most authentic and delicious. In the intertidal zone, Li Rui and Urgenzi collected some more snails. Brother Rui, whelks are pretty good for barbecue. They have a mild fishy smell, and the meat is fresh, crisp, and delicious. They taste amazing, Urgenzi whispered in Li Rui's ear. The flower snail, scientifically known as Cynocyclochilus fangbanensis, has an elongated oval shell with a white surface. Large in size, with delicious meat and rich in amino acids. At the seaside, as long as you're not lazy, you'll never have to worry about food and drink. Making big money is difficult. Li Rui was looking around, searching for the black tiger shrimp. Brother Rui, it's almost 5 o'clock, let's go back. Urgenzi saw that the bucket was almost full and wanted to go back. Back home, there are still many things waiting for them to do. Wash the seafood, cut the seafood, and remove the inedible parts of the seafood. These all take time. Fine, Li Rui said, somewhat unwillingly. Black tiger shrimp, haven't found any yet. Never mind, I'll go to town later and buy a few. As the two were leaving the beach, they encountered Aunt Lotus, who was still gathering seafood. Ruizi, Urgenzi, how was your harvest? Aunt Manhwa smiled warmly. Aunt Lotus is a nice person. She and Su Xianjia got along well. It's alright, Li Rui replied with a smile. Aunt Lotus glanced into the bucket that Urgenzi was carrying, and the next moment she shouted, "Hey, you two, how come the bucket overflowed again? Wow, so many octopuses." Ever since Li Rui started going to the beach, his luck has been consistently good. She was incredibly envious. Aunt Manhwa, where did you pick up those black tiger shrimp? Li Rui saw 2 black tiger shrimp in Aunt Manhwa's bucket. There are so many corals in the mud and sand area today. I picked up some black tiger shrimp from the coral pile, Aunt Lotus said with a hearty laugh. After saying that, Aunt Lotus gave Li Rui a few special instructions. Rui Zi, you'd better treat your Xiangyu well. When you were addicted to gambling, I saw her cry several times. Once, I saw that her eyes were swollen from crying. If you don't treat her well, it will be an injustice, and Aunt Lotus will not forgive you. We're all from the same village. Recently, Li Rui and Urgenzi went fishing at sea and made a lot of money. She had known about this for a long time. When Li Rui was broke, Su Xianjia always stayed by his side and never left. Li Rui has a little money now. Li Rui, don't start something and then abandon it. Aunt Lotus, I will treat Xianjia well, Li Rui replied with a smile. It's getting late, I have to go back and cook. You should all go back early too. It looks like the tide will come in soon. After saying that, Aunt Lotus picked up her bucket and left. Li Rui quickly ran towards the muddy area. Aunt Lotus just found black tiger shrimp there, which means there must be more than just 1 or 2 black tiger shrimp there. Brother Rui, wait for me. Urgenzi chased after him, carrying a bucket. Because the bucket was full, he couldn't run too fast. Upon reaching the muddy area, Li Rui discovered more than a dozen black tiger shrimp hiding among the corals. A short while later, Li Rui threw all the black tiger shrimp into the bucket. Brother Rui, you've got X-ray vision. How do you know where there are black tiger shrimp? Urgenzi was dumbfounded. Li Rui casually reached out and pulled a black tiger shrimp out of the coral. That's incredible. Urgenzi, how did you know I had X-ray vision? Li Rui joked with a smile. I was just joking, Urgenzi said with an embarrassed smile. How could an ordinary person possibly possess X-ray vision? Li Rui started making up stories again, claiming that he discovered the black tiger shrimp. Urgenzi listened, completely stunned. Brother Rui, you're a genius at beachcombing. Urgenzi praised. Let's hurry. If we wait, the tide will come in and we haven't left yet, it will be dangerous. Li Rui quickened his pace. The two had just arrived at their doorstep. Right after that, Kuakuo came running over from the living room door. Daddy, Uncle Urgenzi, Kuakuo called out crisply. Li Fang followed behind Guo Guo with a big smile on her face. Kuakuo looked into the bucket, then looked up at Li Rui and Urgenzi and exclaimed, wow, so many things. There are crabs, shrimp, and fish. Ruizi, Kuakuo kept nagging me when I told her you were going to have a barbecue tonight. She said she wanted to eat grilled crab, grilled shrimp, and grilled snails. Li Fang walked over, patted Kuakuo's little head, and said with a smile, it would have been better if Li Fang hadn't said anything. When Li Fang said that, Kuakuo started jumping and chattering in front of Li Rui. Daddy, Kuakuo wants to eat grilled crab, grilled shrimp, grilled snail meat, and grilled fish. At this point, Kuakuo touched her little tummy again and said with a grin, Kuakuo wants to eat her little tummy until it's big and big. After saying that, Kuakuo stuck out her little tongue and showed off her little mouth. The food at the kindergarten is so-so. There are many things that Kuakuo doesn't really like to eat. Kuakuo usually doesn't eat too much at kindergarten. What do you want to eat? Daddy will make it for you, Li Rui said softly as he squatted down. Yay, yay. Kuakuo clapped her hands happily. Once inside the kitchen, Kuakuo followed Li Rui around like a shadow. Daddy, what can Kuakuo do? Kuakuo asked playfully. You don't need to do anything, just watch TV. Li Rui said, both amused and exasperated. If Kuakuo really wanted to help in the kitchen, she would only make things worse. Daddy, don't underestimate Kuakuo. Kuakuo can do a lot of things. Kuakuo didn't want to leave the kitchen. She tilted her little head, looking like a little genius. Wherever Li Rui went, she followed, making it impossible for Li Rui to move his legs. Junzi was amused. He squatted down in front of Kyokuo and asked cheerfully, "Kyokuo, what can you do?" Kyokuo placed her finger on her little lips, thought carefully for a moment, and then answered, "Wash things." After a pause, Kyokuo raised her chubby little hand and said loudly, "Yes, Kyokuo can wash things. My teacher at school taught me how to wash things." Li Rui was racking his brains, trying to figure out how to get the little guy out. If you force this little guy out, he'll definitely cry. It seems we'll have to resort to strategy. "Little darling, what are you doing in the kitchen?" Li Fang ran in, took Guo Guo's hand, and tried to lead Guo Guo out. The kitchen is not a place for Kyokuo. Right now, there are lots of live seafood in the kitchen. If Kyokuo gets stung by a mudskipper, that would be terrible. "Grandma, Kyokuo won't leave. Kyokuo wants to help Daddy and Uncle Junzi in the kitchen." Kyokuo stayed in the kitchen and refused to leave no matter what. Li Rui couldn't bear to forcibly take Kyokuo out. Li Fang also couldn't bear to forcibly take Guo Guo out. If Su Xianjia were here now, she would definitely slap Kyokuo's bottom a couple of times, making Kyokuo scream. "Daddy will wash some strawberries for you. You can eat them in the living room later." Li Rui washed his hands, dried them, and then patted Kyokuo's little head. Upon hearing that there would be strawberries to eat, Kyokuo jumped up with joy. "Where are the strawberries? Kyokuo wants to eat strawberries." The little guy was drooling. 2 minutes later, Kyokuo was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a big strawberry in her hand. She was eating the strawberry while watching Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. "Ha ha ha. Grandma, the big bad wolf has been chased away. He just said he'll be back." Kyokuo pointed at the TV and laughed. In this era, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf was extremely popular. Almost all children loved to watch it. Every day after school, Kyokuo watches a few episodes. Grandma saw it. Li Fang was watching over Guo Guo. She took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped the strawberry juice that had dripped from Guo Guo's mouth. At that moment, in the kitchen, there was a loud crashing sound. Bang bang bang. Li Rui is chopping crabs. Junzi is skewering beef. The two were busy and having a great time. "Junzi, let's hurry up, it's getting late." Li Rui glanced at Junzi. "Okay." Junzi smiled sheepishly. Oysters, scallops, blue crabs, mudskippers, octopuses, whelks, and black tiger prawns all need to be processed and cleaned thoroughly. The workload was considerable. Li Rui is very efficient when it comes to getting things done. In no time, he had prepared the orchid crabs and skewered them with bamboo sticks. Junzi's efficiency is not very fast. He was using scissors to cut off the fins of the mudskipper. This step is essential. The mudskipper has sharp and venomous fins. During the grilling process, it is easy to get pricked, causing pain, swelling, and other discomfort. Removing the fins can avoid this risk. After working for quite some time, Junzi finally managed to cut off all the fins from the mudskipper. At this moment, Junzi was covered in sweat. He was being extra careful, afraid of getting pricked by the mudskipper's fin. He had been pricked by the fins of a mudskipper before. That taste was incredibly refreshing and delightful. Li Rui picked up a brush and started brushing the scallops. The two of them worked for quite a while before they finished all the preparations. "I'm so hungry." Junzi's stomach rumbled loudly. "Don't worry, we'll be able to enjoy some delicious barbecue soon," Li Rui said with a slight smile. The two went out of the kitchen and set up the grill in the yard. "Su Xianjia is back. What are you two doing?" Su Xianjia asked Li Rui and Junzi with a curious look. These two seemed to be having a home-style barbecue. "Sister-in-law, Rui and I are preparing a barbecue. Rui specially prepared your favorite black tiger prawns. Have a few later." Junzi looked up at Su Xianjia and said with a smile. Su Xianjia was stunned for a moment. Having a barbecue at home is too much trouble. The workload is enormous. Preparing the ingredients takes a very, very long time. Without patience, it's impossible to make a home-style barbecue. "It's alright, Junzi and I were just killing time this afternoon anyway," Li Rui replied with a smile. After parking the electric car, Su Xianjia also got busy. She was deeply moved. Li Rui has changed so much. Li Rui has been busy for so long today, it must all be because of her. She especially loves barbecue, particularly grilled black tiger prawns. The time she spent with Li Rugong. She had told Li Rui about this. In the living room, Kyokuo, who was watching cartoons, jumped off the sofa as soon as she saw Su Xianjia return. Immediately afterwards, she grabbed 2 handfuls of washed strawberries with her little hands and ran out of the living room. "Kyokuo, slow down." Li Fang chased after her. Running into the yard, Kyokuo shouted loudly, "Daddy, Mommy, Uncle Junzi, let's eat strawberries." Seeing the scene, Li Rui and Su Xianjia felt as sweet as if they had eaten honey. Daddy, squat down quickly, Kyokuo will feed you strawberries. Kyokuo waved her little arms a couple of times, signaling Li Rui to squat down. She wanted to feed her daddy strawberries herself. Okay. Li Rui squatted down with a big smile. Right now, his hands are dirty, so he can't hold the strawberries. After Li Rui ate the strawberry, Kyokuo immediately ran to Su Xianjiao and tugged at her little arm a couple of times. Kyokuo hadn't spoken yet. Su Xianjiao squatted down. Li Rui and Su Xianjiao exchanged a glance, and then both threw their heads back and burst into laughter. Kyokuo, you're so kind. Urgenza smiled so much after eating the strawberry that his eyes were almost invisible. Damn, when will he have such a cute daughter? At this time, Urgenza really wanted to have his own wife and daughter. Li Deifu finished his farm work and rushed over. Wow, what are you guys doing? Li Deifu looked at the grill and meat skewers in the yard and his eyes widened. Kyokuo, come over here and give Grandpa a strawberry, Su Xianjia said with a gentle smile. Duh. Kyokuo, with her short legs, ran over in no time. Grandpa, have some strawberries. Li Deifu hugged Kyokuo tightly. Kyokuo took a strawberry and put it in Li Deifu's mouth. Li Deifu was overjoyed. Okay, Grandpa, have some strawberries. Li Fang walked over and teased Guo, why aren't you feeding Grandma strawberries? Upon hearing this, Kyokuo immediately handed over a strawberry. And just like that, all of Kyokuo's strawberries were gone. Dad, we're making a barbecue. We'll be able to eat barbecue soon, Li Rui said with a smile, looking at Li Deifu. Not bad. Li Deifu nodded. Rui Zi has really changed. Rui Zi's daughter-in-law loves barbecue, so he actually made barbecue at home himself. Rui Zi deserves praise. Li Deifu sighed inwardly. 15 minutes later, Li Rui's entire family and Urgenza sat around the grill and officially started barbecuing. Li Rui picked up a skewer of black tiger prawns and started grilling them. Su Xianjiao then picked up a skewer of mudskippers and placed it on the barbecue grill. Li Fang and Li Deifu, a married couple, followed suit and started grilling the things they like to eat. Urgenzi is grilling orchid crabs. Kyokuo is eating strawberries with gusto. Daddy, Kyokuo wants to eat shrimp, Kyokuo mumbled. At this moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through the courtyard. Li Rui picked up another skewer of black tiger prawns and started grilling them. Sizzle. The shells of the black tiger prawns soon began to sizzle. Feeling that the shrimp were almost done grilling, Li Rui sprinkled some cumin powder and chili powder on them. Next comes applying oil. The oil is imported olive oil. After the black tiger prawns were cooked, Li Rui blew on them. Once it was no longer too hot, Li Rui peeled off the shell and placed it in front of Su Xianjiao's mouth. Honey, eat up. Su Xianjiao felt a little embarrassed. Her cheeks were flushed. After hesitating for a moment, she still ate a bite of black tiger prawn in front of everyone. Daddy, Kyokuo wants to eat shrimp too. Kyokuo was very anxious. Kyokuo is your precious little darling, you can't be biased towards her. Don't rush, one at a time, Li Rui reassured the little guy. Su Xianjiao fed Li Rui a bite of mudskipper. Li Deifu put the baked food into Li Fang's bowl. Old woman, eat up. You should have some too. Li Fang put the grilled food into Li Deifu's bowl. The family was enjoying a happy time together. Only Urgenzi got his fill of dog food. Uncle Urgenzi, why aren't you eating? Kyokuo asked, her eyes wide open. Right now, Kyokuo is eating black tiger shrimp meat. Just now, Li Rui grilled another black tiger prawn. He smeared some tomato sauce on the black tiger prawns and held it to Kyokuo's mouth. Urgenzi, you're not young anymore, it's time to find a girlfriend. Su Xianjia noticed Urgenzi's embarrassment and chuckled as she ate her black tiger shrimp. Dog food doesn't taste very good. Kyokuo suddenly said something quite devastating. Oh, so Uncle Urgenzi doesn't have a partner. Uncle Urgenzi, why don't you date? Is it because you can't find it? Urgenzi's face turned green instantly. So frustrating. He was actually stumped by a question from a 3-year-old child. Kyokuo, how dare you talk like that? Su Xianjia glared at Kyokuo in annoyance. Your Uncle Urgenzi is very outstanding. It's not that he can't find a partner, it's that he doesn't want to date. Kyokuo muttered under her breath, why are all adults so dishonest? If you can't find it, you can't find it. What do you mean you don't want to talk about it? Urgenzi wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Eating can't shut you up. Su Xianjia's face darkened slightly. This little guy, why does he say such infuriating things? Li Rui looked at Urgenzi and said, Urgenzi, you should find someone. Upon hearing this, Li Fang became excited. Urgenzi, do you want to find him? If you want to look for one, I can help you find one. She used to work as a matchmaker for several years. Now, she also enjoys bringing young men and women together. Urgenzi scratched his head. Auntie, I have nothing right now. Will I be able to find a boyfriend? Seeing Urgenzi's state, Li Rui immediately kicked him. Have you forgotten what I told you before? A man must first be confident. You are no less capable than anyone else. Urgenzi's cowardly behavior infuriates him. Su Xianjiao also encouraged him. Urgenzi, your brother Rui had nothing before, but I still married him, didn't I? When it comes to relationships, no one can predict the future. Once two people are married, they can work hard together. In this era, there are many couples who struggle together. In another 10 years or so, the situation will be completely different. Many women who get married only think about reaping the benefits and moving in with just their bags. Uncle Urgenzi, you need to have confidence in yourself. Qiuaqiuo's mouth was covered in tomato sauce. Li Rui, who was standing next to her, wiped her mouth for her. Listen to this, even a little girl like Qiuaqiuo knows that you need to be confident when looking for a partner. Urgenzi, why don't you know that? Li Rui said with exasperation. Auntie, if you know anyone suitable, please introduce me. I'm a grown man, what am I afraid of? Urgenzi was determined to go all out. Isn't it just about finding a girlfriend? Girls aren't wolves or tigers. He's not afraid of anything. That's more like it. Li Fang laughed heartily. Okay, when I find someone suitable, I'll introduce you to one. After saying that, Li Fang remembered something else. Urgenzi, Wang San's house in our village is vacant, and he's willing to rent it out. The rent isn't expensive, only 2,500 a year. Are you interested in renting it? In Li Rui's memory, Wang San and his entire family had all gone out to work. His child is also studying in another city. His house naturally became empty. Rent. Urgenzi wasn't picky about where he lived. As long as I can stay, it's fine. It's too inconvenient to run back and forth every morning and evening. I'll contact Wang San again later. And that was the deal. After finishing the barbecue, Urgenzi rushed home. Li Fang, Li Deifu, Li Rui, and Su Xianjia cleaned up the trash together. Qiuaqiuo wasn't idle either. She was sweeping the floor with a broom in both her little hands. Snap! I didn't hold the broom properly and it fell to the ground. You little rascal, go stand over there, Li Rui said with a shake of his head and a smile. Daddy, Qiuaqiuo should grow up to be a useful person, Qiuaqiuo retorted crisply. These words made all four people present burst into laughter. By 9 p.m., everything was finished. Qiuaqiuo has fallen asleep too. Su Xianjiao had just lain down. Her younger brother, Su Kun, called again. Sister, I went to the girl's house today with some things. Her parents told me that if our family can't raise enough money for the bride price, their daughter will break up with me. How did things go with your discussion with your brother-in-law? How much are you willing to lend me? Su Kun was so anxious that he jumped up and down. If this falls through, what should we do? Xiao Kun, don't worry, I'll give you an answer first thing tomorrow morning. Su Xianjiao was also anxious. Her mother treated her badly. But her father and her brother treated her very well. Her younger brother had helped her before. After hanging up the phone, Su Xianjia turned to look at Li Rui. She hadn't even had a chance to speak. Li Rui spoke first. Honey, I know you want to lend money to your brother, so let's lend it to him. Money may be gone, but you can earn it back. If you have a knot in your heart, it will be hard to untie. He only lent it to his wife because of her. He's willing to spend any amount of money to make his wife happy. Honey, you're so wonderful, I love you to death. Su Xianjiao kissed Li Rui hard. After the kiss, Su Xianjiao asked, how much do we need to borrow? She now has about 200,000 yuan in her hands. Li Rui had more than 70,000 yuan in his hands. The two together amount to 270,000 to 280,000. After deducting the 200,000 or so for the car, there is still 70,000 to 80,000 left. 75,000. Li Rui replied generously. Really? Su Xianjiao's eyes were filled with joy. Her brother's bride price was only 75,000 yuan short. Wife, do you think I would lie to you? Li Rui gently flicked Su Xianjiao's nose. Honey, you're too good to me, I love you to death. Su Xianjia nestled tightly in Li Rui's arms, feeling incredibly happy and sweet at that moment. Here, life is peaceful and the Li Rui family of three is happy and content. Meanwhile, at Su Kun's home, things were in dire straits. At this moment, in Su Kun's living room, Chenny said to Su Kun, don't have too high hopes for your sister. You know her family's circumstances, and your brother-in-law is a complete playboy. Su Jianfeng frowned, his face full of worry, and he let out a long sigh, saying, we're still short 75,000. 75,000 is no small sum. I reckon your sister can lend you at most 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Su Jianfeng guessed. Upon hearing this, Su Kun panicked, Dad, what should we do? Our family can't afford the bride price, so Xiao Rui won't marry me. She told me that herself yesterday. She said what she wanted wasn't the bride price, but rather our family's attitude. Su Jianfeng picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table and smoked one after another. For a moment, smoke swirled around him. Su Jianfeng had previously considered taking out a loan. He went to the bank to inquire, and they said his family could only borrow a maximum of 5,000. These days, getting a loan from a bank is extremely difficult. To get a bank loan, you need collateral. He had also considered online lending, but it always feels too unstable. It's all Li Rui's fault. If Li Rui had money, your sister could definitely have helped you with 75,000 yuan. Your sister also has problems. She didn't want to marry anyone else, but she chose to marry Li Rui. Chen Yi pushed all the blame onto her daughter and son-in-law. In this way, she felt no guilt. Chen Yi, shut up. Su Jianfeng glared at his wife. When their son gets married, how can the parents, who can't afford the bride price, shift all the responsibility onto their daughter and son-in-law? Chen Yi not only didn't hold back her words, but she actually got more and more excited as she spoke. She pointed at Su Jianfeng, spitting as she spoke. That Wang was so rich back then. He pursued Xian Jiao relentlessly. In order to be with Xian Jiao, he promised to give us a dowry of 150,000 yuan, and also give Xian Jiao a dowry of 150,000 yuan. Hey! Back then, Xiao Wang was going to marry Xian Jiao. Now that his son is getting married, he'll definitely be willing to lend us 75,000 yuan. Chen Yi spoke of this matter with a sigh of regret. How could his daughter miss out on such a wealthy man? That's a life-changing opportunity. I still remember that Xiao Wang. He was not yet 25 at the time, but he was already balding and had a belly like a pregnant woman. His daughter didn't like him, so we have to understand, Su Jianfeng said, puffing out a cloud of smoke. The desire for beauty is universal. His daughter is so young and beautiful, how could she be willing to marry that kind of man for money? Chen Yi then mentioned another man. Back then, Xiao Zhou also pursued Xiang Yu relentlessly. Xiao Zhou's family was quite wealthy. In order to be with Xiang Yu, he gave her necklaces and watches. Su Jianfeng frowned and complained, I also remember this Xiao Zhou you mentioned. He's not tall, only 1.58 meters, and his appearance isn't great either. He looks like Wu Dalin. Snap! Suddenly, Su Kun slammed his hand on the table. Alright, all of you, stop arguing. You guys better think of something quickly. If I can't marry Xiaoyui this time, I will never get married again. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and Su Jianfeng immediately panicked. What should we do? 75,000 is not a small amount. Where are they going to get so much money in such a short time? Relying on my daughter is unrealistic. My daughter has some money, but definitely not 75,000. They were relying on their son-in-law. That would be even more unrealistic. Now that his son-in-law is struggling to make ends meet, how could he possibly support his own son? They lent everything they could, and everything they shouldn't have. Chen Yi hung her head and remained silent. Su Jianfeng stopped talking. Sigh. I'm going to bed. Su Kun sighed and went to his bedroom to think of a solution. At 9 o'clock the next day, Su Xian Jiao and Li Rui arrived. Today, Su Xian Jiao took half a day off. Li Rui didn't want to come, but considering that his wife was coming alone and seemed a bit lonely, he decided to come along. Sister, brother-in-law, how did your discussion go? Su Kun, with dark circles under his eyes, opened his front door and immediately asked as soon as he saw Su Xian Jiao and Li Rui. He barely slept at all last night. Upon seeing that the visitors were his daughter and son-in-law, Su Jianfeng greeted them, come in. Chen Yi sat in the living room without moving an inch. Even now, she still looks down on Li Rui, feeling that he is not good enough for her daughter. Dad, Mom, Li Rui bought you some gifts. Su Xianjiao was carrying 2 bottles of Wulianjai liquor, while Li Rui was carrying 2 packs of cigarettes and some health supplements. These items cost a total of over 4,000 yuan. In the past, when Su Xianjiao went back to her parents' home, she would buy things that cost no more than 300 yuan. Whenever Chen Yi saw this, she would always say a few words, saying that if Su Xianjiao had found a rich man, she wouldn't be living such a tight life. Out of politeness, Li Rui called out to his parents. What did you buy? Chen Yi asked calmly. Snap! Snap! Su Xianjiao placed the wine on the coffee table in the living room. Li Rui then placed the things he was carrying on the coffee table in the living room. Chen Yi's eyes widened as she looked at the cigarettes, alcohol, and bird's nest in front of her. Wulianjai? Zonghua cigarettes? Top quality bird's nest? She didn't see wrong, did she? Su Jianfeng and Su Kun also looked surprised. Sister, brother-in-law, why did you buy such expensive things? Su Kun was not fully awake yet, and he rubbed his eyes hard. Dad, Mom, Xiaokan, your brother-in-law has been fishing at sea recently and has made a little money, Su Xianjiao said with a smile. She didn't want to say how much she earned, nor would she. She understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. You only made a little money? Su Kun was somewhat incredulous. Su Xianjia smiled but didn't reply. Li Rui remained silent. Xiao Kun, hurry up and pour tea for your sister and brother-in-law, Chen Yi urged. Chen Yi's attitude changed immediately. That's just how she is. Very snobbish. Su Jianfeng also had a friendly expression. Ruizi, Xianjiao, please sit down. You can have lunch here. I'll cook it myself, Su Jianfeng said with a smile. Brother-in-law, how much money have you made from fishing lately? Su Kun asked Li Rui impatiently. Tailor your approach to the person you're dealing with. This is human nature. When Li Rui hadn't made any money before, he came to Su Xianjiao's parents' home. Chen Yi had a cold face, as if someone owed her millions. Su Jianfeng wasn't very enthusiastic either. Su Kun's attitude, however, was unusually cold. The whole family felt that Li Rui would ruin Su Xianjiao's happiness for the rest of her life. I didn't earn much. Li Rui didn't give a specific figure. Su Kun was a hothead. They don't want to talk about it. But he insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Brother-in-law, tell me quickly. Su Jianfeng gave him a wink, signaling him to stop asking, but he didn't see it. Chen Yi perked up her ears. Xiao Kun, how much more dowry money do you need? Su Xianjiao quickly changed the subject. 75,000. Su Kun's eyes lit up. Su Xianjiao placed the other bag she was holding in front of Su Kun. There is exactly 75,000 here, which your brother-in-law and I lent to you. Upon hearing this, Su Kun was completely dumbfounded. Su Jianfeng was stunned. Chen Yi stood up abruptly. Xianjiao, there really is 75,000 in there. Chen Yi craned her neck and peered into the bag. Her heart was pounding, and it was visibly quickening. Let me see. Chen Yi quickly ran over and took out the money inside. Immediately, stacks of 100 yuan bills were placed on the coffee table by Chen Yi. Chen Yi stared, completely mesmerized. 1 stack, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, 8 stacks. There are 8 stacks in total. A total of 75,000. Rui Zi, what have you been up to lately? How did you make so much money? Su Jianfeng asked, his face full of astonishment. Sister, brother-in-law, I love you so much. Su Kun danced with joy, like a child who had just received a lollipop. Immediately afterwards, Su Kun took a cigarette out of his pocket and handed it to Li Rui. Brother-in-law, come on, have a cigarette. Su Kun chuckled. Li Rui waved his hand, declining Su Kun's offer. I've quit smoking. I won't smoke anymore. Quitting smoking is good. Su Kun put the cigarette in his pocket. Rui Zi, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go buy it. Su Jianfeng was incredibly enthusiastic. Even Chen Yi praised Li Rui a couple of times. Li Rui, you did a good job on this. I have to praise you. You are kind, righteous, and broad-minded. Our Zayakan should learn from you. Chen Yi laughed until her eyes were squinted. Su Xianjiao was overjoyed to see this. She had always hoped that Li Rui could gain the approval of her family. Now Li Rui has finally gained the approval of her family. Just then, Li Rui's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Duo, a saleswoman at a Volkswagen Ford store. Mr. Li, all the paperwork for your car has been completed. You can come over anytime and drive the car home. Chen Duo didn't beat around the bush, she spoke directly. Li Rui thought for a moment and then replied, my wife and I will come over later. His wife took half a day off today, so I can go with her and drive the car back. If there isn't enough time, his wife can take another half day off. His wife really didn't need to continue working the job at the factory. He didn't want to complain about that job anymore. Now that he has money, he has more confidence. After hanging up the phone, Li Rui noticed that Su Jianfeng, Chen Yi, and Su Kun were looking at him as if he were an alien. The content of the call just now. The three of them heard it all clearly. Did Li Rui buy a car? Oh my god. Why did Li Rui buy a car? Keep in mind, they don't even own a car yet. In this day and age, car owners are a minority. In the end, it was Su Jianfeng who spoke first. Rui Zi, you bought a car? Chen Yi and Su Kun stared straight at Li Rui. Li Rui felt there was no need to hide this from Su Xianjiao's family, so he told them the truth. We only paid a deposit. Xianjiao and I will drive the car back later. Xianjiao, is this true? Chen Yi turned to look at her daughter. Why does all of this feel like a dream? Not long ago, Li Rui was penniless and heavily in debt, but now he has become a car owner. A few days ago, the three of us went to look at cars together and paid a deposit, Su Xianjiao said with a faint smile. Chen Yi suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She clapped her hands and said irritably, you two shouldn't buy a car first. You should pay off Li Rui's debt first. It's better to be debt-free. You can buy a car later. Hearing this, Su Jianfeng felt it made sense. So, following up on this topic, she said a few more words. Ruizi, your mother is right. You should pay off your debts first, and then buy a car after a while. Cars are consumables. You can buy one when your circumstances allow. There's no need to rush to buy one now. This time, Li Rui didn't speak. It was Su Xianjiao who spoke. Dad, Mom, we have paid off the debts that Li Rui owed. Now Li Rui and I don't owe any money to anyone or any platform. Upon hearing this, Su Jianfeng, Chen Yi, and Su Kun looked at each other, all finding it unbelievable. What exactly did Li Rui grab from the sea before? How did he make so much money? Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Su Kun exclaimed exaggeratedly. I was just lucky, Li Rui said modestly. Su Jianfeng stared intently at Li Rui, asking with great curiosity, Rui, what exactly did you catch in the sea? How did you make so much money all of a sudden? He was eager to know the answer to this question. What kind of thing can sell for so much money? Before Li Rui arrived, he had already thought about how to answer this question. A few days ago, I caught a big yellow croaker in the sea and sold it for a good amount of money, Li Rui said calmly. Brother-in-law, you're so lucky. You actually caught a big yellow croaker in the sea. Su Kun was extremely envious. Su Jianfeng nodded slightly, thinking to himself that Li Rui had struck it lucky. Chenny held her daughter Su Xianjiao's hands tightly and said with emotion, Xianjiao, you've finally overcome all your hardships. What kind of life did you live in the past few years? Li Rui plays cards all night long, and sometimes he even takes money from you. Now it's all right, you can finally see the light. Su Jianfeng repeated, Ruizi, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll go to the market to buy it now. Li Rui waved his hand and said, Dad, don't bother. Xianjiao and I have to go to Wenzhou to pick up the car later. We won't eat here. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. At this moment, Chenny couldn't help but ask, Xianjiao, how much money do you and Li Rui have left? Upon hearing this, Su Jianfeng tugged at Chenny's arm, telling her not to ask such a sensitive question. Su Kun was still basking in the joy of having borrowed the money. After buying the car, Li Rui and I probably won't have much money left, Su Xianjiao replied carelessly. Chenny's face immediately fell. Li Rui forgot to tell his wife the money he made selling yellow croaker yesterday, so the money wasn't transferred to his wife. Therefore, even now, Su Xianjiao still thought that Li Rui and Urgenzi hadn't made much money yesterday. Fishing at the beach is a nomadic lifestyle, dependent on the weather. It's impossible to make a lot of money every day. That's what Su Xianjiao thought. I thought you were finally going to escape poverty, Chenny said, letting go of Su Xianjiao's hand. Chen Yi, what's wrong with you? Su Jianfeng glared at Chen Yi fiercely. Everyone's happy right now. What a mood killer thing, his wife said. Mom, my brother-in-law and sister have been very kind, don't ask for too much, Su Kun said to Chen Yi. Li Rui knew that Chen Yi was just like that, and for the sake of his wife, he didn't argue with her. However, he still said, Mom, Xianjiao and I will definitely have a better future. You don't need to worry about us anymore. Having a mother-in-law like that is really annoying. You can't possibly stop interacting with people. Li Rui, your luck is only temporary. You can't have good luck forever. If you ask me, fishing at the beach is not a very reliable job. You should just find a regular job. Chen Yi said dejectedly. Mom, why are you like this? Su Xianjiao was speechless. Everyone was fine just now. Her mother ruined everyone's good mood in no time. Having a mother like that must be exhausting for her. Out of politeness, Li Rui said goodbye to Su Jianfeng and the others, and then left his mother-in-law's house with his wife. Outside, Su Xianjiao was comforting Li Rui. Honey, I'm sorry for making you suffer. That's just how my mom is, there's nothing I can do about her. She pursed her lips and spoke softly. Wife, your mother is your mother, and you are you. Don't blame yourself. There are some things you didn't want to do, right? Li Rui held Su Xianjiao's hands and looked into her eyes with deep affection. Damn it, I'm stuck with a mother like that. Who wouldn't be upset? Sometimes, he felt sorry for his wife. Break off all ties with Chen Yi. His wife definitely couldn't do that. Honey, thank you for understanding. Su Xianjiao nestled in Li Rui's arms like a little bird, a happy smile on her face. Get in the car. Let's not talk about these unhappy things anymore. Let's go get the car, and then we can take Kuakuo for a drive everywhere. Li Rui patted Su Xianjiao's shoulder and said with a smile. The two got into the tricycle. Li Rui did not start the tricycle immediately. He took out his phone, ready to transfer the money he had earned yesterday to his wife. The money was transferred in no time, a total of 145,000. Li Rui, you and Urgenzi made another fortune yesterday. Su Xianjiao exclaimed in surprise. Yesterday, Li Rui and Urgenzi actually made over 100,000 yuan again. How can money be made easily these days? She works at the Hime seafood processing plant. The maximum I can earn in a month is 5,000 yuan. Under normal circumstances, she can only get about 4,000 yuan. It would take her several years of working to earn 140,000. Yeah, Urgenzi and I have been lucky lately. Yesterday I caught a really big yellow croaker. Li Rui smiled and patted Su Xianjiao's hand. Honey, you're so lucky, Su Xianjia said affectionately, hugging Li Rui's neck. Speaking of this, Su Xianjia remembered something. She whispered in Li Rui's ear, Xiao Rong told me yesterday that her husband's company is hiring and asked if you want to go. The benefits there are really good. She told me that if I missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to get another one later. Li Rui turned to look at Su Xianjiao and asked, what are you thinking? Li Rui was naturally not going. Couples living apart in different places are very prone to problems. I'm inclined to believe you shouldn't go. If you do, who will warm my bed for me? Who will make me barbecue? Who will wash my feet? Who will give me a massage? Su Xianjia said, revealing her truest thoughts. Turning her head, she abruptly changed the subject. But I'm worried that you might have bad luck in the future and won't be able to make money. Anyway, I'm really torn. In general, I still don't want you to go. As Su Xianjia spoke, she began to massage Li Rui's shoulders with her hands. Li Rui chuckled and touched Su Xianjia's pretty face. I knew you wouldn't want to be separated from me. You don't need to worry anymore. I'm not going. Have you thought it through? Su Xianjiao asked, somewhat taken aback. She had thought Li Rui would at least take a few days to consider it. To everyone's surprise, Li Rui made his decision without even thinking about it. Such a great job, if you miss it, you may never have another chance in your life. Xiao Rong's husband's family has pretty good benefits and perks. The year-end bonus was also exceptionally high. The year-end bonus is over 20,000 yuan. I've made up my mind, I'm not going. Li Rui's tone was extremely firm. Alright, you decide for yourself. If you don't want to go, then you don't have to. I'm actually reluctant to let you go. Su Xianjiao didn't feel any regret. Even if Li Rui doesn't earn much money in the future, she can earn money to support the family. Isn't the essence of a couple's life about supporting each other? Everyone has their low points. Hold on tight, we're heading to the ferry terminal now, Li Rui reminded them. Su Xianjia nodded gently. Meanwhile, in Su Kun's living room, Chen Yi was arguing with her husband, Su Jianfeng. Chen Yi, what was your attitude just now? Su Jianfeng felt that what Chen Yi had said was a bit excessive. What attitude am I talking about? Chen Yi said arrogantly, arms crossed. Su Jianfeng frowned. Chen Yi, our daughter and son-in-law have finally gotten better off, can you please stop interfering? Chen Yi snorted. If Xianjia hadn't married Li Rui back then, she would at least be a millionaire's wife now. Li Rui owes our Xianjia far too much, and he owes our family far too much. Anyway, he hasn't earned my approval yet. Fishing at the beach is a business that relies on the weather and luck. A few days ago, Li Rui had a stroke of luck and caught a really big yellow croaker. Who knows, in the days to come, he might not be able to catch anything, find anything, or harvest anything at all. On Crescent Island, almost no one makes a lot of money by fishing at sea. Mom, we have to have a conscience. My brother-in-law really did a great job this time. He lent us 75,000 yuan. Su Kun also praised Li Rui. This money was earned by his brother-in-law, Li Rui. If his brother-in-law Li Rui doesn't lend him money, he has nothing to say. Because his family had never really liked his brother-in-law, Li Rui. It was only because his brother-in-law, Li Rui, was so understanding and didn't hold it against them, otherwise, they might not have lent them the money. Xiao Kun, let me ask you, if your sister had married that Xiao Wang back then, would our family still be borrowing money everywhere? Li Rui owes our family far too much. Chen Yi had always held a grudge about this matter. If it weren't for Li Rui back then, her daughter married a rich man a long time ago. In previous years, her daughter wouldn't have suffered so much. These days, they're even less likely to beg people for money. The root of all this lies with Li Rui. Isn't it only right that Li Rui make amends a little? Chen Yi, things have come to this point, can you please stop dwelling on it? Even Xiang Yu, the person involved, doesn't mind at all, so why are you still bothered? Su Jianfeng had a headache. Why did he marry such an unreasonable woman as Chen Yi back then? Su Jianfeng was filled with regret. She's my daughter, shouldn't I mind? Chen Yi retorted angrily, our daughter married down back then, and Li Rui's family didn't give much dowry. I think our family was at a huge disadvantage. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to cook. Su Jianfeng didn't want to argue with his wife anymore. He went to the kitchen to cook. Su Kun was holding stacks of money, grinning from ear to ear. I've raised enough for the bride price, I can marry Xiaoyui now. Su Kun was overjoyed. Xiao Kun, your brother-in-law lent you this little bit of money and you've already been bribed? Look at you, so pathetic. Back when your sister was going to marry Xiao Wang, she asked for 150,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, and our family also asked for 150,000 yuan. Chen Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes at her son. By that calculation, their family is still losing money. She looked down on 75,000. Su Kun pouted and said irritably, Mom, alright, stop talking. I'll call Xiao Rui later. You and Dad can just wait to be in-laws. Our family is going to have a new member. He finally managed to scrape together enough money for the bride price. Now, he could finally relax. Xiao Kun, don't forget your mother after you get married. Chen Yi started again. Mom, can you stop acting up? Why don't you say something nice? No wonder my brother-in-law and sister couldn't stand you and left. I can't stand you either. Su Kun said, then went to his bedroom. Chen Yi was left alone in the living room. Chen Yi said angrily, none of the Su family members are good people. I have done my best to contribute to this family, and this is how you treat me? At this moment, Li Rui and Su Xianjiao arrived at the Crescent Island ferry terminal. The two bought 2 tickets, spending 40 yuan, and successfully boarded the ship. It's the same ship as before. Li Rui, the weather is nice today, let's go for a walk on the deck. Su Xianjiao took Li Rui's hand and walked onto the deck. As soon as she reached the deck, Su Xianjiao took deep breaths and started circling around. Li Rui brought his camera with him this time. Seeing Su Xianjiao's cheerful and happy appearance, Li Rui took the camera off his neck and snapped a few pictures of her. Are the photos good or not? Su Xianjiao ran over and looked through the photos in the camera. It looks good. Li Rui grinned. He didn't lie, nor did he say anything against his conscience. The photos he just took of Su Xianjiao are indeed beautiful. Not bad. Su Xianjiao also gave an objective evaluation. She's beautiful, she looks good no matter how you photograph her, Li Rui complimented his wife. Su Xianjiao snorted and pouted, you're definitely just trying to make me happy. I don't know if you're being sincere. Li Rui looked at Su Xianjiao carefully, and then said, she doesn't seem to be that pretty. Are you asking for it? Su Xianjiao knew Li Rui was joking with her, but she still raised her hand and gently patted Li Rui's chest. Just kidding. Li Rui pulled Su Xianjiao into his arms. They stood on the deck, facing the sea breeze, gazing at the boundless sea. A gentle breeze caused Su Xianjiao's long hair to sway incessantly. Li Rui looked up, the gentle sunlight making his face flushed red. Li Rui is actually quite handsome. Su Xianjiao was initially attracted to Li Rui largely because of his good looks. Li Rui, let me take a couple of pictures for you too. Su Xianjiao looked up at Li Rui. Okay, Li Rui nodded. Su Xianjiao took a camera and took several photos of Li Rui. Handsome, sunny, and dignified, look at him. Su Xianjiao walked up to Li Rui, placed the camera in front of him, and let him see it too. It's all right. Li Rui smiled slightly as he looked at the photos on the camera. Su Xianjiao pouted and said with a hint of regret, it would be great if we could take a few pictures together. Upon hearing this, Li Rui looked around. The next moment, he walked up to a kind-looking young woman and asked in a friendly manner, beautiful lady, could you take some photos of me and my wife? The young girl agreed without hesitation. No problem. On the deck board, she could take photos for others to relieve her boredom. Su Xianjiao glanced at Li Rui, thinking to herself that Li Rui really knew how to handle things. She is a rather introverted person. She would never dare to ask a stranger to take photos for her. Li Rui, with his arm around Su Xianjiao, casually leaned against the railing of the boat. Su Xianjiao made a peace sign with her right hand. She smiled faintly, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her pretty face. The young girl who helped take photos took several pictures of Li Rui and Su Xianjiao. Gentlemen, would you like to recreate that classic scene from the Titanic? The young girl said with a smile. Li Rui hadn't spoken yet. Su Xianjiao kept waving her hands, saying, we won't take those kinds of photos. Su Xianjiao's thoughts were the same as Li Rui's. Li Rui also refused to take photos in that pose. If he and his wife were to stand on the deck of the ship, truly replicating that classic scene from the Titanic, it would be incredibly awkward. Next, Li Rui and Su Xianjiao assumed a few comfortable positions. The young girl who helped take photos took a few more pictures of them. After finishing their work, Li Rui and Su Xianjiao expressed their gratitude. Are you hungry? Let's go buy something to eat. Li Rui heard Su Xianjiao's stomach growl, so he took Su Xianjiao's hand and walked into the cabin. There were no boxed meals on the ship, only some snacks and small eats. Li Rui bought 2 sausages, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 cartons of milk. Li Rui, I want to eat ice cream. Su Xianjiao looked at the ice cream in the freezer, tugged at Li Rui's sleeve, and whispered, Kuo didn't come with them today. She eats whatever she wants. Li Rui took a strawberry-flavored ice cream from the freezer and handed it to Su Xianjiao. When it came time to pay, Li Rui paid 51 yuan. Things on the ship are really expensive. But Li Rui didn't pay much attention. If Kuokuo is here and sees you eating ice cream, she'll definitely want some too. Li Rui and Su Xianjiao went back to the deck. Su Xianjiao was eating ice cream, while Li Rui was eating sausage. That's for sure, that little glutton wants to eat everything delicious. Su Xianjiao's eyes crinkled into crescent shapes with laughter. At this point, she turned her head and stared straight at Li Rui's profile. Li Rui, I feel like we've gone back to the time when we were dating. Back then, the thing that attracted me most about you was your profile. I will never get tired of looking at your profile. Even when you're old, I'll still look at you without getting tired of it, hee hee. When she was in love, she was just as carefree and enjoyed the good times as she is now. Li Rui gazed into the distance and casually asked, is my profile really that good looking? Su Xianjia nodded emphatically, beautiful, exceptionally beautiful, even more beautiful than Daniel Wu's profile. These words made Li Rui blush. After eating more than half of the ice cream, Su Xianjia didn't want to eat anymore. Li Rui, open your mouth. Su Xianjia gestured for Li Rui to open his mouth. Li Rui knew what Su Xianjia was planning to do. Ever since he got together with Su Xianjia, he has eaten a lot of Su Xianjia's leftovers. Ah! Li Rui brought his mouth close to Su Xianjia's and then opened it wide. Su Xianjia fed the small half of the ice cream in her hand into Li Rui's mouth. Is it sweet? Su Xianjia asked with a charming smile. Sweet, too sweet. Li Rui ate the rest of the ice cream in one bite. Li Rui wiped his mouth with his hand. Seeing this, Su Xianjia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Rui. You're so unhygienic. She took a tissue from her bag and wiped Li Rui's mouth and hands. Wife, do you know what I used to hate the most? Li Rui stared at Su Xianjia. Where? Su Xianjia asked curiously. Li Rui wiped the ice cream residue from Su Xianjia's lips with his hand before saying, your eyes are especially beautiful. When you smile, your eyes become crescent-shaped. I see gentleness and kindness in your eyes. The two chatted casually. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to their dating days. Li Rui tore open the bread bag and handed it to Su Xianjia. Su Xianjia had just taken a bite of bread. Suddenly, a white seagull darted out from the azure sky and pecked at the bread in Su Xianjia's hand. Li Rui, the seagulls are eating my bread. Su Xianjia shouted excitedly. Wife, stand there and don't move, Li Rui said, taking a few steps back. After regaining his footing, Li Rui picked up the camera hanging around his neck with both hands, ready to take a picture of a seagull eating the bread in Su Xianjia's hand. He is waiting. Su Xianjia was also waiting, leaning against the railing and staring at the seagulls in the sky. A photo like this, if captured on camera, would be very memorable. The seagulls realized that Su Xianjia wouldn't harm them, so they flew around her. Seeing this, Li Rui snapped more than a dozen photos. The photos are very beautiful. The azure sky, the white clouds, the shimmering sea, and the seagulls soaring overhead were all captured by Li Rui's photographs. Li Rui, there are so many seagulls. Su Xianjia was extremely excited. As soon as Su Xianjia finished speaking, a seagull descended from the sky and pecked a small bite out of the bread in Su Xianjia's hand. Su Xianjia dared not move. She was afraid of scaring the seagulls away. Click click click. Seizing the opportunity, Li Rui snapped 7 or 8 photos in a row. As more and more seagulls appeared on the deck, more and more people also appeared on the deck. Li Rui walked over and showed Su Xianjia the photos he had just taken. So beautiful. Su Xianjia covered her mouth with both hands and exclaimed involuntarily, it is beautiful. Li Rui thought so too, and he smiled slightly. The sky is beautiful, the seagulls are beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful. Su Xianjia punched Li Rui's chest again. You're just trying to make me happy again. She felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Li Rui curled his lip and changed his words, saying, the sky is beautiful, the seagulls are beautiful, but people are not beautiful at all. Upon hearing this, Su Xianjia immediately glared and said, what did you say? After saying that, she pinched Li Rui's waist hard, making him hiss in pain. Wife, I'm just teasing you. In my heart, you are the most beautiful and the prettiest. Li Rui said, brushing aside a few strands of hair from Su Xianjia's forehead. Bathed in the light, Su Xianjia's fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, making her exceptionally beautiful. Li Rui couldn't help but think to himself, my wife is truly a great beauty. As the two chatted and laughed, the boat docked. After disembarking, Li Rui and Su Xianjia took a taxi to the Four store. At the entrance of the Four store, Li Rui ran into an old acquaintance. Long Zi. Li Rui stepped forward and looked closely. It really was Su Long, his college roommate. Rui Zi. Su Long was also surprised. Bang bang bang. The two embraced, and then slapped each other's backs hard with their fists. The two remained in contact for the first few years after graduating from university. As time went by, the two had less and less contact. Now, the two hardly contact each other anymore. During their university years, they played Crossfire together, skipped classes together, played basketball together, and swam together. They're practically wearing open-crotch pants. How have you been all these years? After the two separated, Su Long stared intently at Li Rui and asked with great curiosity. It's all right, Li Rui said, then began to introduce his wife. This is my wife. Su Xianjiao greeted Su Long with neither arrogance nor servility. Hello, I am Li Rui's wife. My name is Su Xianjiao. I'm not sure whether you should call me sister-in-law or sister-in-law. Su Long rolled his eyes before speaking. I should call you sister-in-law. Rui Zi is 2 months older than me. Hello, sister-in-law. Su Long nodded to Su Xianjiao. He turned around and patted Li Rui on the back again. Rui Zi, you're really not a good friend of mine. When did you get married? Why didn't you invite me then? Damn it, I still owe you a big red envelope. Su Long's tone was reproachful. Li Rui waved his hand and smiled. It's been so many years, let's not talk about it anymore. At this point, he became curious about whether Su Long was married, so he asked, Are you married? Still single, Su Long shrugged. We need to hurry. My daughter is already over 3 years old. Li Rui smiled. Su Long's pupils dilated. What? Your daughter is over 3 years old? My God, I'm already too late at the beginning, and I'm always too late. It's only been a few years since I graduated from university. Rui Zi is not only married, but also has a child. Before he knew it, his child was over 3 years old. Rui Zi has changed so much in just a few years. Mr. Li, Ms. Su, you've arrived. At this moment, Chen Duo, a saleswoman from the Ford store, jogged over. Li Rui and Su Xianjiao are her clients. The Ford store manager, wearing high heels, also rushed over. Mr. Su, why didn't you let me know before you came? I could have waited for you at the store entrance. Store manager Fang Mensin stood in front of Su Long with a smile and greeted him warmly. After Li Rui greeted Chen Duo, he patted Su Long on the shoulder. Dragon Prince, you're here to buy a car too. Su Long laughed heartily. What a coincidence. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the Ford store. A few days ago, Su Long also ordered a car at this Ford store, and he came to pick it up today. He bought a Volkswagen Phaeton. Wow, you're something else. You actually bought a luxury car worth millions. Did you succeed in starting your business? Li Rui was somewhat surprised. During his university years, Su Long was even more frugal than him. His monthly living expenses are 500. Su Long's monthly living expenses seemed to be 350 yuan. At that time, Su Long did part-time jobs whenever he had free time. After several years, Su Long has surprisingly acquired a luxury car worth millions. This was completely unexpected by Li Rui. My dad is a self-made millionaire, and I'm a second-generation rich kid, Su Long explained. What? Your dad is a self-made millionaire? Longzi, are you kidding me? You had a worse time than me in college. How could your dad be a self-made millionaire? Li Rui didn't quite believe that Su Long's dad was a self-made millionaire. Li Rui brought up this matter. Su Long then began grinding his teeth. Before I graduated from university, my parents kept it from me, saying that our family was dirt poor and that I should study hard, cherish food, and save money. I actually believed it. After graduation, my parents stopped pretending and said that our family had a lot of businesses, so they asked me to work for one of our family companies. Li Rui found it quite mysterious. Su Xianjiao, who was sitting to the side, listened in stunned silence. How could such a thing happen in the world? Previously, she had never heard of or seen anything like it. Longzi, your parents are filming a movie here. Li Rui laughed so hard he almost fell over. It's true, I'm now the vice president of Wenzhou Haihua Fishery Company. To convince Li Rui of what he was saying, Su Long took out a business card and handed it to Li Rui. Li Rui and Su Xianjiao were both dumbfounded when they saw the business card. Holy crap, it's actually true. My dad was afraid that if he found out I was a rich kid, he wouldn't study properly and would squander money and live a life of extravagance, so he kept it from me. Su Long also felt that this matter was quite mysterious. But that's the truth. At this point, Su Long slapped his thigh and started talking about something else. Rui Zi, you live on an island, if I remember correctly. Li Rui nodded and said, I remember correctly. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Su Long quickly added, the fishing moratorium is almost over, and the Wenzhou Fisheries Association is planning a fish-catching competition to celebrate the opening of the fishing season. The prize money for first place is 500,000. The prize money for second place is 300,000. The prize money for third place is 150,000. The top 20 will all receive a prize. Do you want to participate? The rules are simple. 500 contestants will enter the pond together to catch fish. Each contestant can bring their own tool. Whoever catches the most fish will be the champion. The organizers will put 500 fish into the pond beforehand. Rui, are you interested in participating? Su Long's leg touched Li Rui's leg. Li Rui was overjoyed upon hearing this. There seems to be a lucky harpoon in the fish catch perspective system. He wasn't entirely sure whether it was possible or how many points were needed to redeem it. This thought had just formed in Li Rui's mind. The system's voice then rang in Li Rui's mind. Host, the system has a lucky whaling harpoon and a regular lucky harpoon. Lucky whaling harpoon, redeemable for 1 million points. A regular lucky harpoon can be redeemed for 250,000 points. The host currently has 285,989 points in the system, which can be exchanged for an ordinary lucky harpoon. According to system detection, the host is temporarily unable to exchange for a regular harpoon from the system. Therefore, the system will temporarily shut down. If the host wishes to redeem it, she can do so from within the system at any time. Upon hearing these words, Li Rui couldn't help but smile. It seems that the fish catching competition organized by the Vancouver Fisheries Association was tailor-made for him. How do I sign up? Li Rui asked, quite interested. Registration hasn't started yet. I'll contact you as soon as I receive the notification. Su Long hoped Li Rui would achieve a good ranking. His family is in the fishing business. He knew that fishermen didn't earn money as easily as before. Li Rui is his good brother, and he hopes that Li Rui can improve his family's life through this fish catching competition. Okay. Li Rui was a little expectant. He could almost see 500,000 beckoning to him. Seeing that Li Rui had such high expectations for the fish catching competition, Su Long immediately poured cold water on Li Rui's enthusiasm. Rui Zi, don't even think about the top 3. As far as I know, there are 3 expert fish catchers who will definitely participate in this fish catching competition. If you make it into the top 10, you can get a bonus of 30,000 yuan. Those 3 skilled fish catchers were no ordinary people. They are quite well known throughout the country. Whether I win an award or not doesn't matter, participation is what matters, Li Rui said modestly. What a fishing expert. In the face of the system, everyone is a junior among juniors. After chatting for a while, Li Rui and Su Long began test driving the car. Li Rui drove around Wenzhou for a short while. The car ran smoothly without any problems. Mr. Li, if there's nothing else, could you please pay the remaining balance? Saleswoman Chen Duo asked as soon as Li Rui got out of the car. I'm a married man. Li Rui gave a meaningful smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Duo immediately understood the meaning behind Li Rui's words. Li Rui specifically emphasized that he was a married man, which means that his family's money was managed by his wife. Mr. Li, you are such a good man, Chen Duo quickly realized. In their line of work, if you can't think quickly, you'll almost certainly not survive. Su Xianjiao got out of the car and said smugly to Chen Duo, let's go. I'll go with you and pay the balance. Li Rui put her in charge of the money, and she was very satisfied with that. She is not a woman who likes to spend money. She's the perfect person to manage the money. A good man is always accompanied by a good woman. Li Rui put his arm around Su Xianjiao's shoulder. These words warmed Su Xianjiao's heart. What woman wouldn't like her husband praising her as a good woman in front of other women? Mr. Li, Ms. Su, you two are so happy. Chen Duo glanced at Li Rui and Su Xianjiao and smiled slightly. Last time they paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan. The total price of the car is 190,000. This time, Su Xianjia spent 185,000 yuan in one go, which made her heartbroken. Honey, don't worry about it. We can earn more money later. Li Rui patted Su Xianjia's shoulder, telling her not to be too distressed. Isn't money meant to improve people's quality of life? Li Rui was quite open-minded. Su Xianjia still felt a little sorry for her. Just then, Su Long returned from his test drive. This car is really nice. Su Long commented. When it came time to pay, Su Long paid over 1 million yuan without even blinking. Damn, Longzi, now I believe you're a rich kid. Li Rui patted Su Long on the shoulder and teased him with a smile. They're wealthy enough that they don't care about 1 million or so. This is the difference between him and Su Long. He is from the countryside. You have to earn whatever you want with your own hands. Rui Zi, I originally wanted to invite you and your wife to have a casual lunch at the Wenzhou Grand Hotel today, but I have an important client to meet with personally, so, Su Long hesitated, but his meaning was already quite clear. It's okay, work is the priority. We can have dinner together anytime. Our contact information hasn't changed, has it? Li Rui naturally didn't mind. Su Xianjia chimed in, go ahead and get busy. Come visit Crescent Island anytime you have time. Li Rui and I will welcome you anytime. Su Long immediately widened his eyes and said, sister-in-law, I really mean what you say. When I have time, I will definitely go to Crescent Island for a visit. You're welcome anytime, Su Xianjia replied warmly. Rui, you're really lucky, your wife is not only beautiful, but also very eloquent. I'm so envious of you. Su Long said, putting his arm around Li Rui's shoulder. 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a virtuous wife is hard to find. Li Rui didn't mince words, of course, look who chose your wife. How bad would my taste be? Su Xianjia felt a little embarrassed by the praise. Su Long, don't praise me like that. I'm just an ordinary girl. I'm not as good as you say. Su Long said earnestly, sister-in-law, I'm not kidding, you really are the best woman I've ever met. Rui Zi is so lucky. As he spoke, Su Long took out 2 large red envelopes from his pocket and stuffed them into Li Rui's trouser pocket. He went to the mall to buy 2 red envelopes and put 10,000 yuan in them while test driving. 5,000 each. 2 of them would be 10,000. What are you doing? Li Rui asked, trying to deflect the question. Rui Zi, if you want to acknowledge me as your brother, you have to keep these 2 red envelopes. Su Long said sternly, when you got married, didn't I have to give you a red envelope? When you and your wife had your daughter, didn't I have to give you another one? Since Su Long had already put it this way, Li Rui couldn't refuse any longer. He remembered this kindness. He will have to pay it back later. Reciprocity is essential for lasting relationships. Ruizi, sister-in-law, my client is waiting for me, so I can't chat with you any longer. I have to go there right away. Su Long glanced at Li Rui and Su Xianjia. Snap! Li Rui slapped Su Long's butt and said irritably, you should hurry up and leave. Stop dawdling, we're not strangers. Alright, I'll be going now. After getting into the car, Su Long waved to Li Rui and Su Xianjia, and then quickly drove away. Meanwhile, Li Deifu and Li Fang bought 2 strings of firecrackers from the town and returned to Xingfu village. The son and daughter-in-law bought a new car. Parents should celebrate for them. Aunt Li, Uncle Li, why are you buying firecrackers? Su Lanzi spotted the firecrackers inside the tricycle as Li Deifu and Li Fang passed by the village entrance. You'll find out soon enough. Li Fang turned around, glanced at Su Lanzi, and grinned. The village entrance became lively. Everyone was speculating why Li Fang and Li Deifu had bought 2 strings of firecrackers today. Is there some happy occasion at Li Rui's house today? Why buy firecrackers when it's neither New Year's nor a holiday? Is his family going to have a banquet? No way. Even if they were having a banquet, they wouldn't just buy 2 strings of firecrackers. Everyone was completely confused. Just then, Urgenzi arrived at the village entrance on a 2-wheeled electric vehicle. 2 ribs and 2 cardboard boxes were hanging on the handlebars. The 2 cardboard boxes contained 4 bottles of Tianzilan Beiju, a type of Chinese liquor. Urgenzi, what happy event is happening at Rui's house today? Su Lanzi stopped Urgenzi's 2-wheeled electric vehicle. At the village entrance, everyone else stared at Urgenzi, looking like onlookers. That's how it is in the countryside. Some rural women, having nothing better to do, like to gossip and ask around. Anyone who has lived in the countryside should know this. My brother Rui and my sister-in-law just went to pick up their car. They should be driving the new car back in a little while. Urgenzi was overjoyed. Rui Zi and Xiang Yu bought a new car. Su Lanzi was stunned. The melon seeds in her hands suddenly lost their flavor, and her eyes widened in surprise. It's only been a few days. Li Rui and Su Xianjia both bought new cars. It's impossible for her not to be envious. Urgenzi, is what you're saying true? Someone asked. Of course it's true. The new car will be back soon. How could it be fake? Urgenzi said, looking at the man. After saying that, Urgenzi rode his electric bike to Li Rui's house. He should come and celebrate with his brother Rui buying a new car. Right now, Li Deifu is setting off firecrackers in the yard. Li Fang is chopping chicken pieces. The couple laughed happily. At the village entrance, however, things were in an uproar. My goodness, how much money has Ruizi made these days? He even bought a new car. I knew he made money, but I didn't realize he made this much. In our village, very few households own cars. Some people are genuinely happy for Li Rui and Su Xianjia. Some people felt jealous and envious. Yu Tao felt very uncomfortable. These days, Li Rui goes fishing at sea. If he sells the good catches he gets, he can earn at least tens of thousands of yuan. We're all from the same village. Rui let others make money, but he wouldn't let them make money either. As he thought about it, Yu Tao became somewhat angry. Chen Xiong, look at him, and look at yourself. You brag to me every day about how much money you've made over the years, while our family still hasn't bought a car. Su Lanzi felt resentful and unleashed a torrent of angry words at Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong shrank back, not daring to say a word. Snap! Su Lanzi slapped Chen Xiong on the forehead and shouted, "Are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything?" Chen Xiong felt wronged. "Wife, in a few more years, our family will definitely be able to buy a new car. Get lost, you're just trying to fool me again." Su Lanzi was annoyed just looking at Chen Xiong. "You're sleeping on the sofa tonight, don't come into the bedroom." "Why?" Chen Xiong asked in a distressed voice. "Is because I'm unhappy a sufficient reason?" Su Lanzi asked, her face dark as she glared at her husband, Chen Xiong, with her hands on her hips. Chen Xiong nodded, looking aggrieved. "That's enough. This is outrageous." He wanted to rebel, but he didn't have the guts. "Go back and cook," Su Lanzi said irritably. "Okay." Chen Xiong obediently went home to cook. At this moment, Su Kun, Su Jianfeng, and Chen Yi arrived at Xingfu village in a tricycle. The tricycle's cargo compartment was filled with milk, biscuits, candy, and other odds and ends. The tricycle roared past the village entrance, and Su Lanzi muttered sourly, "Rui's family just bought a new car today. Did they really need to set off firecrackers and throw a feast?" "Su Lanzi, what's wrong with people buying cars? Can't we do these things?" Aunt Hefua retorted to Su Lanzi. "Stop being envious. If you're so capable, why don't you buy one yourself?" Sister Divwa sneered. Su Lanzi fell silent after being rebuked. About 15 minutes later, a black Thuru came into view. Li Rui and Su Xianjia drove back. "This car is so cool." Old Master Hu craned his neck, staring intently at Li Rui's newly bought car. In this day and age, there are almost no cars worth around 200,000 yuan in the entire Xingfu village. At the village entrance, commotion broke out again. "Yes, this car is really nice. Xianjio has finally made it through. What kind of life did she live before? It's coming soon." Several people ran to the side of the road, wanting to get a closer look at Li Rui's new car. The car arrived shortly afterward. Li Rui waved, which was his way of greeting everyone. In the blink of an eye, the car drove away. "Uncle Yu, what kind of car is this? How much does it cost? If it's not too expensive, my family can buy one too." Su Lanzi walked up to Yu Tao while eating sunflower seeds. Yu Tao is a seafood vendor in the village. He has a broader perspective. "This is a Volkswagen Thuru. It must have cost around 200,000 yuan to buy it." Yu Tao took a closer look and recognized what kind of car Li Rui had just bought. Upon hearing the price, Su Lanzi stopped talking about buying it. At the village entrance, some people exclaimed in amazement. "My goodness, Ruize has really made money lately. He actually bought a car worth over 200,000 yuan. Li Rui's cousin, Li Dalong, chimed in at this point. "Perhaps it was bought with a loan." Upon hearing this, Su Lanzi immediately agreed. "It's very likely that it was bought with a loan. Ruize owed a lot of money from gambling before, or would he come up with 200,000 yuan all at once?" Snap, snap, snap. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers rang out from the end of the village. Li Rui just parked his car in his yard. Li Defu then lit the firecrackers that had been set up beforehand. Setting off firecrackers serves two purposes: celebration and warding off evil spirits. "May God bless my son Ruize so that he can drive safely and avoid accidents." Hearing the sounds of cars and firecrackers, Li Fang, wearing an apron, quickly ran out of the kitchen. As soon as the firecrackers stopped, she raised her head, put her hands together, and prayed to the heavens with great sincerity. "Brother Rui, this car is awesome." Urgenza circled Li Rui's newly bought car several times. He liked it more and more the more he looked at it. After working for a while longer, he went to buy a new car. "Brother-in-law, you're really capable." Su Kun stepped forward and said with a smile. Su Jianfeng walked up to Li Rui, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him. "Ruize, keep up the good work, don't let Xianjia down." Li Rui had not yet spoken. Su Xianjio, who was next to Li Rui, then spoke with a bright smile. "Dad, Li Rui will definitely not let me down." At this point, she walked up to her father, Su Jianfeng, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, "Now, Li Rui has entrusted the money to me for safekeeping. He only has a few thousand yuan on him." Su Jianfeng glanced at his daughter and thought to himself that Li Rui had done a good job. Chen Yi stood in front of the living room, arms crossed, and walked over, saying something indifferent. "Li Rui, don't be arrogant. One car doesn't prove anything." Upon hearing this, Su Jianfeng, Su Kun, and Su Xianjio all frowned. Su Kun tugged at Chen Yi's arm. "Mom, everyone's happy today, so please don't say anything that might spoil the mood." Li Rui pretended not to hear what his mother-in-law said. Su Xianjio was also helpless. She had no choice but to accept having a mother like that. "Mom, my brother-in-law is going to say something to you. He'll say that one car doesn't prove anything, and that we didn't sell it. What do you say then?" Su Kun whispered in Chen Yi's ear. I. Chen Yi was speechless. The next moment, she turned her head, then straightened her face and coldly shouted, he wouldn't dare. Su Kun rolled his eyes. Su Jianfeng glared at his wife, annoyed. Chen Yi, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Isn't it better for the whole family to be harmonious? At this moment, Uncle Hu walked into Li Rui's courtyard with a smile. Rui Zi, Xiang Yu, Li Fang, De Fu, congratulations. Master Hu said, cupping his hands in congratulations. Second Master Hu, it's just a car, nothing to congratulate you on. Li Rui waved his hand and replied modestly. With a broad smile, Uncle Hu said, Rui Zi, no matter what, didn't your family get a big addition? Isn't that a happy occasion? Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder. Urgenzi, quickly offer Master Hu a cigarette. After he quit smoking, he hardly ever carried cigarettes in his pocket. It's a bit inconvenient. Uncle Hu, here, have a cigarette. Urgenzi immediately reacted, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and handed it to Uncle Hu. Just as Urgenzi was about to put the cigarettes in his pocket, several people who were close to Li Rui's family also walked into the courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they clasped their hands together and offered their congratulations. Congratulations! Rui Zi, you're doing pretty well. You're much better than my son. My son works in an office in Beijing, but he doesn't earn as much as you. He still hasn't bought a car. For a time, Li Rui's courtyard was bustling with activity. Li Dalong was also among them. When you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives come to visit. At this moment, Li Rui truly understood the meaning of those words. His family used to be poor, and he became addicted to gambling, squandering all his savings and incurring debts. His family rarely had visitors. During this time, he made a little money. Many people took the initiative to approach him, went to his home, and became much more enthusiastic towards him. Today, a large group of people came to his house to offer their congratulations. Urgenzi, stop standing there, hurry up and offer everyone cigarettes. Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder again and said loudly. Urgenzi would greet people with a smile and offer them cigarettes. Li Rui chatted with everyone. Li Fang quietly entered her living room. She wiped the statue of Mazu placed in the main hall, then lit 2 incense sticks and worshipped 3 times devoutly. The first bow expresses respect for Mazu. The second prayer is to ask Mazu to bless the family with peace and safety, good health, and a safe voyage. The third bow is to express gratitude and establish a deeper connection with Mazu. Mazu, thank you for blessing my son Ruizi all this time. I hope you will continue to bless him in the days to come. Most importantly, you must bless my Ruizi to be safe and healthy. After worshipping, Li Fang then lit the incense sticks. On Crescent Island, many families display statues of Mazu in their homes. This is a custom. Li Defu also came over and paid his respects to the statue of Mazu. He doesn't talk much. He simply prayed in his heart that Mazu would bless his son Li Rui so that he could sail safely and make a lot of money in the future. The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Fang breathed a sigh of relief. My son has finally started to work hard. As a mother, she doesn't have to worry as much as before. Li Defu sighed, old woman, our family's life is getting better. We have never forgotten our roots. We owe it all to Mazu. If it weren't for Mazu's blessing on our son, we would have been in trouble. How could our son possibly afford a car? The two chatted for a few minutes before heading to the kitchen to get busy. So many guests came to our house today. Their family has to prepare a table full of dishes. Many older generations of Chinese parents, like Li Rui's parents, work tirelessly and selflessly, making selfless sacrifices for their children. Su Xianjiao rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. Xianjiao, what are you doing in the kitchen? Get out of here. As soon as Li Fang saw Su Xianjiao, she pushed Su Xianjiao with her forearm, telling her to leave. She was very grateful to Su Xianjiao. Previously, Su Xianjiao had never abandoned her son. She'll remember this for the rest of her life. Xianjiao, your mother and I are still young. We can handle it. You should go out now. Li Defu also told Su Xianjiao to leave. After arguing with the elderly couple for a while, Su Xianjiao squatted down in the corner of the kitchen to pick vegetables. Seeing this, Li Fang couldn't help but sigh. How much good fortune did my son accumulate in his past life? In this life, he actually found such a wonderful wife. Chen Yi's family initially opposed Su Xianjiao marrying her son. She understands very well. At that time, Su Xianjiao was from the town and her family was well off. Her family lived in the countryside. There is a certain gap between the two companies. Which parent wouldn't want their daughter to marry someone with good financial standing? It was truly remarkable that Su Xianjiao was able to withstand the pressure from her family and marry her son. As noon approached, Uncle Hu and the others said their goodbyes and prepared to leave. Everyone, don't leave. Stay for lunch. You've all come to my house to congratulate me today, so you should at least have lunch before you go. Li Rui spread his arms, stopping everyone. Rui Zi, that won't do. We came empty-handed, how can we stay for a meal? Old Master Hu was the first to object. Li Rui continued to persuade him for a while. Hu Yi and the others insisted on leaving without eating. One by one, Master Hu and the others left. Urgenzi, go to the village store and buy 2 packs of cigarettes. Li Rui handed Urgenzi a 100 yuan bill. Brother Rui, you're not quitting smoking? Urgenzi asked in surprise. He didn't take the money. Li Rui tapped Urgenzi on the head. What are you thinking? How could I not quit smoking? I always keep 2 packs of cigarettes at home. Like today, when someone comes over to congratulate me, I can't just not offer them a cigarette. He had promised Kuakuo, and he couldn't break his promise again and again. As a father, he also cares about his reputation. Oh, I see. Urgenzi scratched his head sheepishly. I'll go buy it. Urgenzi turned and ran outside. He refused to take the money that Li Rui handed him. After the dishes were prepared, Li Rui, Li Deifu, Li Fang, and Urgenzi all brought them to the dining table in the living room. Each delicious dish exudes a rich and enticing aroma. Seeing this, Sukun also ran to the kitchen to serve the dishes. He no longer held much prejudice against Li Rui. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, please take your seats. Out of politeness, Li Deifu invited Su Jianfang and Chen Yi to sit in the 2 seats directly opposite the door. Chen Yi didn't say anything and just sat down. Su Jianfang and Li Deifu declined for a while before sitting down. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, you've been my family for so many years. You must have a good lunch today. Li Deifu, who was not good with words, became more talkative at this moment and treated his family with great hospitality. Deifu, let's not be so polite. It's better if your family treats my Xianjiao well in the future. Su Jianfang laughed heartily. Everyone sat down around the table. Li Rui helped everyone pour drinks. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Wife, would you like a soft drink or red wine? Li Rui asked, looking at Su Xianjiao. I'm happy today, so I'll have some red wine. Su Xianjia smiled slightly, revealing 2 very pretty dimples on her face, and her eyes also turned into crescent shapes when she smiled. Urgenzi quickly took a few wine glasses from the drawer under the television. Sister-in-law, here you go. Urgenzi placed a glass of red wine in front of Su Xianjiao. Chen Yi said coldly, Li Rui, pour me half a glass of red wine too. Li Rui first poured half a glass of red wine for his mother-in-law, and then he poured half a glass of red wine for his wife. Finally, he poured his mother half a glass of red wine. Everyone was planning to have a drink at noon today. Rui, come on, let's have a drink. Su Jianfang took the initiative to suggest drinking with Li Rui for the first time. He picked up his glass and swirled it. This can be considered an initial form of recognition of Li Rui. Li Deifu was taken aback. Li Fang looked completely bewildered. Her eyes were red, and she couldn't quite describe the feeling. Su Xianjiao's family members, especially her parents, never acted like this before. My son has made something of himself. Li Fang was genuinely happy. Li Rui, what are you standing there for? My dad is toasting you. Do you want him to keep holding the glass? Seeing Li Rui standing there motionless, Su Xianjia reminded him happily. Su Xianjia was also happy. The fact that dad acted this way shows that his attitude towards Li Rui has changed significantly. From the moment she married Li Rui, she desperately hoped that her parents and her brother would one day accept Li Rui. Dad, I'll toast you. I'll toast you. Li Rui quickly picked up his glass, took a big gulp, and then exhaled. Li Rui felt a burning sensation in his throat after drinking too much at once. After taking a small sip, Su Jianfang put down his glass and rested his arms on the table. He looked at Li Rui and said, Ruizi, thank you for your generosity. If it weren't for your generosity, your mother-in-law, Xiao Kun, and I would be in a panic right now. Dad, don't be so formal. We're all family, helping each other is only right. Li Rui said politely, but in his heart he was cursing, damn it, if it weren't for his wife, I definitely wouldn't have lent him that 75,000 yuan. In the past, his mother-in-law handled things in a really disgusting way. Li Rui was somewhat displeased with this. Jianfeng, why are you being so polite with Li Rui? As his brother-in-law, isn't it only right that he helps his brother-in-law? You don't need to thank him. Chen Yi's words immediately made the atmosphere heavy. You, Su Jianfeng was furious. That's how you talk. If their son-in-law helps them, it's a favor, if he doesn't, they have nothing to say. How could his wife say such a thing? Su Kun's entire face scrunched up. Mom, please stop talking, okay? Having a mother like that must be exhausting for him. Everyone was fine just now, so why did his mother suddenly blurt out that sentence? Li Rui smiled but didn't say anything. Su Xianjiao felt a little embarrassed. Honey, that's just my mom's personality, don't take it to heart, Su Xianjiao whispered in Li Rui's ear. It's all right. Li Rui didn't want his wife to be caught in the middle, so he simply didn't make a fuss about it. Chen Yi spoke again. Now, Su Jianfeng was afraid that his wife would say something even more hurtful. He picked up his wine glass, stood up from his chair, and interrupted his wife, Chen Yi. I propose we all have a drink together to celebrate Ruizi and Xianjiao buying a new car today, Su Jianfeng said with a big smile. Su Kun was the first to respond. He also picked up his glass and stood up. Come on, everyone, let's have a drink together. Everyone else present raised their glasses and stood up from their chairs. The elders all stood up. How could juniors like Li Rui, Su Xianjiao, and Erjunzi dare to sit still? If they remain seated, they are being impolite. Ding ding ding. The glasses in everyone's hands clinked together, and then everyone took a sip of their drink. Everyone present had a bright smile on their face. Except for Chen Yi. Li Rui, don't get carried away. You've only bought a car so far. My daughter isn't with you to suffer. She can endure hardship with you for a while, but she can't endure hardship with you for a lifetime, Chen Yi said seriously after sitting down. Mom, I won't, Li Rui replied. As he spoke, he put his arm around Su Xianjiao's shoulder. I assure you that in the future, I will work hard to earn money so that Xianjiao and Qiuaqiuo can live a happy and fulfilling life. Next, Li Rui plans to buy a small boat. The fishing moratorium is almost over. After the fishing moratorium ends, the fishing season begins. He and Erjunzi went to the beach every day to fish or catch fish with a net, but it was always just small-scale activity. To achieve success, one must go out to sea to fish. Li Rui, what are your plans? Chen Yi stared at Li Rui. I'm planning to buy a boat, Li Rui said without hiding anything. Chen Yi felt that it was somewhat unreliable. The fishermen on Crescent Island don't earn much money these days. Young and strong people like you have all gone out to work. Are you really not considering going out to work? Previously, Li Rui had been lucky enough to catch a large yellow croaker, which he sold for a considerable amount of money. But this isn't a long-term solution. The older generation values stability the most. This is particularly evident in certain places. Mom, Li Rui and I have discussed it. Li Rui won't go out to work. I don't want to be separated from Li Rui. Su Xianjiao said to her mother with a smile, her hands intertwined with Li Rui's. All right, you can decide for yourselves. Although Su Jianfeng had concerns, he didn't voice them. When it comes to a couple's daily life, the older generation can just offer some advice. Ultimately, it's the couple who live their lives. Chen Yi's face immediately darkened. Xianjiao, you and Li Rui need to think long-term. Are there fewer and fewer fishermen on our Crescent Moon Island? This is a trend that no one can stop. All right, stop talking. Not many people like being lectured all the time. Su Jianfeng glanced at his wife, signaling her to stop. Li Rui hasn't suffered any setbacks yet. After he suffers a setback, he will naturally choose to go out and work elsewhere. At this stage, there's really no future in being a fisherman on Crescent Island. Everyone, please eat. To ease the tension, Li Defu said with a smile. Brother Rui, what kind of boat are you planning to buy? Erjunzi asked while eating. Li Rui put down his wineglass and said seriously, let's buy a small boat first, and when the time is right, we'll buy a big boat. When it came to buying a boat, Li Rui suddenly realized that he didn't have enough manpower. We need to find a way to recruit more people. The key person must be reliable. The reason he let Erjunzi follow him was because Erjunzi was reliable, loyal to him, had no ulterior motives, and did not cheat or swindle. Brother Rui, what you said makes me so excited. Erjunzi laughed heartily, then raised his glass and toasted. Come on, Brother Rui, let me toast you. I wish you and your wife a prosperous and happy life. Li Rui picked up his wine glass. Erjunzi clinked his wine glass against Li Rui's. The two of them took a small sip of their drink. Oh right, Rui, my dad can build small boats. He used to work at the Wenzhou shipyard. He can't build big boats. Erjunzi suddenly remembered this. Really? Li Rui was both surprised and delighted. He needs to find an opportunity to visit Erjunzi's father sometime. Li Rui stared at Su Kun, wondering whether this guy was reliable or not. Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Su Kun noticed Li Rui's gaze and asked curiously. It's all right. Li Rui smiled and stopped trying to get close to Su Kun. This guy just loafs around all day. Not working every day and just living off his parents is a bit unreliable. Finding reliable staff is a big problem. After finishing their meal, Su Jianfeng, Su Kun, and Chen Yi left first. Halfway there, Chen Yi, who was sitting in the back of the tricycle, suddenly said, Xiao Kun, next time you go to your girlfriend's house, take your sister's car with you. This isn't a good idea. Su Kun scratched his head, feeling somewhat tempted. He has a driver's license. Su Jianfeng, who was driving the tricycle, immediately turned around and looked at Chen Yi with surprise. Chen Yi, that's a new vehicle. If it gets scratched or bumped, it'll be a huge problem. Let's not go looking for that trouble. Chen Yi retorted coldly, isn't a car meant to be driven? I haven't accepted Li Rui yet. He still owes us a lot. What's wrong with Xiao Kun driving his car? I said no, and that means no. Su Jianfeng and his wife started arguing. That woman is just looking for trouble. If you don't have a car, don't drive. What kind of behavior is it to lend your car to someone else? If a car accident really happens, things will become very complicated. Mom, stop talking. Listen to Dad, I won't drive my brother-in-law's car. Su Kun was also afraid that if there was a car accident, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his sister and brother-in-law. I'll call Li Rui right now and ask if he'd like to lend me his car. Chen Yi immediately took out her phone from her pocket. Su Jianfeng brought the tricycle to a stop. He turned around and gave Chen Yi a good scolding. Chen Yi, can you please stop interfering with Rui Zi and Xiang Yu's lives? Xian Jiao has finally achieved a happy life. As her mother, don't make things difficult for her, okay? My son doesn't do anything productive, why is he driving someone else's car? Asking my daughter and son-in-law to borrow their new car is just putting them in a difficult position. They're caught in a dilemma, lending the money is one thing, refusing it is another. Mom, forget it. Su Kun held his mother's hand, preventing her from making the call. You too surnamed Su, how can you be so ungrateful? If Xian Jia hadn't married Li Rui, our family would definitely have a car now. Am I trying to save face for Xiaokan? Chen Yi also lost her temper. It took a lot of persuasion from Su Kun and Su Jianfeng to convince Chen Yi to give up the idea of borrowing the car. At the same time, Su Xian Jia took out her phone and made a call to her supervisor. After saying a lot of nice things, her supervisor finally agreed to let her take another half-day off. At the Hime seafood processing plant, Xiao Rong and Li Yueping chatted for a while during their break. Rong, has Xian Jiao given you an answer? Li Yueping was quite concerned about this matter. Not yet. Xiao Rong said anxiously, my husband's company is almost full with hires, why hasn't Xian Jia replied to me yet? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Li Rui needs to hurry if he wants to go. Li Yueping nudged Xiao Rong's lower back with her elbow. Now call Xian Jiao and ask Li Rui what he's thinking. If Li Rui wants to go, he'll have to head to your husband's place immediately. Li Rui had gambled and owed so much money, he had to pay it back eventually. The income of fishermen on Crescent Island is very unstable, earning 4,000 or 5,000 a month is barely enough. Alright, I'll call Xian Jia right now and ask Li Rui what he's thinking. Xiao Rong took out her phone and made the call. She asked a few simple questions. Su Xian Jia replied with a smile, Rong, thank you and your husband for your kindness. Li Rui has no plans to go out to work for the time being. What? Li Rui isn't going? Xiao Rong was completely taken aback. Li Yueping, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Why didn't Li Rui see such a good opportunity? Li Rui is out of his mind. If Li Rui misses this opportunity, he may never have another one in his life. Yes, Li Rui told me he doesn't want to go. Su Xianjia nodded, then expressed her gratitude again. Rong, Li Rui and I are especially grateful to you and your husband. Xiao Rong was furious. Let's not go then. After saying that, Xiao Rong hung up the phone with a dark expression. Li Yueping couldn't help but complain, Li Rui won't earn much money as a fisherman on Crescent Island. I reckon he'll regret it after a while. Yueping, you said Xian Jiao is so good, how did she end up with Li Rui? Li Rui has disappointed me so much, how long does he intend to drag Xian Jia down with him? Xiao Rong was speechless. She had assumed that after Li Rui quit gambling, he would focus solely on making money. But the result, Li Rui is such a lazy bum. Sigh, good women haven't found good men. Li Yueping sighed. The two of them gave Li Rui a good scolding. At this moment, Li Rui was lying on a recliner in his yard. The gentle sunlight made him drowsy. Junzi lay on a recliner next to him. The two of them drank quite a bit at noon and are now sobering up. Junzi, let's go to your house tomorrow. I want to ask your dad about the boat, Li Rui said with his eyes closed. Brother Rui, are you really planning to buy a boat? Junzi climbed up from the recliner, staring intently at Li Rui, and asked excitedly. Li Rui still didn't open his eyes. Buy it, we absolutely have to buy it. The fishing moratorium is about to end, and we must get a boat of our own before the fishing season starts. To make big money, you have to go out to sea to fish. A boat is essential. Okay, let's go to my house together tomorrow and ask my dad about the boat. Junzi was very excited. Junzi, you'll contribute 10% of the money at the time, and you'll still take 10% of the profits later. You don't have any objections, do you? Li Rui raised his eyelids and looked at Junzi, wanting to see if Junzi felt any imbalance. If Urgenzi didn't follow him, he definitely wouldn't earn 500 a day. If Urgenzi had the idea of going it alone, he would never stop him. A forced relationship will not be sweet. Brother Rui, I have no objection. I'm afraid you will. You're lucky. You're blessed by Mazu. If you don't let me follow you, you can find someone else, pay someone else's salary, and you'll earn more. Urgenzi spoke his mind. He's the one who benefited, not Rui Ge. He has always been clear-headed. Ordinary fishermen on Crescent Island can't earn much money these days. Rui Ge is no ordinary person. He can lead him to make a lot of money. He has no reason to cut off his own source of income. Li Rui was very satisfied with Urgenzi's answer. He was afraid that Urgenzi might have other ideas. People, you know, who doesn't love money? But self-awareness is essential. Since you put it that way, then it's settled. You'll contribute 10% of the cost of the boat, and you'll also receive 10% of the profits. Li Rui made the final decision. Okay. Urgenzi smiled sheepishly. The two chatted for a while longer before falling asleep. After finishing her housework, Suzayanjaya got into the new car. She sat in the driver's seat of the new car, feeling as if she were in another world. Some time ago, she and Li Rui almost couldn't make ends meet. Now, she and Li Rui are living a comfortable life. The debt has been paid off. The car has been bought. She still has over 100,000 yuan in savings. It truly proves the saying, when husband and wife are of one mind, even mud can turn into gold. Li Deifu circled the car several times. When he was young, Li Deifu wanted to own a car of his own. At the time, cars were too expensive, and his family was too poor. He only dares to daydream. Old man, are you happy? Li Fang came out of the kitchen, grabbed Li Deifu's arm, and said with a bright smile, "How could I not be happy?" Li Deifu touched the back of the car, only then realizing that all of this was real. At 5 p.m., Li Rui and Suzayanjaya picked up Kiwakuo from school together. After Kiwakuo got off the bus, Li Rui and Suzayanjaya held Kiwakuo's hand and walked towards home. How strange. Kiwakuo pouted, looking at Suzayanjaya with great surprise. What's wrong? Li Rui looked down at Kiwakuo. Kiwakuo replied with a grin, Mommy picked Kiwakuo up from school today too, and Kiwakuo really likes this feeling. After entering the house, Kiwakuo saw her family's newly bought car and immediately let go of her parents' hands. Duh. She took short strides and quickly ran to the back of the car. Daddy, when will our car arrive home? The fruit asked crisply. The little guy really wanted to go up and sit down. Li Rui walked over and saw right through Guo's thoughts. He opened the car door and carried Kiwakuo into the car. Our car just arrived this morning. On the bus, Kiwakuo touched this and looked at that, like a curious baby, her two big eyes darting around. Daddy, Kiwakuo wants to listen to music. Kiwakuo turned around and glanced at Li Rui. Li Rui opened the music app. What song would you like to hear? Little Donkey. Kiwakuo said, gesturing with her two little hands. Today, the teacher taught Kiwakuo and the other children to sing Little Donkey. At this point, Kiwakuo began to sing a cappella, swaying her head. I have a little donkey, which I never ride. One day, on a whim, I wrote it. Kiwakuo's voice is very pleasant, just like the sound of a clear silver bell jingling. Her singing still had a bit of rhythm. In Li Rui's opinion, no matter what kind of singing god, king of singers, or prince of love songs they are, their songs are not even half as good as Guo's. Li Rui closed his eyes, quietly appreciating the beautiful music. After singing 4 or 5 lines, Kiwakuo couldn't sing anymore. Daddy, Kiwakuo wants to hear Little Donkey. Kiwakuo tugged at Li Rui's arm with her chubby little hands, calling out in her childish voice. Li Rui patted Guo's little head. Don't worry, Daddy will play it for you now. After saying that, Li Rui fumbled around for a while. The song Little Donkey had just started playing in the car. Kiwakuo babbles along. This time, she sang, clapped, and swayed her head. After listening for a while, Li Rui clapped his hands and started singing along. It has to be said that the rhythm of the song Little Donkey is very catchy, and the lyrics are also easy to remember. At some point, Suzayanjaya opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Once settled, she clapped her hands and started singing along. Seeing this, Li Rui smiled slightly. He felt that the family of 3 had the potential to become internet celebrities. After dinner, Li Rui and Urgenzi embarked on their beachcombing trip. Urgenzi was carrying a bucket and 2 snakeskin bags. Li Rui was carrying only 1 bucket. Brother Rui, it's been a long time since we've had a proper beach trip, Urgenzi said, following behind Li Rui. Yes. Li Rui smiled slightly. Once we have our own boat in the future, we'll have even fewer opportunities to go beachcombing. I'm really itching to go tonight, and I have a feeling that we'll have a good haul. The system told him that he and Urgenzi would have a good catch while going to the beach tonight. This filled Li Rui with anticipation for tonight's beachcombing. Brother Rui, since you've said so, we're sure to have a good haul tonight. Urgenzi waded through the seawater, following behind Li Rui. As soon as he finished speaking, the night vision light on Urgenzi's head shone on a nest of rather large snails. He bent down and quickly picked up the tower snails. Ta-da! He kept throwing the snails into the bucket. The current market price for taro is about 25 yuan per kilogram. Brother Rui, I was the first to open a deal tonight, Urgenzi said smugly. Just then, Li Rui spotted several enormous conch shells. He suppressed his excitement and walked over step by step. Soon, he walked up to a huge conch shell. It's fucking huge. Li Rui squatted down and picked up the conch shell with both hands. This conch shell is bigger than Li Rui's head. Brother Rui, what's that you're holding? Urgenzi was dumbfounded. My goodness, it's so big. Urgenzi stopped collecting snails. He waded through the seawater and quickly ran to his brother Rui's side. He gestured with his arms to indicate the length of the conch shell. This conch shell must be more than half a meter long. Urgenzi stared at the huge conch shell that was right in front of him, his eyes wide like copper bells. This was the biggest conch shell he had ever seen in his life. Li Rui's lips curled up, thinking to himself that the system hadn't lied to him after all. Bang! At this moment, Li Rui carefully placed the conch shell into the bucket. Thank you for the gifts from the system and nature, Li Rui silently said in his heart. Brother Rui, can you believe that this one big conch shell almost filled this bucket? Urgenzi swallowed hard, looked up at Li Rui with great shock. Rui Ge is so lucky. This one conch shell alone could sell for 3,000 or 4,000. There's an even bigger one over there, Li Rui said, pointing to a large conch shell not far away. Really? Urgenzi turned his head to look over. It's okay if you don't watch it. Upon closer inspection, Urgenzi's mouth was wide open, big enough to swallow a whole watermelon. Holy crap, that conch shell is really bigger. Urgenzi ran over there as he spoke. He dropped what he was holding and struggled to lift the large conch shell with both hands. Brother Rui, this giant conch shell weighs at least 7.5 pounds. Urgenzi exclaimed excitedly. Tonight, he and his brother Rui came to go beach combing, which was absolutely the right decision. Urgenzi put the large conch shell in his hand into the bucket, instantly filling the bucket he had brought with it completely. Urgenzi clapped his hands, grinned, and showed off his big white teeth. Brother Rui, my bucket is overflowing. A big one, and he exploded the bucket while beachcombing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, if I told anyone, who would believe me? Rui Ge is just lucky. He had only been there a short while when Rui discovered 2 enormous conch shells. Urgenzi, let's put the conch shells in the snakeskin bag and keep the bucket for other things. We can't just take back 2 big conch shells tonight, Li Rui said loudly. Brother Rui, I'll listen to you, Urgenzi said cheerfully. Just as the 2 men put the large conch shell into the snakeskin bag, Chen Xiong arrived. Chen Xiong didn't notice the 2 snakeskin bags at Li Rui and Junzi's feet. He looked into Li Rui and Junzi's buckets and only saw a few snails. Ruizi, Urgenzi, you 2 aren't having much luck tonight, Chen Xiong said with a hint of pride. He then fiddled with the bucket in his hand. I've only been here a short while, and I've already caught more than a dozen mantis shrimps and a few large blue crabs. Take a look. Chen Xiong smiled. As he expected, luck is too unpredictable and can't always be with Li Rui and Urgenzi. Aunt Lotus, sister-in-law Osmanthus, and several others who came to gather seafood saw Li Rui and Urgenzi gathering seafood and they surrounded them. Ruizi, Urgenzi, how come you only picked up a few snails? Looks like you 2 aren't having much luck tonight. I've only been here a little while and I've already picked up several sea urchins. It's not easy. You 2 finally had a run of bad luck. Before, when I saw you 2 going out to sea to fish, it was like you were picking up money off the ground. I was so envious. I came over hoping to ride your luck, but it turns out you 2 are even less lucky than me tonight. Seeing that Li Rui and Junzi's buckets were empty, they felt much better. Sure enough, luck, like feng shui, comes and goes in cycles. It's impossible to spend a long time on just 1 or 2 people. Urgenzi almost burst out laughing when he heard these words. Li Rui actually looked into Chen Xiong's bucket. Wow, quite a lot of stuff. These things together should sell for a few hundred yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong proudly raised his head and said, that's right. Aunt Lotus, sister-in-law Osmanthus, and the others dispersed. Just then, someone shouted, ouch, I think I just tripped over something. Urgenzi picked up his brother Rui's snakeskin bag, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, this is a big conch shell that my brother Rui just picked up. Upon hearing this, Aunt Hehua, Sister Gihua, and the others all stopped in their tracks and turned to look at the snakeskin bag that Urgenzi was carrying. Chen Xiong stared intently. Let me see. Aunt Lotus ran up and peeked inside. When she saw the big conch shell inside, her jaw almost dropped to the ground. My goodness, what a huge conch shell. It must weigh about 4 or 5 pounds. She had never seen such a large conch shell before. Such a big conch shell. Chen Xiang looked at the huge conch shell and his words were somewhat incoherent. Upon hearing this, everyone crowded closer to look at the large conch shell inside the snakeskin bag. It's so big. This conch shell must sell for over 2,000. Rui Zi is too lucky. He is truly a man blessed by Mazu. These people were incredibly envious. Chen Xiang's face was extremely ugly. Is this conch shell that my brother Rui just picked up really big? It doesn't look that big to me, Urgenza said with a smug look on his face. Upon hearing Urgenza's words, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Aunt Lotus said angrily, Urgenzi, are you even speaking human language? This conch shell is huge and you call it not big? I'm 50 years old this year, and I've never seen such a big conch shell before. Sister Divwa really wanted to give Urgenzi a good beating. Li Rui watched quietly as Urgenzi gloated. Urgenzi, you say this conch shell isn't very big? If you're so capable, find another one that's even bigger than this one. Chen Xiang was also very annoyed. The others around him echoed his suggestion, urging Urgenzi to find an even bigger conch shell. Urgenzi immediately bent down and picked up the giant conch shell with both hands. Then, he lifted it high. See that? This is the real big conch shell. Urgenzi chuckled. The one before was too small, it can't compare to this one at all. Everyone around was stunned when they saw the giant conch shell. Is there really such a huge conch shell in the world? Holy crap! This conch shell is ridiculously big. Chen Xiang, take a closer look. Isn't this conch shell in my hand bigger than the one from before? Urgenzi held the giant conch shell in front of Chen Xiang and waved it around. At this moment, Urgenzi was extremely happy. Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder and chuckled. Alright, stop showing off, let's continue beachcombing. Hurry up and put this conch shell in. Urgenzi smiled and said, Brother Rui, I'll put this conch shell in right away. After saying that, Urgenzi quickly put the giant conch back into the snakeskin bag. While everyone was still in a daze, Li Rui picked up 2 more huge conch shells nearby and put them into a snakeskin bag. Each one weighs over 3 pounds. The other one weighed over 4 pounds. Li Rui and Urgenzi then collected all the conch shells in the vicinity. Brother Rui, it's really heavy. Urgenzi turned around and glanced at Chen Xiang and the others, then started showing off again. Soon, Li Rui and Urgenzi left from this place. At this moment, Chen Xiang and the others came to their senses and searched the spot where they had just been looking for the giant conch shell. Several people almost came to blows over this. Stop arguing. Whoever finds the conch shell first gets it. The ocean is unclaimed, anyone can find things in it. Aunt Lotus shouted angrily. Only then did order come into play around them. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Lao Zi, please show your power. Heavenly Lord, please let me find a big conch shell too. I, Chen Xiang, am not greedy. I, Chen Xiang, just want to find a big conch shell that weighs about 10 pounds. Chen Xiang prayed in his heart while searching for traces of the conch shell in the vicinity. In theory, a conch can grow to a maximum weight of about 20 kilograms, but in reality, there are almost no conch shells that big. Not far away, Urgenzi turned around and looked at Chen Xiang and the others. He said to Li Rui from behind, Brother Rui, are we just leaving like this? I hope there aren't a bunch of big conch shells clustered together in that area. Should we go back and take another look? Urgenzi still felt that he could find a few large conch shells in that spot. At least 1 or 2 should be found. Forget it, if they're lucky, they'll find it. We're not going to join in the fun. Li Rui waved his hand. His ability to see through fish catches is amazing. They had already picked all the conch shells from that spot. It was impossible for Chen Xiang and his group to get a bargain. Right, let's not join in the fun. We'll eat the meat and leave them some soup. Urgenzi chuckled and quickly followed. His sister pays a pretty high price for large conch shells. Those 4 conches they just picked up should fetch a little over 10,000 yuan. He takes 10%, which is a little over 1,000. Wow, it's only a little over 1,000? Urgenzi's appetite has grown too big, now he looks down on those who earn over 1,000. Brother Rui, what are you picking up again? Urgenzi saw his brother Rui bending down and picking something up again, so he quickly ran over. At this moment, Li Rui is picking up pearl oysters. Pearl oysters are mollusks with 2 unequal shells. The left shell is slightly convex, while the right shell is flatter, and they usually have byssal openings. Shells often have scales on their surface. Pearl shells. Urgenzi exclaimed. There are no pearls inside. Li Rui used the fish catch X-ray vision function to discover that the pearl oyster in his hand did not contain any pearls. The probability of wild pearl oysters producing pearls is extremely low. Of thousands of wild pearl oysters, only a few will contain pearls. Brother Rui, there are still pearl oysters here. Urgenzi picked up more than a dozen pearl oysters nearby and threw them into the bucket. Let's take them back, crack them open, and see if there are any pearls inside. They made a fortune last time they opened oyster groves. Urgenzi kept this matter in mind. Li Rui looked at the dozen or so pearl oysters that Urgenzi had picked up and found that none of them contained pearls. This disappointed him somewhat. Upon reflection, he felt relieved. Getting a pearl from a pearl oyster is no easy feat. Ha! Li Rui stared at something not far away, let out a soft exclamation, and then his two eyes suddenly became bright and shiny. Urgenzi, you stay here and collect pearl shells, I'll go check over there. Li Rui waded through the seawater and walked towards a spot not far away. Okay. Urgenzi didn't even look up, continuing to excitedly pick up pearl shells. The oyster pearls that come out of oysters are mostly of low quality, with an uneven surface. Pearls produced from pearl oysters come in a variety of colors, including white, pink, and black. Its shape is also relatively regular. Naturally, the price is much higher than that of oyster pearls. The formation process of oyster pearls and regular pearls is largely the same. When the mantle is stimulated by a foreign object, it secretes nacre to coat the foreign object layer by layer. If these pearl oysters can produce a few pearls, Rui and I will be rich. Urgenzi muttered to himself happily. Li Rui then walked to a position about 5 meters away. He bent down and picked up a large coconut snail. Coconut snail, scientifically known as Cercospora cocovenenans, is also commonly called papaya snail or spiral shell. Its shell is golden yellow, and its meat has zebra stripes. It is mainly distributed in the southeastern coastal areas of my country. Using the fish catch perspective feature, Li Rui saw that there was an orange-red bead hidden inside it. This bead is called the mellow bead. The formation principle of mellow beads is similar to that of pearls. However, mellow pearls are even rarer than pearls. Things are valued for their rarity. A single mellow beads can cost up to tens of thousands of dollars. Li Rui wouldn't have known these things if he weren't a top student who graduated in marine biology. The system really didn't lie to me. Tonight, Urgenzi and I went beachcombing, and the profits were pretty good. Li Rui's lips curled up, his face filled with an irrepressible smile. With this mellow pearl, he and Urgenzi could sell it and have enough money to buy a boat. At lunchtime today, while he was having lunch with Urgenzi, he was still worrying about the money to buy a boat. Just then, Urgenzi came running over happily, carrying a bucket in one hand and a snakeskin bag in the other. Brother Rui, I just picked up more than 70 pearl oysters. Hopefully, 1 or 2 pearls will be found inside. Urgenzi shouted loudly. When he ran up to Li Rui, panting, he noticed that Li Rui was holding a large coconut snail. Holy crap, what a huge coconut snail. Urgenzi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bang! Li Rui put the coconut snails into the bucket. Let's continue beachcombing. Li Rui suppressed his joy and continued beachcombing with Urgenzi. Beachcombing is a very physically demanding activity. Generally, a beachcombing trip takes about 2 to 4 hours. People at the bottom of society earn money through hard work. Making quick money is too difficult for people at the bottom of society. One wrong move and you could easily suffer a major setback. Kuakuo has already gone to sleep. Su Xianjiao was slicing ginger in the kitchen. She planned to cook a pot of ginger cola for Li Rui and Urgenzi. Fishermen living by the sea tend to have more dampness in their bodies. Ginger cola has a certain effect in dispelling dampness and cold. After putting the chopped ginger into the pot, Su Xianjiao poured a small bottle of cola into the pot as well. After doing all that, she walked out of the kitchen, came to the living room doorway, sat on a chair there, and looked in the direction of her front door. A little while later, Li Rui and Urgenzi returned, and she immediately went into the kitchen, lit the gas stove, and started making ginger cola. It's definitely not safe to cook now. If you cook it now, it will cool down in a bit. After waiting for more than 2 hours, she finally saw Li Rui and Urgenzi return. Without saying a word, she went into the kitchen and lit the gas stove. To get the ginger cola to boil faster, she even put the lid on the pot. You two are back. Su Xianjiao walked from the kitchen to the front door. She looked into the 2 buckets but didn't see anything good, so she was a little disappointed. She had previously thought that if Li Rui could keep making a lot of money, she would quit her job and stay home to take care of the kids. In retrospect, her idea seemed somewhat unrealistic. The pearl oysters in the bucket cost about 10 yuan per kilogram. Coconut snails are more expensive. It costs about several tens of yuan per kilogram. Honey, why aren't you asleep yet? What time is it? You have to go to work tomorrow. Li Rui felt sorry for his wife. I can't sleep without you back. Su Xianjiao smiled, took the bucket from Li Rui's hand, and walked towards her family storage room. Come in. I just made ginger cola. When it's ready, you two can each drink a big bowl to get rid of the dampness and cold in your bodies. Urgenzi felt another wave of envy. It's so good to have a wife. When you're away from home, someone cares about you. The bucket's dirty, you carry it for me. Li Rui reached for the bucket, but Su Xianjia wouldn't let him touch it again. She pouted and said, Li Rui, don't forget, I'm a fisherman too. Fishermen aren't afraid of getting dirty. She glanced back at Li Rui and then noticed that he was carrying a snakeskin bag. It looks like it's filled with quite a lot of things. Stopping in her tracks, Su Xianjia asked with great curiosity, Li Rui, what's in that snakeskin bag you're carrying? Li Rui hadn't even had a chance to speak. Urgenzi had already answered first. Sister-in-law, it's full of big conch shells. My brother Rui found those conch shells. At this point, Urgenzi fiddled with the snakeskin bag in his hand a few more times. He then excitedly said, I have a big conch weighing 7 or 8 pounds inside. Tonight, Rui and I went beachcombing and had another great harvest. These few large conch shells alone could probably sell for over 10,000 yuan. Su Xianjia was stunned. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Xianjia said with delight, why do you two always seem to be picking up money every time you go beachcombing? No, wait, when your brother Rui and I went beachcombing before, we were also picking up money like that. She could only earn a little over 10,000 yuan by working for 2 months without taking leave or being late. After comparing the two situations, she really wanted to quit her job. Oh dear, my ginger cola is ready, I need to go to the kitchen. Su Xianjia threw down the bucket in her hand and ran to the kitchen. Brother Rui, your wife is such a kind person. She seems to be thinking about you all the time. Urgenzi felt a kind of indescribable envy. He would be content if he could find a wife who was half as good as Su Xianjia in this lifetime. Li Rui rolled his eyes at Urgenzi, do you need to tell me? After saying that, he picked up the bucket and went with Urgenzi to his family storage room. Brother Rui, let's open the pearl shell first. Urgenzi put down what he was holding and blew a breath into his clasped hands. Okay, let's open the pearl oyster first. Li Rui sat down on the small stool. Urgenzi was the first to pick up an oyster knife and open a pearl oyster. Li Rui knew perfectly well that these pearl oysters didn't contain pearls, but he still used an oyster knife to open them. He won't tell anyone about his ability to see through fish catches. This is not a trust issue. It's a security issue. Only he knew. Then he is absolutely safe. Damn it, why isn't there a single pearl? Urgenzi opened a bunch of pearl oysters but didn't get a single pearl, which made him a little discouraged. Isn't this normal? Li Rui shrugged. Just then, Su Xianjia walked in carrying 2 full bowls of ginger cola. She carefully placed the bowl on the small stool. It's not too hot anymore, you two drink it while it's still warm. Li Rui wiped his hands on his body, then picked up a bowl of ginger cola and downed it in one gulp. Ah! After finishing his drink, Li Rui exclaimed with great satisfaction. He handed the bowl to Su Xianjia. Give me another bowl. Li Rui hadn't had enough to drink yet. Wait here. Su Xianjia smiled faintly, picked up the bowl that Li Rui handed her, and walked towards the kitchen. Being able to eat and drink is a blessing. Urgenzi wiped his hands on his body and took a satisfying sip of ginger cola. By now, both he and Li Rui had warmed up a bit. The sea breeze was strong tonight, making Li Rui and Urgenzi feel chilly. After Su Xianjia returned, Li Rui told her to go to sleep. Don't wait for me, I have to take care of something else for a while. Go to sleep. Li Rui urged. Urgenzi kept his head down and silently used the oyster knife in his hand to pry open the pearl oysters. I'm not sleepy, Su Xianjia said with a smile, then asked, what are you two doing? Looking for pearls, Li Rui said as he pried open a pearl oyster, answering Su Xianjia's question. Su Xianjia was dumbfounded. You two are too idealistic. It's difficult to find a pearl out of 1,000 pearl oysters, and there are only a few dozen in front of you. How could you possibly find a pearl? Urgenzi took over the conversation. He chuckled sheepishly, sister-in-law, Rui and I have been lucky lately, we might be able to find 1 or 2 pearls from these pearl oysters. Really? Su Xianjia forced a smile. Disaster. It's too difficult. This is incredibly difficult. This is as difficult as winning the lottery for $1 million. Seeing Su Xianjia roll up her sleeves, Li Rui immediately put on a stern face and pretended to be angry, saying, Su Xianjia, this is none of your business. Go to sleep. I see you've already taken a bath. If you get all fishy, you'll have to take another bath later. Urgenzi also advised, sister-in-law, there's no need for you to do it yourself with just a few dozen pearl oysters. Rui and I will take care of it in no time. After hearing what Li Rui and Urgenzi said, Su Xianjia gave up the idea of helping. It took about half an hour for Li Rui and Urgenzi to pry open all the pearl oysters. The result was nothing. Not a single pearl. Brother Rui, we've wasted our time. Urgenzi shook his head, looking disappointed. At this moment, Li Rui picked up the large coconut snail he had collected. Su Xianjia, who was standing nearby, became anxious and quickly asked, Li Rui, what are you doing? Urgenzi was stunned. I'm going to pry open this coconut snail and take a look, Li Rui said, looking up at his wife. Upon hearing this, Su Xianjiao immediately lost her composure. Urgenzi was also unsettled. Don't pry it open. Tomorrow morning, you and Urgenzi take this coconut snail to sell. It looks like it weighs about 5 or 6 pounds, and it can sell for several hundred yuan. Su Xianjiao glared at her and stopped her. Brother Rui, are you craving something? Urgenzi suspected that his brother Rui wanted to eat the meat of the coconut snail. The meat of the coconut snail is extremely delicious. The meat is also very firm and elastic, and the taste is simply superb. You can blanch it or stir-fry it. Boiling is better. Blanching retains its original flavor to the greatest extent. When you taste it, dip it in sauce and enjoy the delicious taste. Urgenzi, you're like a tapeworm in my stomach. Li Rui seized the opportunity to back down. He naturally wouldn't reveal that there was an orange-red mellow pearl inside the coconut snail in his hand. He's about to speak. Urgenzi and his wife will definitely look at him like he's a monster. Li Rui, this is too extravagant. Su Xianjia still didn't want Li Rui to pry open the coconut shell. She felt it was a better deal to sell it. Eating it is just a way to satisfy a craving. Su Xianjiao had been terrified of poverty before. At that time, Li Rui was addicted to gambling, and she couldn't even afford to buy baby formula and diapers. This is a matter of differences in people's thinking. There is no right or wrong. Honey, listen to me, we're almost well off now, it's okay to indulge in a little nagging. After saying that, Li Rui started to pry the meat out of the coconut snail with his hands. It took him a lot of effort to finally get the meat out. Several hundred yuan just vanished like that, Su Xianjiao said with a bitter smile. As soon as Su Xianjiao finished speaking, Urgenzi noticed a bead in the snail's muscle tissue. Swallowing hard, Urgenzi approached, squatted down, and stared intently with eyes as wide as a bull's. After looking for a while, he was finally sure that there really was a bead in that spot. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, Rui Ge, sister-in-law, there's a bead here. As he spoke, he plucked the bead off his finger. Su Xianjiao's eyes widened as she stared intently at the melody pearl. It's a melody pearl. It's not big, but it's very round. Oh my god, it really is Melaleuca. As far as she knew, Melaleuca was very expensive. 1 gram can sell for tens of thousands of yuan. Brother Rui, here you go. Urgenzi placed the mellow pearls in front of Li Rui. It's quite smooth, and the color is nice too. Li Rui held the mellow beads up to the light and examined them. They're round enough. In the end, Li Rui gave his estimated price. This bead could sell for at least 100,000 or so. Upon hearing this number, Su Xianjiao was stunned, and her mind was buzzing. 100,000? Tonight, Li Rui and Urgenzi went beachcombing and actually made over 100,000 yuan. Li Rui and Urgenzi's luck is truly amazing. Honey, I'm so glad you didn't listen to me. If we had sold this coconut snail without thinking, we would have lost a lot of money. Su Xianjiao patted her chest and said excitedly, if you sell this coconut snail directly, it might fetch a few hundred yuan at most. The mellow pearl inside could fetch at least 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. The price difference between the 2 round trips is considerable. If Urgenzi hadn't been there, she would definitely be holding Li Rui's face and kissing him wildly right now. Brother Rui, you're amazing. Urgenzi gave a thumbs up. After working for a while longer, Urgenzi went to Wang San's house in Xingqiu village and went to sleep. This afternoon, Urgenzi rented Wang San's house for 3,500 yuan a year. Urgenzi won't have to run back and forth anymore. Li Rui had just finished showering in the bathroom and walked into the bedroom. Su Xianjiao then brought over a basin of hot water and placed it at Li Rui's feet. Soak your feet. You've been busy all day, your feet must be sore and painful. I'll massage them for you while you soak them, Su Xianjiao said softly. Tisk tisk. Li Rui clicked his tongue twice in his mind. His status in the family rose directly from the position of the younger brother to the position of the emperor. Come over here quickly. Su Xianjiao's voice was soft and sweet, and it sounded especially nice. Li Rui wasn't being pretentious. After he sat down in the chair, he immediately put both feet into the foot basin. Feels good, doesn't it? Su Xianjiao was massaging Li Rui's feet with just the right amount of pressure, making Li Rui almost cry out. It feels so good, so comfortable. Men still need to earn money. With money, everything feels great. My wife loves me dearly. The children are filial. The parents were happy to see this. Remember to transfer the money to me when you get it tomorrow. You were a bit dishonest before, carrying around 70 or 80,000 in your pocket. Su Xianjiao looked up, stared at Li Rui, and pouted as she spoke. Li Rui was stunned for a moment, then laughed. So that's where he was waiting. Okay. Li Rui laughed heartily. Kuo, who was fast asleep, frowned and turned over when she heard Li Rui's laughter. This immediately alerted Su Zionjio and Li Rui. Keep your voice down. Su Zionjio glared at Li Rui. Li Rui nodded. Su Zionjio said in a very soft voice, husband, don't forget the promise you made to me before. Li Rui lowered his voice and said, I won't forget it. You're in charge of our family's money. I'll just handle it once. Su Zionjio liked hearing these words. Picking up a towel, Su Zionjio dried her hands, then walked over to Li Rui and began massaging his shoulders. I've heard people say that when a man gets rich, he's easily corrupted. You mustn't do anything outrageous, Su Zionjio said softly. No, I've entrusted all the money to you. What outrageous thing could I possibly do? Li Rui patted Su Zionjio's hand. Su Zionjio immediately pinched the tender flesh on Li Rui's waist, causing Li Rui to cry out in pain. Su Zionjio joked, you mean, once you have money in your pocket, you'll do something outrageous? Li Rui quickly explained, how could that be? You misunderstood me. No matter what, I will always be devoted to you. He cherished this hard-won happiness. Li Rui got up very early the next morning. His wife waited for him for so long last night. Before going to bed, she soaked his feet, massaged them, and gave him a massage. Li Rui kept it all in mind. After working for quite some time, Li Rui finally managed to make a pot of coconut and snail congee. The moment the lid was lifted from the clay pot, the entire kitchen was filled with the fragrant aroma of porridge. Li Rui took a deep breath and a faint smile appeared on his face. It smells so good, Li Rui remarked with emotion. After expressing his feelings, Li Rui sprinkled some chopped green onions on the porridge. After a moment, the aroma of the porridge became even stronger. Li Rui boiled the remaining snail meat. Looking at the large plate full of coconut snail meat, Li Rui couldn't resist taking a piece with his hand, dipping it in some sauce, and stuffing it into his mouth. Not bad. Li Rui is quite confident in his culinary skills. Li Rui just brought the casserole to the dining table in the living room. Su Zionjio then came out of the bedroom. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. She opened her eyes only after smelling the fragrance. Wife, you're awake, Li Rui said with a smile. Honey, you're so sweet. I was just about to get up and make breakfast, and you've already made it. The disheveled Su Zionjio walked over and hugged Li Rui from behind. Li Rui patted Su Zionjio's soft hand. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll go wake Kuakuo up and help her get dressed. The three of us will eat together later. Su Zionjio said okay with a happy expression. In a short while, Li Rui had set out the bowls, chopsticks, and coconut snail meat. 15 minutes later, Li Rui and his family of 3 sat around the dining table, drinking porridge and chatting. Daddy, what is Kuakuo eating? It looks so delicious. The little guy chewed on snail meat, tilted his head, looked at Li Rui, and mumbled something. Under the table, her 2 short legs were still dangling back and forth as usual. You're eating coconut snail meat. Li Rui put another piece of snail meat into Kuakuo's bowl. Coconut snail meat? Kuakuo has remembered it. Kuakuo's 2 big, watery eyes darted around. After dinner, Li Fang came over. Li Fang was summoned by Li Rui. Mom, you can put Kuakuo on the school bus in a bit, and I'll take Zionjio to work now. He hadn't even taken the car for a spin on the island since he bought it. Right now, he's dropping his wife off at work and taking a drive around on the side. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright, you can go now, Li Fang said with a kind smile. Daddy, Kuakuo wants to ride in the car too. The little one ran up to Li Rui, stretched out her 2 chubby little hands, and tugged at the corner of Li Rui's clothes. She pouted and looked aggrieved. Seeing Kuakuo's reaction, Li Rui and Su Zionjio immediately agreed to her request. Su Zionjio carried Kuakuo and got into the car. After placing Kuakuo in the child's seat, Su Zionjio helped Kuakuo fasten the seatbelt. Zionjio, I'll take you to work first, and then I'll take Kuakuo to kindergarten. After Li Rui got into the driver's seat, he glanced back at his wife. Slow down, there are children in the car, Su Zionjio reminded her. I know, Li Rui replied with a smile. With his wife and kids in his car, he definitely has to drive slowly. As soon as the car left the house, it ran into Urgenzi. Li Rui rolled down the car window and said to Urgenzi, the food is ready. Go and eat something. When I get back, we'll go to Jufula to buy seafood. After saying that, Li Rui gently pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly started moving forward. Brother Rui, slow down. Urgenzi waved. As the car passed the village entrance, Su Lanzi couldn't have been more envious. She held her rice bowl, glanced at Chen Xiong who was eating, and scolded him irritably, eat, all you know is how to eat. Look at you, so unambitious. When will you be able to buy a car worth 200,000 yuan like Rui Zi and let my daughter and me ride in it? Chen Xiong kept his head down, remained silent, and buried himself in his rice. Many villagers in Xingfu village like to sit under the big tree at the entrance of the village, eating and chatting while holding their rice bowls. Someone made a few sarcastic remarks. Rui Zi's made some money, and he's gotten cocky. Has his family finished paying off his loan? He's buying a car. Su Lanzi chimed in, pursing her lips, and said, if you ask me, his family hasn't finished paying off their loan yet, and he took out another loan to buy a car. He's taking out loans on top of loans. Aunt Lotus, holding her rice bowl, took a sip of porridge and retorted to Su Lanzi. Su Lanzi, your conjunctivitis is acting up again, isn't it? No matter what, Ruizi has already bought a car, so why don't you Chen Xiong buy one too? Sister Divhua gave a cold laugh, her Chen Xiong is not as capable as Rui Zi. Su Lanzi was so angry her nose almost crooked. Unable to argue with others, she could only vent her anger on her husband. Chen Xiong, I'm asking you, when are you going to buy a car? Su Lanzi asked in an icy tone. I'll go get another bowl of rice. Chen Xiong took off running, thinking to himself, why do they have to bring this up? Don't you know what kind of situation we're in? Buying a car? Forget about it. At the same time, Li Rui escorted Su Xianjia to the entrance of the Hime processing plant. After Su Xianjia got out of the car, she attracted a lot of attention. These days, cars aren't common. Most families don't own cars. Goodbye, mommy. Kuakuo waved her little hand. Xianjio, I'll pick you up this afternoon, Li Rui said, turning his head and smiling. Su Xianjia smiled sweetly and said, okay. Li Rui had just left. Xiao Rong and Li Yueping arrived at the factory gate shortly after. They overheard people around them saying that someone had just driven his wife to work at their factory. This made them both incredibly envious. Aren't all the young and strong men on Crescent Island out working? Whose husband drove his wife to work at our factory just now? Xiao Rong asked curiously. There are quite a few people in our factory, so I don't know about this, Li Yueping said, also curious. After putting on their work clothes and arriving at the work area, Xiao Rong and Li Yueping saw Su Xianjio and started chattering nonstop. Xianjio, did you know that someone just drove his wife to work at our factory? That woman is so lucky. Not only does she have her husband by her side, but he also loves her so much. Sigh. My husband and I only see each other a few times a year. Oh, what's there to envy? Just live your own lives well, isn't that enough? Su Xianjio felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. Li Yueping and Xiao Rong were both stunned. They both looked at Su Xianjio with great surprise. But on second thought, they both felt relieved. Back then, even when Li Rui was so poor and destitute, Xiangyu never abandoned him. Xianjio is a very content person, and they don't like to compare themselves to others. Nowadays, Li Rui goes fishing on Crescent Island every day, but he doesn't earn much money. Xianjia not only doesn't say anything, but she is very supportive. If it were them, they wouldn't have been able to stand it. They couldn't stand their husbands not earning money for long periods of time. Xianjio, let me tell you, my husband's company has already filled all the positions. Now, even if your husband Li Rui wanted to go, he wouldn't have a chance. Xiao Rong changed the subject. Li Rui should just wait and see what happens. What a great opportunity. Li Rui failed to catch him. Once you miss this opportunity, you'll never have another chance. Others would kill to work for her husband. Li Rui is doing well. They insisted on staying on Crescent Island and becoming fishermen. So fast. Li Yueping was taken aback. She stared at Xiao Rong and exclaimed in surprise, I thought it would take at least 3 or 4 days for your husband to fill all the positions. I didn't expect that only 2 days have passed and your husband has already filled all the positions. These days, who wouldn't want a good job? Xiao Rong said, then looked at Su Xianjio and raised her eyebrows. Why don't you talk about your Li Rui? If he works for my husband, your family will have some security. Xiao Rong said this for Su Xianjio's own good. Su Xianjio was naturally not angry. I'm quite content with my life now. Let's get back to work. If we keep chatting here, the team leader will definitely say something. Su Xianjio walked towards the workbench. She is not a show-off. She has hardly revealed the changes in her family to anyone recently. Watching Su Xianjio's departing figure, Xiao Rong and Li Yueping both shook their heads. Xianjio's family can't keep going like this. Her husband, Li Rui, owes so much money, why isn't she worried at all? I'm really worried for her. Xiao Rong was extremely anxious. I'm anxious too, but what's the use of us being anxious? If Xianjia doesn't force that bastard Li Rui to go out and work, he'll definitely stay on Crescent Island and just wait to die. Li Yueping was very worried about Su Xianjio's future. Her daughter just started kindergarten. Her family has many other expenses. She works so hard to earn money all by herself, it's so tough. Li Rui is such a jerk, he's not manly at all. How could Li Rui let Xianjio, a woman, shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the family? Xianjia's sacrifices were completely undeserved. Li Rui parked his car on the side of the road and contacted Qinyu, Song Ling's best friend. The two are currently on a WeChat call. "Mr. Qin, I have a Melaleuca pearl in my possession. Would you be interested in buying it?" Li Rui asked. Previously, he had sold all the oysters he harvested to Qinyu through Song Ling. Qinyu's family is in the jewelry business. Currently, he only knows Qinyu, a boss who runs a jewelry business. "Are you sure it's Mellow Pearl?" Qinyu was skeptical that Li Rui had a Mellow Pearl in his hand. She has been working in the jewelry industry for 5 or 6 years. Therefore, she knew that the chances of finding a mellow pearl inside a coconut snail were extremely low. It takes thousands, or even tens of thousands, of coconut snails to produce a single mellow pearl. Melaleuca is extremely rare. It is precisely because of its rarity that melaju is extremely expensive. Many antique collectors especially love collecting mellow beads. This further increased the market price of Melaleuca. Absolutely true. Li Rui was overjoyed. From Qinyu's tone, he could tell that the price of mellow pearls was exceptionally high. "President Qin, I went to university and studied marine biology. I know that the pearls found inside coconut snails are mellow pearls. This mellow pearl in my hand is one that I personally extracted from a coconut snail." To convince Qinyu that he possessed a melody pearl, Li Rui offered a detailed explanation. Upon hearing this, Qinyu was extremely excited. "Li Rui, I am very interested in acquiring Melaleuca. I'll go to Lingling's office right now and wait for you there. Don't worry about the price, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." One of her father's old friends was an antique collector. They have a large and powerful family. For them, money is just a string of numbers. Some time ago, the old gentleman contacted her father and asked him to help look for high-quality Melaleuca pearls. The old gentleman had very high standards for quality. They didn't have any requirements regarding price. "President Qin, alright, Urgenzi and I will go to President Song's office in a bit." Li Rui could hardly contain his excitement. Judging from Qinyu's tone, the market price of Melaleuca is far beyond his expectations. Back home, he drove his family's tricycle, carrying Urgenzi, and rushed to Jufulu. At this moment, Qinyu rushed to Song Ling's office in a great hurry. What brings you here?" Qinyu's arrival was so sudden that Song Ling was caught off guard the moment she saw her. Qinyu didn't stand on ceremony at all. She poured herself a cup of tea. After taking a big gulp, she finally spoke. "Li Rui and your brother got hold of a mellow pearl. They'll bring it over later and sell it to me." "What is mellow beads?" Song Ling blinked. As someone who didn't know much about jewelry, she had never heard of mellow beads before. At this moment, Qinyu calmed down. She patiently explained, "Strictly speaking, mellow beads are an organic gemstone. Because of their round and lustrous appearance and rarity, they are treasures among treasures in the jewelry world and rare gems in the antique world." Song Ling's eyes widened like saucers. "Really? Lingling, do you think I would lie to you?" Qinyu pursed her lips and smiled playfully. "Li Rui and your brother have been having exceptionally good luck lately. They're about to make a fortune again. I don't need to tell you the price, do I?" Song Ling picked up the teapot and personally poured some tea for Qinyu. The higher the price of Melaleuca, the better. The more the second-ranking soldier gets, the higher his share will be. As the older sister, she should fight for more benefits for her younger brother. "Lingling, Urgenzi is your brother, and he's also my brother, so don't worry. I'll definitely give him a high price, he won't lose out." Qinyu immediately gave her assurance. The reason Li Rui only contacted Qinyu was precisely because of this connection. Song Ling and Qinyu's relationship couldn't be better. He and Urgenzi sold the mellow pearls to Qinyu. They didn't have to worry too much. The mellow pearls would fetch a good price. "That little brat Urgenzi was showing off in front of me the other day. When he comes, he'll definitely try to show off in front of me again." Song Ling said this, but she was happy for her brother. Her brother made money. As the older sister, she no longer needs to worry so much. Her parents, on the other hand, had their burden reduced. "Let Urgenzi show off, just let him show off. If I were him, I would show off too. Who isn't arrogant when they're young?" Qinyu joked with a smile. At this moment, Bai Wenbin and a group of kitchen helpers were waiting at the entrance of Jufulu. 5 minutes later, Li Rui drove his tricycle and slowly stopped in front of Jufulu. "Rui Zi, Jun Zi, what good stuff have you two gotten your hands on this time?" Bai Wenbin walked over with great curiosity. The group of kitchen helpers craned their necks, peering at the contents of the tricycle. Bai Wenbin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw those conch shells. "My God, how did you manage to find so many big conch shells this time? You're panning for gold in the ocean, aren't you? There are 4 conch shells in total. One weighs over 3 pounds, one weighs over 4 pounds, one weighs over 5 pounds, and the other must weigh about 7 or 8 pounds. Why do Ruizi and Urgenzi keep getting so lucky?" Bai Wenbin kept these words to himself and didn't say them aloud. He's not that lacking in emotional intelligence. The group of kitchen helpers cried out in pain again. What a huge conch shell! That conch shell was as big as 2 of my heads. I've never seen such a big conch shell before. A single conch shell here could sell for at least 2,000. Bai Wenbin and all the kitchen helpers present were all shocked. Li Rui humbly replied, "It's all luck, it's all luck." Bai Wenbin put his arm around Li Rui's shoulder and said with a smile, "Ruizi, aren't we brothers?" Upon hearing Bai Wenbin's words, Li Rui's heart tightened. He had no idea what kind of trap Bai Wenbin was setting for him, but he still answered very enthusiastically, "Of course we're brothers. Rui Zi, since we're brothers, why don't you take me under your wing? I'll follow you, what do you say?" Bai Wenbin said, half jokingly and half seriously. During this period, Li Rui and Urgenzi earned almost as much money as he had earned in most of his life by going out to sea to fish. How could he not be tempted? "Brother Bin, you're joking too much. Urgenzi and I have been lucky lately and made a little money, but if our luck turns bad in a while, we'll be starving. If you follow me and don't make any money, I'll feel guilty." Seeing that Bai Wenbin was somewhat serious, Li Rui quickly declined. Bai Wenbin is the purchasing manager of Jufulu. How could he possibly steal Song Ling's boyfriend? However, this also shows that Bai Wenbin, a high-level white-collar worker, is very envious of the money he and Urgenzi have earned during this period. It is common sense. He can understand. The kitchen helpers around him almost fainted when they heard what Li Rugang said. During this period, Li Rui and Urgenzi earned several 100,000 yuan. That's just a small amount of money. In this day and age, an average person may not earn several 100,000 in their entire life. After careful consideration, Bai Wenbin realized that Li Rui's words made sense. Beachcombing for fishing is too unpredictable. He's quitting this job now, and he might not be able to come back. If he quits his job, Li Rui and Urgenzi's luck will turn bad again. Wouldn't he end up with nothing? That's enough. For someone his age, with elderly parents to care for and young children to raise, stability is the most important thing. In the blink of an eye, he had someone carry the 4 large conch shells to the kitchen to be weighed. One weighs 3 pounds and 1 ounce. One weighs 4 pounds and 2 ounces. One weighs 5 pounds and 1 ounce. The largest one weighs 7 pounds and 8 ounces. At this moment, everyone in the kitchen was dumbfounded. It's those two again. They've been fishing at the beach recently, they must have made hundreds of thousands. Damn it, we work hard all our lives and we still can't earn this much money. It's making me want to quit my job and become a fisherman. Old Wang, you should just give up. Those people are just blessed by God. There are plenty of fishermen on Crescent Island, right? But how many of them actually make money? The kitchen helpers and chefs were extremely envious of Li Rui and Urgenzi's recent daily earnings. Bai Wenbin considered it for a moment, and then quoted a price. "Ruizi, Urgenzi, the conch you two brought this time are of good quality, large in size, and fresh. I'll give you a price of 900 per catty." These few large conch shells, once processed at their restaurant, can fetch a price of 1 or 200,000. Good things never have trouble selling, no matter the era. The VIPs at Jufula restaurant included more than 20 landlords from Guangdong. Those people each own a building, and the annual rent is in the tens of millions. They don't have many requirements for clothing. They usually wear shorts, a tank top, and flip-flops, emphasizing a casual style. But they are very particular about food. If they saw such a large conch shell, they would definitely rush to place an order. 900 per catty? Urgenzi exclaimed in surprise. The price was much higher than he had expected. Bai Wenbin is using a calculator to calculate prices. 3.1 plus 4.2 plus 5.1 plus 7.8 equals 20.2. 20.2 multiplied by 900 equals 18,180. The sound of the calculator caused a series of exclamations from the kitchen helpers and chefs. Holy crap, it's over 10,000 again. Almost broke 20,000. These two young men make money way too fast. Comparison is the thief of joy. We toil away here and only make a few thousand yuan a month, while others earn nearly 20,000 yuan from a single trip to the beach. Who can we complain to? Urgenzi was incredibly proud when he heard these words. Urgenzi wanted to say, "This is nothing. Last night, Rui and I opened a mellow pearl from a coconut conch. That mellow pearl is the real money, these big conches are nothing special. But then I thought it was too high profile." Urgenzi didn't voice his true feelings. Li Rui, on the other hand, remained quite calm. Having lived 2 lives, his mindset is no longer that of a young man. "Ruizi, Urgenzi, I've sent the accounts to President Song's phone. You two go to President Song's office to get the receipts." Bai Wenbin patted Li Rui and Urgenzi on the shoulder, his eyes practically overflowing with envy. "Okay, we'll talk later." Li Rui turned around and glanced at Bai Wenbin. Urgenzi replied, "Brother Bin, let's have dinner together sometime." Bai Wenbin waved to the two of them. As soon as the two entered Song Ling's office, Qinyu, who was waiting there, jumped up from the sofa. Li Ruyi, where's Melozu? Qinyu walked quickly to Li Ruyi, spread her hands, and asked Li Ruyi for the mellow pearl. Only high-quality melaleuca beads can fetch a good price. If the quality isn't good enough, the price will be significantly reduced. Hopefully, the melaleuca bead in Li Rui's hand is of superior quality. Her father's old friend in the capital urgently needed a high-quality mellow pearl for his collection. This is a key reason why she was so eager to acquire a high-quality mellow pearl. President Qin, take a look. Li Rui calmly took a small, exquisite box from his pocket and handed it to Qinyu. After Qinyu took it, she walked to the coffee table and placed the small box on it. Then, she opened the small box, but didn't rush to pick up the mellow pearl inside. At that moment, she took a pair of white gloves out of her bag and put them on her hands. Wow, that's really professional. Li Rui couldn't help but exclaim. Sweating on your hands might affect the quality and luster of the mellow beads. After saying this, Qinyu carefully picked up the mellow bead from the box, walked to a well-lit place, and examined it closely. Urgenzi was very nervous. He was really hoping that Qinyu could offer a good price. Li Rui was also very curious about what price Qinyu would ask for. Qinyu looked at the Milazu again and again. Are there any black spots, dents, or other flaws on it? These are all points that Qinyu cares about very much. After looking at it for a while, Qinyu put the mellow pearl back into the exquisite little box. Qinyu was very careful with every step, afraid of bumping or knocking the mellow pearl anywhere. Sister Yu, how is the quality of this bead? Urgenzi asked anxiously. He only had a superficial understanding of the quality of jewelry. Whether the melaleuca pearl he and his brother Rui had obtained was valuable or not, he had no idea. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the office were focused on Qinyu. Call. Qinyu let out a long breath. Yuer, name your price, Song Ling said with a smile. President Qin, what do you mean? Li Rui asked. Under the watchful eyes of Li Rui and the other two, Qinyu finally spoke. The color of this mellow pearl is an orange red similar to that of a ripe papaya. This color is the best for melaleuca. Hearing this, Urgenzi grinned from ear to ear. Li Rui simply smiled slightly. Song Ling urged, Yuer, give us a price. She looked anxious, eager to know the price of the mellow pearl. Lingling, don't rush, let me explain slowly. Qinyu wasn't in a hurry at all. Then she went on to explain other aspects of the mellow pearl. This mellow bead is round, and round mellow beads are very popular in the market. Its surface is also quite smooth, without any flaws. The only drawback is that it's a bit small. If it were bigger, it would be more valuable. Qinyu provided a detailed analysis from a professional perspective. Li Rui shrugged. President Song, just name your price. We don't really understand what you're talking about. Urgenzi scratched his head anxiously. Sister Yu, stop keeping me in suspense. Song Ling and Qinyu have a good relationship, and she speaks to Qinyu without any reservations. Therefore, she said very directly, Yuer, I haven't heard a single useful word from your long explanation. Just tell me the price. 30,000 per gram. After considering it for a moment, Song Ling gave a price. Then she added, according to the market price, ordinary mellow beads cost 21,000 per gram. This mellow bead is considered to be of superior quality, so I gave it a relatively high price. Upon hearing this, Urgenzi eagerly took out an electronic balance scale from a drawer. He had seen an electronic balance scale in his sister's office before. Electronic balances are highly accurate and can be used to weigh jewelry and other precious stones. At this moment, Urgenzi placed the electronic balance scale on the coffee table. Sister Yu, quickly put the melaju on it and weigh it. Urgenzi was in a great hurry. Qinyu carefully placed the melaleuca beads onto the electronic balance scale. A moment later, a number appeared on the emperor's balance scale. June 28th. Brother Rui, my math teacher was a PE teacher. Can you quickly calculate how much this mellow pearl costs? Urgenzi turned to Li Rui and asked urgently. Let me calculate it for you. Song Ling used her phone to do the calculations. 6.28 multiplied by 3 equals 18.84. Looking at the final number displayed on her phone, Song Ling looked up at Urgenzi and said, the total price is 188,400. Upon hearing this number, Urgenzi's mouth dropped open. He never imagined that a tiny mellow beads would cost so much. My goodness, over 180,000. Even if he takes 10%, that's still over 18,000. In addition to the previous division of the conch shell, he will receive a little over 20,000 yuan this time. Li Rui, Urgenzi, I'll round it up for you. I'll buy this melody pearl for 190,000. If you have no objections, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Qinyu acted swiftly and decisively. Brother Rui, Urgenzi looked at Li Rui, letting Li Rui make the decision. If Rui Ge says he has no objection, then he has no objection. If Rui Ge has an opinion, then he has an opinion. In short, he would follow Rui Ge's opinion unconditionally. President Qin, Urgenzi, and I have no objections. Li Rui extended his hand and shook hands with Qin Yu. Both of them said it was a pleasure working together. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu transferred 190,000 yuan to Li Rui's WeChat account. Li Rui, if you and Urgenzi find anything good again, feel free to contact me anytime. I guarantee I'll give you a reasonable price. Qin Yu was overjoyed. By reselling this mellow pearl to her father's friend in the capital, she could not only make a small profit, but also gain his favor. This is a win-win situation. President Qin, if Urgenzi and I find anything good again in the future, we will definitely contact you as soon as possible. This is a win-win situation for us. Li Rui smiled slightly. Last night he found out the market price of Melaleuca online, just as Qin Yu said. According to market prices, 1 gram of Melozo can only sell for 21,000 yuan. Qin Yu offered an exorbitant price of 30,000 yuan per gram, leaving Li Rui with no reason not to sell. Sister, I'm one step closer to buying a car. Urgenzi exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms and legs. Alright, tone it down a bit. Song Ling rolled her eyes at Urgenzi, annoyed. Urgenzi puffed out his chest and said, Before, you and mom and dad always said I was idle all day long. So what? Now that I've latched onto my brother Rui and made money, you won't let me show off. Seeing Urgenzi like this, Song Ling couldn't help but smile and shake her head. Qin Yu looked at Song Ling and said goodbye to Lingling. I have something urgent to attend to and need to go home. I have to go now. Let's have dinner together sometime. At this moment, Qin Yu wanted to rush home as soon as possible so that her father could see the mellow pearl she had just acquired. Why don't you finish your meal before you leave? What's the rush? Last time you came, you left without even eating. Song Ling held Qin Yu's hand and tried to persuade her to stay. Lingling, we'll have plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future. Next time for sure, okay. Qin Yu insisted on leaving. Seeing Qin Yu's insistence, Song Ling could no longer persuade her to stay. Song Ling, Li Rui, and Urgenzi helped Qin Yu into the car. Qin Yu's car is a red BMW. Sis, you haven't given me the money from selling the conch shells with Rui Ge yet, Urgenzi reminded her. Look at my memory, I actually forgot about this. Song Ling lightly patted her forehead. The three returned to Song Ling's office. Song Ling wrote out a form and handed it to Li Rui. Li Rui, why don't you and Urjun stay for lunch today? I really have to thank you properly. You're the one who led Urjun onto the right path. Without you, Urjun would probably still be wasting his life right now. Song Ling extended the invitation sincerely. President Song, don't be so polite. You know I don't treat Urjunzi like an outsider, Li Rui said, declining the offer. He appreciated the sentiment. There's really no need to eat. He has other things to do later. Urjunzi suddenly said something surprising. Sis, my brother Rui is like a second parent to me, why are you being so polite with him? Upon hearing this, Song Ling immediately grabbed Urjunzi's ear, causing Urjunzi to scream in pain. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll twist your ear off. Song Ling warned with a dark expression. For Urjunzi to say such things in front of Li Rui, wasn't that embarrassing for her? Ouch, it hurts. Urjunzi screamed terribly. Li Rui, are you being so disrespectful? Song Ling insisted on keeping Li Rui for lunch, and for this she did not hesitate to say with a stern face, I have invited you several times already. Urjunzi interjected, Brother Rui, are you planning to go to our village later to ask my dad about buying and building boats? If so, I'll call him right now and have him come over immediately. Song Ling took out her phone and pretended to call her father. Since both siblings had said so, Li Rui naturally couldn't refuse any longer, otherwise, things would become distant. With that in mind, Li Rui agreed. Okay, Urjunzi and I will stay for lunch today. At this point, he looked at Urjunzi and said, Urjunzi, let's go pick up your dad. I'll talk to him in detail at noon today. Urjunzi smiled and waved his hand, no need for that trouble. Song Ling then said, I'll call my dad right now and have him come over. It's only a 10-minute drive from Lei Wang village. Li Rui, don't turn back. It's too much of a hassle. After saying that, Song Ling made the call. After briefly speaking with Song Ling, Li Rui and Urjunzi went to the finance office and collected the money from selling the conch shells. The conch shells sold for 18,180. Melaleuca sold for 190,000. The total is 208,180. At this moment, Li Rui and Urjunzi arrived at the entrance of Jufulu. Bai Wenbin waited there. Seeing the two brothers, Bai Wenbin couldn't help but laugh and ask, Ruizi, Urjunzi, why did it take you so long this time? Urjunzi exclaimed excitedly, me and Rui Ge. Li Rui patted Urjunzi on the shoulder, interrupting him. This kid is definitely going to say they just made a fortune selling miracle pills. Young people just can't keep their tempers up. Li Rui has always adhered to the principle of not flaunting his wealth. I chatted with President Song for a while, and Song Ling invited me to stay for dinner, which I accepted, Li Rui replied with a smile. President Song has to treat you to a meal. Urgenzi has made so much money following you all this time. If it were me, I would treat you to a meal too, Bai Wenbin said with a hearty laugh. Bai Wenbin had just finished speaking when he was called away by a phone call. After Bai Wenbin left, Li Rui transferred 10% of the money to Urgenzi. This time, Urgenzi earned 20,818, and Li Rui earned 187,362. Both of them were very happy. Urgenzi, we have to keep our wealth quiet, you know? The fewer people who know we're getting rich, the better. How many of the wealthy people in our country are willing to be on the rich list these days? When we're not doing well, we need to be high profile. Now that we're awesome, we need to keep a low profile. Li Rui looked at Urgenzi and gave him instructions. Urgenzi nodded heavily. Brother Rui, I understand. As the two were talking, a middle-aged man who was as thin as a stick appeared in Urgenzi's line of sight, riding a classic 28-inch bicycle. This person bears a resemblance to Urgenzi. Brother Rui, my dad's here. Urgenzi shouted excitedly, pointing at his father. Give me the cigarettes in your pocket. Li Rui patted his pockets and found that he didn't have any cigarettes, so he spread his hands and asked Urgenzi for some. Without asking any questions, Urgenzi handed the pack of cigarettes from his pocket to Li Rui. Previously, Li Rui and Urgenzi usually smoked cigarettes like lickin'. During this period, Li Rui quit smoking and hardly smokes at all. The second-in-command upgraded from muskets to cannons and switched to smoking Chinese cigarettes. You've changed a lot, kid, Li Rui joked, then went to greet him. Urgenzi followed closely behind. Soon, Li Rui ran to the front of the old-fashioned bicycle. Looking at the old-fashioned bicycle in front of him, Li Rui felt a strong sense of nostalgia. The 28-inch bicycle carries so many fond memories for the younger generation. Uncle, you're here. Here, have a cigarette. Li Rui offered him a cigarette. Rui Zi, it should be your uncle who offers you a cigarette. Song Xingwo was full of energy. After parking his bicycle, he rubbed his hands together, took the cigarette, and joked with a smile. In the past, whenever Song Xingwo saw Li Rui, his face would immediately darken, and sometimes he would even berate Li Rui mercilessly. Urgenzi's previous addiction to the card room was due to Li Rui's influence. Because of this, he often pointed his finger at Li Rui and berated him. Now, when Song Xingwo saw Li Rui again, he was all smiles and pleasantries. Uncle, don't tease me. Let's go inside. We'll chat when we get to the private room, Li Rui said with a hearty laugh. Upon arriving at the private room, Urgenzi poured tea. Li Rui and Song Xingwo gave each other a face-to-face explanation. Rui Zi, I heard from Jun Zi that you two are planning to buy a fishing boat, is that true? Song Xingwo couldn't hold back and spoke first. That's true, Li Rui replied after taking a sip of tea. Song Xingwo thought this was a good thing. With Urgenzi and Li Rui working hard, he had much less to worry about. Ruizi, Urgenzi, you two need to think this through carefully. Fishing at sea is hard work. Don't let yourselves be unable to handle it after just 2 trips. Song Xingwo gave the two brothers a heads up in advance. Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Urgenzi and I aren't afraid. What's hardship compared to not having money? Li Rui had long been prepared to endure hardship. Ordinary people earn their money through hard work, don't they? Having been given a second chance at life, his greatest wish is to give his wife and children a happy and fulfilling life. Making money is of utmost importance. No matter the era, life is hard to survive without money. A happy and fulfilling life? Let's not even talk about that. Rui Zi, you've really changed a lot. Song Xingwo nodded slightly. He really hadn't expected that someone could change so much in such a short time. Uncle, let's get down to business. What size boat do you think would be suitable for Urgenzi and me to buy now? Song Xingwo was an old fisherman who had also worked at the Wenzhou shipyard, so he was definitely experienced. Li Rui felt it was necessary to ask Song Xingwo for his opinion. After considering for a moment, Song Xingwo said, 3 to 5 meters is fine. 3 to 5 meter fishing boats are cheaper and suitable for you two to fish near the coast. Larger ones are not cost effective and you two can't handle them. Li Rui didn't think so. Uncle, I want to buy a fishing boat that's about 7 meters long, the bigger the better. I plan to hire 2 more people later. We won't hire anyone for now. After the fishing moratorium ends, Urgenzi and I will work together. If the results are good, then we'll hire more people. Song Xingwo's mind raced. He wanted to go on the ship with them, but after careful analysis, he felt there was no point in trying. Things are different now than before. The catch in the waters near Crescent Island is not very large. Fishermen on Crescent Island don't earn much money. He wasn't afraid of being tired, but he was afraid of not being able to earn money. Urgenzi is not married yet. he still faces considerable financial pressure. Rui Zi, you and Jun Zi have been doing quite well lately, going to the beach, fishing, or using nets to catch fish. Why are you thinking of buying a fishing boat? Song Xingwo couldn't help but ask. Uncle, I won't lie to you, I'm quite ambitious. I don't want to keep doing small-scale things. I plan to buy a small boat to practice first, and once I've made some money, Urgenzi and I will buy a bigger boat, and so on. Li Rui revealed his true thoughts. Only by going out to sea to fish could he and Urgenzi possibly make a lot of money. Being content with the status quo won't allow Li Rui to live the life he wants. It's a good thing that young people are willing to take risks and fight hard. Rui, about the boat, let me help you find one first, how about it? Song Xingwo wanted to do his part. By helping Li Rui, he was also helping his son. Li Rui is the major shareholder. His son is a minor shareholder. He knows this matter inside and out. Uncle, this won't do. Li Rui waved his hands repeatedly. Song Xingwo's eyes widened. What's wrong? Do you think your uncle is useless now? Li Rui quickly offered an explanation. Uncle, you're in your prime, how could I possibly think you're useless? I just didn't want to bother you. Your help in finding ships will not only delay your earnings, but you will also need to spend money. Urgenzi couldn't get a word in edgewise. He was sipping his tea. No trouble at all, not at all, Rui Zi. You must not treat your uncle like an outsider. If you do, your uncle will get angry. Song Xingwo waved his hands vigorously twice. Uncle, since you put it that way, then I won't stand on ceremony anymore. You can start looking for a boat. Li Rui took out 500 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into Song Xingwo's hand. Consider this your wages. I can't let you work for nothing. Song Xingwo jumped up from his chair. Rui Zi, what are you doing? You really underestimate your uncle. Take this money back right away. Song Xingwo's attitude was very tough. After saying that, he bent down and forcibly stuffed the 500 yuan into Li Rui's pocket. His son, Urgenzi, followed Li Rui and benefited immensely. If he takes this money, is he even human? One should be grateful and repay kindness. One should not be greedy. Alright, I'll take the money back. Li Rui smiled sheepishly. Rui Zi, I understand what you mean. You want a bigger fishing boat. I didn't misunderstand. Song Xingwo got down to business. Li Rui hadn't even considered fishing boats that were only 3 to 5 meters long. Li Rui nodded seriously and said, it's best if it's over 7 meters, but it doesn't matter if it's a bit bigger. He has a system with him, and he can also buy lucky items from the system. In the future, when he and Urgenzi go out to sea, they should at least bring back several hundred kilograms of fish. If the boat is too small to hold the catch, that would be a problem. I've noted down your requirements. I'll go to the Wenzhou shipyard first thing tomorrow morning. I used to be an old employee there and know a lot of people. If I buy a ship there, I can save at least 1,000 or 2 yuan. Song Xingwo said in a rough voice. At that moment, Song Ling pushed open the door and walked in. She was holding 2 bottles of mutai. You two seem to be having a good chat. Song Ling placed the 2 bottles of mutai she was holding on the table. Sister, you're really willing to part with it. Urgenzi stared intently at the flying fairy mutai. Before, when I wanted to drink a sip of your flying fairy mutai, you absolutely wouldn't let me. How come you're willing to do it today? As he spoke, Urgenzi got to work. He held the mutai bottle in both hands and examined it carefully. Snap! Song Ling slapped Urgenzi's hand and said irritably, put it down. This wine isn't for you. It's for Li Rui and Dad. Go play somewhere else. Are you even my real sister? Urgenzi pouted and said jokingly. Before long, the waiter brought out several dishes. Lobster, abalone, sea urchin, cold chicken salad, steamed meatloaf with crab roe, pan-fried steak. Urgenzi was overwhelmed by what he saw. Gulp! Urgenzi's appetite increased, and he couldn't help but swallow. President Song, you're being too formal. There are only a few of us at lunch today, why did you prepare so many dishes? Li Rui knew that Song Ling had 2 intentions in doing this. One intention was to thank him for helping Urgenzi make money during this time. Another intention was to hope that he would take good care of Urgenzi in the future. What a deep bond between siblings. Hi, these are all dishes I like to eat. I don't know if they'll suit your taste. If they don't, I'll have the waiter hand you the menu so you can order a few yourself. Song Ling smiled slightly and then asked the waiter next to her to hand the menu to Li Rui. No need. Li Rui waved his hand. There's enough food. These dishes look very appetizing to me. We'd better not waste them. The dishes are almost all served. Song Xingwo kicked Urgenzi in the shin. Quickly pour the wine. Urgenzi quickly opened the bottle cap and poured a glass of wine for each of the 4 people present. During the dinner, Song Ling and Song Xingwo kept toasting Li Rui. Rui Zi, I used to be such a jerk, always chasing after you and cursing you. Don't take it to heart. This glass of wine is for you, Song Xingguo said, then downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. That's what I deserved, Li Rui said with a wry smile. Song Xingguo used to scold him because he often invited Erjunzi to play cards. Over time, Erjunzi, like him, also developed a gambling addiction. Li Rui, I'd like to toast you too, to thank you for taking care of Erjunzi all this time. Without your help, Erjunzi would definitely still be asking my parents for money. He's struggling to support himself, let alone earn any. Song Ling also downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp. At noon today, the glasses they drank from were small, patterned glasses that could only hold an ounce. These were all arranged by Song Ling. President Song, you're too kind. I don't consider Erjunzi an outsider. Our relationship is mutually beneficial. Li Rui also downed the rest of his drink. During the meal, the four of them drank 1.5 bottles of mutai. Meanwhile, at the Hime seafood processing plant, Su Zianjiao, Xiao Rong, and Li Yueping were going to work, feeling bored. Just then, Xiao Rong's phone rang. Xiao Rong took off her white gloves and took her phone out of her pocket. After just one glance, Xiao Rong exclaimed with ecstatic joy, "Mom, why are there so many?" Upon hearing Xiao Rong's voice, Su Zianjiao and Li Yueping both looked at Xiao Rong. Li Yueping asked curiously, Rong, why are you so startled?" Xiao Rong placed her phone in front of Li Yueping, who said with a broad smile, "See for yourself. What are you looking at?" Li Yueping looked up. The next moment, Li Yueping was dumbfounded. Oh my god. Xiao Rong's husband actually received a quarterly bonus. Just now, Xiao Rong's husband transferred all of his quarterly bonus to her. A total of 15,800. The benefits and perks at Xiao Rong's husband's place are ridiculously good. Li Yueping's eyes were practically overflowing with envy. They work here, exhausting themselves for a month, and only earn 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. Xiao Rong's husband gets a quarterly bonus of 15,800 yuan. With such a comparison, how could Li Yueping possibly feel at ease? Zianjiao, take a look too. Xiao Rong placed her phone in front of Su Zianjiao's eyes again. Oh, what a pity. Li Yueping sighed, then said, Zianjiao, a couple of days ago, your husband Li Rui had the opportunity to work for Rong's husband, but he didn't seize it. If my husband's job wasn't so stable, I definitely would have had him apply for a job at Rong's husband's place a couple of days ago. Xiao Rong sighed, once the opportunity is missed, it will be difficult to come back. Just as Xiao Rong finished speaking, Su Zianjiao's phone rang. Zianjiao, your phone seems to be ringing too. Li Yueping gently nudged Su Zianjiao's lower back with her elbow. Previously, when Li Rui transferred money to Su Zianjiao, there would be a notification sound indicating how much money had been transferred. Su Zianjia didn't want to be too conspicuous, so she adjusted it. Did Li Rui make money selling seafood and transfer it to you? Xiao Rong guessed with a smile. Nowadays, ordinary fishermen on Crescent Island can earn an average of 200 or 300 yuan a day by fishing, which is already considered quite good. When you're lucky, you can earn over 1,000. When luck is bad, you can only earn a few dozen yuan. Li Yueping urged, Zianjiao, quickly check your phone. Su Zianjiao took off her white gloves and then took out her phone from her pocket. Immediately, she saw a message on her phone. Li Rui had just transferred a full 180,000 yuan to her. 180,000? Why are there so many? It must be that the mellow pearl sold for a good price. After a moment's thought, Su Zianjia knew what was going on. Zianjiao, what's the news? Li Yueping asked curiously. Xiao Rong put her phone back into her pocket. At this moment, she was also staring at Su Zianjiao. Li Rui just transferred some money to me. As Su Zianjia spoke, she put her phone back into her pocket. She has a gentle and mild-mannered personality and doesn't like to be too flamboyant. Li Yueping was about to ask how much it cost when Xiao Rong pulled her aside. Xiao Rong gestured to Li Yueping with her eyes not to ask. Everyone has to save face. Her husband just transferred her a quarterly bonus of 18,500 yuan. Immediately afterwards, Zianjiao's husband, Li Rui, transferred several hundred yuan to Zianjiao, the money he had earned from selling seafood. Zianjiao was very sensible and didn't say anything. They'd better not ask. She guessed that Su Zianjiao was feeling upset right now. Sigh. Li Yueping instantly understood Xiao Rong's meaning. She sighed silently in her heart, feeling indignant for Su Zianjiao. Other people's husbands are so successful and earn so much money. Su Zianjiao's husband. Let's not talk about it. Bringing it up will only upset them. Zianjiao, Yueping, let's go to the restroom together, Xiao Rong said as she took off her work clothes. I'm not going, you guys go. Su Zianjia didn't feel the urge to urinate at the moment, so she didn't want to go to the toilet. Li Yueping was also taking off her work clothes. The two walked outside side by side. After walking for a while, Xiao Rong looked back and didn't see Su Xianjiao. She then whispered in Li Yueping's ear, "Yueping, were you just about to ask how much money Li Rui transferred to Xianjiao?" Li Yueping nodded slightly. "What are you thinking? I reckon Xianjiao is feeling terrible right now. If you keep asking her like this, she'll only feel worse." Xiao Rong tugged at Li Yueping's arm. She felt sorry for Su Xianjiao. Of the three of them, Su Xianjiao was the most beautiful. Even at the Hime seafood processing plant, Su Xianjiao was considered a beautiful flower. Back when Su Xianjiao was unmarried, she had many suitors. However, Su Xianjiao insisted on marrying Li Rui. Why is Li Rui so unambitious? She gets angry whenever she thinks about it. "It's my fault, it's my fault." Li Yueping took all the blame upon herself, and then she complained to Li Rui. "Li Rui went to work at your husband's place a few days ago. How could Xianjiao be so upset now? It's all Li Rui's fault." "Okay, tell me, Li Rui is a grown man. Instead of thinking about supporting his family and giving his wife and daughter a good life, why does he just loaf around and wait to die every day? He works as a fisherman on Crescent Island, and his annual income is probably less than a third of your husband's." Xiao Rong fell silent. She agreed with what Li Yueping said. At this moment, Song Xingguo, Song Ling, Erjunzi, and Li Rui arrived at the entrance of Jufulu. "Rui Zi, leave the boat to me. Don't worry about it. I've been building boats for half my life. I can tell what kind of boat is good, what kind is bad, and what price range a boat is just by looking at it." Song Xingguo thumped his chest loudly. He drank the most at noon today. People tend to talk more when they drink too much, especially the older generation. Li Rui, Erjunzi, and Song Ling are all fine. "Uncle, I trust you to handle things." Li Rui nodded slightly. "Uncle has to thank you. Erjunzi used to be a complete good-for-nothing, very disobedient, and really annoying. But ever since he started going fishing with you, he's been completely transformed. He doesn't play cards anymore, and he rarely plays games anymore." Song Xingguo held Li Rui's hands tightly, and he almost shed tears as he spoke. 2 weeks ago, he and his wife couldn't sleep at night, thinking about how to help Erjunzi so that he could support himself and find a wife as soon as possible. Erjunzi is getting married. He and his wife wouldn't have to worry as much as they do now. "Uncle, let's not say anything more. I've always treated Erjunzi like my own brother. If I don't help him, who will?" Having lived 2 lives, Li Rui could understand Song Xingguo's feelings at this moment. People without children may not understand Song Xingguo's feelings at this moment, but any parent can basically understand Song Xingguo's feelings at this moment. The son's livelihood is almost the top priority in the family. Li Rui helped resolve the issue. Song Xingguo was extremely grateful. The two chatted for a while longer before Li Rui went to the supermarket. Erjunzi followed Li Rui like a shadow. "Brother Rui, that's just how my dad is. He talks a lot when he drinks." "Don't take what he said to heart," Erjunzi said, scratching the back of his head somewhat embarrassed. "Your dad's happy, didn't you notice?" Li Rui turned around and glanced at Erjunzi. Erjunzi immediately beamed and said, "Brother Rui, ever since we started making money, my parents have become completely different people. Before, when I came home, my parents would want to whip me, but now when I come home, my mom cooks delicious food for me, and my dad makes me have a couple of drinks with him. He may never be able to repay the kindness that Brother Rui has shown him in his lifetime." Erjunzi was still babbling on and on. "I just told my dad that you're like my second parent, and he kept nodding." "Rui, did you see that?" Erjunzi was very excited. Li Rui lightly kicked Erjunzi. "All right, stop being so mushy. I almost threw up everything I ate and drank at noon." At the supermarket, Li Rui bought a children's stroller for over 600 yuan. Erjunzi carried the cart on his shoulder. Li Rui went to a maternity and baby store and bought some small items such as headbands and hair clips for little girls. "Brother Rui, you spend money way too much. In just a short while, you've already spent over 1,000. Li Rui carried several bags and followed behind Li Rui. "Erjunzi, I'm not like you. You're a bachelor, so you can pocket all the money you earn. I can't do that. When I earn money, I have to spend it on my wife and daughter." Li Rui was in a great mood. "Money is worthless. If we spend it, we can earn it again. Oh, and he also needs to buy a set of clothes for each of his parents." The elderly couple had worked hard for him for most of their lives, and now that he had made money, he had to repay them. One must never forget one's roots. Li Rui and Erjunzi drove their tricycle to the entrance of Xingfu village. The men and women at the village entrance chattered incessantly as they looked at the dazzling array of goods inside the carriage. "Rui Zi has made money. He used to be a spendthrift, he would never buy anything for the house. But now he has made a great turnaround. Lately, he has been buying a lot of things to bring home almost every day. Xian Jiao, Li Fang, and Li Deifu have finally made it through. It wasn't easy, it was really tough. Su Lanzi felt a pang of sadness as she watched. Seeing this, Chen Xiong tried to take the opportunity to slip away. But before he could escape, Su Lanzi blocked his way. Look how capable other people's husbands are. And look at you, you're such a useless piece of trash. Su Lanzi scolded, pointing fingers at him. Wife, Li Rui has been incredibly lucky lately, you know that. I've already done quite well, Chen Xiong said, glancing at Su Lanzi with his head down, before meekly defending himself. Su Lanzi immediately burst out with a curse, you're nothing. Have you bought the car yet? Have you given my daughter and me a good life? Chen Xiong opened his mouth, but was speechless. He was helpless to have a wife who loved to compare herself to others. From now on, whenever you have free time, go fishing by the sea. Maybe you can catch a big yellow croaker like Li Rui and improve our family's life. You're a grown man, and if you can't earn money, you deserve to be scolded. You have to be aware of that, Su Lanzi shouted with a gloomy face. Okay, I'll go fishing right now. Chen Xiong left as if fleeing. Chen Xiong's life has been difficult ever since Li Rui obtained the system. Su Lanzi is a woman who loves to compare herself to others. Recently, Su Xianjiao's life has been getting better and better. She felt terrible no matter what. Meanwhile, Li Rui arrived at his parents' backyard. Li Fang is feeding the chickens and ducks. Li Deifu is collecting chicken and duck eggs. The elderly couple's main livelihood was raising chickens and ducks. Over the course of a year, one can earn 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. They only earn hard-earned money. Dad, Mom, I bought you both a new set of clothes. Come and try them on. If they don't fit, I'll take them back and exchange them. Li Rui said with a smile, waving and calling out. Li Fang put down the wild vegetables and grains in her hands and clapped her hands. Li Deifu came over carrying 2 baskets. The basket was filled with eggs. The other basket contained duck eggs. Raising chickens and ducks on the island presents many challenges. On the island, sometimes violent typhoons can strike. To cope with the severe typhoon, Li Deifu and Li Fang had a large cave dug underground. When a typhoon is approaching, they will drive the chickens and ducks inside in advance. They also need to prevent carnivores such as weasels and eagles from harming chickens and ducks. Fecal matter disposal. This is also a problem. The couple has been raising chickens and ducks on the island for over a decade, and they have solutions to these problems. Rui Zi, your dad, and I have plenty of food and clothes. Take these clothes back and return them, Li Fang said with a straight face, but she was secretly overjoyed. Take it and return it, Li Deifu said succinctly and resolutely. The elderly couple had suffered for half their lives and were used to a life of hardship. The elderly couple felt very distressed whenever they spent money. Li Rui urged, you two wash your hands quickly and give it a try. This is a small token of my appreciation. If you two don't try it, I'll tear the sign off right now. As he spoke, Li Rui prepared to tear off the tag from a piece of clothing. Snap! Seeing this, Li Fang slapped Li Rui's hand. You little rascal, you're going to tear off the tag, then we can't get a replacement. Your dad and I washed our hands, then we'll try it. Li Fang's face was full of frowns as she smiled. Li Deifu glared at Li Rui and said, don't waste money like that again. As soon as he turned around, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. He and Li Fang went to wash their hands by the water pipe. The clothes fit perfectly. Li Fang loved it dearly. Li Deifu, however, was blaming Li Rui. Rui Zi, I touched this fabric, it's top quality. How much did you spend on these 2 outfits? Your mother and I are getting old. All we need in terms of clothing is warmth. Please don't buy us any more expensive clothes. Neither your mother nor I are used to wearing it. This is the mindset of the older generation. We just need to be well fed and clothed, without worrying about quality. Wearing nice clothes makes a difference, Li Rui said, sharing his perspective. Dad, Mom, our family is doing well now. We need to change our mindset. We not only need to be fed and clothed, but we also need to eat and dress well. Isn't that the meaning of striving? Rui Zi, you can't say that. Having money in your pocket makes you feel less anxious. Try to save as much money as you can. That way you'll feel more at ease, Li Fang advised. Li Deifu also agreed with Li Fang's statement. Your mother is right. Have to. It was all for nothing. On second thought, Li Rui understood the old couple. The older generation endured hardship. How could their views possibly change overnight just because of a few words from me? You guys are busy, I'm going home to lie down for a while, Li Rui said before leaving, still slightly drunk. As soon as Li Rui left, Li Fang grinned and said happily, these clothes are really nice. They're comfortable and warm to wear. Li Deifu looked down at his outfit and nodded, saying, not bad, really not bad. You get what you pay for. The only downside to expensive things is that they're expensive. At 5 p.m., Li Rui picked up Guo Guo from school at the door of his house. As soon as Kuakuo saw Li Rui, she rushed into his arms. Daddy, Kuakuo learned another nursery rhyme today. Kuakuo will sing it for you, okay? Kuakuo tilted her little head and said in her childish voice, gesturing with her little hands. Okay. Li Rui smiled. Kuakuo wiggled her waist and hips. At that moment, she looked like a little mudfish. Daddy, Daddy, please put Kuakuo down. Kuakuo couldn't wait to stand on the ground, singing and dancing, so that her father could appreciate what she had learned today. Li Rui bent down and placed Kuakuo on the ground. As soon as Kuakuo's feet touched the ground, she started hopping and singing a children's song. Little swallow, wearing a flowery dress, comes here every spring. I asked the swallow why you come. The swallow said. The little guy jumped very nimbly. Her voice was youthful and pure, like the gurgling of a mountain stream, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Seeing this, Li Rui involuntarily squatted down, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The tuition of 3,500 yuan for half a year was totally worth it. Does Kuakuo have a talent for singing and dancing? He'll have to be more careful in the future. He didn't ask much of Kuakuo. He just wanted Kuakuo to be happy, safe, healthy, and enjoy every day to the fullest. He, however, has rather strict requirements for himself. No matter the cost, he must become a self-made millionaire to make up for the regrets left over from his previous life. Daddy, Daddy, did Kuakuo sing well? After Kuakuo finished singing, she ran up to Li Rui, rested her little head on Li Rui's shoulder, and asked with a smile. It sounds so good, so beautiful. Daddy wants to hear it again. Can Kuakuo sing it for Daddy again? Li Rui held Kuakuo's little hand and walked into his house. Wow, what a beautiful car. Kuakuo looked at the stroller in the yard, her two big, watery eyes sparkling, and her mouth wide open in an exaggerated way. She let go of Li Rui's hand and ran over there with a bouncy thud. She circled the stroller several times. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Daddy, whose car is this? Kuakuo turned to look at Li Rui and asked in a clear voice. If only this car were Kuakuo's. This is what Dad bought for you, it's yours now. Li Rui walked to Guo Guo's side, patted Guo Guo's little head, and answered softly. Kuakuo was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she happily pinched her little bottom. Daddy, you're so sweet, hee hee. Kuakuo had a pure and innocent smile on her face. Her smile was unlike her mother's, a smile that could captivate a city and make all flowers pale in comparison. Her smile was like the bright sunshine in spring, both warm and radiant. Daddy, Daddy, how do we get up there? Kuakuo looked up at Li Rui, her little hands tugging at the hem of his clothes. The little guy is in a hurry. This is how you open the car door. Li Rui bent down and opened the stroller door. Seeing this, Kuakuo took a few quick steps and plopped down on her bottom. There are two seats on the bus. Driver's seat and passenger seat. There's an accelerator and a brake pedal under your feet. The car wasn't going very fast. The maximum load capacity is 350 jin, 125 kilograms. An adult and a child can sit on it without any problem. Daddy, how do you open this? Kuakuo stared intently at Li Rui. Dad, come sit down too. After Li Rui sat down, he explained to Guo Guo how to drive the children's car. Kuakuo listened very attentively, without even blinking. After Li Rui finished explaining, Kuakuo said with a smile, Daddy, Kuakuo knows how to drive now. Daddy, sit tight. The car is about to start. After saying that, Kuakuo gently pressed the accelerator with her little foot. The stroller moved slowly forward. Daddy, Daddy, this is so much fun. Kuakuo excitedly cried out. Li Rui sat in the car, keeping an eye on its condition. When a turn is needed, Li Rui will help steer the wheel. The father and daughter walked around in circles in the small courtyard. Daddy, Kuakuo wants to drive the car out. Kuakuo looked up at Li Rui, her eyes full of expectation. Don't rush. Wait until you can handle this car skillfully before you drive it out. Li Rui didn't follow Kuakuo's wishes. Kuakuo's driving skills are not very good yet. Now that Kuakuo is about to drive the car out, he has to be extremely careful. If you hit someone, it won't be fun. Okay. Kuakuo continued to circle around in the courtyard. The father and son had a lot of fun. Kuakuo would occasionally let out a cry. After playing for about 20 minutes, Kuakuo slowly stopped the children's car. Daddy, Daddy, look. Kuakuo pointed to a corner of the courtyard with her little finger and shouted excitedly. The flower seeds have sprouted? Li Rui looked in the direction Kuakuo was pointing and saw several tiny sprouts. Kuakuo opened the stroller door with her little hands. She placed her hands on the ground first, then climbed off the car. After climbing down, the little guy clapped his little hands. Daddy, get out of the car quickly, let's go take a look together. Kyokuo turned to look at Li Rui, saying in her childish voice while squeezing her little hand, "Let's go over there." After getting off the stroller, Li Rui took Guoguo's little hand and walked to the corner of the yard. Kyokuo stuck out her bottom, her two big eyes peering closely at the newly sprouted buds, observing them carefully. "Small, it's green. So cute." Kyokuo muttered a few words to herself. Looking at the few tender buds, Li Rui smiled and said, "Delicate and fragile, small and exquisite, full of vitality." The father and daughter gave their respective evaluations. "Daddy, when will they bloom?" Kyokuo squatted on the ground, looking up at Li Rui with the curiosity of a child. "It will take a very, very long time," Li Rui said after thinking for a moment. Kyokuo pouted and muttered, "Kyokuo wants to see them bloom right now." Li Rui tilted his head back and laughed twice. He stroked Kyokuo's little head and said patiently, "Kyokuo, everything takes time and can't be rushed. Now that the flower seeds have sprouted, you can see them. Isn't that a happy thing? Now that they are about to bloom, Kyokuo will no longer be able to see these little buds." Kyokuo placed her right hand on her chin. She racked her brains for a moment before saying, "These little sprouts look quite pretty too." Li Rui walked into the living room, took out his camera from the drawer, and started snapping photos of Kyokuo and the little sprout. Starting today, he has another thing to do. That is to take a few photos of the tender buds every morning. "Daddy, Kyokuo doesn't want them to bloom at all right now." Kyokuo's mindset has changed, and she no longer wants to see these little buds bloom immediately. "Kyokuo, what's in the present moment is the best, don't you understand?" Li Rui said something quite philosophical. Kyokuo pouted and shook her head, "I don't understand." Li Rui then began to explain. "We cannot grasp the past, nor can we predict the future, we can only cherish the present moment. We can enjoy every single moment of the present." Seeing Kyokuo's bewildered expression, Li Rui laughed twice. He squatted down and pinched Kyokuo's little face. "You'll understand when you grow up." As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, Kyokuo immediately shook her head. "Daddy, Kyokuo doesn't want to grow up. Growing up isn't good at all." Li Rui was quite surprised to hear this. When he was a child, he really wanted to grow up. As he grew up, he especially missed his childhood. Why is Kyokuo so different from him? Why? Li Rui asked curiously. "Kyokuo is growing up, and she won't be Daddy's precious little darling anymore," Kyokuo explained. Li Rui was amused. Kyokuo gave another reason. "When you grow up, you have to go to work and earn money. It's not as good as being a child. When Mommy and Daddy go to work, I go to kindergarten. Kindergarten is great. There are lots of other kids and lots of things to do. Kindergarten has slides, seesaws, and hula hoops." Li Rui was stunned. Kids these days are so smart. Their era. Li Rui never attended kindergarten. Therefore, he doesn't know what it's like to go to kindergarten. "Daddy, now that you're all grown up, you have to dress yourself. It's so troublesome." Kyokuo doesn't want to grow up. Kyokuo chattered away for a couple more minutes. Li Rui gently pinched Guoguo's little face, looked into Guoguo's eyes and said, "No matter how old Guoguo gets, Guoguo will always be Daddy's precious little baby." At this moment, Li Rui thought about Kyokuo growing up and getting married. His heart felt as if a piece had been torn out. "Oh my God. I wish time could stand still at this moment." "Daddy, Kyokuo wants to drive the car." Kyokuo reached out and pointed to the children's car placed on the cement ground in the yard. "Go drive, go drive." Li Rui walked over and put Kyokuo in the driver's seat of the stroller. This time, Li Rui didn't get on. He wanted Kyokuo to get used to being on her own for a while. After stepping on the gas, Kyokuo drove the stroller away again. He. Kyokuo laughed so hard her little mouth was wide open. Li Rui walked over, holding a camera in both hands, and started taking pictures of Guoguo again. These photos are all precious childhood memories for Kyokuo. When Kyokuo grows up, she can take it out and look at it any time. Cheese. Kyokuo noticed that Li Rui was taking pictures of her. She looked up at Li Rui and called out sweetly. Li Rui seized the opportunity and snapped a photo of Kyokuo. Looking at the photos on the camera, Li Rui smiled broadly and muttered to himself, "Kyokuo is so photogenic." He felt that Kyokuo looked good in every way. At this moment, Kyokuo stopped her stroller, took her short little steps, and ran up to Li Rui. Daddy, can you buy Kyokuo a pair of little sunglasses?" Kyokuo hugged Li Rui's leg tightly with her two chubby little hands, looking at Li Rui with pleading eyes. "Why do you suddenly want a pair of small sunglasses?" Li Rui asked curiously. Kyokuo answered crisply, "One of Kyokuo's good friends in kindergarten has a pair of small sunglasses. She looks especially pretty when she wears them." After a pause, Kyokuo pointed to the stroller not far away and said, "Kyokuo is wearing sunglasses and sitting on it." Daddy is taking pictures of Kyokuo. Kyokuo will definitely look very pretty. Please, Daddy, okay? Kyokuo tugged at Li Rui's clothes, pouted, shook her head from side to side, and stared straight at Li Rui with her two big, watery eyes. At that moment, Li Rui, the father, was almost completely melted by the cuteness. How could he possibly refuse? Dad will go to town tomorrow to buy you a pair of sunglasses. Li Rui squatted down and hugged Kyokuo tightly. The little guy doesn't look very big, but he's quite heavy when you hold him. Daddy, you're so good to me, Kyokuo loves you. Kyokuo gently kissed Li Rui's cheek. Li Rui's face scrunched up in a smile. Seeing that it was getting late, he picked up Kyokuo and went to his family's Volkswagen. Daddy, where are we going to do? Kyokuo stared at Li Rui. We're going to pick up Mom. She'll be off work soon. Li Rui bent down, put Kyokuo down, and then opened the back door. Li Rui turned his head and found that Kyokuo was gone. Where did the little guy go? When Li Rui didn't see Kyokuo, his mind went completely blank. Daddy, Kyokuo is here, he. As soon as the car door opened, Kyokuo climbed onto the car on all fours without Li Rui noticing. Now, Kyokuo is sitting in her child's seat, waving at Li Rui. When did you get up here? Li Rui was confused. Kyokuo tilted her little head and laughed happily. Kyokuo just climbed up. Li Rui gently flicked Kyokuo's little nose. Slow down, okay? Where did Kyokuo bump into or hit? He would be heartbroken. Okay. Kyokuo pouted and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Daddy, please help Kyokuo with this. Kyokuo doesn't know how. Kyokuo is pulling on the seatbelt with both of her little hands. This thing is really difficult. She tried with both her little hands, but couldn't budge it. After a couple of tugs, Kyokuo's little hand turned red from the tightness. Don't bother, Dad will help you. Li Rui easily fastened Guo's seatbelt. Daddy, get in the car quickly, we're going to pick up Mommy. After Kyokuo was secured in the child's seat, her limbs were swaying. Kyokuo seems to really enjoy riding in the car. Kyokuo was exceptionally excited as soon as she got in the car. Don't rush, Li Rui said with a slight smile. Meanwhile, at the Hime processing plant, workers were leaving the workshop one after another. Su Xianjiao, Xiao Rong, and Li Yueping were among them. Xianjiao, don't be sad. Maybe my husband will be hiring again in a while. Xiao Rong thought Su Xianjiao was still upset, so she comforted her. Li Yueping tugged at Xiao Rong's arm and whispered in Xiao Rong's ear, Rong, why did you bring this up? Aren't you just making Xianjiao feel bad? It'll be ages before we know it. Rong, what did you just say? There were too many people here. Li Yueping had just heard what Xiao Rong said, but Su Xianjiao hadn't heard it. She leaned closer to Xiao Rong and asked loudly, I didn't say anything. Xiao Rong smiled awkwardly, thinking that Xiangyu was already in pain, and she couldn't rub salt into her wounds. Why? This afternoon, her husband transferred 18,500 yuan to her as a quarterly bonus. Xianjiao's husband only transferred a few hundred yuan to her, the money he earned from selling seafood. The difference is just too big. Anyone would feel bad in this situation. That Li Rui guy, he won't be like a vampire, dragging Xianjiao down for life, will he? Xiao Rong couldn't help but grind her teeth whenever she thought of Li Rui. Li Yueping was also seething with anger. She was also fed up with Li Rui. Why doesn't this grown man think about making more money? These days, life is tough without money. Xianjiao is a perfect example. In her family, she is practically the only one earning money. Li Rui claims to be a fisherman, but in reality, he's just wasting his days and shirking his responsibilities. The three of them took off their work clothes, washed their hands, and prepared to go home. Yueping, Rong, you two go first, I'm going to the restroom. Su Xianjiao had just stepped out of the changing room when she felt the urge to urinate. Before she could finish speaking, she walked towards the restroom. After Su Xianjiao left, Li Yueping and Xiao Rong walked out side by side. Xianjiao spoils Li Rui too much. If it were me, I would have kicked him out long ago. I won't let him into the house until he makes money, Li Yueping said irritably. Yueping, we're good sisters. Some things are best left unsaid. It's their business to keep quiet. Xiao Rong lowered her voice. Li Yueping sighed, I understand what you're saying, but I still feel sorry for Xianjiao. Why can't Li Rui wake up? He has to take on the responsibility of supporting the family. The two walked and talked. A short while later, the two arrived at the shed where electric vehicles were parked. At this moment, the two of them were only 5 or 6 meters away from Li Rui's Volkswagen. Wow! Whose car is this? This car is so beautiful. Li Yueping noticed Li Rui's Volkswagen. Xiao Rong stopped and looked in the direction Li Yueping was looking. This car isn't cheap, it will cost around 200,000 yuan to buy. Xiao Rong and her husband had previously visited a Volkswagen dealership to look at the car and inquired about its price. At the time, the price was too high, and she and her husband couldn't afford to buy it. The matter of buying a car was thus dropped. Upon hearing the price, Li Yueping was immediately speechless and exclaimed, "This is too expensive. My family can't afford it. My family has high expenses now, and my husband and I can't save much money at all throughout the year." Xiao Rong said with envy, "I wonder whose husband is in the car. That person is so lucky. Not only does her husband live on the island, but he also picks her up from get off work today. Why am I not so lucky?" Although her husband earns a lot of money throughout the year, he rarely spends time with her. She especially envied the couples who were able to earn money on the island. Such couples not only don't have to worry about money, but they also don't have to live apart. Who wouldn't envy such a life? Li Yueping sighed, her head bowed. "Yueping, we should be content. We can't have everything. Even though our husbands aren't on the island, they're better than Xian Jiao's husband. I don't need to say more about how unreliable Li Rui is," Xiao Rong said, getting on the electric scooter and looking at Li Yueping. "Yes," Li Yueping smiled easily. "We're not the best off, but we're not the worst off either. If our husbands were lazy like Li Rui, we definitely wouldn't be living as well as we are now." Hearing this, Xiao Rong and Li Yueping felt much better. The two rode their electric scooters out of the bike shed. When they arrived at the factory gate, they saw Su Xian Jiao. "Xian Jiao, we'll be going now. See you tomorrow." "Xian Jiao, see you tomorrow." The two greeted Su Xian Jiao and then rode their electric scooter towards their homes. Su Xian Jiao waved to them and said, "See you tomorrow." A short while later, Su Xian Jiao walked up to her family's Volkswagen Daru. Su Xian Jiao had just opened the car door. Kuo tilted her little head and called out with a sweet smile, "Mommy, Daddy and Kuo are here to pick you up and take you home. Ha, aren't you happy? What brings you here, little one?" Su Xian Jiao was pleasantly surprised. She bent down and sat down next to Kuo, touching Kuo's face. "I want to see you sooner." Kuo placed her hands on Su Xian Jiao's thighs, then leaned down and rubbed her little mouth and nose against Su Xian Jiao's thighs. Su Xian Jiao casually closed the car door. Li Rui started the car. "Honey, let's go to town now and buy some durian and strawberries, and also get Kuo a pair of sunglasses." Li Rui glanced at Su Xian Jiao through the rearview mirror. As for fruits, Su Xian Jiao likes to eat durian. Kuo likes to eat strawberries. Durian is too expensive. Su Xian Jiao wanted to eat it, but she couldn't bear to spend the money. Prices on the island are generally high. Su Xian Jiao likes to eat durian, but she rarely ate it. Durian on the island costs about 50 yuan per kilogram. An ordinary durian can cost several hundred yuan to buy. "Xian Jiao, we're a well-off family now, can't we afford a few durians?" Li Rui didn't care about that little bit of money. "Eat strawberries, eat strawberries," Kuo shouted excitedly, waving her arms and legs. Seeing this, Su Xian Jiao stroked Kuo's little head and smiled, "Eat strawberries, eat strawberries. Calm down for a while. If you keep moving around like this, you'll easily sweat and get your clothes wet." Upon arriving in town, Li Rui and his family of 3 went to a fruit shop. Li Rui took 2 larger durians and put them in a bag. "Li Rui, just take one, you can't finish 2. Su Xian Jiao grabbed Li Rui's arm and whispered. She held Kuo's little hand with her other hand. She was afraid the little one would run around everywhere. "It's best to be careful in town. Listen to me, let's buy these too. Before, when you were with me, you wouldn't buy yourself a durian, and I wouldn't buy you one either. Now I have to make it up to you." Li Rui turned around and looked deeply into Su Xian Jiao's eyes. Su Xian Jiao has very beautiful eyes, like a black gemstone, bright, clear, profound, pure, and simple. Daddy, Kuo wants this box of strawberries. The strawberries in this box are so big." Kuo, whose little hand was being held by Su Xian Jiao, pointed to a box of strawberries and said excitedly. Looking at the fresh and juicy strawberries inside, the little guy couldn't help but swallow. "The strawberries in here must be delicious." Su Xian Jiao reached out and picked up the box of strawberries. Strawberries cost 75 yuan per pound. Durian costs 55 yuan per jin, 500 g. 1.5 pounds of strawberries, and 15 pounds and 2 ounces of durian. When it came time to pay, Li Rui paid a total of 780. "Why is it so expensive?" Su Xian Jiao couldn't help but complain as soon as she stepped out of the fruit shop. "Xian Jiao, don't feel bad. Today, your husband made over 180,000 yuan selling seafood. What's a few hundred yuan? We can't be slaves to money. We have to be masters of money. Money is a bastard. If we spend it, we can earn it again." Li Rui whispered in Su Xian Jiao's ear. Hearing Li Rui say that, Su Xianjiao immediately stopped feeling sorry for him. She used to be reluctant to spend money when she didn't have any. Now that we have money, we have to spend some, right? She and Li Rui are not misers. Daddy, Kuakuo wants to eat strawberries now. Kuakuo looked up at Li Rui with pleading eyes. Don't eat them yet. Wait until we get home, and Dad will wash the strawberries before you eat them, Li Rui said softly. A moment later, the family of 3 arrived at the supermarket. Su Xianjiao bought a lot of daily necessities. Kuakuo would point to this and ask Li Rui to buy it, then point to that and ask Li Rui to buy it. Under Kuakuo's intense gaze, Li Rui decided to buy her a whole bunch of things. At this moment, Su Xianjiao stepped forward and took on the role of the villain. Children shouldn't eat too much candy. You can't eat this. You can't eat that either. You can't eat any of these things. Su Xianjiao looked serious. Kuakuo pouted, not daring to say a word. If it were Li Rui, Kuakuo definitely wouldn't act like this. Daddy. Kuakuo looked at Li Rui with a pleading expression. She had barely uttered the words when Su Xianjiao's face darkened, and she rolled up her sleeves. Daddy, Kuakuo doesn't want these things anymore. When Kuakuo saw that Su Xianjiao was about to spank her, she quickly ran behind Li Rui, her little hands waving like a fan. Don't let Kuakuo's small size fool you. But this little guy is incredibly cunning. She knew Li Rui wouldn't hit her, but her mother would. When is it time to compromise? When should we persevere? She knows better than anyone else. Kuakuo, if you eat too much sugar, all your teeth will fall out, and then you won't be able to eat anything. Su Xianjiao's expression softened a little. Kuakuo understands. Kuakuo rested her chin on her chest, pouted her little mouth, and responded softly. After leaving the supermarket, the family of 3 went to a baby store and picked out a pair of small sunglasses for Kuakuo. Sitting in the car on her way home, Su Xianjiao leaned back comfortably in her seat. She rested her hands behind her head, her face beaming with a sweet, happy smile. Li Rui, am I dreaming? Su Xianjiao asked with a smile. When Li Rui became addicted to gambling, she felt that there was no hope for her life. Back then, she envied Xiao Rong and Li Yueping every day. She had considered taking Kuakuo with her and going to work in another city, far away from Li Rui. But the thought of Kuakuo not having a father by her side made her unable to bring herself to be cruel. Life is so good now. It's like heaven. It was so good that it felt unreal to her. Mommy, are you dreaming? You can pinch your thigh. If it hurts, you're not dreaming. If it doesn't hurt, you are dreaming. Before Li Rui could speak, Kuakuo turned to look at Su Xianjiao and said in a childish voice. Li Rui burst into laughter at Guo's words. Kuakuo, how do you know so much? Li Rui looked at Kuakuo through the rearview mirror. Kuakuo likes watching cartoons, and there are many such scenes in cartoons, Kuakuo replied, shaking her head. Su Xianjiao gave her thigh a symbolic pinch. Ah, it hurts so much. Su Xianjiao let out a fake shout. Kuakuo immediately shook her little body and giggled, shouting, Mommy, you're not dreaming. Back home, Su Xianjiao unbuckled Kuakuo's seatbelt and placed Kuakuo on the ground. As soon as Kuakuo got out of the car, she ran to her stroller with her short legs. Li Rui, did you buy this again? Su Xianjiao turned to look at Li Rui when she saw Kuakuo skillfully getting into the stroller. Li Rui put his arm around Su Xianjiao's shoulder and said softly, Wife, you need to change your mindset. Don't be so stingy with money. We earn money to improve our lives, right? If we don't buy this car now, will it still be necessary when Kuakuo grows up? Su Xianjiao thought about it and felt that Li Rui's words made sense, but she also considered practical issues. Li Rui, I'm always worried. When you're a fisherman on Crescent Island, you can make money when you're lucky, but when you're unlucky, you'll make less. What I'm thinking is that if we save more money now, we won't panic no matter what happens in the future. It's always good to save money. Su Xianjiao always had this kind of worry. He who does not plan for the future will have trouble in the present. Li Rui smiled and said confidently, Wife, why don't you trust me? I'm a man blessed by Mezu, so don't worry, your husband will definitely keep making big money. Li Rui then revealed his plan. I plan to buy a modern fishing boat. I had a long talk with Erjun's father at noon today. Erjun's father used to work at the Wenzhou shipyard. He's been looking at ships around these days. In a few days, Erjunzi and I will join forces to buy a modern fishing boat. Erjunzi will contribute 10% of the money, and we will contribute 90%. Speaking of this, Li Rui felt a bit of a headache. We're short of reliable staff. If you spend money to hire people, you're sure you can find someone. Whether it's reliable or not remains to be seen. This is purely a matter of luck. Li Rui, I support you. Su Xianjiao's eyes were firm. She fully supported Li Rui's decision to buy a modern fishing boat and go out to sea to fish. Even if they didn't make a fortune, they could at least make a living. I have 320,000 yuan on hand right now. If you need it, I can transfer it to you anytime. If her family gets a modern fishing boat, Li Rui will be able to earn at least tens of thousands of yuan a year on Crescent Island. Thinking of this, Su Xianjiao felt much more at ease. Wife, you're so good to me. Li Rui felt a warmth in his heart. You'd better be careful when you go fishing at sea in the future, Su Xianjiao said with a serious expression. One reason why seafood is expensive is that the ocean claims the lives of many fishermen every year. Li Rui held Su Xianjiao's hand tightly with one hand. The two held hands and looked into each other's eyes. Honey, I'll be fine, don't worry. The two chatted for a while longer before Su Xianjiao went to feed the starfish. Li Rui and Guo Guo left home. Guo drove the children's car towards the village entrance, with Li Rui following right behind her. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance of the village. Some were chatting, some were eating sunflower seeds. In the village, everyday family matters are unavoidable. Guo, your car is so pretty. Chen Yaoyao ran quickly to Guo's side, her two bright eyes fixed on the children's car under Guo's bottom. Who bought it for you? My dad bought it for me, he. Guo was very happy. The three of them soon arrived at the village entrance. Chen Yaoyao tugged at her mother Su Lanzi's clothes, pouted, and muttered, Mommy, I want a car like this too, can you buy it for me? Children are like that, when they see other children have something, they desperately want to have it too. Su Lanzi looked at Li Rui and asked, Ruizi, how much does this car cost? A little over 700, Li Rui replied. What? More than 700? Su Lanzi thought it was too expensive. She shoved her daughter Chen Yaoyao's little hand away and said coldly, Go find your dad. Just then, Chen Xiong came over carrying Chen Yaoyao's rice bowl. Chen Yaoyao ran to Chen Xiong in no time. Daddy, I want a car like that too. Chen Yaoyao pointed at the children's car that Guo was driving, tugging at Chen Xiong's clothes with her little hands. Will you buy it for me? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong's lips twitched. His wife manages all the money in his household. He seemed to only have a few dozen yuan on him. He used his personal savings, but he couldn't explain where the money came from. Honey, our daughter wants a children's car, why don't you buy it for her? Chen Xiong said, holding his daughter's hand as he walked up to Su Lanzi with a grin. Buy what? Chen Xiong, I get angry just looking at you. Money, you can't earn any, so why do you only think about spending money? If you were like Rui Zi and could earn money, I would go to town right now to buy my daughter a children's car. Su Lanzi shouted fiercely. Chen Xiong immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Chen Yaoyao rubbed her eyes and cried. What are you crying for? If your dad were capable, would I not buy it for you? Su Lanzi yelled at Chen Yaoyao again. Ever since Su Xianjiao started living a good life, she gradually became unbalanced. She and Su Xianjiao were about the same age, and both were women. Why can Su Xianjiao live a good life, but she can't? The culprit behind all of this is her husband, Chen Xiong. She didn't even consider her own reasons. Yao, don't cry. If you want to play, let's play together. Guo drove the car to Yao's side. Seeing Yao crying so sadly, she invited Yao to play with her. Really? Chen Yaoyao burst into laughter through her tears. She wiped away her tears with her small hands. Guo opened the stroller door and invited Yao to get in. Hurry up and get in. The car is about to start. Guo looked up and smiled. Okay. Chen Yaoyao nodded and then got into the car. Li Rui watched without saying a word. Su Lanzi ran over and scooped Chen Yaoyao out of the car. What are you playing around for? Hurry up and eat, Su Lanzi scolded irritably. Chen Yaoyao wiped away her tears and cried loudly. Chen Xiong felt a pang of sadness as he watched. Guo, let's go. Li Rui didn't want to stay in this troublesome place. Damn it, how could Su Lanzi, that crazy woman, treat her own daughter like this? Guo glanced back at Chen Yaoyao, then drove off towards her home. After the two returned home, Guo looked up at Li Rui, pouted and said, Daddy, Yao's mom looks like the old witch in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Yao is so pitiful. Let's not talk about her anymore. Li Rui didn't want Su Lanzi to affect his and Guo's mood. Just then, Li Deifu walked out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food and a bowl. The plate contained stir-fried chicken. There were 2 large chicken drumsticks in the bowl. Rui Zi, quickly take Guo to wash her hands, we'll eat later, Li Deifu said loudly. Grandpa, do you have chicken legs? Guo wants to eat chicken legs. Guo ran up to Li Deifu, looked up at him, and asked in a soft, sweet voice. Li Deifu bent down and waved the large chicken leg from the bowl in front of Guo. The chicken legs are all here. Grandpa prepared it for you a long time ago. Looking at the chicken leg in the bowl, Kuokuo's little tongue circled her mouth wildly. Li Rui walked over, took Guo Guo's hand, and headed towards the restroom. Let's go wash our hands. You can't eat anything if you don't wash your hands. Before dinner, Li Rui called Urgenzi over. At the dinner table, Kuokuo picked up a chicken leg with both of her little hands and placed it in front of Li Rui. Eat poop. Kuokuo chuckled. Li Rui treated her the best. Whenever she had something good, Li Rui was the first person she thought of. Kuokuo can eat, but daddy won't. Li Rui waved his hand. Tonight's stir-fried chicken is from free-range chickens raised by Li Deifu and Li Fang. It tastes much better than chickens fed with commercial feed. Urgenzi looked at his brother Rui with eyes full of envy. Oh my god, when will I have a daughter like that? Daddy, Kuokuo's tummy is too small to fit 2 big chicken legs, you can have one. Kuokuo put the chicken leg in front of Li Rui again. Turning to the others present, she said, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Urgenzi, don't worry. Kuokuo will definitely give you delicious food in the future, but not now. There are only 2 big chicken drumsticks, one is Kuokuo's and the other is Baba's. As soon as Kuokuo said these words, Su Xianjia covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Urgenzi laughed so hard he almost fell over. Li Fang almost laughed through her tears. Li Deifu joked, Kuokuo, don't forget what you just said. Grandpa is waiting for you to give him something delicious. Kuokuo won't forget. Kuokuo tilted her little head and smiled sweetly. Old man, have you forgotten? Kuokuo gave us candy last time, one for you, one for me, and one for Kuokuo. Li Fang stopped laughing and tugged at Li Deifu's arm. After thinking about it carefully, Li Deifu remembered that incident. So he nodded and said, yes, Kuokuo gave us candy last time. The atmosphere at the dinner was very pleasant. People would burst into laughter from time to time. Ruizi, Urgenzi, are you two planning to buy a boat? Li Deifu suddenly asked. Dad, Urgenzi, and I are planning to buy a boat. Li Rui looked up at his father and answered truthfully. After careful consideration, Li Deifu nodded slightly and said, this is a good thing. During his university years, Ruizi obtained many seafarer certificates. He can sail both large and small boats. They used to own a small fishing boat. A year ago, Rui sold his family's small fishing boat to gamble. Thinking about this incident made Li Deifu furious. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his hand, pointed at Li Rui, and warned with a dark face, if you gamble again, sell the boat, and I'll break your legs. Dad, this was my fault. I will never do such a thing again. Li Rui scratched his head, feeling very ashamed. Gambling is a terrible ripoff. Once people become addicted to it, they can easily lose their humanity. Li Fang gave Li Deifu a look, let bygones be bygones, let's not bring it up again. Li Deifu asked curtly, Rui Zi, do you have enough money? Enough, Li Rui replied without hesitation. He will not touch the elderly couple's retirement money, no matter what. There isn't enough money. He'll figure it out himself. The elderly couple had a tough time raising him. Now, how can he possibly take the elderly couple's retirement money again? Dad, you and Mom don't need to worry about the money. Li Rui and I will take care of it. Su Xianjia didn't want to use the old couple's money. Su Xianjia prefers to be self-reliant. Earning a living through one's own efforts brings peace of mind. Urgenzi, do you have a fishing crew member certificate? Li Rui looked up at Urgenzi. Urgenzi chuckled. Brother Rui, I have a regular seaman certificate. I refused to take the exam at first, but my dad grabbed a feather duster and started hitting me with it, forcing me to take the exam. After a while, I finally took it. Looking back now, I have to thank my dad. This was somewhat unexpected for Li Rui. Urgenzi has a regular seaman's certificate, which is sufficient for him. Later, Urgenzi can take the exam for a certificate of competency for a seafarer. These two are very different. People with ordinary seaman certificates can perform general work on fishing boats, such as net pulling and sorting the catch. These are the most basic tasks. Those who possess a certificate of competency for seafaring duties are authorized to sail and navigate. During his university years, Li Rui obtained a large number of certificates in this field. Uncle Urgenzi, your daddy is so mean. He actually hit you with a feather duster. Kuokuo, her mouth full of oil, looked at Urgenzi and pouted as she muttered. Uncle Urgenzi was disobedient back then, so he deserved to be punished. Urgenzi chuckled sheepishly. Kuokuo shook her head and said, Kuokuo has to be a good, obedient child first. If she doesn't listen, she'll be like Uncle Urgenzi and get hit by daddy with a feather duster. Urgenzi patted Kuokuo's little head and laughed heartily. Eat slowly. Su Xianjia picked up a tissue from the table and wiped Kuokuo's little mouth. After finishing his meal, Urgenzi ran to Wang San's house. He is now living at Wang San's house. Li Fang is washing the dishes. Su Xianjiao is wiping the table. Li Rui is sweeping the floor. Li Deifu is playing with Kuakuo. The whole family was busy. Grandpa, please put Kuakuo down quickly. Kuakuo's two little hands fluttered incessantly like a bird's wings. What do you want to do? Li Deifu put Kuakuo on the ground. Duh. As soon as she landed, Kuakuo quickly ran to the winnowing basket. She struggled to pull the basket with her two little hands and walked to Li Rui's side. Daddy, Kuakuo is here to help you. Kuakuo wants to be a little helper in cleaning and hygiene, the little guy said in his childish voice. Li Rui, both amused and exasperated, swept the trash into the dustpan. Don't move. Li Rui saw Guo pulling the dustpan with both hands and was about to stop her, but he was too late. With a bang, the dustpan fell to the ground, and the garbage inside scattered all over the place. Kuakuo's eyes widened, and she stood there stunned. Li Rui did not blame Kuakuo. It's okay, Kuakuo is still young and not strong enough. When Kuakuo grows up, she won't do this anymore. Kuakuo meant well, Dad knows that. He knew that this little guy would do more harm than good when he came over. His conjecture proved true. After finishing his chores, Li Deifu pulled Li Rui to a corner and stuffed a bankbook into Li Rui's hand. Rui Zi, this is our and your mother's savings for our funerals. You can take it. There is 120,000 in the savings account. Li Rui vehemently refused, saying, Dad, what are you doing? How could I possibly accept your and Mom's savings for their funerals? Li Deifu was still stuffing the bankbook into Li Rui's hand. Rui Zi, listen to me. A few days ago you bought a car, and your mother and I didn't contribute a single penny. Now you and Junzi want to buy a boat, so your mother and I have to show our appreciation. We are family, we should help each other. Buying a boat costs a lot of money. The father and son pushed each other for a while. In the end, Li Rui still refused to accept his parents' savings book. Dad, stop talking. If you keep this up, I'll get angry, Li Rui said with a stern face. Seeing this, Li Deifu had no choice but to put the passbook into his pocket. If you ever need money again, just tell me and your mother. Although your mother and I are from the countryside and can't offer you much help, we can give you a few 100,000 yuan. That's the most we can do, so please don't blame us. Li Deifu patted Li Rui on the shoulder. He was very pleased. Ruizi has really grown up. They've learned to be considerate of their parents. Okay, I'll let you know if I really need money. Li Rui's eyes welled up with tears. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Deifu and Li Fang went home. As soon as Li Rui returned to the living room, Guo noticed that Li Rui's eyes were red. Daddy, were you crying just now? Did Grandpa hit you just now? Is it because Daddy doesn't listen to Grandpa? Uncle Urgenza didn't listen to his dad before, so his dad beat him. Kuo pointed at Li Rui's red eyes and asked him 3 questions in a row, leaving Li Rui completely bewildered. Li Rui walked over and picked up Guo in his arms. He laughed and said, That's not true. Kuo questioned, Really not? Daddy, it looks like you've been crying. There are still tears in your eyes. Look, Kuo can see it clearly. Kuo pointed her little hand to the tears in Li Rui's eyes. These are tears of happiness. Grandpa and Grandma are so good to Dad, and Dad was so moved that he cried. Li Rui smiled. Dare to cry? Kuo scratched her little head, not understanding what the sentence meant. It's about being moved, not daring to act. Li Rui corrected with a smile. Kuo babbled, It's moved, not dared to move, right? Li Rui nodded, That's right. He then patiently began to explain. To be moved to tears means to be deeply touched by external things and express this strong emotion by crying. Grandpa and Grandma were so good to Dad just now, and Dad was so touched that he cried. He didn't cry because Grandpa hit him. These two have completely different meanings. Do you understand now? Kuo didn't quite understand, so she shook her little head like a rattle drum. You'll understand when you grow up. Li Rui carried Kuo to wash her face and feet. The little guy fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. At this moment, Su Xianjiao finished her shower and went into the bedroom. Li Rui, go take a shower, Su Xianjiao said, rubbing her long hair as she urged Li Rui to go take a shower. 15 minutes later, Li Rui returned to the bedroom. Su Xianjiao prepared a basin of water for washing feet and placed it in front of a chair. Wow, there are ginger slices in the basin. Li Rui was somewhat surprised to see ginger in the foot bath basin. You don't understand. Ginger has antibacterial and disinfecting properties. Stop dawdling and come soak your feet. Being a fisherman always puts your feet through a lot of suffering. Su Xianjiao explained simply and urged Li Rui to come and soak his feet quickly. Li Rui walked over, sat down in the chair, and put his feet in the foot bath. Call. That feels so good. Li Rui let out a long breath. After a tiring day, soaking your feet in the evening is incredibly relaxing. Honey, what were you and Dad whispering about in the corner? Su Xianjiao walked behind Li Rui, massaging his shoulders as she asked softly. Li Rui had not yet spoken a reply. Su Xianjiao emphasized, don't take money from your parents. We have hands and feet. If we need money, we can earn it. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't take money from your parents. Her in-laws treated her like their own daughter. She knew everything. When she married Li Rui, her in-laws emptied their savings and even borrowed money from others. Only in the last few years have my in-laws managed to save some money. The elderly couple had worked tirelessly for her husband for most of their lives. It's time to enjoy a good life. Dad was going to give me 120,000 yuan to help us buy a boat, but I didn't take it. Li Rui turned around and glanced at Su Xianjiao, then patted her hand. He is very content and lucky to have such a wife. Marrying a good wife is extremely important. Chen Xiang from their village is now struggling to make ends meet because he married a lazy and shrewish wife. It's right not to. Su Xianjiao agreed with Li Rui's approach. I have 320,000 yuan right now. 320,000 divided by 0.9 is 35.50. If you and Urgenzu want to buy a fishing boat for less than 355,000 yuan, our family will have no problem at all. Su Xianjiao had just done some calculations. Li Rui chuckled, wife, Urgenzi and I can still earn money for a few more days. I hope you and Urgenzi's luck continues to be this good. Su Xianjiao said this, and she prayed this in her heart. The next morning, Li Rui stretched and got out of bed early. Feed the starfish. Water the flower's tender buds. I took a few more photos of the flower's tender buds. Li Rui then went to prepare breakfast. Just like yesterday morning, after the family of three finished breakfast, Li Rui first took Su Xianjiao to the entrance of the Hime seafood processing plant. They arrived early today. There were hardly any people at the factory gate. Goodbye, mommy. Kiwakuo waved her little hand nimbly, bidding farewell to Su Xianjiao. Goodbye. Su Xianjiao waved to Kiwakuo as well. Li Rui then drove Kiwakuo to the kindergarten. At 8:30, Su Xianjiao, Li Yueping, and Xiao Rong sat in chairs, chatting and working at the same time. Xianjiao, yesterday afternoon when I was leaving get off work, Yueping and I saw that Volkswagen SUV. That car is so cool. Xiao Rong turned to the side and looked at Su Xianjiao. That car is quite nice, Li Yueping said, a hint of envy welling up in her heart. When will her family be able to own a car? Su Xianjiao listened quietly without saying a word. Xiao Rong kept talking. My husband and I went to the Volkswagen 4 store to look at that Volkswagen SUV. We both wanted to buy it, but when we asked about the price, wow, that car was actually worth over 200,000 yuan. I can't afford it, I really can't afford it. It's almost the end of the year, so my husband and I are going to discuss what kind of car we should buy. Xiao Rong is full of hope for the future. When Li Yueping heard what Xiao Rong said, she quickly turned to look at Xiao Rong and asked in surprise, Rong, are you and your husband really planning to buy a car at the end of the year? Xiao Rong nodded, a little smug. Wow, your husband really makes money. My husband doesn't make as much as your husband. Li Yueping said with a little disappointment. What woman likes her husband to earn less than other women's husbands? Turning her head, Li Yueping noticed Su Xianjiao next to her, and her mood immediately improved. In terms of making money, her husband may not be as good as Xiao Rong's husband, but he is far better than Xiang Yu's husband. Her husband is neither rich nor poor. If you have some spare money, you can buy a car, Su Xianjiao finally said. Having a car would be much more convenient, especially for families with children. Before, her family didn't have a car, and when it was cold, Kiwakuo would get cold when she or her husband took her to town to play. Yes, Xiao Rong said cheerfully. Her little bit of vanity was greatly satisfied. The three of them had a very good relationship. Sometimes, the three of them inevitably compare themselves to each other in their hearts. People, you know. Everyone has a little vanity. Rong, let me know when your husband is hiring again. I'll have him take time off to apply. If he gets the job, he'll quit his current job immediately. Li Yueping hoped her husband could earn more money. These days, what about sentimentality? What about dignity? What about face? Nothing beats money. If you have money, you can live a good life. If you don't, you might as well just go to sleep. After saying this, Li Yueping was afraid that Su Xianjiao would be upset, so she immediately changed the subject. As Li Rui drove home, Su Lanzi, munching on sunflower seeds, complained as she passed the village entrance, you just bought a new car, you can't drive it every day. Rui is too flashy. Yu Tao and Su Lanzi are birds of a feather. He chimed in with his own complaints, that kid Ruizi made a little money, and he's acting all cocky. He had a problem with Li Rui ever since Li Rui stopped selling seafood at his house. What's wrong with you two? You're meddling in everything, even whether someone drives a car or not. Old Hu, carrying his fishing gear, happened to pass by the village entrance. He overheard their conversation and couldn't help but retort angrily. Master Hu, why are you meddling in other people's business? Su Lanzi said, somewhat annoyed. Second Master Hu is of a high generation. Yu Tao did not argue with Master Hu. Su Lanzi, why are you meddling in other people's business? Master Hu retorted, repeating exactly what Su Lanzi had just said. You, Su Lanzi pointed at Master Hu and stomped her foot in anger. Master Hu smiled slightly. Su Lanzi, do you know what this is called? It's called a boomerang. Su Lanzi looked completely bewildered. What does boomerang mean? She suffered because she didn't study enough. Su Lanzi, stop arguing with Master Hu. He's been a teacher for so many years, and he didn't do it for nothing. Yu Tao gave Su Lanzi a wink, signaling her to shut up. I think he's too old for me to bother with, Su Lanzi said with her arms crossed, glancing coldly at Master Hu. Upon hearing this, Master Hu stopped and went all out. Su Lanzi, all you do all day is gossip behind other people's backs. You're allowed to talk about others, but not others are allowed to talk about you. Come on, don't stoop to my level. I'd like to see how you're going to argue with me. I have a heart condition and I can't walk properly. Your husband Chen Xiong is afraid of you, but I, Master Hu, am not afraid of you. He was completely unafraid of the shrew who bullied the weak and feared the strong. The more you give in to a petty person like Su Lanzi, the more she'll take advantage of you. I. Su Lanzi was furious. What do you mean, you? Did I say something wrong? After saying that, Uncle Hu picked up his fishing gear and headed towards the sea. Today at the beach, Li Rui, Junzi, Chen Xiong, and Hu Yi all gathered at the junction of the sand and the shallows to fish. In this area, small fish and shrimp gather at low tide. Large fish will come to this area to forage, drawn by the scent. Therefore, this area is very suitable for fishing. According to the system notification, the lucky fishing rod has a bit of luck today. Lucky fishing net, however, has absolutely no luck value. I doubt Junzi and I will catch many fish today, Li Rui thought to himself. The system's predictions have always been very accurate. Generally, there will not be any major deviations. Brother Rui, why haven't any fish bitten our hooks yet? Junzi was frustrated. This wouldn't have happened before. Li Rui said calmly, Junzi, fishing requires patience. Don't be impatient, the fish will bite when it's time. Hu Yi said with a smile, Ruizi, Junzi, you two aren't having the best luck today. Seeing this, Chen Xiong felt secretly pleased. You guys are no good anymore. Second Master Hu, it's impossible for Junzi and me to catch a lot of fish every day. Sometimes we're just unlucky, but I can accept that, Li Rui replied with a smile. The words had barely left his mouth. With a whoosh, Li Rui's fishing float plunged into the sea. Brother Rui, you've got a fish on your hook. Junzi exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Li Rui's fishing rod with wide eyes. Rui Zi, I spoke too soon. Old Master Hu laughed heartily. Chen Xiong cursed inwardly, damn it, how come Li Rui is still getting lucky? He's the first fish served today. After walking the fish for a while, Li Rui finally pulled it to the shore. What kind of fish is it? Old Master Hu craned his neck to look. Chen Xiong also craned his neck to look. Junzi then picked up a landing net, ran to the shore, and easily scooped the fish ashore. This is a spring fish. Old Master Hu recognized it as a spring fish at a glance. Spring croaker generally refers to yellow croaker. It looks very much like a small yellow croaker. The body length is generally between 20 and 30 centimeters, and the weight is generally between half a pound and 1.5 pounds. The body is long and laterally flattened, with a relatively straight back edge and a slightly convex abdominal edge. They are commonly found along the coast of my country, in Korea, and in the southern waters of Japan. It is rich in nutrients. It has high nutritional value. It can be steamed, braised, or pan-fried. What a spring fish! Chen Xiong exclaimed, his mouth agape as he stared intently at the spring fish that had just been caught. My goodness, this bream is huge. Such a big bream is so rare. Old Master Hu exclaimed. Generally, spring fish are considered quite large when they grow to over a pound. The spring fish that Li Rui just caught weighed more than 2 pounds. Chen Xiong was very envious. How did this spring fish grow so big? How did it grow to over 2 pounds? He had caught spring fish by fishing and also caught them with a fishing boat. But he had hardly ever seen a spring fish weighing more than 2 pounds. Junzi took the Hunza fish off the hook and put it in his brother Rui's fish basket. Brother Rui, this fish can sell for 200 or 300 yuan. Junzi turned around and smiled at his brother Rui. Finally, they made their first sale. At this moment, Li Rui hooked a live shrimp onto the fishing hook. Junzi, don't worry, you'll definitely catch a fish soon too. Remember this, you can't rush things. Li Rui cast the fishing hook into the sea. About 5 minutes later, Li Rui caught another spring fish. This spring fish isn't as big as the previous one, it only weighs about 1.5 pounds. Rui Zi, you're really lucky, kid. Old master who said with envy, why isn't my fishing hook catching any fish? Chen Xiong was frustrated. The more agitated he became, the less fish he caught. A moment later, Urgenzi also caught a spring fish. It's not very big, only about half a pound. Brother Rui, I've opened for business too. Urgenzi laughed heartily. Li Rui sighed inwardly, the lucky fishing rod truly lives up to its name, even with a low luck stat, you can still catch fish. Huir Yi and Chen Xiong, who were standing next to him, had arrived earlier than him and Urgenzi, but they still hadn't broken the 0 mark. You two brothers are really lucky. Old master who laughed heartily. Fishing next to Li Rui and Urgenzi, even if you don't catch any fish, won't feel boring, because Li Rui and Urgenzi, those two brothers, fished like it was nothing. No sooner had Uncle who finished speaking than he caught a fish on his fishing rod. Uncle who caught a black sea bream weighing half a pound. At this point, only Chen Xiong's egg had not yet hatched. What on earth happened? Chen Xiong was covered in sweat. He lifted his fishing rod, looked at it, and found that the bait was still on it, so he cast his fishing hook back into the sea. Could it be that his fishing rod is possessed by an evil spirit? Just as Chen Xiong was getting impatient, Li Rui caught another spring fish. Rui, what kind of bait are you using? Chen Xiong looked at Li Rui and couldn't help but ask. Live shrimp, Li Rui replied. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Xiangzin said, I also use live shrimp. What could be the reason why he's not catching any fish? Wiping the sweat from his face, Chen Xiong threw a few handfuls of his homemade bait into the seawater in front of him. Chen Xiong, you'd better step up your game. Old master who joked with Chen Xiong after catching a spring fish. At this moment, Chen Xiong was drenched in sweat. He turned to look at Li Rui, who had just caught another spring fish. Where exactly is the problem? There are 4 people fishing here. The other 3 all caught fish. He's the only one who hasn't hatched yet. The more this happened, the more pressure he felt. Chen Xiong picked up his fishing rod, changed to fresh bait, and continued fishing. Brother Rui, Chen Xiong saw us catching fish nonstop while he didn't catch a single one, and he's sweating buckets. Urgenzi noticed Chen Xiong was drenched in sweat, and he looked at Chen Xiong with amusement. Oh, really? Li Rui turned his head to look over. Huir Yi started teasing Chen Xiong again. Chen Xiong, when are you going to hatch an egg? Don't skip the Air Force today. After saying that, Master Hu shook his head and smiled. The words of Li Rui, Urgenzi, and Huir Yi put Chen Xiong under immense pressure. Hurry up and bring the fish. Just give me a fish, no matter what. Chen Xiong was extremely anxious. His eyes were fixed on his fishing float. In the blink of an eye, his fishing float suddenly plunged into the seawater. We've got a fish. We've got a fish. It's a big fish. Hard work pays off. Damn it, it's finally my turn to have good luck. As Chen Xiong reeled in and unelevated the fishing line, he roared and shouted in frustration. He was incredibly excited at that moment. Li Rui noticed the commotion on Chen Xiong's side. It really is a big fish. Urgen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, this fish is huge. At this moment, Chen Xiong's fishing rod was bent to a great extent, almost stretched into an arc. The fish that took the bait struggled with unusual force. A fisherman can tell at a glance that the fish that has taken the bait is a big one. Chen Xiong really hit the jackpot. Old master whose attention was also drawn to it. Chen Xiong is working hard to reel in the fish. Ruizi, Urgenzi, Huir Yi, guess how heavy this fish that bit my hook is. Chen Xiong glanced at Li Rui, Urgenzi, and Huir Yi. Damn, I can finally hold my head high. Li Rui, Urgenzi, and Huir Yi were catching small fish earlier, but he's catching a really big one right now. Chen Xiong, be careful, don't let the fish get away. Seeing how agitated Chen Xiong was, Uncle Hu kindly reminded him. The fish haven't come ashore yet. Why is Chen Xiong so smug? Chen Xiong's current task is to conserve his energy and focus intently on reeling the fish in until he manages to pull it ashore. If this fish gets away, Chen Xiong might cry. It can't escape. Chen Xiong chuckled. Brother Rui, this fish is fucking huge, it must weigh at least 45 pounds. Urgenzi had been watching Chen Xiong's big fish. Almost everyone who likes fishing enjoys watching others catch big fish. Li Rui thought for a moment, then estimated, this fish should weigh about 50 pounds. When Urgenzi heard this, his eyes widened like copper bells. About 50 pounds? My god, Chen Xiong has made a fortune this time. A large sea fish weighing over 50 kilograms can sell for at least several thousand yuan. Li Rui withdrew his gaze and let Urgenzi continue fishing. Urgenzi continued fishing. Next, they caught some small fish. Spring fish are the most common. Black sea bream and sea bass are present, but not in large quantities. Chen Xiong, take it easy. In a little while, once you've pulled the fish to the shore, I'll use a landing net to help you scoop it ashore. Old master who lowered his voice, his excitement barely concealed. This fish is so big. Chen Xiong nodded. He didn't say thank you yet. He needs to conserve his energy to continue playing with the fish. After a while, the big fish finally surfaced. Old master who examined it closely, then exclaimed excitedly, "It's a flounder." The flounder has a very peculiar body. Why do I say that? That's because its body is asymmetrical. When they are young, their eyes are no different from those of other fish. However, as the young fish grow and develop, their eyes will gradually move to the other side, because it contains a variety of nutrients. Wild flounder have always been expensive. Upon hearing that it was a large halibut, Chen Xiong's adrenaline surged rapidly to a very high level. His mouth was wide open in a smile. Judging by its appearance, this flounder must weigh at least 50 pounds. Old master who squinted and examined it more closely. Upon hearing this, Urgenzi quickly looked at Li Rui. Brother Rui, it's a halibut weighing over 50 pounds. A flounder this big should sell for at least 10,000. Chen Xiong is so lucky today. Li Rui also felt that Chen Xiong had a stroke of good luck today. He actually hooked a halibut weighing over 50 pounds. At this moment, Chen Xiong roared in his heart, "I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm going to be rich." When he got back, he brought the big halibut home and put it in front of his wife. He wanted to act like a king and have his wife pour him water to wash his feet. Thinking of this, Chen Xiong's lips almost curled up to the back of his ears. After walking around for more than half an hour, the halibut was showing signs of exhaustion. Chen Xiong slowly pulled the fishing line. The halibut gradually moved closer to the shore. Seeing this, uncle who picked up the net he had brought and walked to the shore. "We're coming up," Chen Xiong said with a big smile. The next moment, Chen Xiong suddenly sneezed. He pulled on the fishing line with both hands. The large halibut in the water was provoked and struggled again. In an instant, the large halibut in the water darted to a small reef. The fishing line got tangled in the small reef. Chen Xiong was unable to pull the fishing line. "What's wrong?" Chen Xiong panicked. He suddenly exerted his strength. He pulled the fishing line out of the water. The fish hook and the big halibut were both gone. Due to excessive force, Chen Xiong landed hard on his backside due to inertia. The scene before him left Uncle who was standing on the shore preparing to scoop up the net, dumbfounded. He never expected things to turn out this way. Brother Rui, look at Chen Xiong." Urgenzi laughed so hard he slapped his thigh when he saw Chen Xiong's disheveled appearance. Snap, snap, snap. Urgenzi laughed until tears streamed down his face. Chen Xiong was just showing off to them, but after all that work, the big halibut got away. "What's wrong?" Driven by curiosity, Li Rui turned his head to look again. "It's okay if you don't watch it." Upon seeing it, Li Rui was completely dumbfounded. Why did the fishing line break? The fish hook is gone too. The halibut didn't even make it ashore. Chen Xiong sat on the ground, completely dumbfounded. After standing there in a daze for a while, Chen Xiong finally came to his senses. Grass, grass, grass. How could this happen? The fish got away, the fishing line broke, the hook is gone. That big halibut could have sold for at least 10,000. At this point, Chen Xiong's heart was bleeding. Chen Xiong's fists pounded on the beach like raindrops. "Chen Xiong, compose yourself and go home." Old master who shook his head, returned to his spot, and continued fishing. Chen Xiong got the Air Force today. His fishing line broke, how can he possibly catch any fish? Ah! Chen Xiong cried out to the sky, and when he remembered what had just happened, tears almost fell from his eyes. Brother Rui, Chen Xiong is about to cry. Urgenza suppressed a laugh. Chen Xiong was no longer showing off. Chen Xiong slumped on the beach, rubbing his eyes, staring blankly at the horizon. "Chen Xiong, I just told you to be careful and not let the fish get away, but you told me the fish couldn't get away. Not only that, you even bragged to us, asking us to guess how big the fish was. You're too impatient." Old master who looked at Chen Xiong and shook his head repeatedly. "You're still too young. Rui Zi seems quite young." But last time, when Rui's fishing hook got bitten by a big yellow croaker, Rui's remained calm and composed. To be precise, Chen Xiong lacked the necessary temperament. What a pity about that big halibut. Second master who, I beg you, please stop talking, please. Chen Xiong was filled with remorse, his heart aching terribly. Damn, why was he so smug just now? The fish didn't make it ashore. What a load of rubbish he's showing off. Upon thinking of this, Chen Xiong slapped himself hard across the face in front of everyone. Brother Rui, Chen Xiong made me laugh. Urgenzi was overjoyed. Li Rui couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, Chen Xiang sat there blankly, as if all his energy had been drained away. Hu Yi stopped paying attention to Chen Xiang. He began to focus intently on fishing. Brother Rui, we're not having much luck today. It seems we only caught about 30 or 40 pounds of fish, Urjun's aside. Upon hearing this, Master Hu's lips twitched involuntarily. Listen to this, is this even human language? Chen Xiang, sitting on the ground, was going crazy. He stared sharply at Urjunzi, wanting to rush up and beat him up. That's infuriating. He finally managed to go fishing today, but not only did he come home empty-handed, his fishing line broke, and to make matters worse, the hook disappeared. Did he say anything? Our luck can't always be as good as it was before, Li Rui said with a relaxed attitude. There is ample time. He and Urjunzi will have plenty of opportunities to make big money in the future. There's no need to rush. At this time, very few fish were biting Li Rui and Urjunzi's hooks. Urjunzi, let's go sell the fish. Li Rui saw that it was getting late, so he packed up his fishing rods and equipment and prepared to leave. Okay. Urjunzi had just lost his patience. Urjunzi pulled his fish basket out of the seawater and clicked his tongue twice. My goodness, how come there's only so little? At this point, he looked up at Li Rui and said with a slightly disappointed expression, Brother Rui, I only caught a dozen or so fish, mostly bream, 2 black sea bream, and 1 sea bass. Master Hu was furious when he heard this. Urjunzi, can you shut up? I only caught 5 or 6 fish today, did I say anything? Oh, by the way, Chen Xiang had an even worse day. He not only didn't catch anything, but he also lost a fishing line and a hook. Chen Xiang hasn't uttered a single word so far. Hu Yi's words dealt another blow to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang got up from the ground and packed up his fishing rod and other equipment. He wished he could just disappear on the spot. Urjunzi's words are infuriating. Hu Yi's words are even more infuriating. There's no way to stay here. Second Master Hu, I won't say anymore, I won't say anymore. Urjunzi waved to Second Master Hu and said with a big smile. Urjunzi and Li Rui worked together to lift their fish baskets into the tricycle. Bang! Bang! The fish basket made 2 loud noises after being thrown into the tricycle. Looking at the fish in the carriage, Chen Xiang felt both envious and jealous, and his eyes reddened. Uncle Hu, we'll be going now. Li Rui greeted Uncle Hu and then drove his tricycle towards the village. You guys go first, I'm not fishing anymore either, I'll go back later too, Uncle Hu replied with a smile. Before long, Li Rui's tricycle arrived at the village entrance. At this moment, at the entrance of the village, many people were chatting idly. Su Lanzi was among them. Yu Tao sat on a small stool in front of his house. Ruizi and Urjunzi caught quite a few fish today. These 2 guys are making money no matter what they do lately. There don't seem to be any big fish in the carriage, only a lot of small fish. Everyone craned their necks, looking at the catch inside the carriage, chattering away. Yu Tao looked up at Su Lanzi and asked, Lanzi, it seems your husband didn't go beach combing this morning. He was probably fishing at the beach too. Su Lanzi replied while cracking sunflower seeds. Hopefully, her husband will catch something valuable this morning. Yu Tao smiled and said, looks like fishing at the beach this morning was a great experience. Urjunzi and Ruizi caught quite a lot just now. Su Lanzi curled her lips and snorted, my husband is also a master at fishing. When he goes fishing, he can always catch something, and so far, he has never come back empty-handed. Su Lanzi is very proud of this. The 2 were chatting. Uncle Hu walked over, carrying fishing gear in one hand and a fish basket in the other. Uncle Hu also had a good catch this morning. He caught 5 or 6 fish, each weighing over a pound. Yu Tao turned his head and looked at Uncle Hu walking towards the village entrance. This old man isn't so unlucky. Su Lanzi muttered to herself. Soon, Uncle Hu arrived at the village entrance. Everyone praised Master Hu for his good harvest. Uncle Hu replied modestly. Second Master Hu, why hasn't Chen Xiang returned yet? Yu Tao asked loudly. He's behind. After replying, Master Hu gave Su Lanzi a meaningful look. Su Lanzi found it all very strange. Why is this old man looking at me? There are flowers on my face. After Master Hu left, Yu Tao looked at Su Lanzi and teased her with a smile. Lanzi, when Master Hu left just now, he deliberately turned around and glanced at you. Did you notice? I noticed it. Su Lanzi didn't pay much attention to this detail. Lanzi, I reckon your husband must have caught a lot of fish this morning, otherwise, why would Second Master Hu have turned around to look at you when he left? What do you think? Yu Tao offered his analysis. Su Lanzi was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed with joy, Uncle Yu, your analysis is so reasonable. Her husband, Chen Xiang, finally had a stroke of good luck. The conversation between the 2 was overheard by everyone else at the edge of the village. Right now, everyone else in the village is speculating about how many fish Chen Xiang caught this morning. Chen Xiang must have caught at least 20 pounds of fish this morning. If that weren't the case, Master Hu wouldn't have given Chen Xiong's wife a special look when he left. It's impossible that it's only this much. If it were this little, Master Hu wouldn't have turned around to look at Chen Xiong's wife just now. The debate raged on. Some people speculated that Chen Xiong caught about 20 kilograms of fish this morning. Some people speculated that Chen Xiong caught 30 or 40 catties of fish this morning. Some even boldly speculated that Chen Xiong may have caught 50 or 60 kilograms of fish this morning. Hearing these people's words, Su Lanzi was practically strutting around with pride. Uncle Yu, when my husband comes back later, he'll be selling fish here. You'll have to raise the price, okay? Su Lanzi was in a great mood, and she and Yu Tao started chatting again. No problem, no problem. We're from the same village. If Ruiza doesn't sell me the seafood, he'll be the one who loses out, not me. Yu Tao readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Su Lanzi couldn't help but think to herself, you old bastard, you talk a good game, but the price you actually offer is very low. If there are other ways, I won't sell you my seafood. Lanzi, Chen Xiong has arrived at the village entrance. Yu Tao pointed to a small black dot. He looked closely before confirming that the person was Chen Xiong. Upon hearing this, everyone at the village entrance looked towards the small black dot at the village's end. My husband is back. Su Lanzi exclaimed excitedly, her face beaming with joy. How many fish did her husband, Chen Xiong, catch today? She is looking forward to it. 20 jin? 30 jin? Or perhaps more? It must weigh at least 20 pounds. At the village entrance, everyone else craned their necks, their eyes fixed on Chen Xiong as he walked towards them. There don't seem to be many fish in the fish basket that Chen Xiong is holding. There don't seem to be many fish. How could this happen? We were all wrong. Su Lanzi and the others were all dumbfounded. Chen Xiong was getting closer and closer to them. Lanzi, your husband didn't catch many fish this morning. I reckon he only caught a few small ones. Yu Tao shrugged and said with a half-smile. As soon as Yu Tao finished speaking, Aunt Hehua saw that the fish basket in Chen Xiong's hand was empty. Let alone fish. There wasn't even a blade of grass. Chen Xiong seems to be in the Air Force. I don't know who shouted that. The others immediately joined in the clamor. Chen Xiong has taken over the vacuum army. What happened to Chen Xiong? He's been busy all morning. How come he hasn't caught a single fish? Even Master Hu is better than him. Su Lanzi's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Thinking of what she had just said to Tao, she wished she could tear a hole in the ground with her bare hands and disappear into it. Chen Xiong, what's wrong? Why didn't you catch any fish? Someone shouted. I had bad luck today. About half an hour ago, a huge flounder bit my hook and broke my fishing line. Chen Xiong scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. After saying that, he lowered his head and walked into his house with a helpless expression. He was simply out of luck, and there was nothing he could do about it. He went fishing today and came back empty-handed. He'll definitely be teased by the villagers. Damn, many people in the village love to gossip. They're all just people who have nothing better to do than eat their fill. Just as he expected, at the village entrance, someone was indeed making fun of him. Chen Xiong had such bad luck this morning. He didn't catch a single fish, and he even broke a fishing line and a hook. Is this what they call losing both his wife and his army? Who was it that said Chen Xiong caught a lot of fish this morning? Su Lanzi blushed deeply upon hearing this. She ran home angrily. Chen Xiong, get out here. I have something to ask you. Su Lanzi shouted at her living room as soon as she entered her yard. Wife, what's wrong? Chen Xiong came out of the living room. Su Lanzi stood with one hand on her hip and pointed at Chen Xiong with the other, criticizing him. How can you be so useless? Even though Master Hu is so old, he's still more useful than you. You can't do anything right now. Chen Xiong was feeling depressed. What man could stand this every day? That's enough. I'm a man too. Stop nagging all the time, it's annoying. Chen Xiong finally stood his ground. Su Lanzi looked completely bewildered. Chen Xiong returned to the living room, lay down on the sofa, and looked exhausted. He was wondering why he had gotten married in the first place. He earned the money. He also did almost all the housework. His wife, Su Lanzi, is lazy and only cares about money. She seems to have no feelings for him whatsoever. Su Zionjiao is so wonderful. Why? They are both women. Why can't his wife learn more from Su Zionjiao? As he was thinking, Su Lanzi suddenly rushed over and grabbed his ear. You're a grown man, and you can't even earn money every day, and you still have the nerve to complain? Su Lanzi said, spitting as she spoke. Get out. Chen Xiong shoved Su Lanzi away. If you keep making a scene like this, I'm not going to live with you anymore. You can live with whoever you want. Su Lanzi staggered a few steps and almost fell. She looked at Chen Xiong and felt strangely unfamiliar with him. You hit me. You actually hit me. Ah, I can't live like this anymore. Su Lanzi sat down on the ground, wailing and throwing a tantrum. Chen Xiong's head was about to explode. On the other side, Li Rui and Urgenzi arrived at the entrance of Jufulu. Bai Wenbin and a group of kitchen helpers were already waiting there. Ruizi, Urgenzi, what good stuff did you two get your hands on today? Bai Wenbin walked over and peeked into the tricycle's cargo compartment. This high-level white-collar worker has been envying Li Rui and Urgenzi, the two fishermen, every day lately. This would never have happened in the past. The kitchen helpers also curiously gathered around. Brother Bin, Urgenzi and I weren't having much luck today, Li Rui said with a smile. Rui Zi, you're joking with me again, aren't you? Bai Wenbin didn't believe it. He had barely finished speaking when he saw the fish inside the tricycle. Wow, why are there so few fish today? Brother Bin, am I happy with you? Li Rui's lips curled up slightly. That's normal, that's normal. Fishermen rely on the weather for their livelihood. Bai Wenbin patted Li Rui on the shoulder and laughed heartily. You guys can't expect to find good stuff in the sea every day. After saying that, he instructed the kitchen helpers around him to sort the fish in the carriage and then carry it into the kitchen. A short while later, Li Rui and the others arrived at the kitchen. After weighing, it was found that the spring fish weighed 31.5 jin, 8 catties of black sea bream, 10.2 jin of sea bass. Bai Wenbin is using a calculator to do the accounting. Let me calculate. Spring fish is 120 yuan per catty, which is 3,780 yuan in total. Black sea bream is 51 catties, totaling 400. Sea bass is also 51 jin, totaling 510. Total, 4,690. Bai Wenbin was still somewhat surprised after calculating the total price. The catch didn't look like much, but it sold for over 4,000. A chef here only makes 5 or 6,000 a month. Li Rui and Urgenzi earned more than 4,000 in just half a day. That's already pretty good. At this moment, in the kitchen, the chefs and kitchen helpers were whispering among themselves. Those two young men didn't make much money today. My goodness, old Chen, I don't agree with what you're saying. Those two young men earned over 4,000 in one morning, isn't that a lot? Do you know what you're saying? Compared to before, what Li Rui and Urgenzi earned today was just a drop in the ocean. But compared to ordinary people, Li Rui and Urgenzi earned quite a lot today. 10 years later, a typical college graduate will only earn 4 or 5,000 a month. Brother Rui, that's too little, really too little. Urgenzi let out a long sigh. This time, he could only get a little over 400. Snap! Li Rui patted Urgenzi's butt and laughed. Your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Think about the past and stop being so ungrateful. It costs more than 400 a day, and under normal circumstances, it would amount to more than 10,000 a month. These days, people who earn over 10,000 yuan a month are extremely rare. Urgenzi, your brother Rui is right. Don't be ungrateful. This is already pretty good. You and your brother Rui can't have a bumper harvest every day. Bai Wenbin also felt that Urgenzi was too ungrateful. After saying goodbye to Bai Wenbin, Li Rui and Urgenzi went to Song Ling's office. As soon as she entered, Song Ling handed the completed form to Li Rui. Sis, it'll be a long time before I can buy a car. Urgenzi's frustrated expression was written all over his face. Urgenzi, don't be like that. Song Ling rolled her eyes at Urgenzi. Turning to Li Rui, she said, my dad went to the Wenzhou shipyard early this morning. He'll probably contact you after he gets home tonight. I have to thank your dad for this, Li Rui said politely. Don't say that. Didn't Urgenzi want to buy a boat with you? It's only right that my dad helps out by running errands and asking around about boat prices, Song Ling said with a faint smile. After a brief chat, Li Rui and Urgenzi went to the finance office. After receiving the money, Li Rui and Urgenzi arrived at the entrance of Jufulu. Ruizi, Urgenzi, take care. Bai Wenbin bid farewell to Li Rui and Urgenzi. Li Rui and Urgenzi had just left. Bai Wenbin couldn't help but smile. He murmured, my job is still the most secure. It's respectable, and I'm guaranteed a stable income regardless of drought or flood. Fishermen are at the mercy of the weather. They might earn a lot today but less tomorrow. That's just human nature. I want the people around me to be doing well, but I don't want them to be doing better than me. At this moment, Li Rui and Urgenzi arrived at a home appliance store. The salesperson came over to greet us very enthusiastically. Gentlemen, what would you like to buy? Li Rui walked up to an air conditioner and patted it with his hand. How much does this air conditioner cost? Li Rui had his eye on a Midea air conditioner. The salesperson quickly and enthusiastically began to introduce the product. Sir, the air conditioner next to you is a Midea air conditioner. It's of reliable quality and very suitable for operation on the island. Our store offers a 3-year warranty on this air conditioner. This air conditioner costs 2,200 yuan, which is a great deal. If you really want to buy it, I can give you a discount of 50 yuan. Li Rui said directly, I want 4 of these air conditioners. The second-in-command behind him was stunned on the spot. Even the saleswoman was stunned. This is a big client. Sir, are you serious? You're not kidding me, are you? The saleswoman suppressed her excitement. Only if you give me a discount. Li Rui patted the Midea air conditioner next to him again. Urgency whispered in Li Rui's ear, Brother Rui, why did you buy so many air conditioners? Li Rui didn't answer Urgenzi's question directly, you'll find out in a bit. Sir, I'll give you an extra 50 yuan off each air conditioner. How does that sound? This discount is absolutely unprecedented. The saleswoman was eager to close the deal. 2,000 a unit, if you think that's a good price, I'll buy it now. If you think it's too low, my brother and I will leave right now, Li Rui bargained. The saleswoman looked extremely embarrassed. Sir, you've gone too far with your bargaining. Our store. Before she could finish speaking, Li Rui turned and left. Seeing Urgenza standing there in a daze, Li Rui tugged at Urgenza's arm, let's go check out that shop across the street. There are 2 home appliance specialty stores on the island. The other one is right across the street. Sir, don't rush off. Let me consult with our store manager. The saleswoman quickly ran over, opened her arms, and blocked Li Rui and Urgenzi. In the end, Li Rui bought 4 Midea air conditioners for 8,000 yuan. This store is fully responsible for the installation. Li Rui already had a plan. He installed one in his bedroom. One was installed in his parents' bedroom. One of them has been installed in the bedroom where Urgenzi is currently living. One was installed in the bedroom of Urgenzi's parents. Brother Rui, what are you doing? You helped me make money, and I haven't even repaid that favor yet. Why are you doing this again? Urgenzi was already deeply moved. Damn, Rui Ge is like a second parent to him. I'll pay the 8,000 yuan. Urgenzi was eager to pay. Li Rui put on a stern face and pretended to be angry. Urgenzi, get out of my way. If you try to take it from me again, I'll kick your ass. As he spoke, Li Rui pulled Urgenzi aside. He paid for all 8,000 yuan. At 2 p.m., the 3 air conditioners were delivered to Xingfu village. When the installers arrived at Li Rui's parents' house, Li Fang and Li Deifu were both stunned. Are you sure you're not mistaken? We didn't buy an air conditioner. Li Deifu looked at the leading staff member with a surprised expression. Yes, we didn't buy an air conditioner. Li Fang was worried that this was a trick played by the merchants. Surely the merchant isn't using the cash-on-delivery trick again. Thinking of this, Li Fang waved her hands repeatedly. You guys move the air conditioner away quickly, we're not installing it in our house, it's expensive and consumes a lot of electricity. The lead staff member asked, is this Li Deifu's house? Yes. Li Deifu was taken aback. Li Fang was a little confused. What on earth is going on? Since this is Li Deifu's home, then we haven't made a mistake. We are here to install air conditioning for you, commissioned by Mr. Li Rui, the lead worker explained with a smile. Li Deifu and Li Fang exchanged a glance. Li Fang patted her thigh and said, Rui Zi, you're spending money way too much. I'll have a good talk with him later and tell him not to waste money, Li Deifu said with a grim expression. The elderly couple said this, but their hearts were warmed. The same thing happened in Lei Wang village. When the air conditioner was carried into Urgenza's house, Urgenza's mother, Ma Quilin, was also dumbfounded. After understanding the situation, Ma Quilin muttered to herself, Urgenzi, what are we doing spending this money? After saying that, Ma Quilin squatted on the ground, covered her mouth and cried, oh my god, my son has finally grown up. They've learned to care for their parents. The reason why the workers who came to install the air conditioner at Ma Quilin's house told her that the air conditioner was bought by Urgenzi was because Li Rui instructed them to do so. Ma Quilin cried uncontrollably. Urgenzi used to be a gambling addict and a scoundrel. Urgenzi had stolen money from his home several times in order to gamble. Because of this, she has cried countless times, her eyes swollen. Now, the rain has stopped and the sun is shining. Urgenzi has finally grown up. Wiping away her tears and composing herself, Ma Quilin dialed Urgenzi's cell phone. Urgenzi, why did you buy an air conditioner? Your dad and I aren't afraid of the cold or the heat, you don't need to spend this money at all. Ma Quilin was overjoyed. Urgenzi was about to tell the truth, but Li Rui stopped him. Mom, this is a small token of my appreciation. An air conditioner doesn't cost much. Don't worry about the money, you and Dad. Li Rui taught Urgenzi to say this. Ma Quilin scolded Urgenzi a few times before smiling and saying, Urgenzi, you can invite your brother Rui to our house for dinner anytime. You're always welcome at our home, brother Rui. The reason why Urgenzi has changed so much during this period is all because of Li Rui. Urgenzi's gambling addiction was also due to Li Rui. She used to hate Li Rui, but now she's grateful to him. Mom, I'll definitely tell my brother Rui about this thing you asked me to do. When the time comes, please prepare plenty of good food and wine, Urgenzi said with a grin. Do you even need to tell me that? Ma Quillen teased. After hanging up the phone, Ma Quillen shed a few more tears. At this moment, in Li Rui's living room, Urgenzi was saying mushy things again. Rui Ge, you are the most important person in my life. Li Rui couldn't stand it anymore, so he kicked Urgenzi. Get out of here, don't disgust me, I haven't even digested what I ate for lunch yet. Just do a good job from now on. At 5 p.m., Li Rui picked up Guo Guo at his doorstep. Daddy, guess what Kyokuo learned at kindergarten today? Kyokuo jumped into Li Rui's arms and said with a grin. This morning, Kyokuo wore a camouflage outfit when she went to kindergarten. Kyokuo is still wearing a full camouflage outfit. I don't know, Li Rui said, pretending he knew nothing. Upon hearing this, Kyokuo excitedly exclaimed, Daddy, today at kindergarten I learned how to salute, stand at ease, stand at attention, and align myself, and also. At this point, Kyokuo paused, then started counting on her little fingers, tilting her head, trying hard to remember. What else is there? Kyokuo can't remember. Li Rui picked up the conversation and said softly with a smile, Is there anything else to report? Yes, and counting off too. Kyokuo nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then shook her little arms and legs. Daddy, put Kyokuo down quickly. Kyokuo wants to demonstrate for you. Kyokuo is a model soldier in military training. Don't rush. Li Rui put Kyokuo on the cement ground in his yard. Kyokuo's feet touched the ground. She saluted Li Rui. The little guy actually did a pretty good job. Daddy, how is it? Kyokuo put down her little hand, tilted her little head, and asked expectantly. Snap. Pretty good, Li Rui said, clapping. Kyokuo started her performance again. Daddy, the instructor first told us to count off, then we shook our heads one by one, and finally we counted off. I'll show you how to do it. After saying that, Kyokuo shook her little head and then called out in a clear voice, 1. Urgenzi rubbed his eyes, yawned, and walked out of the living room. Kyokuo, what are you doing? Urgenzi leaned forward, mouth agape, eyes fixed on Kyokuo. Uncle Urgenzi, Kyokuo is counting off, Kyokuo replied cheerfully and lively. Urgenzi scratched his head, looking puzzled, and said, Report numbers? What numbers? Li Rui explained, Kyokuo had military training at kindergarten today. Oh, I see. Urgenzi finally understood what was going on. Urgenzi, hurry up and get the camera, take some pictures of Kyokuo. Li Rui waved his hand, telling Urgenzi to hurry up. Okay. Urgenzi scurried to the living room and grabbed the camera from the drawer. Li Rui took on the role of instructor, looking at Guo Guo with a serious expression, and then said loudly, Salute. Immediately, Kyokuo raised her right hand and saluted. Click. Urgenzi, who was standing nearby, snapped 3 photos in a row. My goodness. This little guy's got some skills. Urgenzi grinned from ear to ear as he looked at the photos in the camera after taking the pictures. Report the numbers. Li Rui called out again. Just like before, Kyokuo shook her little head again and called out in a clear voice, 1. Urgenzi took the opportunity to snap a few more photos. Kyokuo, how did the instructors teach you to walk during your military training? Li Rui squatted down, looked into Kyokuo's eyes, and asked. Kyokuo forgot. Kyokuo grabbed her little head with her little hands, trying her best to remember. But after thinking for a long time, Kyokuo still couldn't remember. Li Rui reminded him, Did you mean to count 1, 2, 1 while moving forward? Kyokuo immediately jumped up and down, shouting, Daddy, how did you know? Daddy is amazing. He actually knows these things. When Dad was in high school and college, he also did military training, so Dad knows these things. Li Rui did not attend kindergarten, but he did attend high school and college. Military training is the first course that begins in high school and university. Back then, everyone stood under the sun, and they all got tanned as dark as eggs. There were hardly any white spots on his body. The face, neck, and arms are the hardest hit areas. These 3 places were tanned dark black by the sun. Wow, Daddy, you actually did military training too. Kyokuo's 2 big, watery eyes were filled with surprise. Kyokuo, your uncle Urgenzi also went through military training back in the day, Urgenzi chimed in with a chuckle. Kyokuo turned her head to look at Urgenzi. Uncle Urgenzi actually went through military training too. Alright, Kyokuo, quickly show us what you learned at kindergarten today. Li Rui brought Kyokuo's attention back. Daddy, Uncle Urgenzi, you'd better watch out. Kyokuo chuckled, then walked forward while swinging her little arms vigorously and counting 1, 2, 1. Li Rui took the camera hanging around Urgenzi's neck and put it in his hand. He started taking pictures of Kyokuo. Click. Not bad, Urgenzi praised with a smile. After walking for a while, Kiwakuo stopped. Immediately afterwards, Kiwakuo turned around, looked at Urgenzi, tilted her little head and said, "Uncle Urgenzi, Kiwakuo is a model soldier in military training." "A model student in military training?" Urgenzi praised. "Kiwakuo, you're right, you really are a model student in military training." Daddy, where did Kiwakuo's car go?" Kiwakuo ran up to Li Rui with her little hands, hugged Li Rui's legs, and stared straight into Li Rui's eyes with her big, watery eyes. Li Rui bent down, picked up Kiwakuo, and said with a smile, "Kiwakuo's car is in the living room, Daddy will carry you there." Once in the living room, Kiwakuo wanted her little sunglasses again. "Dad will get it for you." Li Rui rummaged through the drawer and found a pair of small sunglasses, then casually put them on Guo's eyes. "Daddy, is Kiwakuo pretty?" Kiwakuo sat in the stroller, looked up at Li Rui, and asked with a grin. "It looks good," Li Rui said as he took a picture of Kiwakuo. Urgenzi watched from the side, his heart almost melting with delight. "I really want a daughter of my own. Why? When will he finally end his single life?" Kiwakuo drove the car into the yard. Li Fang happened to walk into the courtyard. Grandma, Kiwakuo salutes you." Kiwakuo stopped the stroller, opened the stroller door, got out, stood up straight, and then gave Li Fang a salute with a straight face. "Ha ha ha," Li Fang burst into laughter. After Kiwakuo finished saluting, she started walking again, counting 1, 2, 1. Li Fang almost laughed through her tears. "Grandma, how was Kiwakuo's performance? Was it good? Did it deserve a thumbs up?" Kiwakuo stopped and looked at Li Fang with a happy smile. "Beautiful, so beautiful, worthy of a thumbs up." Li Fang smiled and patted Guo's little head. Inside the living room, Urgenzi was extremely envious. Seeing this, Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder. "Urgenzi, do you have someone you like? If so, go for it without hesitation, I'll give you some advice." Urgenzi should find a partner soon. Urgenzi used to be poor and didn't dare to date. Now that Urgenzi has money, what's there to be afraid of? No. Urgenzi pouted and shook his head. He doesn't come into contact with women every day, so how could he possibly fall in love with someone? Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder and encouraged him, "You'd better be bolder. Back when I was penniless, I still managed to win your sister-in-law's heart. Don't think of women as something superior. Women are just like us, ordinary people." Daddy, let's go to Grandpa's house. Kiwakuo wants to salute Grandpa." Kiwakuo's excited shouts came from the yard. "The little guy is having so much fun." Li Rui walked out. "Let's go." Li Rui walked towards the front door of his house. Seeing this, Kiwakuo drove her toy car and ran in front of Li Rui. "Going to find Grandpa." Kiwakuo's innocent laughter, like a silver bell, was clear, melodious, and never got old. When they arrived at Li Deifu's house, Kiwakuo raised her little head, twisted her neck, and looked around. Not seeing anyone, she shouted loudly, "Grandpa, where are you? Kiwakuo has come to play with you." In the backyard, Li Deifu, who was collecting chicken and duck eggs, heard Kiwakuo's voice, dropped the 2 baskets he was holding, and ran to the front yard. "Kiwakuo, why did you think of looking for Grandpa?" Li Deifu washed his hands under the water pipe, walked over to Kiwakuo, and squatted down. Kiwakuo didn't say anything. She pushed open the stroller door with her little hands, got out of the stroller, straightened her back, and walked forward rhythmically while counting 1, 2, 1. After walking a few steps, Kiwakuo suddenly stopped, stood in front of Li Deifu, tilted her little head up, and saluted. Upon seeing this, Li Deifu slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. "Grandpa, how is it?" Kiwakuo shook her little body. "Just one word." Li Deifu stopped laughing and held up one finger. Kiwakuo put her 2 little hands behind her back and looked unexpectedly. "Good." Li Deifu bent down and gave Kiwakuo a thumbs up. Hearing the praise, Kiwakuo smiled even more happily. "Grandpa, today Kiwakuo was named a model soldier in military training at kindergarten. The instructor said it's an honor." When this was mentioned, Kiwakuo suddenly remembered that her award certificate was still lying in her school bag. In the blink of an eye, Kiwakuo ran to her stroller. Kiwakuo opened the car door, got in, and then closed the door. Kiwakuo performed these movements with remarkable ease and fluidity. Daddy, let's go back quickly," Kiwakuo said urgently. Before she could finish speaking, Kiwakuo drove off home in a hurry. Li Rui followed behind the little guy. "What's wrong?" Li Rui asked curiously. "Daddy, Kiwakuo won't tell you now." Kiwakuo turned around and winked. After arriving home, Kiwakuo rushed into the living room. Urgenzi was playing on his phone in the living room. Seeing that Kiwakuo was covered in sweat from running, Li Rui quickly said, "Slow down. What is this little guy trying to do?" Li Rui was very curious. Daddy, Kiwakuo has something good to show you." Kyokuo picked up her little school bag with both hands and then pulled out an award certificate from it. A certificate? What does it say? Li Rui leaned closer to take a look and finally saw what was written on the certificate. The certificate reads, Kyokuo has demonstrated excellent performance, strict discipline, and diligent training during military training. Therefore, Kyokuo is hereby awarded the title of Little Military Training Model Student, and this certificate is issued as encouragement. Haha, Daddy, Kyokuo got an award certificate. Kyokuo stood in front of Li Rui, holding the certificate in both hands, a sweet smile on her little face. Urgenza dropped his phone, flipped over, and landed in front of Kyokuo. A certificate? Kyokuo, you're amazing. You're so young, and you've already won an award. You know, your uncle Urgenza has been studying for over 10 years and has never received an award. As soon as Urgenza finished speaking, Kyokuo started giggling. Li Rui then walked towards the door. I'll go get the ladder. Brother Rui, why are you going to get the ladder? Urgenza asked, looking completely bewildered. Post the award certificate. Li Rui answered Urgenza's question without even turning his head. Li Rui and Urgenza both knew that the award certificate was largely fabricated, but they were all happy to make Kyokuo happy. A short while later, Li Rui brought over a ladder. He was also holding a piece of duct tape in his hand. After setting up the ladder, Li Rui, holding duct tape, climbed up. Kyokuo, quickly give that certificate you have to Uncle Urgenza, and Uncle Urgenza will hand it to your dad. Urgenza reached out, asking for the certificate. Okay, Kyokuo said in her childish voice. In the blink of an eye, the certificate was in Li Rui's hands. Urgenza held onto the ladder with both hands. Li Rui carefully pasted the certificate. Kyokuo tilted her little head up and watched all of this. After finishing, Li Rui climbed down. Daddy, Kyokuo, come here and hold the ladder. Kyokuo walked to the ladder and placed her two chubby little hands on the steps. This scene made Li Rui and Urgenza laugh. Urgenza told Kyokuo to step back. Li Rui, however, had already climbed down the ladder. Li Rui clapped his hands, squatted down in front of Guo, looked into her eyes, and smiled. Guo, if you win more awards in the future, Dad will put them all over the wall, okay? Okay, Kyokuo said. Urgenza almost cried. Damn, Rui is such a good dad. Back in the day, whenever he made a mistake, his dad would beat him with a feather duster. They're both fathers, so why is there such a big difference? Rui Zi, it's getting late, Xiangyu will be off work soon, go pick her up. At this moment, Li Fang, wearing an apron, walked into the living room. She had barely finished speaking when Li Rui's phone rang. Li Rui set an alarm to pick up his wife from school. Li Rui hadn't spoken yet. Kyokuo, who was standing nearby, jumped around excitedly and said, Daddy, Kyokuo wants to go too. Dad, go wash your hands first, then we'll go pick up Mom together. Li Rui stood up from the floor, stretched, and went into the bathroom. After washing his hands, Li Rui had just stepped into his yard when he heard a crisp, fruity sound coming from behind. Daddy, hurry up. Kyokuo wants to see her mom as soon as possible. The little one couldn't wait to salute her mother. Right now, the little one is standing next to her family's Volkswagen Daru, waving incessantly. Urgenza stood beside her, watching over her. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Rui couldn't help but chuckle. Daddy, Kyokuo hasn't saluted mommy yet. Kyokuo chuckled. Hearing this, Li Rui was both amused and exasperated. Kyokuo is saluting, she's really addicted to it. Brother Rui, hurry up and unlock it, this little guy is getting impatient. Urgenza put his hand on Kyokuo's little head and called out to his brother Rui. Li Rui took out the car keys and unlocked the car. As soon as the car was unlocked, Urgenza opened the car door. Just as Urgenza was about to lift Kyokuo into the car, Kyokuo had already climbed onto the car using both her hands and feet. The two soldiers were stunned. Uncle Urgenza, please help Kyokuo fasten this. Before Urgenza could react, Kyokuo pointed to the child seat seatbelt with her little finger. Kyokuo couldn't pull the child seat safety belt and couldn't fasten it. Suzayan Jiao had told her many times before that she should remind the adults to fasten her seatbelt as soon as she got in the car. Okay. Urgenza bent down and helped Kyokuo fasten her seatbelt. After finishing everything, Urgenza looked up at Li Rui in the driver's seat and teased, Brother Rui, your Kyokuo will definitely become an athlete in the future. This little guy is not even 4 years old, and he can actually climb onto the car. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Uncle Urgenza, what is an athlete? Kyokuo asked, switching into her curious mode. An athlete is someone who runs fast and jumps far. Before Urgenza could finish speaking, Kyokuo interrupted him impatiently. Uncle Urgenza, athletes are animals. Leopards run fast. Kangaroos can jump far. Kyokuo said matter-of-factly. Urgency paused for a moment, then explained, an athlete is not an animal. An athlete is a person, someone who runs fast, jumps far, or has outstanding athletic ability. Kyokuo blinked and muttered, but people can't run as fast as leopards. And people can't jump as far as kangaroos. What exactly am I? Urgenzi didn't know how to explain. Urgenzi, stop talking. I'll talk to Kyokuo about it later. If Kyokuo and I don't leave now, we'll run out of time. Li Rui turned around, looked at Urgenzi, raised his eyebrows, and gestured for Urgenzi to close the car door quickly. Urgenzi used a little force. He closed the door of the car behind him. Meanwhile, at the Hime seafood processing plant, Li Yueping and Su Xianjiao were chatting. Xiao Rong went to the restroom. Xianjiao, I'm so envious of Rongrong. Rongrong's family bought a car at the end of the year. Why? When will my family be able to buy a car? Li Yueping sighed repeatedly. Su Xianjiao smiled but didn't say anything. Xianjiao, I don't see why you don't seem to envy Rongrong at all. You have such a good attitude. Li Yueping turned to look at Su Xianjiao, talking as she worked. What's there to envy? What's meant to come will come. Yueping, I advise you to relax and not compare yourself to others, Su Xianjiao comforted Li Yueping. Upon hearing this, Li Yueping couldn't help but mutter to herself. Xianjiao has such a good attitude probably because she knows that her family won't be able to afford a car for a long time to come. Rongrong's husband is the best earner. Her husband is a bit of a jerk. Xianjiao's husband is the worst. Did Li Rui save the galaxy in his past life? He actually found such a wonderful wife in his lifetime. If it were her, or Rongrong, Li Rui would have been a bachelor long ago. That's all we can do. My husband doesn't earn much money anyway, Li Yueping sighed deeply. Yueping, you can't think like that. Your husband has already worked very hard, hasn't he? He works outside year after year, and he sends you his salary as soon as he gets paid. You can't ask for too much. Asking for too much will make you very tired. Su Xianjiao comforted Li Yueping again. At this moment, Li Yueping felt that something was off. Shouldn't it be Xianjiao who needs comforting? Why is Xianjiao comforting me? Xianjiao is beautiful, has a good personality, and a good attitude. What are you talking about? Xiao Rong asked as she returned from the restroom. We were talking about buying a car, Li Yueping replied listlessly. Su Xianjiao smiled helplessly as she looked at Li Yueping. When it comes to buying a car, Xiao Rong becomes a little proud. Yueping, don't be in such a hurry. You can't eat hot tofu if you're impatient. If you and your husband work hard for a few more years, you can buy a car too. A car is a consumable item. The sooner my family buys one, the sooner it will be used up. She turned to look at Su Xianjiao, opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She had meant to say that Xianjiao's family could buy a car in a few years, but when the words reached her lips, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Yueping's husband is hardworking, working away from home for many years. I can save tens of thousands of yuan a year. In a few years, Yueping's family will be able to buy a car. The situation in Xianjiao's family was completely different. Xianjiao is the only one in Xianjiao's family with a stable income. Li Rui is an unreliable guy. Now, Li Rui is a fisherman on Crescent Island, and the money he earns throughout the year is probably just enough to make ends meet. His family wants to buy a car, but it will be a long time coming. Why? Xianjiao's life is so miserable. How could she have married such a good-for-nothing husband? Wrong, you can't say that. Cars are consumables, but you can enjoy them sooner the sooner you buy them. I'm really envious of car owners now. Li Yueping thought of the Volkswagen SUV parked in front of their factory yesterday. Who was that SUV picking up yesterday? Our factory is so big, who would know? Xiao Rong said casually. Su Xianjiao wanted to say that they had come to pick her up, but she didn't say it. Wrong, Yueping, having a car just makes things a little more convenient, Su Xianjiao said with a smile. After hearing what Su Xianjiao said, Li Yueping and Xiao Rong both felt that Su Xianjiao's mentality was invincible. Buying a car is currently the most difficult task for Su Xianjiao's family. Su Xianjiao, however, was able to have such a mindset. That's truly remarkable. Xianjiao, if only I had your mindset. Li Yueping lowered her head, her mood not very high. Let's not talk about buying a car anymore. Seeing Li Yueping's reaction, Xiao Rong didn't want to discuss the topic any further. She is a woman. She understands women's psychology too well. Where there are many women, comparisons are inevitable. This is something that cannot be avoided. The three chatted and laughed until it was time to leave work. Soon, the three of them arrived at the changing room. Xianjiao, I came to work today, but I didn't see your electric scooter. Li Yueping asked curiously after taking off her work clothes. Li Rui brought me here early this morning. Su Xianjiao put away her work clothes and turned to look at Li Yueping. Xiao Rong exclaimed in delight, wow, Li Rui has made great progress. He actually knows how to care about you now. Did he bring you here on your family's tricycle? Li Rui had almost never driven Su Xianjiao to work before. The sun must have risen in the west today. Not bad, not bad. Li Yueping also praised Li Rui, but after thinking about it again, she felt it was nothing special. For married men, the most important responsibility is to earn money. A man who can't earn money is worthless. Su Xianjia chuckled and said, Li Rui drove me here. As Su Xianjia was saying this, another group of female workers entered the changing room, and their chatter drowned out Su Xianjia's voice. Xiao Rong and Li Yueping didn't hear a word Su Xianjia said. Let's go. Xiao Rong was eager to get home. She didn't want to stay here any longer. It's so nice to stay at home. Being at home is carefree, relaxing, and comfortable. The three of them walked out side by side. As they approached the factory gate, they saw Kuakuo in Li Rui's arms waving continuously at Su Xianjiao. Mommy, Kuakuo and Daddy are here. Kuakuo and Daddy are here to pick you up from get off work. Kuakuo tilted her little head up and shouted loudly, Xianjiao, it's Kuakuo. Xiao Rong was the first to see Kuakuo. Li Yueping stood on tiptoe and looked at Kuakuo. My goodness, it really is Kuakuo. The three of them walked over together. Kuakuo, do you still remember me? Xiao Rong touched Kuakuo's little face and winked. Your Aunt Rong. Kuakuo pointed at Xiao Rong, then pointed at Li Yueping. She's Aunt Yueping, he. Xiao Rong laughed. Kuakuo, you have a really good memory. It's been several months since we last met. Li Yueping gently pinched Kuakuo's little nose and said, You're such a beautiful little thing. You look like a porcelain doll. After saying that, she looked up at Li Rui and said, Where is your tricycle parked? I'll take Kuakuo there. Li Yueping smiled and hugged Kuakuo tightly. She looked at Kuakuo and liked her very much. I didn't come in a tricycle, Li Rui said with a faint smile. After saying that, he walked towards his Volkswagen SUV. The group followed behind Li Rui. Li Rui, I have to say something to you. You brought a child here, why are you riding a two-wheeled electric vehicle? It's very unsafe. What if an accident happens? Xiao Rong glared at Li Rui with an unpleasant expression. Why doesn't Li Rui, a grown man, use his brain before doing anything? Riding a two-wheeled electric vehicle with a 3-year-old child on the back is extremely dangerous. Li Rui, please don't do this again next time, Li Yueping said to Li Rui. Li Rui was about to speak up in his defense. Kuakuo, nestled in Li Yueping's arms, stretched out her 4 little fingers and said with a grin, My daddy's car doesn't have 3 wheels. My daddy's car has 4 wheels. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Rong and Li Yueping were taken aback. 4 wheels? Xiao Rong and Li Yueping exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with doubt. Just then, Li Rui took the car keys out of his pocket. The car door locks were unlocked. The headlights of the Volkswagen SUV not far away flashed twice. Wrong, Yueping, I didn't mean to hide it from you, my family just bought a car a few days ago. Su Xianjia's words completely stunned Xiao Rong and Li Yueping. Did Xianjia's family buy a car a few days ago? No way. That can't be. What are her family's circumstances like? Isn't she the only one in her family with a stable income? Li Rui works as a fisherman on the island. How much money can he earn in a day? After a while, Li Yueping turned her head and looked at Su Xianjiao. She patted Su Xianjiao on the shoulder and joked, Don't joke with us, how could your family possibly own a car? Xiao Rong stared intently at Su Xianjiao. Judging from Xianjiao's expression, she doesn't seem to be joking. Did Xianjia's family really buy a car a few days ago? At this moment, Li Rui had already walked up to his family's Volkswagen SUV. Come over here quickly. Li Rui put one hand on the car and waved to Li Yueping and the others with the other. Xianjiao, is that Volkswagen SUV yours? Li Yueping asked incredulously. Xiao Rong's mind went completely blank. She opened her mouth, but said nothing. Su Xianjia nodded, then smiled slightly and said, Yueping, give Kuakuo to me. I'll hold Kuakuo, this little guy is quite heavy. Xianjiao, this, Li Yueping stammered. Xiao Rong asked in confusion, Xianjiao, what's going on? Why did your family buy a car a few days ago? Su Xianjiao explained with a smile, Li Rui made some money a while ago. How much money can he make as a fisherman on Crescent Island? Li Yueping scoffed. A while ago, he got lucky and caught a pretty big yellow croaker at the beach, and sold it for some money, Su Xianjiao explained. Hearing Su Xianjiao's words, Li Yueping and Xiao Rong's confusion finally dissipated. My goodness, how come Li Rui is so lucky? Why aren't you coming over yet? Li Rui waved to the group from a short distance away. Let's go take a look. Li Yueping carried Kuakuo and walked quickly forward. Xiao Rong followed closely behind Li Yueping. Su Xianjiao walked at the very back. She knew that Rong and Yueping would react this way because they knew her family owned a car. Soon, the group arrived in front of Li Rui. Li Rui, did you buy this car? Li Yueping asked. Li Rui smiled slightly. Xiao Rong circled Li Rui's Volkswagen SUV several times. It's so beautiful. This car will cost around 200,000 yuan. My god, 200,000. How long will it take my husband and I to save that much? Just then, Xiao Rong walked up to Li Rui. She looked up at Li Rui, her face full of surprise, and said, Li Rui, you caught a big yellow croaker at the beach and made money. Why don't you pay back the money you owe first? A debt-free heart is a blessing. Paying off debts is of utmost importance. You have to wait your turn to buy a car. I've already paid off all the money I owed. Li Rui shrugged. He knew that Xiao Rong and Li Yueping had always had a problem with him. This is not Xiao Rong's or Li Yueping's fault. If anyone is to blame, it's him for being so addicted to gambling and neglecting his family affairs. Sometimes, he would even take money from Su Xianjiao to gamble. You've paid it all back? When Li Yueping heard that Li Rui had paid off all the money he owed, her mouth dropped open so wide it could swallow a whole watermelon. Li Rui, just how big was that big yellow croaker you caught before? Xiao Rong exclaimed in shock. Wow, Li Rui really hit the jackpot. This is probably just fate. She and her husband worked themselves to the bone, but they still can't afford a car. Li Rui casually caught a large yellow croaker on the beach and made hundreds of thousands of yuan. Not only did they pay off the debt, they also bought a car. About 10 kilograms. I don't remember exactly. Li Rui scratched his ear and thought carefully. Daddy, Mommy, Kuakuo wants to go home, Kuakuo murmured in Li Yueping's arms. Li Rui opened the back door of the car. Li Yueping placed the fruit on the table in a daze. Let's go first. Li Rui got into the driver's seat. Rong, Yueping, see you tomorrow. After sitting down next to Kuakuo, Su Xianjiao first helped Kuakuo fasten her seatbelt, then rolled down the car window and waved. Xiao Rong and Li Yueping remained unmoved. In the blink of an eye, Li Rui's Volkswagen SUV disappeared from their sight. Rong, I must have just had a dream. I dreamt that Xianjiao's family bought a car and paid off all their debts. Li Yueping said to Xiao Rong in a startled voice. Xiao Rong then pinched the tender flesh on Li Yueping's waist. Ah! Li Yueping jumped up on the spot in pain. Seeing this, Xiao Rong asked with a stern face, Are you dreaming? Rong, Li Rui is so lucky. He actually caught a big yellow croaker weighing over 10 kilograms. Li Yueping exclaimed. Call. Li Yueping exhaled 3 breaths in a row. Even now, she still finds it a little hard to believe. This is called 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. What's the next line again? Xiao Rong racked her brains trying to remember the next line, but she just couldn't. I know, the next line is Don't underestimate a young man's potential, Li Yueping said eagerly. Both of them found it incredible. Not long ago, Li Rui was penniless. Yes, that's right, don't underestimate a young man's potential. Xiao Rong quickly chimed in. Rong, when we were talking about buying a car in the workshop just now, no wonder Xianjiao was so cheerful. Turns out, her family already bought a car a long time ago. Li Yueping recalled what the three of them had said in the workshop and suddenly had a look of realization on her face. Xiao Rong smiled bitterly. I was just thinking to myself, my family is going to buy a car for the new year, and your family will also buy a car in a few years. It will be very difficult for Xianjiao's family to own a private car. Who knew that God would play such a big joke on us? Although they envied Su Xianjiao, they were genuinely happy for her. Su Xianjiao had a very hard life before. Now Su Xianjiao is finally tasting the sweetness of life. Let's not envy Xianjiao. Beach fishing is too unpredictable. Li Rui caught a big yellow croaker at the beach a few days ago. It'll be hard to catch him again. Xiao Rong's words made her feel a little better. That's true. Our husbands have the advantage of stability. They receive a stable salary every month. Li Yueping nodded slightly. But in my heart I was complaining, still so poor. It's impossible that she wouldn't want to own a new car, especially since her best friend just bought one. Xiao Rong quickly chimed in, yes, our husbands are good because they're stable. Before long, Li Rui and his family of 3 arrived home. Pushing open the car door, Su Xianjiao unbuckled the child seatbelt, picked up Kuakuo, and carefully got out of the car. Mommy, put Kuakuo down quickly. At this moment, Kuakuo remembered something very important. What are you planning to do now? Su Xianjiao put Kuakuo down and asked curiously. Kuakuo chuckled and said, Kuakuo wants to salute Mommy. Before she could finish speaking, Kyokuo had already raised her right hand and given a fairly standard salute. It's pretty standard. Suzayanjaya praised Kyokuo, it looks just like the real thing. At this moment, Li Rui got out of the car and took on the role of a cold-faced instructor. He walked up to Kyokuo and gave her the order with a serious expression. Right dress. Upon hearing this, Kyokuo quickly shook her head and looked to her left. The little guy got it wrong. Suzayanjaya covered her mouth and burst into laughter. Kyokuo, you've got it wrong. The right side is this way. You were looking at the left side. Li Rui squatted down, shoulder to shoulder with Kyokuo. He first pointed to the right side, then pointed to the left side. The right side? Kyokuo pointed to the right with her little finger and said in a childish voice. Li Rui nodded. Yes, this is the right side, Kyokuo. Remember this, the hand you're holding the pen with is your right hand, and it's also your right side. As he spoke, Li Rui gently grasped Kyokuo's right hand. Oh, Kyokuo pouted, then raised her right hand. This is Kyokuo's right hand, and also Kyokuo's right side, hee. That's right, Kyokuo is great. She remembered it after Dad said it only once. Li Rui praised her. Schools are responsible for children's education, but families are even more responsible. Teaching is just one of a teacher's jobs. A teacher will encounter countless students in her lifetime, and it is impossible for her to be responsible for all of them. Therefore, family education becomes especially important. Daddy, this is the left side, right? Kyokuo's face lit up with a smile when she heard Li Rui's praise. She pointed to the left with her left hand and asked Li Rui. That's right. Li Rui praised Kyokuo again. Kyokuo, how come you are so smart? You are so smart, it must be because you inherited your mother's good genes. With just one sentence, he also praised Suzayanjaya, who was standing next to him. Suzayanjaya was overjoyed, but she said coyly, what superior genes do I have? Li Rui stood up, patted Suzayanjaya on the shoulder, looked into her eyes, and said sincerely, you are very beautiful and very smart. These are all due to your excellent genes. Mommy is pretty, and Kyokuo is pretty too. Mommy is smart, and Kyokuo is smart too. Kyokuo giggled. Kyokuo, is there anything else you want to show mommy? Li Rui patted Kyokuo's little head. Kyokuo puffed out her little chest, raised her head, and answered loudly, yes. This is something she learned in kindergarten. As soon as she finished speaking, Kyokuo started chanting 1, 2, 1, her little arms swinging rhythmically, and her little legs moving forward alternately. Not bad, not bad. Suzayanjaya smiled again. Kyokuo's kindergarten education was definitely worth it. She learned a lot in kindergarten. After walking for a while, Kyokuo suddenly turned around and ran to Suzayanjaya's thigh, placing her two chubby little hands on Suzayanjaya's thigh. Mommy, Kyokuo is a model soldier in military training. Kyokuo looked up at Suzayanjaya and said proudly, Zayanjaya, Kyokuo got an award certificate today. Urjunzi and I just put it up on the wall, Li Rui interjected, mentioning the award certificate. Upon hearing about the award certificate, Kyokuo took Suzayanjaya's big hand in her little hand. Mommy, let's go see Kyokuo's award certificate. Okay. Kyokuo ran ahead. Seeing Kyokuo's expression, Suzayanjaya said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, slow down. Upon entering the living room, Kyokuo immediately released Suzayanjaya's large hand. Mommy, look. Kyokuo raised her little head, pointed her little finger at the certificate on the wall, and said quickly, military training pace setter? Suzayanjaya leaned closer and took a closer look, noticing the 5 large characters written on the certificate. Li Rui followed him into the living room. Kyokuo tilted her little head, recalling a sentence that Li Rui had said to her before. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember. Daddy, what did you say to Kyokuo when you and Uncle Urjunzi were putting up the award certificates? Kyokuo has forgotten. Kyokuo turned to look at Li Rui and asked expectantly, what did I say? Li Rui scratched his head, trying to recall. Kyokuo skipped and hopped around, saying, Daddy, think about it. Li Rui walked over to Guo and gently stroked her little head. Don't rush, Dad is thinking about it. Suzayanjaya was very curious. Kyokuo made a circle with her 2 little arms, and then prompted, wall. What the hell is this? Suzayanjaya was completely bewildered. A wall? Li Rui was trying hard to recall. What things are associated with walls? It's really hard to think of. There are too few prompts. Wall. Kyokuo kept calling. Oh, Dad remembers, don't say anymore. Li Rui finally remembered and breathed a sigh of relief. Kyokuo was very excited. Daddy, tell Mommy quickly. Li Rui looked at Su Xianjiao and smiled, saying, after Urgenzi and I finished pasting the certificates, I squatted down in front of Kiwakuo and told her to get more certificates in the future. Then, I will paste Kiwakuo's certificates all over the wall. After saying that, Li Rui lowered his head and looked at Kiwakuo. Dad wasn't wrong, was he? You're right. Kiwakuo giggled. Oh, no wonder Kiwakuo kept saying wall earlier, so that's what it is. Su Xianjiao laughed as well. At this moment, Su Xianjiao squatted down and hugged Kiwakuo in her arms. Su Xianjiao whispered in Kiwakuo's clear ear, Kiwakuo, you'd better work hard. This wall in our house is huge, it can hold lots of certificates and awards. Go, Kiwakuo. Li Rui patted Kiwakuo's little bottom. Go for it. Kiwakuo shouted with great enthusiasm, raising her little fist. The family of three was enjoying a happy time together. As the three were talking, Song Xingguo drove an electric tricycle with his wife Ma Quillan to Li Rui's courtyard. Junzi followed behind. Rui Zi, Song Xingguo called out twice. Uncle Song, Aunt Ma, what brings you here? Li Rui led Guo out of the living room. Rui Zi, I've come to talk to you about buying a boat, and I'd also like to invite you to my home. Song Xingguo picked up 4 plucked geese from the back of his tricycle. He was holding 2 geese by the neck with one hand. His family raises 30 or 40 geese. Ma Quillan jumped down from the tricycle and then picked up 2 bottles of Wulianjai liquor and a bottle of olive oil from the tricycle. Junzi, hurry up and unload that bag of rice from the carriage. Ma Quillan turned her head and glared at Junzi with annoyance. Why is Junzi so clueless? Before long, Junzi had a bag of rice on his shoulder. Li Rui walked over quickly. Wow, Uncle Song, Aunt Ma, you two are moving. How come you brought so much stuff? Li Rui exclaimed in surprise. Then he told Song Xingguo and Ma Quillan to take back everything they had brought. This is way too many gifts. It's like moving house. Put all these things back. I don't want them. My family doesn't need anything. I'm already very happy that you two came. Li Rui waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Song Xingguo immediately put on a stern face and said irritably, Ruizi, if you don't accept these things, your Aunt Ma and I will turn around and leave. At this moment, Su Xianjiao walked over, carrying Kiwakuo. She also told Song Xingguo and Ma Quillan to take back everything they had brought. Goose, goose, goose. Kiwakuo in her arms pointed at the goose and called out 3 times. Rui Zi, Xiangyu, are you trying to get rid of us old folks? Ma Quillan said with a grin. Junzi carried the rice on his shoulder, his forehead covered in sweat. He said with some difficulty, Brother Rui, I can't hold on much longer. Where do you usually keep your rice? Having heard Song Xingguo and Ma Quillan put it so plainly, Li Rui had no choice but to accept the gifts they brought. The rice and the goose were placed in his storage room. The wine was placed in the corner of his living room. Song Xingguo clapped his hands, a simple, rustic smile on his face. Ruizi, those 4 geese I just brought over are ones my family has raised for several years. They make incredibly delicious stewed goose in an iron pot. Li Rui, too, couldn't resist the cliché and exchanged a few polite words. Uncle Song, Aunt Ma, you've already come all this way, why did you bring so much stuff with you? Don't do that again. Song Xingguo rubbed his hands together and grinned. Ruizi, isn't this just a small token of our appreciation? Ma Quillan looked at Li Rui, her smile never fading. She felt embarrassed when she thought about how she had pointed her finger at Li Rui and cursed him 2 years ago. Back then, Li Rui would call Junzi to the card room to play cards every day. At that time, she hated Li Rui so much that her teeth itched. There's too much stuff. Li Rui felt sorry for the elderly couple. Eat goose. Kiwakuo smacked her lips, almost drooling. The little guy's words made Song Xingguo, Ma Quillan, and Junzi burst into laughter. Song Xingguo looked up at Kiwakuo with a big smile and said loudly, Kiwakuo, next time your Grandpa Song and Grandmama come over, we'll bring you a few geese, okay? Okay. Kiwakuo clapped her little hands happily. Little foodie. Su Xianjiao gently pinched Kiwakuo's nose, then turned to Song Xingguo and instructed, Uncle Song, don't do that again next time. You're making Li Rui and me feel very embarrassed. No sooner had Su Xianjiao finished speaking than Li Fang, wearing an apron around her waist and holding a spatula, rushed over in a flurry. Have we had guests? Tonight, I'll cook a few of my signature dishes. Song Xingguo and Ma Quillan waved their hands repeatedly, saying that they were not guests and that Li Fang should not trouble herself too much. Ma Quillan and Li Fang went to the kitchen together. Quillan, get out. You're a guest. How can you help in the kitchen? I can manage on my own. Li Fang pushed Ma Quillan, trying to drive her out. Sister Li, you're treating me like an outsider. Ma Quillan refused to leave no matter what. The two then spoke for a while longer. Ma Quillan ultimately stayed in the kitchen to help out. As a woman, Ma Quillan knew all too well how troublesome it was to cook when guests came to her home. At this moment, in the living room, Song Xingwo and Li Rui started discussing serious business. Rui Zi, I went to the Wenzhou shipyard today and looked at all the fishing boats. The people there were so welcoming to me. I took dozens of photos of the boat there. After saying that, Song Xingwo took out his phone from his pocket and showed Li Rui the photos he had taken at the Wenzhou shipyard that day. Li Rui observed carefully. Song Xingwo then patiently explained. I worked in a shipyard in Vancouver for many years, so I know a lot about ships. Fishing vessels include trawlers, purse seines, gillnets, and angling fishing vessels. The materials include steel, wood, and fiberglass. I have carefully examined all of these types of fishing boats. Li Rui and Song Xingwo had a detailed conversation. Ultimately, he tentatively decided to buy a fiberglass trawler. The ship is 12 meters long, 4.3 meters wide, and has 380 horsepower. The price is 450,000. Song Xingwo raised a very practical question. Ruizi, if you and Urgenzi buy such a fishing boat, do you have enough manpower? Such a fishing boat usually requires 7 or 8 people. He suggested that Li Rui and Urgenzi buy a small one for the time being. Small ones are cheaper. On the other hand, not many people are needed. Uncle Song, the manpower you mentioned is indeed a real problem. There's still some time before the fishing moratorium ends, right? Let me think about it more carefully. Li Rui wanted to build a large, modern fishing boat right away, but he didn't have enough reliable manpower. Li Rui scratched his head, thinking about finding manpower. At this moment, Song Xingwo brought up another more practical issue. Rui Zi, if you want to hire people, you have to pay them wages. I think you and Urgenzi should buy a small fishing boat to practice first, and then buy a bigger one when you have enough money. The scale is too large, and the costs are too high. These days, fishing around Crescent Island only earns you a meager living. It's unwise to invest too much right away. After hearing what Song Xingwo said, Li Rui gradually regained his senses. Previously, his ideas were too idealistic, and he hadn't considered various practical problems. Uncle, do you have time tomorrow? Li Rui asked, looking up. Yes, Song Xingwo answered without hesitation. Li Rui took out 500 yuan from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Song Xingwo immediately stood up from his chair. Rui Zi, if you keep this up, I'll call your Aunt Ma and come with me right now. Why are you still treating me like an outsider? Song Xingwo frowned and took 2 steps toward the door. Urgenzi listened from the side. Su Xianjiao was playing with Kuakuo in the yard. She didn't want to get involved when men were talking. She knew very well what she could and couldn't do. She didn't know much about ships. Uncle Song, all right, I won't give you any more money. Li Rui stuffed the money into his pocket, then quickly stood up and grabbed Song Xingwo's arm. Uncle, please sit down. I think the 3 of us should go to the Wenzhou shipyard tomorrow to take a look. We haven't decided yet what kind of ship to buy. Okay. Song Xingwo laughed heartily twice. Urgenzi rubbed his hands together, very excited. He's about to become a shareholder again. He felt that working for his brother Rui was a promising career path. It's settled then. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I'll drive to your house to pick you up, and the 3 of us will go to the Wenzhou shipyard to take another look. Li Rui made the decision. The food was served, but no one called her to eat. Kuakuo, the little one, climbed onto her high chair using both her hands and feet. Wow, so much delicious food. Kuakuo clapped her hands, stuck out her little tongue, and licked her little mouth. Right now, her 2 big, watery eyes were staring at the dishes on the table, unable to take it all in. There are shrimp, chicken legs, crab. Kuakuo's eyes were filled with nothing but the things she liked to eat. The food is ready, everyone please take your seats. Li Fang greeted. Where's Kuakuo? Su Xianjia came out of the restroom after using the toilet, looked around, and didn't see Kuakuo anywhere. Where did the little guy go? She was right outside the restroom just now. I didn't see it, Li Rui said, looking at Su Xianjiao. Urgenzi and Song Xingwo also didn't know where Kuakuo had gone. Su Xianjiao was a little flustered. Just then, Kuakuo raised her little hand and shouted, Mommy, Kuakuo is here. You're already at the table? Su Xianjiao's eyes widened suddenly. In the living room, everyone else turned to look at Kuakuo. Everyone laughed when they saw Kuakuo sitting in the child seat. Kuakuo is quite enthusiastic about eating. Mommy, Kuakuo's tummy is hungry. Kuakuo said, gently patting her tummy with both hands. As soon as she said that, Kuakuo's little tummy started rumbling. Upon seeing this, Song Xingwo burst into laughter. Rui, where's your dad? Hurry up and get him over here. I want to have a good drink with him tonight. Song Xingwo stood up from his chair and urged Li Rui to call his father, Li Deifu, over. Song Xingwo and Li Deifu had known each other for a long time. In their youth, the two worked together on construction sites in Vancouver. It didn't take long, only a little over half a month. Speak of CAO, and CAO appears. Just then, Lee Daefu walked into the living room carrying 2 baskets. The basket was filled with eggs. The basket contained duck eggs. Zingwo, when you go back later, take all these chicken and duck eggs with you. These chicken and duck eggs are from our own farm, Lee Daefu said, placing the 2 baskets he was carrying in the corner of the living room. His wife, Li Fang, just called him and briefly told him about Song Xingwo and Ma Quillen's visit. Song Xingwo walked over and firmly grasped Lee Daefu's calloused hand. Brother Daefu, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Yes. Lee Daefu patted Song Xingwo's hand. Brother Daefu, my wife and I are here as guests today. How can we take anything back with us? We can't accept these eggs and duck eggs you brought, Song Xingwo said with a loud laugh. Lee Daefu's face darkened immediately. If you and your spouse don't take these chicken and duck eggs back with you, I'm leaving now, and I'm not drinking tonight. After saying that, he released Song Xingwo's hand. These chicken and duck eggs, my wife and I will take them back, okay. Song Xingwo immediately grasped Lee Daefu's hand again. On the other side of the living room, Su Xianjiao walked to Kuo's side and picked her up in her arms. Go wash your hands with mom. You can't eat anything if you don't wash your hands. Su Xianjiao carried Kuo and went to the restroom. Kuo looked at Lee Daefu and shouted, Grandpa, time to eat. The adults kept complaining, why aren't I hungry at all? She barely said a few words before her tummy was already growling with hunger. Let's eat, let's chat at the table. Lee Daefu knew that Kuo must be hungry when she said that. Don't underestimate Kuo just because she's a little kid, she's very smart. He's hungry, that's okay. He would be heartbroken if Kuo went hungry. In an instant, everyone present was seated. Lee Daefu and Song Xingwo sat in 2 seats directly opposite the door. Daddy, Kuo wants to eat shrimp. As soon as Kuo sat down, she pointed at the shrimp on the plate with her little hand. Rui Zi, hurry up and peel shrimp for Guo, Lee Daefu urged. He had just heard Kuo's stomach rumble. This really broke his heart. Xingwo, Quillen, you 2 pick up your chopsticks and eat whatever you like. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home here, Lee Daefu said, picking up his chopsticks. Ugh, why is it so complicated for adults to eat? Aren't they tired? Kuo pouted, muttering to herself. Only then did everyone pick up their chopsticks and begin to eat. Lee Daefu asked Li Rui to pour wine and drinks for everyone. Daddy, Kuo wants a drink. Kuo seized the opportunity, tilted her little head up, looked at Li Rui happily, and spoke up, shaking her head. Mom usually doesn't let her drink beverages. We have guests at home. She can hold her liquor. You can only drink half a cup. Su Xianjiao lowered her head and looked at Kuo with a serious expression. Kuo must not dare to utter a single word of dissent. Su Xianjiao will not allow her to drink a single drop of beverage. In this family, Kuo is most afraid of Su Xianjiao. Half a cup it is. Kuo pouted, looking a little unhappy. Soon, everyone had drinks in front of them. Lee Daefu picked up his wine glass and said loudly, Come on, everyone, let's all have a drink together. It's fate that we can all gather here today. Upon hearing this, Kuo immediately picked up her little cup with both hands and held it high. Cheers! Kuo's little face was beaming like a bright, blooming flower. This scene made everyone burst into laughter. Cheers! 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 Everyone raised their glasses in response. They said cheers. But no one present finished what was in their cup in one gulp. After drinking for a while, Lee Daefu looked at Song Xingwo and asked earnestly, Xingwo, how's the boat inspection going? It's not decided yet. Tomorrow, Rui Zi, Jun Zi, and I will go to the Wenzhou shipyard again to take a look, Song Xingwo replied with a smile. Rui Zi, Jun I've been there. I suggest you 2 get a small fishing boat and try it out in the nearshore waters first. These days, being a fisherman is hard work and doesn't earn much money. Otherwise, most of the young and middle-aged men on Crescent Island wouldn't be going to work in other places. Lee Daefu spoke from the bottom of his heart. Song Xingwo patted Lee Daefu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Brother Daefu, you and I are thinking the same thing. Before we ate, I also suggested that Ruizi and Urgenzi buy a small fishing boat to try it out first. When they earn money in the future, they can buy a bigger one. Taking too big a step at once is too risky. Besides, manpower is also a problem. I can work on the ship, but I don't know if Ruizi will mind. I'm too old, not like the young people. Song Xingwo glanced at Li Rui with a smile. Li Rui's eyes lit up immediately. Uncle Song, how could I look down on you? You are an old fisherman with rich experience, and you are not old. You are in your prime now. Song Xingwo is only about 44 or 45 years old this year. He made some money at the Vancouver shipyard back then, so he started his own business, but ended up losing money. In recent years, Song Xingwo has been doing odd jobs on the island. Uncle Song, do you have a seafarer's certificate of competency? Li Rui was particularly concerned about this question. Yes, Song Xingwo said with a slightly smug smile. Whether it's a small fishing boat or a large one, I can drive it. Li Rui laughed when he heard this. The third crew member has been confirmed. Once on the boat, Uncle Song and he would take turns driving, allowing him to rest properly. You can never earn all the money in the world. Health is the most important thing. Uncle Song, once the ship is finalized and we set sail, you'll work with us. I won't treat you unfairly, Li Rui said with a smile. Then it's settled. Song Xingwo was very happy. After saying that, he picked up his wineglass and said politely, Ruizi, come on, let me toast you. He was going to become Li Rui's employee. He needs to understand his place. Although Li Rui calls him uncle, he must not take advantage of his age or act like an elder. Li Rui quickly picked up his wineglass and declined, saying, Uncle, please don't say that. I'm toasting you, not the other way around. How are salaries calculated? New problems have arisen. He would have to think about it carefully that evening. Dad, I'm going to be your boss from now on, haha. Urjunzi grinned from ear to ear. Even eating can't shut you up. Song Xingwo tapped Urjunzi on the head, and only then did Urjunzi behave. After finishing their meal, Song Xingwo and Ma Quillan stood up, said their goodbyes, and prepared to leave. When they walked into the living room, Li Deifu jogged over, grabbed Song Xingwo's arm, and reminded him, Xingwo, you haven't taken the eggs and duck eggs yet. Upon hearing this, Li Fang quickly picked up the chicken and duck eggs from the corner. If you keep making excuses, then there's no point in talking about it. Li Deifu immediately shut Song Xingwo up. Song Xingwo and Ma Quillan had no choice but to carry the chicken eggs and duck eggs in their hands. At 9:30 p.m., Li Rui finally lay down on the bed. He stared at the ceiling, pondering how to pay Song Xingwo's salary. Wages cannot be too low, but you can't set it too high either. Li Rui, are you thinking about how much salary to pay Uncle Song? Su Xianjiao immediately saw through Li Rui's thoughts. How did you know? Li Rui turned to look at Su Xianjiao. Su Xianjiao snorted twice. I'm your bedmate, how could I not know what you're thinking? Li Rui shared his thoughts. I plan to pay Uncle Song a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, plus a 1% commission. We'll give him a raise when we start making money. Song Xingwo is a talented boatman, so his salary should naturally be higher. Su Xianjiao considered it carefully and said, I think it's okay, let's do it this way. Li Rui finalized another matter. Li Rui, keep up the good work. If you and Urjunzi lose money, your wife will be your backup. Su Xianjiao waved her fist to encourage him. It's impossible to recruit only Song Xingwo as a crew member. We need to hire at least 2 more. Being your own boss not only carries the possibility of making money, but also the possibility of losing money. These days, being a boss sounds nice, but it's not easy. Wife, you're so good to me. Li Rui pulled Su Xianjiao into his arms, a happy and sweet smile on his face. Li Rui, you need to find 2 more crew members who are willing to endure hardship. Working at sea is too boring. People who can't endure hardship can't be crew members, Su Xianjiao said, making plans for Li Rui. After a pause, Su Xianjiao emphasized another point. One's character must be impeccable. We should look for people like that around us. Li Rui nodded and whispered, that's what I think too. At this moment, Li Rui thought of a good candidate. That person was his childhood friend. His name is Su Dong. After graduating from high school, Su Dong went to work in another city. Su Dong is a down-to-earth and hard-working person, making him a good candidate. The two chatted for a while longer before falling asleep. Li Rui got up very early the next morning. Water the flower seeds. Take a picture of the flower buds. Feed the starfish. After finishing these tasks, Li Rui went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Xianjiao, why are you up? Li Rui was taken aback. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw Su Xianjiao cooking seafood porridge. When did Su Xianjiao get up? How come he didn't notice? Aren't you, Uncle Song, and Urjunzi going to Wenzhou early this morning? I'll make breakfast. You go wash your face and brush your teeth. We'll have breakfast together in a bit. Su Xianjiao said as she pushed Li Rui out of the kitchen. A couple's life revolves around the mundane necessities of firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Please feel sorry for me. I feel so sorry for you. No one can endure such prolonged dedication. Su Xianjiao's values are quite sound. 15 minutes later, Su Xianjiao carried the casserole to the living room and placed it on the dining table. Li Rui carried a plate of stir-fried oysters and a plate of preserved eggs into the living room. I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. Let's eat first. Don't wake Kuakuo. Let her sleep a little longer. Su Xianjiao brought the bowls and chopsticks and personally served Li Rui a bowl of seafood porridge. Just as Su Xianjiao handed the bowl to Li Rui, Erjunzi rushed over. Li Rui glanced at Erjunzi and said, "The bowls and chopsticks are all on the table. Help yourself." Erjunzi rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "That's so embarrassing." He said he was sorry, but he drank 3 large bowls of seafood porridge in a row. "Who made this? It's so delicious." Erjunzi's eyes sparkled. "Your sister-in-law made it," Li Rui replied. Erjunzi immediately looked at Su Xianjiao and praised her. "Sister-in-law, with your skills, I think you should quit your job and set up a stall in town. You could earn at least tens of thousands a year." Su Xianjiao smiled gently. "It's not that easy." After finishing breakfast, Li Rui walked out of the living room, preparing to go to Leiwang village with Erjunzi to pick up Erjunzi's father, Song Xingguo. Just then, Kuo's sweet, childlike voice came from inside the bedroom. "Daddy, Mommy, where are you?" Li Rui was the first to run inside. Su Xianjiao followed closely behind. Erjunzi stood at the living room doorway, not coming in. "Kuo, you're awake." Li Rui hugged Kuo in his arms. "Daddy, kiss me, Mommy, kiss me." Kuo rubbed her big eyes and mumbled. Li Rui first let Guo kiss his cheek. Su Xianjiao let Kuo kiss her side again. "Kuo, Daddy has something to do today and can't take you and Mommy home." Li Rui put Kuo on the bed. Kuo nodded sleepily. Li Rui walked to the bedroom door. Kuo, lying on the bed, waved her hand. "Goodbye, Daddy." "Goodbye, Kuo." Li Rui turned around and waved back. At 7:50 a.m., Li Rui drove his car and arrived at Erjunzi's house. Song Xingguo sat at the front door of his house, eagerly waiting. As soon as he saw Li Rui's car, he walked up to it and said hurriedly, "Ruizi, Erjunzi, don't get out of the car. I'll get in directly. It takes at least 3 hours to go out of the island and back." Before he could finish speaking, he had already sat down in the back seat. Seeing this, Li Rui couldn't help but think to himself, "Uncle Song is really reliable." "Dad, have you eaten?" Erjunzi asked with concern. "I ate a long time ago. Your mom made breakfast at 6:30 this morning. I waited at our door for about 20 or 30 minutes, Song Xingguo replied with a smile. After driving for about 10 minutes, the three arrived at the Crescent Island ferry terminal. "Ruizi, stop." Song Xingguo patted the seat in front of him and shouted urgently, "Uncle Song, what's wrong?" Li Rui glanced at Song Xingguo through the rearview mirror and asked, puzzled. Song Xingguo felt that driving the car onto the boat was not worthwhile. "This round trip will cost 600 yuan. So he said, "If you park your car here and drive it onto the boat, you'll need to pay the vehicle ferry fee. Too expensive, not worth it. After we disembark, we can take a taxi to the Vancouver shipyard." Li Rui did not adopt Song Xingguo's suggestion. "Uncle Song, it's alright, I'm not short of money." Li Rui drove the car directly onto the boat. On the one hand, he really doesn't need that little bit of money. On the other hand, he didn't want to appear stingy in front of Song Xingguo. He's the kind of person who wants to be a boss. He treats his employees well so that they'll be willing to work hard for him. As soon as the three got out of the car, a staff member ran over to collect the money. The vehicle ferry fee is 300. The cost of the boat tickets is 20 per person, so for 3 people it's 60. Song Xingguo insisted on giving money. "Uncle Song, what are you doing? If you give me this money, won't you embarrass me?" Li Rui pressed down on Song Xingguo's hand, preventing him from taking out the money. Song Xingguo gave Erjunzi a wink, signaling him to hurry up and pay. In the blink of an eye, Erjunzi pulled out several hundred yuan. "Don't pull this stunt." Li Rui glared at Erjunzi, who was far from daring to pay any more money. Li Rui rushed to buy the tickets. The first deck of the ship is for transporting cars. The second deck is where passengers are checked in. The three of them went to the second deck and took their seats according to their tickets. "Uncle Song, Erjunzi, shall we go out and chat for a while?" Li Rui wanted to take advantage of this time to go to the deck and talk to Song Xingguo about the issue of treatment. Things need to be prepared in advance. Don't let him have to bring up these issues after the ship is bought and launched. Soon, the three of them reached the deck. Li Rui rested his arms on the railing. "Rui, if you have something to say, just say it. Your uncle isn't an outsider, so tell me, right?" Song Xingguo was an impatient man, and as soon as he stopped walking, he urged Li Rui to get down to business. "Uncle, I'm planning to offer you a monthly salary of 8,000, plus a 1% commission. If you have any objections, we can discuss it further," Li Rui said, turning to Song Xingguo with a smile. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Song Xingguo was stunned. Erjunzi was also dumbfounded. "Brother Rui, isn't it too high?" Erjunzi spoke first. Song Xingguo is his biological father. It's fine if he says that. In this day and age, 8,000 a month is already considered very good. No, Ruizi, you're offering too much. I can't accept it." Song Xingwo came to his senses and waved his hands repeatedly. How about this? You give me a fixed salary of 6,000 a month, and give me 0.5% commission. That will be fine. Song Xingwo was referring to a market price. In recent years, Song Xingwo has not found a suitable shipowner, so he has not worked for anyone else. During the fishing season, he would be hired by someone every now and then for a few days. He only worked short-term jobs. Income is extremely unstable. Rui, listen to my dad. He's been through this before, he knows more about these things than the two of us, Junzi advised. Uncle Song, Junzi, you have to listen to me on this matter. You two don't need to say anything more, Li Rui said firmly. With the system's support and the ability to purchase lucky fishing items from within the system, how could he not make money? Song Xingwo frowned and waved his hands vigorously a few more times. No, absolutely not. Rui Zi, listen to your uncle. Paying me such a high salary only increases costs. This will put a lot of pressure on you and Junzi. In the past, he would go out to sea to fish with other boat owners, who would repeatedly try to lower the price. When they got to Li Rui's place, Li Rui, on the other hand, simply raised the price. There is certainly an element of personal relationships involved, but each issue must be addressed separately. Brother Rui, we haven't made any money yet, Junzi reminded him. Uncle Song, Junzi, you two stop arguing with me. This matter is settled. I'll be counting on you to take care of things for me from now on. Li Rui patted Song Xingwo on the shoulder. After hearing what Li Rui said, Song Xingwo decided not to argue with him anymore. Okay, I will do my best to help Ruizi in the future. If you encounter a problem, step up to it. Uncle Song, you're an experienced fisherman and you can operate fishing boats of all sizes. I think your current salary is too low. Li Rui crossed his arms and looked at Song Xingwo with confidence. Uncle Song, once we make money at sea, I'll give you a raise. Dad, once we buy the boat and it's out at sea, you won't just be my brother Rui's boatman, you'll also be my Junzi's boatman. During work hours, if I scold you, you'll have to bear with it, Junzi teased. Upon hearing this, Li Rui knew that Junzi was playing with fire. No sooner had Junzi finished speaking than Song Xingwo grabbed Junzi's ear. Junzi was screaming in pain. Dad, I was just stating the facts, why are you twisting my ear? Ouch, 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 let go. Song Xingwo raised his chin and asked coldly, Junzi, I'm asking you, am I your boatman now? Junzi kept shaking his head, no, that settles it. Song Xingwo kicked Junzi again. If he didn't teach this little brat a lesson, his tail would be wagging in the air. Dad, I was wrong. Junzi quickly admitted his mistake. Upon hearing this, Song Xingwo finally released Junzi's ears. Li Rui looked at Junzi and said, if you don't court death, you won't die. Rui Zi, there's one more thing I need to tell you. You and Junzi should hire 2 more boatmen. They need to be physically strong, of good character, and able to endure loneliness and hardship. Song Xingwo had considered things quite thoroughly. Fishing trips at sea can sometimes last for days and nights. It's very hard work. People who are physically weak, morally questionable, unable to endure loneliness, or unable to bear hardship simply cannot stand life on a ship. I've thought of someone who would be a good fit. I'll contact him later, Li Rui said, referring to his childhood friend Sudong. We're still one short. Song Xingwo scratched his head, then looked up at Li Rui. Rui, if you can trust me, I'll try to help you recruit 1 more person. Li Rui was delighted upon hearing this. Uncle Song, this is wonderful. I can definitely trust you. Please take the trouble to find a few more people for me and Junzi. Recruiting Song Xingwo into our ranks was absolutely the right decision. Not only is Song Xingwo reliable, but he can also help him solve all sorts of troublesome problems. Okay, I'll keep this in mind. You and Junzi can hire 1 more person, that will be enough. More than that would be a bad thing, Song Xingwo suggested. Uncle Song, let's look for suitable candidates first. It's always good to have a few backups. Li Rui knew what Song Xingwo was thinking. Song Xingwo didn't want him and Junzi to invest too much in the early stages. He could understand that. Junzi is his own son. Okay, Rui Zi, I'll listen to you. Song Xingwo nodded. Uncle Song, you definitely know better than I how many people are on each type of fishing boat. Li Rui looked at Song Xingwo and then smiled. Uncle Song, I'm going to have to trouble you again. Song Xingwo glared at him. Rui Zi, what are you saying? What's so troublesome? I'm in the job application stage. If I didn't have some skills, how could I possibly work under you? At this point, Song Xingwo chuckled, rubbing his hands together with a hint of pride, and said, I know exactly how many people are on each type of fishing boat. I've been on many different kinds of boats before, big ones, small ones, fishing boats, all sorts of boats. Li Rui is now certain that Song Xingwo is the person he wants. Song Xingwo was practically omnipotent. Uncle Song, why haven't you thought about buying your own boat? Li Rui asked curiously. Rui Zi, buying a boat yourself costs money. Besides, I don't want to go through all that trouble again. Before, when I tried to do business on my own, I almost lost all my savings. I'm not suited to doing business on my own. I'm impatient, inflexible, and I can be quite rude. After his business failed, Song Xingwo conducted a profound self-analysis. From then on, Song Xingwo stopped doing business on his own. He can work for someone else. Being your own boss doesn't work. Where are they? You need to have a clear understanding of yourself. Otherwise, you might easily suffer a major setback. But then again, it's hard for people to reflect on themselves unless they suffer a few major setbacks. It takes time for ordinary people to realize their own limitations. When Li Rui first graduated from university, he always thought he was a chosen one, but after entering society, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. Song Xingwo had some things on his mind, but he didn't say them directly. In his view, Li Rui had overpaid the crew, and Li Rui and Erjunzi were likely to lose money. Fishing at sea is not like it used to be. Fine, if Ruizi and Erjunzi can't make money, I'll take the lead in appropriately reducing their wages. Song Xingwo had already made up his mind. The three chatted for a while longer before returning to their cabin. An hour later, the ship docked. Li Rui drove to a large supermarket and bought 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Then, guided by Song Xingwo, he arrived at the entrance of the Wenzhou shipyard. The Vancouver shipyard is located in a very remote area. It is located in a relatively remote suburban area. My God, this place is the dead of winter. Erjunzi opened the car window, turned his head, and looked around. You talk too much. Song Xingwo lightly tapped Erjunzi's head. At this moment, Li Rui got out of the car and went to the window of the security booth. Uncle, we've come to see the ship. Li Rui offered him a cigarette. Have you contacted our factory leaders? The security guard took the cigarette, his face immediately lighting up with a smile, and asked enthusiastically, "This young man in front of me is quite adept at handling things." Song Xingwo rolled down the car window and waved to the security guard. "Old Xiong, it's me. I made an appointment with Director Ma a long time ago. Please raise the barrier gate quickly." "Hey, Lao Song, it's you again." Lao Xiong waved to Song Xingwo, and then he raised the pole. "Old Xiong, I'll treat you to dinner later," Song Xingwo said with a smile. Li Rui got into the car, greeted Lao Xiong, and then drove the car into the factory. In the car, Song Xingwo rolled his eyes at Erjunzi and said irritably, "Erjunzi, you should learn more from your brother Rui. Look how good your brother Rui is at handling things." He turned to Li Rui and asked, "Rui, you just bought 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes at that large supermarket, right?" Li Rui replied. "Dad, Rui, is it necessary for us to offer a cigarette to a security guard?" Erjunzi felt that it was best to just do things by official procedures. They came to buy a boat. They are customers. The customer is king. "Erjunzi, you're too naive. The security guard is just a doorman, he doesn't have any real power, but if he wants to stop us from coming in, what can we do? Offering him a cigarette will save a lot of trouble and leave a good impression on him." Li Rui understood human nature better than Erjunzi. Security guards like the gatekeeper lack dignity the most. You gave him enough dignity, and then gave him some small favors. Many things will become much more convenient. As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, security guard Lao Xiong chased after him from the guard booth. Li Rui saw this scene through the rearview mirror, so he quickly stopped the car. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Li Rui asked. "Young man, our factory manager just went to workshop 1. He's not in his office right now," said old Xiong, the security guard, panting. Upon hearing this, Li Rui offered another cigarette to the security guard, Lao Xiong. "Thank you, sir. If you hadn't reminded us, we would have taken a completely unnecessary trip." The security guard, old Xiong, hesitated for a moment before finally tucking the cigarette between his ears. "Old Xiong, thank you." Song Xingwo reached out of the car window and patted the security guard, old Xiong, on the shoulder. "Uncle, we're leaving now," Li Rui said with a smile. The car traveled a distance. Li Rui glanced at Erjunzi through the rearview mirror. "Erjunzi, that's just human nature, everyone wants something in return. I just gave that security guard a cigarette, and he came up to me and told me that the factory manager was there. This saved us a lot of time." Erjunzi nodded slightly. "Brother Rui, I understand." Then Erjunzi chuckled and said, "I was thinking that as long as we follow the rules, there's no need to offer that security guard a cigarette." Li Rui finally understood why Erjunzi still didn't have a girlfriend. Erjunzi is so inflexible. People need to be flexible and not be rigid. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If you always follow the rules, you won't get many things done, Li Rui patiently advised. "Erjunzi, if you were half as intelligent as your brother Rui, I'd be laughing in my sleep." Song Xingwo patted Erjunzi on the back. "Dad, you've never taught me like this before. I learned almost everything from you. Urgenzi turned to look at Song Xingguo. One sentence killed the conversation. Li Rui couldn't hold back and almost burst out laughing. Damn it, try not to laugh, it's so painful. Song Xingguo's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He glanced at Li Rui, then slapped Urgenzi on the buttocks, making Urgenzi howl in pain. Dad, why did you hit me again? I'm not as smart as my brother Rui, because you and my mom often beat me. Amidst the father and son's bickering, the car pulled up in front of workshop number 1. Li Rui was the first to get off the car. Inside the car, Song Xingguo was still scolding Urgenzi. Do you even think before you speak, kid? How could you say that in front of Ruizi? Where do you expect me to put my face? After saying that, Song Xingguo kicked Urgenzi and got out of the car angrily. Urgenzi felt deeply wronged. Old Song, these two, one is your son and the other is your nephew, right? At this moment, Ma Yang, the director of Wenzhou Shipyard, just walked out of workshop number 1. When he saw Song Xingguo, he laughed heartily. Ma Yang is short but full of energy and has a Mediterranean hairstyle. Li Rui stepped forward and shook hands with Ma Yang. Director Ma, hello, my name is Li Rui. I often hear Uncle Song say that you are very capable, intelligent, and have great management skills. Song Xingguo looked completely bewildered. When did I say those things? What a handsome man! What a handsome man! Ma Yang patted Li Rui's hand several times. Since they came out, he hadn't stopped smiling. Seeing that Urgenzi remained unmoved, Song Xingguo gave Urgenzi a push in annoyance. At the same time, he was also giving Urgenzi a meaningful look. Hey kid, hurry up and go up there, strike up a conversation. Don't act like a complete idiot. Director Ma, hello, my name is Song Jun, everyone calls me Urgenzi. Urgenzi took 2 steps forward, raised his hand, and waved twice. Urgenzi, you're quite good looking too. Ma Yang walked over, patted Song Jun on the back twice, and said with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the group, Ma Yang then led the 3 of them to the workshop to inspect the ship. The Vancouver shipyard produces wooden fishing boats, steel fishing boats, fiberglass fishing boats, and aluminum alloy fishing boats. Right now, Li Rui and the others are watching a steel trawler. The ship is 15.6 meters long. The boat is 4.2 meters wide. The ship is equipped with a main engine, transmission system, propeller, trawl winch, net hauler, nets, radar, navigation system, communication equipment, steering gear, etc. Everything you could possibly need is here. Brother Rui, what do you think of this ship? It doesn't look too big or too small, Urgenzi asked Li Rui in his ear. Not bad. Li Rui was still looking at the equipment on the ship. There's a place to cook, a place to sleep, and a place to use the toilet. This ship can easily sail for several days and nights in coastal waters. Li Rui, Junzi, you've got your eye on this ship? If you're interested, I can give you a discount. The original price was 225,000, but if you want to buy it, I can give you a 2,000 discount. Ma Yang laughed heartily. Who told you two to be Old Song's nephew and son, respectively? Upon hearing this, Song Xingguo chuckled smugly. Director Ma, here, have a cigarette. Li Rui stepped forward and handed Ma Yang a cigarette. Li Rui, just say what you have to say. We're not strangers here. Ma Yang took the cigarette and tucked it behind his ear. Li Rui looked up at Ma Yang and said, Director Ma, can we round down the amount? Ma Yang asked tentatively, you mean 220,000? Li Rui winked and said, when Urgenzi and I make money in the future, we will definitely buy a few more big ships from your factory. This time, you can earn a little less. Practice makes perfect. Li Rui, you've cut too hard. No. Ma Yang frowned and waved his hand. Neither Song Xingguo nor Urgenzi spoke. They just watched each other quietly. Li Rui complained, Director Ma, Urgenzi, and I can't compare to you. We're just young people with little savings. You, on the other hand, are a successful, old-fashioned person. If you give us another 3,000 yuan less, it's just a matter of a word from you, isn't it? Ma Yang liked hearing that. It's really just a matter of him saying the word to reduce the price by 3,000 yuan. But if they lose 3,000 yuan, and the ship is sold, wouldn't their factory lose 3,000 yuan in profit? Seeing Ma Yang stroking his chin, deep in thought, Li Rui quickly pressed his advantage. Director Ma, let's settle on this. Now that it's settled, Urgenzi and I will go home and raise the money. Li Rui, I can give you another 1,500 yuan off. You should let our factory make some money too. So many people are waiting to eat. Ma Yang looked troubled. Director Ma, I've heard that there's a very classic slogan in your line of work, Li Rui said, keeping everyone in suspense. Ma Yang glanced sideways at Li Rui, staring at him with great curiosity, and asked, what slogan? If we don't open for business for 6 months, we can make a living from it for 6 months once we open. If your factory sells this ship, you'll definitely make tens of thousands. 3,000 yuan is just a drop in the ocean, whether it's for you or your factory. But for my brother Erjunzi and me, it's a considerable sum of money. After Li Rui's half praise and half flattery, Ma Yang finally agreed to the price proposed by Li Rui. Li Rui, Ma Yang pointed at Li Rui, but Li Rui interrupted him. Uncle Ma, you can call me Rui Zi, it sounds more friendly. Song Xingguo and Erjunzi, who were standing to the side, were stunned. Song Xingguo inwardly praised Li Rui's excellent eloquence. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't have said so much, nor could he have made Ma Yang laugh so hard. Language truly is an art. Erjunzi looked at Li Rui with eyes full of admiration. My brother Rui is amazing. In just over 10 minutes, they managed to get factory manager Ma to give them a discount of 3,000. You know, these days, many people only earn 3,000 a month. Rui Zi, I'm really scared of you. If I keep talking to you, our factory will lose money if we sell this ship to you and Erjunzi. Ma Yang pointed at Li Rui again. It's so comfortable chatting with this kid Li Rui. Uncle Ma, just kidding, right? Li Rui looked up and laughed. After the discussion, Ma Yang asked Li Rui to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Li Rui took out his phone and found that he only had a little over 2,000 yuan on it. Uncle Ma, my stomach is a little upset right now, I need to go to the toilet first. Li Rui pretended to have a stomach ache, but in reality he wanted to use the excuse of going to the toilet to ask his wife to transfer 20,000 yuan to him. Okay, go ahead. Ma Yang patted Li Rui on the shoulder. After paying the deposit, Ma Yang saw Li Rui, Erjunzi, and Song Xingguo into the car. Before setting off, Li Rui said with a smile, Uncle Ma, whenever you have time, you can bring your wife and kids to Crescent Island. The three of us will welcome you anytime. Ma Yang laughed heartily. Okay, you can't go back on your word. Uncle Ma, do I look like that kind of person? Li Rui asked instead of answering. After the car was driven out of the factory, Song Xingguo finally came to his senses. Rui Zi, you're really good at talking. Uncle Song really admires you. If I were to negotiate the price with Director Ma, we definitely wouldn't be able to reach this price. These are all Song Xingguo's true feelings. He had really seen very few young people as eloquent and articulate as Li Rui. Brother Rui, you're amazing. Erjunzi gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Song, Erjunzi, don't be like that. I'm easily flattered. I get carried away when I'm praised. I'm not as good as you say, Li Rui said modestly. Song Xingguo quickly spoke up. Ruizi, when Director Ma said it was 2,000 less, I thought it was pretty good. If it were me, I would have definitely agreed then. As soon as Song Xingguo finished speaking, Erjunzi chimed in, my dad and I share the same idea. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Li Rui changed the subject. Erjunzi, you pay 10%, which is 22,000. You pay for it. Brother Rui, I'll have my mom transfer the money to me when I get back, and then I'll transfer it back to you. Erjunzi had earned tens of thousands of yuan with Li Rui a while ago, so 22,000 yuan was nothing to him. Having finally made it to Vancouver, Li Rui planned to visit a large shopping mall in Vancouver. After entering the Wenzhou department store, Li Rui picked out a white lace-trimmed long dress for his wife, Su Xianjiao. Song Xingguo helped his wife, Ma Quilin, choose a silver bracelet. Erjunzi followed behind them, carrying large and small bags, acting as their assistant. Erjunzi, you single dog, you need to step up your game. I bought a gift for my wife, and your brother Rui bought a gift for his wife. Who are you buying a gift for? Song Xingguo turned around and glanced at Erjunzi, making a teasing remark as he did so. Dad, please don't do this, okay? Erjunzi said with a mournful face. Not only did he suffer hard labor, but he also suffered a severe emotional blow. He also longed for a life with a wife, children, and a warm bed. Unfortunately, he had no wife or children. Song Xingguo stopped and walked forward side by side with Erjunzi. Erjunzi, you're going to be the boss soon, you'd better hurry up and find a wife. Your mother and I are both eager to have a grandson. Your mother and I will do our best to help you with the expenses for the bride price, the wedding banquet, and other related matters, so don't worry about it. Song Xingguo put away his smile and said seriously. When Erjunzi heard that he was going to find a wife, he became a little timid. When he meets a girl he likes, he blushes and stammers when he speaks. Uncle Song, this can't be rushed. Li Rui didn't want Erjunzi to be under too much pressure. Fate is a strange thing. Who knows, Erjunzi might find a partner tomorrow. That makes sense. Song Xingguo nodded slightly. Li Rui bought the most things at the mall. He bought Kuakuo a fluffy headband, a pair of cartoon children's shoes, and a Barbie doll, and bought Su Xianjiao a pair of sparkly high heels. Prices in Vancouver are relatively cheaper compared to those on Crescent Island. Therefore, Li Rui bought a lot of daily necessities this time. Song Xingguo and Erjunzi also bought quite a lot. Once on the ferry, Li Rui, Song Xingguo, and Urgenzi stood on the deck again. Uncle Song, for the boat that Urgenzi and I are planning to buy, how many boatmen do you think we'll need at least? Li Rui's family used to have a small fishing boat, not as big as the one they just ordered. We need at least 4 boatmen, and it would be best to arrange 5 or 6 crew members, Song Xingguo said after thinking for a moment. Such a large fishing boat simply cannot be operated without 4 people. He and Rui can take turns at the helm. Casting and pulling the net requires manpower. Collecting the fish also requires manpower. We need manpower in every aspect. According to Song Xingguo, a 15-meter-long fishing boat can accommodate 5 to 6 crew members. Uncle Song, there's still some time before the fishing moratorium ends. Could you please take the time to find 2 reliable boatmen for me and Urgenzi? Li Rui took out 2 packs of Zonghua cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed them into Song Xingguo's pocket. Rui Zi, what are you doing? Song Xingguo was unwilling to accept it. Li Rui immediately said with a cold face, Uncle Song, I quit smoking a long time ago. You have to accept these cigarettes today. I offered you money, but you didn't want it. You have to take the cigarettes, right? You've already wasted several of your efforts. After much persuasion from Li Rui, Song Xingguo finally accepted the 2 packs of Zonghua cigarettes. Rui Zi, what kind of treatment do you plan to offer to ordinary boatmen? Tell me now so I can talk to them about it later. Song Xingguo asked a rather practical question. These days, everyone who goes out to work has a simple purpose: to make money. For working people, as long as the money is right, almost anything is negotiable. Li Rui considered it carefully. Giving too little money is definitely not acceptable. He wanted his subordinates to not only make money with him, but also to have a comfortable and pleasant relationship with him. Fixed salary of 5,000, commission of 0.5%, Li Rui said after thinking for a moment. Isn't that too high? Song Xingguo didn't recommend Li Rui to do that. He said his idea, Rui, you and Urgenzi should work as casual laborers for now. That way, the pressure on you and Urgenzi won't be too great. On Crescent Island, many people are willing to go out to sea on boats as day laborers. Wages are paid daily. There is no need to pay a fixed salary every month. This can save a lot of costs. Uncle Song, I don't agree with what you said. I want to form a fixed team. If we go out to sea today and find casual laborers, and then go out to sea tomorrow and find casual laborers again, it's troublesome and there's no cohesion. While casual labor is cheap, it often comes with little sense of responsibility. Urgenzi listened from the side. He did not comment. That makes sense, but the labor costs are too high. When the weather is bad, we can't go out to sea, and then you and Urgenzi will have to pay them. Song Xingguo thought of the time he worked as a casual laborer before. Indeed, as Li Rui said, he didn't have much of a sense of responsibility. Uncle Song, you don't need to worry about the cost. Urgenzi knows that I am a man blessed by Mezu, Li Rui said confidently. He didn't know whether others could make money by going to sea, but he'll definitely make money if he goes to sea. He then went back to the system, bought some items needed for the boat, and installed them on his fishing boat. With the blessing of lucky items, his fishing boat is sure to catch a lot of fish. Song Xingguo gave a dry laugh, neither confirming nor denying. He mentally complained. Where does Ruizi get his confidence from? This is completely baffling self-confidence. Although that's what he was thinking, he said aloud, Ruizi, with such high expenses, you'd better be prepared to lose money. Dad, what are you saying? My boat and Rui's boat haven't even set sail yet. Why are you saying such unlucky things? Urgenzi chimed in from the side. Tui. Upon hearing Urgenzi's words, Song Xingguo spat several times. People at sea especially believe in this. After spitting, Song Xingguo slapped him in the mouth, and then devoutly worshipped Mezu a few more times. Mezu, what I just said was just something I said offhand. Please don't take it seriously. Li Rui is going to lose money. His son, Urgenzi, will also lose money. Uncle Song, don't worry, Urgenzi and I won't lose money. At worst, we'll just earn a little bit of hard-earned money. Seeing how nervous Song Xingguo was, Li Rui patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to relax. Song Xingguo muttered another complaint to himself. Rui Zi is really inexplicably confident. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Xingfu village, a group of people gathered and chatted. Su Lanzi, cracking sunflower seeds, said, "It seems that Li Rui and Urgenzi didn't go to the beach today." Yu Tao looked surprised. No way. They've been having such good luck lately, why would they choose to take a day off? The weather is nice today, sunny and breezy, perfect for beachcombing and fishing. I reckon they went to play cards again, Su Lanzi guessed. Impossible, Ruizi has quit gambling. Aunt Hehua said firmly. Su Lanzi chuckled, then said with a mocking expression, Aunt Hehua, you actually believe what a gambler says. Li Rui used to play cards day and night in the card room. How easy is it for a gambler to quit gambling? The crowd began to discuss it amongst themselves. That's quite possible. Don't let Li Rui sell the car his family just bought. He already sold his family's small fishing boat before. Gambling is a bottomless pit. Hu Eryi, standing in the crowd, stared at Su Lanzi and angrily retorted, Su Lanzi, why are you so jealous of others' success? Ruizi quit gambling a long time ago, you know that. Do you know why you're not as well off as Ruizi's family? It's because you do nothing all day but gossip in the village. Chen Xiang is really suffering because he married such a wife. Su Lanzi blushed and immediately retorted, Second Master Hu, don't talk nonsense. When have I ever been unable to bear seeing others doing well? Li Rui's family has a car, and my family has a boat. Once the fishing moratorium ends, my Chen Xiang will go out to sea to fish and earn a lot of money. I'm worried about Xian Jiao. Her family owns a small fishing boat. It cost 50 or 60,000 yuan when I bought it. You're always so idle. Master Hu disapproved of Su Lanzi's character. So young, yet he stays home all day doing nothing. He spends almost all his time gossiping about others at the village entrance. Master Hu, is it not allowed for me to chat with others in private? Su Lanzi raised her eyebrows and started arguing with Master Hu. Chatting is fine, but don't slander others. Old Master Hu was an upright man who couldn't tolerate any wrongdoing. Ever since Ruizi quit gambling and started making money, how many days have you not been envious? Chen Xiang is useless too, why doesn't he keep an eye on you? The atmosphere in our village has been ruined by people like you. Su Lanzi was right. She opened her mouth, but didn't argue with Master Hu anymore. Aunt Lotus pointed at Su Lanzi and said, Su Lanzi, uncle who is an elder in our village. He used to be a teacher and has an excellent reputation in our village. You've been feeling resentful lately because you've seen Xianjiao living a good life, which is why you've been acting like this. You should take better care of yourself and stop gossiping about others behind their backs. If you want to live a good life, you have to work hard yourself. Aunt Lotus also disliked people like Su Lanzi. Everyone longs for a better life. But you can't be envious of others' good lives and then slander them behind their backs. The right path is to work hard yourself. Second Master Hu, Aunt Hehua, I was just guessing, wasn't I? Su Lanzi felt a little guilty after being told that. She ate some melon seeds while trying to defend herself without much confidence. How can you talk nonsense about something like this? Master Hu asked instead of answering. Aunt Lotus also asked Su Lanzi, let me ask you, if you're not at the village entrance in the future, and I say the same thing you just said, that your husband is cheating on you, would that be okay? Unable to argue with the two, Su Lanzi simply shut up. At 4:30 p.m., Li Rui drove to the entrance of a small restaurant. Uncle Song, Erjunzi, let's grab a quick bite. Li Rui got out of the car first. The three of them sat around a small dining table on 3 small stools. Li Rui ordered 4 dishes and a soup. The 4 dishes are braised fish, lotus root stewed with pig's trotters, stir-fried oysters, and stir-fried bean sprouts. The soup is a tomato and egg soup. The dishes haven't been served yet. Song Xingwo looked at Li Rui, rubbing his hands together, and said, Ruizi, after the boat comes ashore, you'll need to get a fishing license. We need to have all the paperwork in order, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Uncle Song, once Erjunzi and I get off the boat, I'll go to the Wenzhou Fisheries Bureau to get a fishing license. Li Rui didn't take the matter too seriously. His cousin, Li Deu, works at the Wenzhou Fisheries Administration. These days, having connections makes things easier, but the benefits that should be given must still be given. Li Rui understood all of this. Rui, that thing is not easy to get. Song Xingwo was worried that Li Rui would not be able to get the certificate in a short time. Uncle Song, you don't need to worry about that. One of my cousins is the director of the Wenzhou Fisheries Administration Office. He has some real power there, Li Rui said with a smile. After hearing what Li Rui said, Song Xingwo finally felt relieved. Seeing that Erjunzi didn't say anything, Song Xingwo suggested, Ruizi, I'll buy everything needed on the ship. Erjunzi is too inexperienced, he doesn't know much. The ship that was just ordered is still missing quite a few things. Life jackets, life rafts, fire extinguishers, emergency lights, net lifters, high-pressure guns, refrigeration units, maintenance tools and spare parts, etc. You have to buy them yourself. Setting a new boat out to sea for fishing is not as simple as it seems. It's complicated. Uncle Song, I'll buy everything on the ship, so don't worry about it. He'll go back and take a look at the system to see what kind of things are suitable to be installed on the ship. Nowadays, ordinary fishing boats go out to sea near Crescent Island to fish, earning only a meager living through hard work. I don't earn much money all year round. His fishing boat must be equipped with a variety of lucky charms in order to catch more fish. I did a quick calculation on the ferry just now, and you and Erjunzi will need to spend about 100,000 yuan to buy the items needed on the ship. Uncle Song said, counting on his fingers, things like trawl nets, trawl ropes, and net boards all need to be purchased separately. A good quality TrollNet set will cost at least 10,000 yuan, and the expensive ones can cost more than 30,000 yuan. Uncle Song, let's add each other on WeChat. Send me the list of items we still need to buy, and I'll purchase them one by one. Li Rui took out his phone and proactively added Song Xingguo on WeChat. Song Xingguo knows a lot. Without Song Xingguo, he could not have thought of all these aspects. Having a reliable elder in your life is very beneficial. Li Rui experienced this firsthand. At this moment, Li Rui was a little worried that he wouldn't have enough points in his system to buy so many items. He used to think he had more points in the system than he could ever spend. When it's time to bloom, you find that you don't have enough flowers. Okay, Song Xingguo agreed. Brother Rui, I'll give you 35,000 in total, how about it? Urgenzi said to Li Rui. The price of the boat is 220,000. He contributed 10%, which is 22,000. The remaining items needed cost around 100,000. 1/10 of the money, which is about 10,000 yuan. The two together amount to 32,000. Urgenzi, just give me 32,000. Li Rui didn't even look up. Rui Zi, Jun Zi will give you 35,000. Jun Zi doesn't know anything, but I'm very grateful to you for taking him under your wing. Please let Jun Zi contribute a little more, and he can still take 10% of the profits. Song Xingguo also hoped that Jun Zi could contribute more. The group chatted. The boss brought the food up. The group ate and chatted. Uncle Song, aren't you helping Urgenzi? You and Urgenzi don't need to say anything more. Urgenzi will just contribute 32,000, and that's settled. Li Rui made the final decision. Later, when he buys things like mesh panels within the system, he doesn't need to spend money, he can simply redeem them using points within the system. Song Xingguo and Urgenzi insisted on giving 35,000. Brother Rui. Urgenzi had just opened his mouth when Li Rui immediately interrupted him. Urgenzi, you and your dad don't need to say anything more. This matter has already been settled, so let's not waste our breath. After finishing their meal, Li Rui first took Song Xingguo home before heading to the entrance of Xingfu village. When Huiyi saw Li Rui's car, he asked loudly with a big smile, Ruizi, why didn't you and Urgenzi go fishing today? What did you two go do? Today, Urgenzi and I went to Wenzhou to check out the ships, Li Rui replied loudly. The car drove forward. At the entrance to the village, all was deathly silent. The sunflower seeds in Su Lanzi's mouth suddenly lost their flavor. Moments later, the village entrance was in an uproar. My goodness, Ruizi is on his way to buying a new boat. Didn't his family just buy a car? Why does he want to buy a new boat now? How much money has Ruizi made recently? Su Lanzi pursed her lips and said, looking at boats doesn't mean buying them. I even went to the anima store in Wenzhou to look at several outfits for my Chen Xiong. But in the end I didn't buy it. Upon hearing this, the people at the village entrance gradually calmed down. Yes, looking at a boat is not the same as buying one. Although Li Rui and Urgenzi made some money some time ago, they have already spent most of it. Li Rui had no money left to buy a boat. At this moment, Su Xianjiao was sitting on a chair at the entrance of her living room, with Kuakuo in her arms, babbling softly. Mommy, when is Daddy coming back? Kuakuo turned to the side and looked at her mother. It should be soon, Su Xianjiao said softly. She didn't know exactly when Li Rui would return. Kuakuo muttered to herself softly, I wonder if Daddy will bring me something delicious. You little rascal, all you know is eating. Su Xianjiao gently flicked Kuakuo's little nose. Mommy, listen. Kuakuo heard the sound coming from her family's Volkswagen SUV, and now she was pointing her little hand in the direction of her front door. As soon as she finished speaking, Kuakuo jumped down. Su Xianjiao quickly stood up and took Kuakuo's little hand in hers. Slow down. The mother and daughter walked towards the door. To be precise, Kuakuo is running. Su Xianjiao held Kuakuo's little hand from behind, preventing Kuakuo from running too fast. Mommy, Daddy's back. Just then, Kuakuo saw her family's Volkswagen SUV drive into her yard, and she turned around to look at Su Xianjiao. The little guy was very excited, his face beaming with a happy smile. Hey, Daddy is finally back. I wonder what her dad brought her when he came back. Thinking of this, Kuakuo felt a little excited. Ideally, there would be lots and lots of delicious food. The car had just stopped, and Li Rui hadn't gotten out yet. Kuakuo stood at the door of the driver's seat, waving continuously at Li Rui inside the car. Daddy. Kuakuo called out, jumping up and down, her eyes shining. Hey! Li Rui got out of the car, picked up Guo, and responded. Then he lifted Guo above his head with both hands. Kuakuo giggled. Su Xianjiao patted Li Rui's arm and said, as soon as I got home from get off work, the little guy kept asking me incessantly, when is Daddy coming home? When is Daddy coming home? I'm so tired of hearing it. As soon as Su Xianjia finished speaking, Urgenzi also got out of the car. He looked at his brother Rui and his family of 3, his eyes filled with envy. Damn it, I want to get out of being single, I want to get married, I want to have a daughter. Urgenzi roared in his mind. Li Rui held the fruit in both hands, took a few steps forward, and came to a relatively open area. Kyokuo looked down at Li Rui and asked with a grin, Daddy, what are you going to do? You'll find out soon enough. Li Rui raised his head and smiled slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he started spinning in circles. Seeing this, Su Xianjia quickly reminded him, Li Rui, be careful not to make Kyokuo fall. Kyokuo, however, thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of spinning in the sky. Ha ha ha. Kyokuo's smile never stopped. Her little mouth was wide open in a smile. After spinning around 7 or 8 times, Li Rui got tired and stopped, putting Kyokuo on the ground. As soon as Kyokuo's feet touched the ground, she felt dizzy and her body tilted to one side. Li Rui put his arms around Guo's waist to prevent her from falling. Daddy, there are so many little stars in front of Kyokuo. I'll grab them, I'll grab them, I'll grab them. Kyokuo kept trying to grab the little stars in front of her with her 2 little hands. The little stars are right in front of Kyokuo, so why can't Kyokuo grab them? Those aren't real little stars. Su Xianjia walked over and gently stroked Kyokuo's little head twice. Where did the little star go? Kyokuo felt very strange. Li Rui patiently explained, Mom is right. Those aren't real little stars. When you spin around in circles, it's easy to get dizzy. Dad also saw a lot of virtual little stars in front of him just now. Kyokuo pouted and murmured, oh, so that's how it is. Daddy, Kyokuo wants to do it again. Kyokuo hasn't had enough fun yet. Kyokuo held Li Rui's 2 big hands with her 2 little hands. She was looking forward to Li Rui lifting her up high again and then spinning her around in circles. Let's play one more time, just one more time, and then we'll stop, okay? Li Rui asked, looking into Guo's 2 big, watery eyes. Kyokuo thought about it for a moment, then nodded, okay. Su Xianjia chuckled helplessly twice. Li Rui, be careful, Su Xianjia said, taking a few steps back. I'll be careful. Li Rui glanced at Su Xianjia, then lifted Kyokuo above his head with both hands and spun her around. Kyokuo giggled. After circling around 5 or 6 times, Li Rui stopped. Daddy, this is so much fun. Kyokuo clapped her hands and laughed. Li Rui squatted on the ground, panting heavily. Getting married and having children should indeed be done as early as possible. Young and energetic, able to play wildly with the children. She's too old. I don't have the energy to play wildly with my child. There are little stars again. Kyokuo exclaimed in surprise. Alright, let's stop playing. Li Rui calmed down. Kyokuo stopped making a fuss and continued playing, but she skipped and hopped, saying, Daddy, let's play again next time, okay? Okay. Li Rui rubbed Kyokuo's little head. Daddy, did you bring Kyokuo anything delicious? Kyokuo finally remembered what she had been thinking about. Upon hearing this, Li Rui gently pinched Guo's little cheek. You little glutton. After saying that, he stood up, took Kyokuo's hand, and walked to the trunk of the car. Su Xianjia followed curiously. Under Kyokuo's expectant gaze, Li Rui opened the trunk of the car. Xianjia, this is a dress and high heels I bought for you. Li Rui let go of Kyokuo's little hand and took out 2 exquisite boxes from the trunk. The box contained a white lace dress. The other box contained a pair of sparkly high heels. Holding the 2 boxes, Su Xianjia complained, We've been married for years, why are you spending this money? Aren't you just wasting it? He complained, but he was secretly overjoyed. Daddy, where's Kyokuo's? Kyokuo stood on tiptoe, stretched her neck, and peered into the trunk again and again. This is a little headband that Dad bought for Kyokuo. Li Rui tore open the packaging and put the headband on Kyokuo's head. Kyokuo turned to look at Su Xianjia, tilted her little head, and asked in a childish voice, Mommy, is Kyokuo pretty? Su Xianjia gave a very affirmative answer. It's beautiful, so beautiful. Like a little princess in a castle. Upon hearing this answer, Kyokuo's little face beamed with joy. At this moment, Li Rui took out a Barbie doll from the trunk. Wow, it's so pretty. Kyokuo's eyes widened when she saw the Barbie doll, and she hugged it tightly with both of her little hands. Li Rui, when you go out in the future, don't buy me anything, just buy it for Guo. I don't need anything, Su Xianjia said with a smile. Li Rui held Su Xianjia's hand and said affectionately, Wife, I earn money so that you and Kyokuo can live a good life. If I don't spend my money on you and Kyokuo, who will I spend it on? I will buy you many things in the future. Su Xianjia felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She said coyly, I told you not to spend money, so don't spend it. If Li Rui actually believed what Su Zionjiao just said, then he would be incredibly lacking in emotional intelligence. Buy it, we must buy it. My money is your money, we are one and the same. Li Rui's words warmed Su Zionjiao's heart. Su Zionjiao asked, honey, you must have spent a lot of money on these things. She's still too stingy with money. She survived through hard times. Therefore, she knew all too well how difficult life was without money. It didn't cost much. Knowing his wife was frugal, Li Rui told a white lie. It was only 100 or 2 yuan. That's good. Su Zionjia smiled gently, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. At this moment, Qiuaqiu hugged Li Rui's leg with both little hands, raised her little head, looked at Li Rui, and said expectantly, Daddy, Daddy, is there any more? Why is there no food? Qiuaqiu was getting anxious because she couldn't see any food. Did Daddy forget to buy her food? Are you thinking about food, you little rascal? Li Rui bent down and pinched Qiuaqiu's little nose. Hee, Daddy, how did you know? Qiuaqiu tilted her little head, looked at Li Rui, and smiled slightly. As she smiled, 2 particularly charming dimples appeared on her cheeks. Ta-da! As if by magic, Li Rui took a bag of rice cakes from the trunk of the car, placed it in front of Guo, and waved it. The moment Qiuaqiu saw the rice cakes, she jumped up and down excitedly, saying, Daddy, Qiuaqiu knew you would bring back delicious food for Qiuaqiu, hee. You little glutton. Su Zionjia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qiuaqiu. Look what this is. Li Rui placed 2 cheese sticks in front of Guo and said with delighted eyes. When Qiuaqiu saw the cheese stick, she hugged Li Rui's thigh tightly with both hands and rubbed her little face against Li Rui's thigh. Daddy, Qiuaqiu loves you. Papa is the best. Junzi, who was in the courtyard, saw this scene and exclaimed that it was too much of a public display of affection. This is too much of a public display of affection, I'm not watching anymore. Junzi turned and walked towards the living room. Uncle Junzi, you just said dog abuse, who's abusing dogs? Where are the dogs? Before Junzi had taken 2 steps, Qiuaqiu turned her head and looked at him with great curiosity. Upon hearing this, both Li Rui and Su Zionjia were stunned. They both burst into laughter. Junzi, on the other hand, looked miserable. Uncle Junzi, where is the dog? Who is abusing the dog? The dog is so cute, how can they abuse it? Seeing that Junzi didn't say anything, Qiuaqiu turned on her curious mode and asked 3 questions in a row, almost making Junzi cry. Junzi lowered his head and strode towards the living room. Qiuaqiu, however, kept asking, Uncle Junzi, where's the dog? Where is the dog? Walking into the living room, Junzi turned around, looked at Qiuaqiu, and said helplessly, the dog ran away with its tail between its legs. After saying that, Junzi ran into the living room without looking back. Daddy, Mommy, Uncle Junzi was so strange just now. Qiuaqiu clearly didn't see the cute dog, so why did Uncle Junzi say it was dog abuse? Qiuaqiu turned around, looked at her parents, scratched her head, and had a lot of question marks on her forehead. Li Rui and Su Zionjia laughed even louder when they heard this. Junzi, who was in the living room, wished he could disappear into the ground when he heard the commotion outside. You can't keep chasing after single people to torture them. Are you trying to kill us? Li Rui couldn't explain it to Guo. To distract Qiuaqiu, he helped her tear open a bag of cheese sticks. Qiuaqiu, here you go. Li Rui bent down and brought the cheese stick to Qiuaqiu's mouth. Qiuaqiu took a big bite and put the cheese stick in her mouth. After slurping it several times, Qiuaqiu finally took the cheese stick in her little hand. So sweet, it's delicious. Qiuaqiu tilted her head, mumbled a few words, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Su Zionjia ignored Qiuaqiu. She looked at Li Rui and asked, Did you and Junzi book the boat today? Yes, it's booked. Li Rui replied, then explained the price in detail. The total price of the boat is 220,000, and with the cost of the necessary items, it will be around 320,000 in total. Thank goodness, we have enough money. Su Zionjia patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. If they didn't have enough money, they would have had to raise more. These days, it's so hard to borrow money. Their family owns 90% of the shares, so they need to contribute 90% of the money. 320,000 multiplied by 0.9 equals 280,000 80,000. She previously had 320,000 yuan. A few hours ago, she transferred 20,000 yuan to Li Rui, and now she has 300,000 yuan in her hands. Honey, have you thought it through? If we buy the boat back, you and Junzi will have to go out to sea to fish for long periods of time. Life on the boat is both hard and boring. Su Zionjia hoped that Li Rui would give it serious consideration. Wife, what's the hardship or the boredom? The important thing is to make money. Li Rui walked over and put his arm around Su Zionjia's shoulder. I have to work hard to make money so that you and your mother, as well as your parents, can live a good life. Su Xianjiao looked at Li Rui with tenderness. Li Rui, I didn't marry the wrong person back then. She turned her head and asked again, honey, once we buy the boat, do we have enough manpower? After hesitating for a moment, she still expressed her thoughts. How's my brother? My younger brother is getting married soon. He has never had a proper job. Can he come with you to go fishing at sea? If her younger brother, Sukun, could go fishing at sea with her husband, she and her parents would have a lot less to worry about. Li Rui didn't beat around the bush with Su Xianjiao. Xianjiao, do you think your brother can endure hardship? We are all people from Crescent Island, and we know very well how hard it is to go out to sea to fish. Alright, let's pretend I never said anything. Su Xianjiao didn't want to put her husband in a difficult position. Her younger brother, Sukun, really couldn't handle hardship. Li Rui shared his thoughts. I plan to hire 2 more boatmen. I've already found one, and Urgenzi's dad is helping me find one. Urgenzi's dad is a capable man, he can help Urgenzi and me a lot, and he can also take care of a lot of things for us. This way, you'll have to worry less, Su Xianjiao said with a smile. The two chatted for a while longer before Li Rui went to the bedroom. Su Xianjiao played with Kuakuo in the yard. Inside the bedroom, Li Rui began communicating with the system. Host, what do you need? The system's mechanical voice echoed in Li Rui's mind. Li Rui was actively communicating with the system. How many points do I have now? 498,769 points. Li Rui was delighted upon hearing the number. Holy crap! He has accumulated so many points in the system. With so many points, he should be able to redeem things like trawling nets within the system. The thought had just crossed Li Rui's mind. A virtual screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. 100,000 points are required to redeem trawl nets. To redeem trawl net steel rope, you need 100,000 points. To redeem a network board, you need 50,000 points. To redeem a network access device, you need 50,000 points. To redeem refrigeration equipment, 150,000 points are required. After taking a closer look, Li Rui realized that he didn't have enough points at all. It seems I need to accumulate more points. Li Rui stroked his chin, deep in thought. His points in the system will definitely be cleared this time. During dinner, Kuakuo kept asking Urgenzi questions, and even eating couldn't shut her up. Uncle Urgenzi, where's the dog? Who abused the dog? Kuakuo, why didn't I see the dog in the yard just now? Kuakuo mumbled something as she ate. She searched her yard thoroughly but couldn't find the dog. She even looked for the spot in front of her house. Li Rui and Su Xianjiao knew what was going on. Li Rui glanced at Urgenzi, his lips pursed, trying his best to suppress a laugh. Su Xianjiao also glanced at Urgenzi. She covered her mouth, secretly laughing. Urgenzi almost cried. Why won't you let him go even now? The dog abuse he was referring to was abuse directed at him, a single dog. He couldn't explain this to Kuakuo. Uncle Urgenzi, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Kuakuo kept looking at Urgenzi. Do you miss mommy or daddy? If you miss mommy and daddy, then go home. No, no. Urgenzi forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Li Rui smiled and said, Uncle Urgenzi might have been seeing things just now, he didn't see any dogs. After saying that, Li Rui turned to Urgenzi, winked, and said, Urgenzi, don't you think so? Yes, I must have been seeing things. I didn't see any dogs or anyone abusing them. Urgenzi wanted to quickly end this topic that was making him feel awkward. Is that so? Kuakuo didn't quite believe it. Urgenzi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That's right, it must be that Uncle Urgenzi's eyes were playing tricks on him. If Uncle Urgenzi really saw the dog in the yard just now, you would definitely have seen it too. Being single is so miserable. So that's how it is. Kuakuo finally believed what Urgenzi had said. Let's leave this topic here. Before going to bed at night, Li Rui, Su Xianjiao, and Kuakuo, a family of 3, were all in the bedroom. Su Xianjiao changed into new clothes and new shoes. Kuakuo wore a fluffy headband and new shoes on her little feet. The mother and daughter stood in front of the mirror admiring themselves. Mommy, your clothes and shoes are so beautiful. Kuakuo looked her mother up and down carefully. Kuakuo, your shoes are pretty, your hairband is pretty, and you are even prettier. Su Xianjiao bent down, placed her hands on Kuakuo's little face, and looked straight at Kuakuo in the mirror. Upon hearing this, Kuakuo giggled, revealing a few small and adorable teeth. Looking at the mother and daughter, Li Rui couldn't help but mentally complain. Why are these two praising each other like this? Especially your little headband, it makes you look exceptionally cute and fresh. Su Xianjiao stroked the fluffy headband and praised Kuakuo again. She turned to Li Rui and asked, Honey, why didn't you buy yourself a new outfit? You've been working so hard lately, you should treat yourself. She looked distressed. It seems like Li Rui hasn't bought any new clothes in a long time. I'll buy it later. Li Rui didn't care about these things. Married men don't seem to care much about this. Especially men who are struggling financially. They might wear the same underwear for 3 to 5 years without changing it. The same applies to towels. Save where you can. I don't want to spend a single penny. Su Xianjiao has made her decision. When she goes to town again, or to Wenzhou, she will buy Li Rui a few new outfits. The relationship between husband and wife is reciprocal. You give a little. I'll give a little more. Only then can the relationship between husband and wife be stable and lasting. No one can endure one-sided effort for long. Humans are emotional beings. Daddy, when Kuakuo grows up and earns money, Kuakuo will buy you new clothes too, hee. Kuakuo turned around, looked at Li Rui, grinned, and said with a smile, "Really?" Li Rui walked over and squatted down in front of Guo. Kuakuo nodded emphatically, Upon hearing this, Li Rui immediately hugged Guo tightly. Kuakuo, Daddy has remembered what you said. When you grow up and earn money, remember to buy Daddy clothes. Li Rui's smile was exceptionally bright. Kuakuo, are you only buying this for Daddy? Su Xianjiao pouted, crossed her arms, and looked unhappy. She was teasing Kuakuo. At this moment, Kuakuo started counting on her little fingers. When Kuakuo grows up, Kuakuo will buy new clothes for Daddy, new clothes for Mommy, new clothes for Grandpa, new clothes for Grandma, and lollipops for Uncle Urgenzi. Su Xianjiao walked over, pinched Kuakuo's little cheek, and hummed, Mommy knew Kuakuo wouldn't forget Mommy. The next morning, Li Rui woke up. He put his hands behind his head, thinking about what to do today. It's still the fishing moratorium, and he and Urgenzi haven't bought the boat they ordered yet, so they can't go out to sea to fish for the time being. Beach combing? Fishing? Or should we use a fishing net to catch fish? Just then, the system's voice rang in Li Rui's mind. Host, please note, today's luck value for lucky net casting is quite good. Upon hearing this sound, Li Rui decided to use a fishing net with Urgenzi to catch fish today. His system is really amazing, it can always keep track of his thoughts. Li Rui, lie down a little longer. I'll cook breakfast this morning, Su Xianjiao said softly as she got out of bed. Kuakuo is still sleeping. She dared not make too much noise. Xianjiao, what do you want to eat? I'll go to town to buy it. I'll drive there and be back in 20 minutes. Li Rui threw off the covers, got out of bed, and started getting dressed. Li Rui, I want to eat something I made myself. You go water the plants, take pictures, and feed the starfish. I'll make breakfast. Su Xianjiao also got out of bed. Su Xianjiao didn't want Kuakuo to eat things from town all the time. The food in town is okay to eat occasionally, but it shouldn't be eaten frequently. Whether other people's oil is good or not, whether it's hygienic or not, they weren't very clear about these things. By the way, Li Rui, please give Kuakuo less fried food in the future. Fried food is bad for her. Also, please give her less sweet food. Su Xianjiao instructed as she put on her clothes. Okay, I understand, Li Rui replied. Su Xianjiao rolled her eyes at Li Rui and said irritably, don't let Kuakuo eat random things every time she asks you for help in the future. She knows Li Rui too well. Li Rui easily gives in whenever his daughter acts cute. We are parents, and we must have clear principles. We absolutely cannot agree to Kuakuo's unreasonable requests. Su Xianjiao was very principled when it came to Kuakuo. If Kuakuo tries to argue or quarrel with her, she'll be in for a spanking. Yes, ma'am. Li Rui saluted his wife. Don't play these tricks on me. Su Xianjiao walked over and patted Li Rui's arm. Seeing that Li Rui was acting so irresponsibly, she couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the noise, Kuakuo on the bed frowned and turned over. Seeing this, Li Rui made a shushing gesture. I'm going out first. Su Xianjiao finished dressing and said softly before walking out of the bedroom. Li Rui followed closely behind. The two had a clear division of labor. A person is busy in the kitchen. Another person was busy in the yard. Hey, the sprouts have grown a bit more. Li Rui squatted down, took a few pictures of the little sprouts with his phone, and muttered to himself, I wonder when they'll bloom. On his way to Li Rui's house, Urgenzi overheard people gossiping at the village entrance, spreading rumors that he and Li Rui had gone to Wenzhou to gamble the day before. Su Lanzi was still in charge. Don't listen to Li Rui's nonsense. He and Urgenzi definitely didn't go to check on the boat yesterday. They probably went to Wenzhou to gamble. They might have been messing around in Vancouver yesterday. Men with money tend to go astray. Su Lanzi said excitedly while cracking sunflower seeds. At this moment, the people surrounding Su Lanzi were all middle-aged women from the village who liked to gossip. They do nothing all day but like to gather together, gossip about this family and that family, and spread rumors. That's actually quite possible. Gambling is addictive, how can you just quit like that? Li Rui's newly bought car is probably gone. No matter how rich a person is, once they get addicted to gambling, they will fall into an abyss of no return. Junzi quietly walked over. Damn it, what are you guys saying? Are you just bored and have nothing better to do? After listening for a while, Junzi suddenly rushed up to the group and started cursing. The group was engrossed in their conversation when Junzi quietly crept over, and they didn't even notice. Su Lanzi and the middle-aged women surrounding her were nearly scared out of their wits. At this moment, each of them was patting their chests and panting heavily. Junzi, what are you doing? Su Lanzi, having calmed down a bit, immediately glared at Junzi and roared fiercely. What nonsense are you spouting? Junzi retorted angrily. Su Lanzi put her hands on her hips and spoke with spittle flying everywhere. Junzi, you're in charge of everything, so why do you want to tell us what to do when we're talking nonsense? Junzi is no pushover. He pointed at Su Lanzi's nose, a sinister smile playing on his lips, and said, Su Lanzi, if you're going to say that, then from now on I'll tell everyone in your village that you're having an affair every night. You can't just tell me what I'm saying. Upon hearing this, Su Lanzi panicked. Junzi, you can't just say things like that. When have I ever cheated on my husband? Aren't you maliciously slandering me? Junzi chuckled and retorted sarcastically, weren't you just slandering me and Brother Rui? Damn it, you're allowed to slander others, but others aren't allowed to slander you. There's no such logic in the world. Su Lanzi became anxious. She stamped her foot and defended herself, saying, that was just a guess. I didn't mean to slander you or Li Rui. Junzi chuckled twice more, guess? Fine, if you can guess, then I can guess too. I'm not going to do anything today. I'll just stay at the entrance of your village and tell everyone I meet my guess. That should be alright, right? After Junzi finished speaking, Su Lanzi almost cried. Junzi, don't slander me. Su Lanzi was frantic with worry. You were the one who maliciously slandered me and Rui Ge first. I only intended to treat you the same way you treated me and Rui Ge. Why are you so anxious? Junzi revealed his reckless personality. Su Lanzi quickly waved her hands and said, I won't say anymore, okay? Junzi crossed his arms and raised his head, saying, you'd better not spout nonsense in front of others again, or I'll treat you the same way. At this point, Junzi pointed to the middle-aged women beside Su Lanzi, and you too. The middle-aged woman next to Su Lanzi quickly promised that they would not talk nonsense again. You guys are always gossiping and spreading rumors, you're just bored out of your minds, Junzi said, then turned and left. After taking only 2 steps, Junzi turned back and glanced at Su Lanzi and the others. He pointed at Su Lanzi and the others, and warned them with a playful expression, it's best if there doesn't happen again, otherwise, I'll start talking nonsense to others too. Upon hearing this, Su Lanzi and the others scattered like birds and beasts. They didn't want to be maliciously slandered by Junzi. Arriving at Li Rui's courtyard, Junzi squatted down in front of Li Rui and recounted what had just happened. Brother Rui, that Su Lanzi from your village is the worst kind of person, Junzi cursed. She deserves a beating. Li Rui also got angry. He glanced towards the living room and then lowered his voice, saying, after we finish eating, let's go to her house and teach her a lesson. Su Lanzi actually offended him, so he couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Kind people are often bullied, and good horses are often ridden. Li Rui is no pushover. Junzi, don't let your sister-in-law know about this mess, understand? Li Rui instructed. I know. Junzi chuckled. Ruizi, even if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have told my sister-in-law about this. Junzi, however, had his own concerns. Brother Rui, we're going to her house later. What if we find her and she denies it? Li Rui grinned mischievously, I've already figured out a way to deal with her. After saying that, he whispered a few words in Junzi's ear. Brother Rui, you're still the best. Junzi immediately gave a thumbs up. Rui Ge is really good at playing pranks. Remember, when we get to her house, you have to cooperate with me. This time I'm going to make sure she's completely under my thumb, and get rid of her once and for all. Li Rui's lips curled up slightly. Don't worry, Brother Rui. I'll definitely cooperate with you. Junzi chuckled. He was looking forward to what would happen next. After breakfast, Li Rui first took Su Zionjiao to work, and then took Kuakuo to kindergarten. Back home, he and Junzi went to Chen Xiong's house with smiles on their faces. What brings you two here? Su Lanzi encountered Li Rui and Junzi in her courtyard. She was completely taken aback when she saw them. Su Lanzi, you just said at the village entrance that Junzi and I were messing around in Wenzhou yesterday. Is that true? Li Rui asked. Before Su Lanzi could answer, Li Rui then said, Junzi recorded what you just said on his phone, and Junzi and I are planning to call the police. Junzi, who was standing next to him, took out his phone and waved it around, saying, "I have evidence on my phone. When Rui and I call the police, I'll hand the evidence over to them as soon as they arrive." Upon hearing that the police were to be called, Su Lanzi's legs trembled violently, and the fat on her face also trembled. Seeing this, Li Rui quickly pressed his advantage. "According to my country's Public Security Administration punishment law, if you maliciously slander someone for doing that kind of thing, you will be detained for 3 days and fined 500 yuan. If you have a criminal record, your daughter will be unable to take the civil service exam or the public sector exam in the future. She will hate you for the rest of her life." Upon hearing this, Su Lanzi's vision went black, and she nearly fell over. She didn't understand the law very well. She believed everything Li Rui said. "Rui Zi, Jun Zi, I was wrong. I'll never talk nonsense outside again. Please don't call the police. I'm begging you, please." Su Lanzi stared longingly at Li Rui and Junzi, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Li Rui and Junzi were really going to call the police. Her husband has no choice but to divorce her. Her daughter will hate her for the rest of her life. Li Rui remained silent. Junzi had a cold expression on his face. "Ruizi, Junzi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You too, delete the recording right away. I swear, I'll never talk about it outside again." Seeing that Li Rui and Junzi didn't speak, Su Lanzi became even more panicked. She quickly raised her hand and tremblingly made a vow. "Su Lanzi, what did you say at the village entrance just now?" Li Rui asked, seeing that the time was right. "I was just saying at the village entrance that you and Junzi were probably messing around in Wenzhou yesterday," Su Lanzi replied without thinking. She never imagined that this was a trap set by Li Rui. Li Rui asked again, "Are you sure that's what you said?" Su Lanzi had already lost her composure. At this moment, she nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes, I'm absolutely sure, that's exactly what I said back then." Li Rui smiled. Junzi also laughed. In fact, Junzi's phone did not record any audio. Li Rui and Junzi were just bluffing Su Lanzi. Before they arrived at Su Lanzi's house, Li Rui's phone had already turned on the recording function. Li Rui already has the evidence. If Su Lanzi continues to misbehave, then he would have a way to deal with Su Lanzi. "Rui Zi, Jun Zi, delete the recording right now. Hurry up. I've already sworn an oath. What more do you want from me?" Su Lanzi cried until her eyes were red. "Su Lanzi, I don't have a recording on my phone." Junzi shook his phone again. Su Lanzi stood there, head held high and mouth agape, stunned. A moment later, Su Lanzi came to her senses, pointed at Junzi and Li Rui, and cursed, "Junzi, Li Rui, how can you two be so wicked?" At this point, Su Lanzi wiped the tears from her face with her arm, then turned her tears into laughter and said, "Since you have no evidence, then I have nothing to fear. Junzi, if you have any guts, go to the village entrance and say I'm having an affair every night. I'll call the police right away and have them arrest you. I, Su Lanzi, also know a little about the Public Security Administration punishment law." Junzi put his phone in his pocket. Li Rui then took out his phone. "Su Lanzi, I recorded our conversation just now. Do you want to hear it now? I think it's necessary for me to call the police and let them come and seek justice for me and Junzi." Li Rui looked at Su Lanzi, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Li Rui, you." Su Lanzi was furious. Only then did she realize that she had been tricked by Li Rui and Junzi. Junzi didn't record anything at all when he was at the village entrance. "Brother Rui, call the police quickly. We have to make this old woman pay the price." According to our country's Public Security Administration punishment law, maliciously slandering others and doing that kind of thing can result in detention and fines. We have evidence now. Junzi and Li Rui put on a show. The moment Junzi finished speaking, slap, slap. Su Lanzi then slapped herself twice across the face. "Rui Zi, no, no, no. We're from the same village, please don't make a big deal out of this. I'll keep a low profile from now on." Su Lanzi was extremely regretful that she had been so careless. Li Rui has evidence. What if Li Rui really calls the police? She'll be in trouble. Faced with the audio evidence, she couldn't lie through her teeth. "Su Lanzi, I, Li Rui, don't want trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. If you dare to mess with me or the people around me again, just wait for the police to come knocking on your door. This matter could be a big deal or a small deal. If the police really arrest you, you have no say in the matter. If you don't believe me, you can consult a lawyer yourself." Li Rui put his phone in his pocket. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door. He didn't want to waste too much energy and time on bad people and bad things. "Su Lanzi, you'd better behave yourself from now on," Junzi said, then turned and chased after her. "Ruizi, Junzi, I promise I'll behave myself from now on." Su Lanzi was feeling anxious, but she waved to Li Rui and Junzi and replied with a smile. Li Rui and Urgenzi had just left. Chen Xiong came out of his living room shortly after. Su Lanzi, what brings Li Rui and Urgenzi here? What are they here for? Chen Xiong asked curiously. The two families don't have a good relationship and rarely visit each other. Why are Li Rui and Urgenzi at his house today? There's definitely something going on here. Su Lanzi's eyes darted around, and she quickly stepped forward, taking Chen Xiong's arm and saying with a smile, they just came over and we had a few words in a quarrel. Honey, you know that my relationship with them has never been very good. Chen Xiong immediately glared at him. They went too far. How dare they come to my house and argue with you? I have to go and talk to them. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xiong started walking. Su Lanzi was terrified. If her husband finds out the truth, things will get out of hand. Honey, don't go. I just yelled at them and they left. They know they went too far, and they apologized to me before they left. Su Lanzi grabbed her husband's arm and then lied without batting an eye. Really? Chen Xiong had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Su Lanzi began her performance again. Honey, it's better to avoid trouble. If you chase after them and fight them, you'll be at a disadvantage. What will happen to me and our daughter if you get hurt? Listen to me, just pretend this never happened, okay? Su Lanzi patted Chen Xiong's hand, telling him to calm down and not to pursue the matter further. Once Chen Xiong calmed down, he became a little timid. He was afraid of getting into a conflict with the two brothers, Li Rui and Urgenzi. Thinking of this, he took the opportunity to back down, saying, alright, let's just let this go. They've both apologized to you. If I rush up to them again and cause them trouble, it will make me seem petty. I, Chen Xiong, am a man, and I can't be petty. That's more like it. Su Lanzi breathed a sigh of relief. Su Lanzi, if you encounter something like this again, you must tell me immediately. I am the man of the family, and when others bully our family, I can't just cower like a coward. Chen Xiong's tone was slightly reproachful. Okay, Su Lanzi replied with a smile. This matter has finally come to an end. 10 minutes later, Li Rui drove the tractor to a rock below the reef area. Brother Rui, it's been a long time since we've used a fishing net to catch fish. My hands are itching. Urgenzi jumped out of the carriage and said excitedly, I wonder if our luck will be good today. When have we ever had bad luck? Li Rui stopped the tractor and walked onto the ground. A short while later, the two of them, each holding a fishing net, walked to a large rock on the reef. Puff! Urgenzi excitedly threw the fishing net in his hand into the sea. Brother Rui, let's have another competition today and see who's luckier and who catches more fish. What do you think? Urgenzi turned to look at Li Rui, grinning from ear to ear. Alright, let's have another match today. Li Rui smiled faintly. About 30 seconds later, Urgenzi began to pull up the fishing net. Wow, it's so heavy. Brother Rui, I hope my first net doesn't get overloaded. Urgenzi was exerting force with both hands. The muscles in his arms were clearly defined. Don't get cocky, kid. Li Rui couldn't help but roll his eyes at Urgenzi. Brother Rui, I'm not bragging. My first net might really be a smash. If you don't believe me, just take a look. Urgenzi was pulling hard with both hands, but he felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. Right now, Aunt Lotus, sister-in-law Osmanthus, and uncle who were hurrying towards the reef area. They planned to go and see what the commotion was about. Recently, Li Rui and Urgenzi's luck has been legendary throughout Xingfu village. Uncle who, you're not kidding us, are you? Rui Zi and Jun Zi were fishing in the reef area with a net. Can they really catch fish with every single net? Aunt Hefua thought Uncle who was exaggerating. Good luck is one thing, but it can't be this ridiculously good. It's all over the internet, it's ridiculously exaggerated. Aunt Hefua, don't you know that rumors are always exaggerated? Sister Divwa said from the side. Last time, a young man from my family came home for a blind date. He only earns 3,000 or 4,000 a month, but after his mother and the matchmaker relayed the story, it became 20,000 or 30,000 when it reached the woman's side. Aunt Lotus glanced at Sister Osmanthus and chuckled, how could I not know that? Let me tell you, last month a girl from my hometown went on a blind date. She was only 1.56 meters tall, extremely average looking, and as fat as a ball. But in the matchmaker's mouth, she suddenly became a tall and beautiful girl of 1.7 meters. My goodness, matchmakers these days are so unreliable. She can even describe a short, stout girl as an imported banana. The two chatted back and forth, exchanging a few words. Hu Yi, standing to the side, glared and said, why don't you two believe what I'm saying? Everything I'm saying is true. When you get to the reef area, you'll see for yourselves whether I'm lying to you or not. Rui Zi and Jun Zi used fishing nets to catch fish in the reef area, and they were able to catch every single net. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus both clicked their tongues twice. No matter what Master Hu said, the two of them didn't believe him. Uncle Hu, if you were to say that Ruizi and Urgenzi were using a fishing net to catch fish and only managed to catch 2 or 3 nets full, we might believe you. But you're exaggerating like this, how could we possibly believe you? Aunt Hehua glanced at Uncle Hu and gave a cold snort. As the three were talking, they arrived at the rocky area. Just now, Urgenzi struggled a bit to pull up his fishing net. Right now, Urgenzi is showing off to Li Rui. Hey Rui, how about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? My first net exploded, didn't it? Aunt Lotus came over, staring at the catch in the net with eyes as wide as a bull's. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, why is the internet so overloaded? So many rockfish. There must be at least a 50 or 60 pound 6-line fish in here." Sister Giwa looked at the catch in the fishing net and could hardly believe her eyes. But old master Hu said smugly, "See? I didn't lie to you too. 6-line fish don't grow very large, generally between 20 and 40 centimeters in length, and rarely exceeding 60 centimeters. They have no ridges on their heads, their upper jaws protrude slightly, and their teeth are small. It is a nearshore, cold-water bottom-dwelling fish that prefers to be active during the day, spawns in autumn, has a beautiful appearance, tender flesh, and a reasonable price." Uncle Hu, Aunt Hehua, sister-in-law Giwa, what brings you here? Li Rui was about to carry the fish from the net with Urgenzi when he saw the three of them coming over, so he greeted them. All three of them are decent people. Therefore, Li Rui enjoys chatting and laughing with them. "Rui Zi, your second uncle who just said that you and Junzi were catching fish with nets in the reef area, and every net they cast burst open. Your sister-in-law Giwa and I were curious, so we came to see," Aunt Hehua said with a smile. "Ruizi, Urgenzi's first net actually broke. Looks like Urgenzi's luck is pretty good today." Giwa's sister-in-law had a simple, rustic smile on her face, typical of rural women. Li Rui waved his hand modestly and said, "Don't listen to what second Master Hu is saying." Master Hu tilted his head back and laughed loudly. "Rui Zi, don't be modest. Everyone else may not know how lucky you and Junzi have been lately, but do you think I don't? If you go beach combing, you'll fill a bucket. Go fishing, you can catch big, valuable fish. If you use a fishing net to catch fish, you'll break the net. I saw all of this with my own eyes. Especially you, Ruizi, you're incredibly lucky." After saying that, second Master Hu pointed at Li Rui with a big smile on his face. "It's strange, really. Others tried to catch fish in the rocky area with nets, but could only catch small fish and shrimp. Li Rui and Urgenzi are completely different. Second Master Hu, I can't do it. I just benefited from my brother Rui's luck. My brother Rui is a man who was blessed by Mezu." Urgenzi chuckled. "Urgenzi, let's carry your catch down from the fishing net first." Li Rui walked over to Urgenzi, bent down, and held the end of the fishing net with both hands. "Okay." Urgenzi's face was beaming with a happy smile. "The catch in this net must weigh at least 70 or 80 pounds. Wild rockfish costs about 70 yuan per pound. All told, this net can sell for more than 5,000. Goodness! The money earned from selling this catch was 1 or 2,000 yuan more than an average person's monthly salary." The two men worked together to lift Urgenzi's fishing net down into the water. "Brother Rui, let's take a break." As soon as they reached a stable spot, Urgenzi was already feeling the strain. As soon as he finished speaking, he carefully put down his fishing net. Li Rui straightened his back, panting heavily. Urgenzi started showing off again. "Brother Rui, I got such a good result on my first net, are you feeling a lot of pressure?" "I don't have any pressure at all," Li Rui replied irritably. Although the fishing net Urgenzi used was also a lucky fishing net that he redeemed from the system, Urgenzi was not the host. For someone who is not the host, the luck value will be reduced when using items purchased from the system. Today, Urgenzi's first online post yielded such a great harvest. He'll catch even more fish later when he uses a fishing net. As the two were talking, Uncle Hu, Aunt Hehua, and sister-in-law Giwa ran down from the rocky area. "Ruizi, Urgenzi, we're here to help you. We are all from the same hometown and should help each other." Li Rui initially wanted to refuse. The enthusiastic Aunt Lotus, sister-in-law Osmanthus, and uncle who had already joined forces to lift up the fishing net. In no time, the three men had emptied all the fish from the net into the trailer. Splash! The catch was piled up like a small mountain. My God! There are actually several big red spots hidden in here. As the catch slid down with a splash, Aunt Lotus clearly saw 3 big red spots rolling out from the pile of fish. On Crescent Island, many people habitually refer to the red spots as red lanterns. The largest red spot weighs more than 3 pounds. The medium-sized one weighs over 2 pounds. The smaller one also weighs over a pound. It really is a big red light. Sister Gihua stared wide-eyed at the largest red light in the carriage. "Ruizi, Urgenzi, you two are trying to make a fortune in the ocean, aren't you?" Old Master Who couldn't help but laugh and tease. Urgenzi had an arrogant look on his face. Li Rui, however, became modest again. Second Master Hu, you're joking too much. Junzi and I have just been lucky lately. We're not exactly making money out of thin air. We're just earning a meager living. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. Aunt Lotus shouted, Rui Zi, you're being way too modest. Sister Givwa was still lost in thought about how much money she could make from this net. Li Rui and his group went up to the reef area again. Rui Ge, you throw it, I'll watch from the side, Junzi urged, stretching his arms as he did so. He wasn't in a hurry to throw the fishing net again. Just now, his arms were completely exhausted from working. He needs to take a good rest now. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus were also urging Li Rui to hurry up and throw the fishing net. They wanted to see if Li Rui could also go viral online. The chances of the net being blown up are very low. Junzi just broke the internet. It's highly unlikely that Li Rui will be exposed online again. Surely God can't always be on their side. Second Master Hu, you told us before that Rui Zi and Jun Zi would both get hits on every net. If either of them doesn't get a hit today, you're exaggerating. Aunt Hehua turned to look at Second Master Hu, snorting coldly with her nostrils flared. Aunt Hehua, you're being too harsh. If you're talking about me, as long as Ruizi and Junzi managed to score 3 or 4 points today, then even if Uncle Hu isn't exaggerating, Gihua said with a smile, patting Aunt Hehua's arm. Puff. Just then, Li Rui threw the fishing net he was holding into the sea. After a while, Li Rui felt the fishing net sink to the bottom. He then pulled upwards with both hands. You two stop arguing, you'll find out the result soon enough. As he said this, Old Master Hu kept his eyes fixed on the fishing net in the water. Wow, what a huge sesame seed-like spot! Aunt Lotus exclaimed as she saw a sesame seed-like spot leap out of the water. Sister Gihua said excitedly, I could see that big sesame-spotted cat clearly in the net. Sister-in-law Gihua and Aunt Hehua exchanged a glance. Both of them were filled with surprise. Why are there so many groupers in this rocky area? Whether it's red-spotted or sesame-spotted, they are both types of grouper. The sesame grouper, scientifically known as the Butched's grouper, has a dark brown or olive-colored body covered with tiny spots resembling sesame seeds, hence its name. Their habitat is typically in nearshore rocky reef areas. Just then, another sesame-spotted fish leaped out from under the net and jumped out of the water. Another sesame spot! Aunt Lotus exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God! What Uncle Hu just said is absolutely right. Rui Zi and Jun Zi are simply trying to make a quick buck. Although sesame spots are not as expensive as red lights, but they are generally larger than red lights. Those two sesame seed-like spots together probably weigh about 15 pounds. A pound of sesame spots costs about 100 yuan. All things considered, those two sesame seed-like spots could sell for 1,500. A moment later, Li Rui pulled his fishing net out of the water. The scene before her eyes left Aunt Lotus trembling with fear. Sister Gihua swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Hu Yi stood there, stunned. Brother Rui, your fishing net has been stretched so much by the catch. Junzi exclaimed excitedly. The catch from this net must weigh at least 90 kilograms. If things go well, it could break 100. Rui Ge's luck is truly amazing. Come on, help me pull it. Li Rui frowned. Why is Junzi standing there like an idiot, just yelling and shouting? They have absolutely no sense of propriety. Okay, Junzi said as he ran over. Finally, with the combined efforts of the two, they managed to pull the fishing net ashore. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus almost popped their eyes out of their sockets. Let me see what kind of fish are in the net. Uncle Hu ran forward happily, opened his eyes wide, and looked carefully. There are rockfish, sardines, sea bass, and grouper in this net. The most eye-catching one is that grouper that weighs about 10 pounds. Such a large sesame seed-like spot is extremely rare. He's lived a long life and has never seen many spots this big. It's really exciting to watch Li Rui and Junzi catch fish with their fishing nets. They can catch almost any fish that are rare in the market. Rui, you're incredibly lucky. This net is even more amazing than a burst net. Aunt Hehua kept looking at the catch in the fishing net, and then looked up at Li Rui. What Master Hu said earlier was not an exaggeration. Rui Zi and Jun Zi truly succeeded in going viral online. Ruizi, the catch you've made in this one net is more than I've caught in half a year. Aunt Gihua said, her eyes full of envy. If her husband had the same good fortune as Li Rui and Junzi, she would call him right now and tell him to quit his job and come back to be a fisherman. Unfortunately, her husband wasn't so lucky. Aunt Lotus turned to look at Uncle Hu and asked curiously, Uncle Hu, you're a man of great experience, do you think this catch can sell for 8 or 9,000? As soon as she asked that question, everyone else present looked at Master Hu. Humph. Old Master Hu snorted and then said, Lotus, you underestimate the value of this net of fish. This net of fish can sell for at least 11,000 yuan, and that's my conservative estimate. What? Conservatively speaking, this catch can sell for 11,000 yuan? Aunt Lotus's mouth dropped open, and her eyes bulged out. Sister Diwa's brain suddenly went blank. Li Rui smiled slightly. Luck, it's all luck. Yes, it's all about luck. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Aunt Lotus came back to her senses and couldn't help but sigh. Li Rui and Urgenzi only cast 2 nets and already made nearly 20,000 yuan. How could she not be envious? Why doesn't Mazu bless me? Diwa sighed. She hasn't earned 10,000 yuan since the Lunar New Year. Li Rui casually tossed a net in and earned over 10,000 yuan. Thinking about this, Sister Diwa couldn't help but feel a little unbalanced. Sitting on the large reef, Li Rui rested for a while before he and Urgenzi carried the fishing net down. Ruizi, Urgenzi, where did you buy your fishing nets? How come the quality is so good? Aunt Havua noticed that Li Rui and Urgenzi's fishing nets didn't deform no matter how much they were pulled. She wanted to buy one of those nets too. Aunt Lotus, the fishing net was bought by my brother Rui. Urgenzi grinned. Li Rui laughed it off. These 2 fishing nets seem to be ones I brought back from Vancouver, but I can't remember exactly where I bought them. He wouldn't tell anyone the secrets of the system. Hearing Li Rui say this, Aunt Havua pressed on, unwilling to give up. Ruizi, think about it again. Your Aunt Havua wants one too. I don't care if the price is a bit high. What I value most is the quality. Li Rui pretended to think for a moment and replied, Aunt Lotus, I really can't remember. It's just a fishing net, isn't it? You can buy one anywhere. All right. Since you can't remember, then forget it. Aunt Lotus didn't press the matter any further. Below, Li Rui and Urgenzi shouted 1, 2, 3 together, and then the 2 of them used both hands to throw the fishing net into the tractor's carriage. Bang! The fishing net was thrown and landed heavily inside the carriage. The whole car shook several times. Brother Rui, I'm not competing anymore. Your luck is just too incredible, I can't compete at all. Urgenzi said breathlessly, his hands on the carriage. Why aren't we competing anymore? Li Rui patted Urgenzi on the shoulder. Their clothes were both wet. Urgenzi complained, what's the point of comparing? Brother Rui, you caught about 100 pounds of fish in this net. How can I compare to you? A small fishing boat might catch more fish in a day at sea than you caught in this one net. Stop talking nonsense, let's climb up and dump the catch from the net together. Li Rui was in a pretty good mood. No, I can manage on my own. Brother Rui, leave this to me. Before Li Rui could even climb up, Urgenzi had already climbed onto the tractor's trailer, full of energy. Seeing this, Li Rui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Damn, being single is so much more exciting. There's no outlet for my energy, and I can never seem to exhaust it. If Urgenzi heard this, he would definitely be depressed for a long time. What did I, a single person, do to deserve this? At this moment, Urgenzi grabbed the edge of the fishing net, turned the opening downwards, and slowly shook it. In an instant, the catch from the fishing net slid down with a splash. After a while, Urgenzi finally emptied all the fish from the fishing net. Urgenzi, look at that fish, what's wrong with it? Li Rui saw a sardine covered in blood in the pile of fish, and he pointed at the blood-covered sardine and asked with a puzzled look. He was a bit far away and couldn't reach it, so he asked Urgenzi to investigate. Urgenzi lowered his head and looked in the direction Li Rui pointed. Brother Rui, which fish are you talking about? Urgenzi asked instead of answering. It's that sardine covered in blood. Li Rui pointed to the blood-covered sardine again. It's over there, can you see it? How can your eyesight be so bad at such a young age? Seeing that Urgenzi had been looking for a long time but still couldn't see the sardine covered in blood, Li Rui started to complain in his mind. I didn't see it. Urgenzi scratched his head. As soon as he finished speaking, Urgenzi saw the sardine that Li Rui had mentioned, and then he said with a look of surprise, Brother Rui, I see it, don't point anymore. After saying that, Urgenzi bent down and pulled the sardine out of the pile of fish. Holy crap! Brother Rui, this sardine has its upper half bitten by a small shark. Look! Urgenzi casually lifted it up. The little shark kept its sharp teeth on the sardine and wouldn't let go. In the process, it was also pulled out of the pile of fish by Urgenzi. This guy is really greedy. Urgenzi slapped the little shark's face with his hand. Even so, the little shark still showed no intention of giving in. Li Rui wasn't interested in this thing. This stuff tastes awful. He also smelled of urine. Give it to me, I'll throw it into the sea. Li Rui reached out and asked for it. Upon hearing this, Urgenzi pulled hard on the little shark, and after a while, he finally managed to pull it off the sardine. Give! Urgenzi handed the little shark to Li Rui. Li Rui took it in his hand and threw it with all his might. Bang! The baby shark fell into the sea, splashing up a small spray of water. Brother Rui, there's another sardine in the catch pile that's only half a body. Urgenzi saw another sardine that was only half a body. He picked it up and examined it carefully. Judging from the teeth marks on it, it was probably done by that little shark from before. Put it on the carriage and don't worry about it. When we get to Jufulu, the kitchen helpers there will pick it out. Li Rui didn't let Urgenzi throw the sardine carcasses on the ground, afraid that they would rot and smell bad. The stench of rotting fish, amplified by the sea breeze, is incredibly pungent. Urgenzi immediately put down the sardine that was only half its body. The next moment, Urgenzi bent down and picked up a sesame seed-shaped creature weighing about 10 pounds with both hands. Brother Rui, this sesame-spotted plant must weigh 11 or 12 pounds. Urgenzi's face was full of smiles, the joy of a bountiful harvest. Let's hurry up and get up here, don't dawdle. Li Rui didn't want to waste too much time here. He and Urgenzi wanted to make as much money as possible while they were lucky with their fishing net casting today. Urgenzi bent down again and carefully placed the sesame seed spot down. Then, he leaped from inside the tractor carriage onto the ground. The two arrived at the reef area again. Brother Rui, take a break for a bit. Urgenzi chuckled, then picked up his fishing net and tossed it into the sea with an extremely dashing gesture. Li Rui sat on the large reef, watching quietly. He needs a good rest. He was exhausted just now. Being a fisherman requires physical strength, otherwise, you're doomed. At this moment, Uncle Hu, Aunt Hehoa, and sister-in-law Giwa were watching Urgenzi. 2 minutes later, Urgenzi pulled his fishing net ashore again. The internets exploded again. Old Master Hu's eyes crinkled with laughter. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus were both dumbfounded. Why is the internet exploding again? Seeing this, Urgenzi sighed. Oh no! This net didn't work. There's nothing of value here, just some cheap sardines and rockfish. So far, I haven't seen a single valuable thing. It's fucking ridiculous. This fishing net weighs about 60 or 70 pounds. Currently, sardines are priced at 35 yuan per catty. 6-lined fish costs 70 yuan per catty. Upon hearing what Urgenzi said, Aunt Hehoa and Sister Giwa wanted to run up and kick Urgenzi a couple of times. Aunt Lotus glared at Urgenzi and said irritably, Urgenzi, why are you talking so irritatingly? Your catch should be worth at least 2 or 3,000 yuan, and you're still not satisfied. You should know that many people only earn 2 or 3,000 yuan a month these days. Sister Giwa rolled her eyes. Urgenzi, you don't know how lucky you are. If I caught such a catch with a fishing net, I'd probably be too excited to sleep tonight. Urgenzi, be content with what you have, don't ask for too much. Master Hu understood Urgenzi's feelings at this moment. On the first net, Urgenzi caught several valuable red spots. This net yielded only some worthless sardines and rockfish. A comparison of the two networks. Urgenzi inevitably felt a sense of disappointment. Stop sighing, let's hurry up and carry these fish downstairs. Li Rui lightly kicked Urgenzi's shin. He knew this guy was in Versailles. Versailles is a place that easily arouses public outrage, right now, and Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus are grinding their teeth. When you're successful, you should keep a low profile. When things aren't going well, you have to be high profile. This has always been Li Rui's stance. Okay. Urgenzi smiled sheepishly. In just over an hour, Li Rui and Urgenzi had caught nearly 300 jin of fish using their fishing nets. Aunt Lotus thought she was seeing things. Sister Giwa was extremely envious. When will I have such good luck? I'm content with this much catch throughout the year. Sister-in-law Giwa muttered to herself. Aunt Lotus whispered in Sister Osmanthus's ear, don't even think about it, we can't possibly have that kind of luck. Are you two still questioning Ruizi and Urgenzi's use of fishing nets to catch fish? Every single net they use bursts open. Old Master Hu said smugly. That's what Master Hu said before. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus will definitely say a few words to Uncle Hu. Now, though, they didn't say anything more. Although it wasn't entirely true, the facts were undeniable, leaving them no choice but to believe it. Uncle Hu, Aunt Hehoa, sister-in-law Giwa, you three take some sardines with you later. You all helped out just now, I can't let you go empty-handed, Li Rui said with a smile as he walked over. No, no, no. Uncle Hu, sister-in-law Giwa, and Aunt Hehoa all waved their hands, refusing Li Rui's offer. It's settled then, so don't try to refuse anymore. If I need anything in the future and need your help, I'll ask you again, Li Rui said firmly. All that back and forth was too much of a hassle, and Li Rui didn't like that kind of thing. Young people don't seem to like pulling or tugging much. Seeing that Li Rui wasn't just being polite, Aunt Hehoa and sister-in-law Giwa immediately expressed their gratitude. Master Hu laughed heartily, then uttered a refined, literary remark. Rui Zi, we would be disrespectful to accept such a gift. Li Rui grinned, what do you mean by it's disrespectful? Don't leave yet, I'll pack each of you a pound or two of sardines later. After saying that, Li Rui threw his fishing net into the sea again. When he tried to pull it up, Li Rui clearly felt that he couldn't pull it up. What's going on? Li Rui was stunned. Brother Rui, what's wrong? Urgenzi noticed something was amiss. Rui Zi, you can't possibly not be able to pull it, can you? Old Master Hu blinked. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus were both stunned. Li Rui hurriedly shouted to Urjun, come and help. The stuff inside is too heavy, I can't move it by myself. Holy crap, how many fish will this net hold? He couldn't pull it at all by himself. Brother Rui, I'm here. Urjunzi ran over quickly, and the two worked together to barely pull the fishing net up little by little. Let's hurry over and help. Uncle Hu glanced at Aunt Hehua and sister-in-law Gihua, and then rushed over. A moment later, the five of them joined forces to pull the steel rope used for casting the fishing net upwards. Many hands make light work. Soon after, Li Rui's fishing net surfaced. Oh my god, oh my god, my god! Aunt Lotus looked at the catch in the fishing net, her mouth agape, and shouted 3 times in a row. Lotus, stop yelling. If you still have the strength, let's work together to pull the net ashore, said Old Master Hu in an annoyed tone. Okay. Aunt Lotus finally calmed down. The 5 men worked together again and pulled the fishing net ashore. After the fishing net was pulled ashore, all 5 men were exhausted. Urgenzi ran to the net, staring at the 2 enormous flounders inside, panting heavily. Holy crap, Rui Ge, these 2 flounders are huge. These 2 flounders must weigh over 100 pounds. Such a large flounder is extremely rare. As Urgenzi spoke, he gestured with his arms to show the length and width of the 2 flounders. Flatfish have a laterally compressed body shape. Both eyes are located on the same side of the body. This is quite different from other sea fish. Brother Rui, there are not only 2 big halibut in here, but also many other kinds of fish. How many kilograms of fish will this net hold? Urgenzi exclaimed excitedly. Li Rui hadn't spoken yet. Master Hu spoke first. This net weighs at least 190 jin, 55 kilograms. Old Master Hu said breathlessly. He was still catching his breath. He was exhausted just now, and his arms are still trembling. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus were even more exhausted, they were too tired to speak. It seems they'll need some time to recover. Rui Zi, the quality of your net is really good. It was stretched to more than twice its original size, and it's still perfectly fine. I've never seen such a high-quality net before. Old Master Hu was also amazed by the excellent quality of Lucky Cast's fishing net. If it were a regular fishing net, it would have burst long ago. The fish inside must have escaped long ago. Li Rui lay flat on the large reef in a starfish position, gazing up at the azure sky. Sky blue. The sea breeze feels so nice on my face. Brother Rui, look. Urgenzi was lying flat next to a giant flounder. When Urgenzi looked up, he realized that the flounder next to him was longer than his height. Seeing the scene, Urgenzi stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, holy crap, this flounder is over 1.73 meters long. Brother Rui, quickly take 2 photos for me. Urgenzi said with extreme excitement. Li Rui rolled his eyes, can't you just let me rest for a bit? Damn, single people really do have inexhaustible energy. Of the 5 people present, only Urgenzi is still alive and kicking. The other 4 were still panting heavily. Brother Rui, the other halibut must be 1.65 meters long, Urgenzi exclaimed again. After resting for about 5 minutes, Li Rui straightened up from the large reef. He sat down on a large rock, looking at the catch in his net with a smile in his eyes. How much money will this catch fetch? He was unsure. It's impossible to estimate. It's hard to say. Old Master Hu didn't give a specific number, but he analyzed it carefully. These 2 big halibut can sell for at least 12,000 yuan. Adding the money from the other catches in the net, the total should be more than 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this vague figure, Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus, who were standing nearby, were both speechless with astonishment. Oh my god, this catch can actually sell for over 20,000 yuan? I couldn't earn that much in a whole year on my own. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus looked at each other in bewilderment. This completely shattered their understanding. Brother Rui, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the 2 of us to carry this net of fish down the river, Urgenzi said, frowning. He had barely uttered those words when Hu Iryi immediately got up from the ground. Ruizi, Urgenzi, I, Hu Iryi, am still vigorous despite my old age. I can lend you a hand. As long as you don't mind, I'm always ready to help, Hu Iryi said enthusiastically. Aunt Lotus and sister-in-law Osmanthus also stood up. They all volunteered to lend a hand. Uncle Hu, Aunt Hehua, sister-in-law Gihua, thank you very much. Li Rui quickly thanked the group. Rui Zi, what are you saying? We're all from the same village, helping each other is only right, isn't it? Aunt Hehua was a kind-hearted person. She waved her hands a few times and laughed in a rough voice. Sister Gihua rolled up her sleeves. Urgenzi looked at Li Rui, rubbed his hands together, and chuckled. Brother Rui, don't rush, help me take a picture with this net of fish first. Fine, Li Rui agreed rather irritably. Standing next to the halibut, Urgenzi struck several poses. Some are trying to look cool. Some people are making a peace sign. Some were squatting on the ground, pretending to be deep in thought. Urgenzi, you're never going to stop, are you? Li Rui took several photos of Urgenzi with his phone, but Urgenzi showed no sign of stopping, which made Li Rui a little annoyed. Alright. Urgenzi smiled sheepishly. Li Rui and the others huffed and puffed as they carried the net of fish down into the water. As soon as they reached the tractor trailer, Li Rui and the others let go. I'm so tired. Urgenzi collapsed to the ground, disregarding his image. At this moment, Urgenzi was as limp as a noodle. Li Rui didn't have time to rest. He walked to the tractor seat, lifted the seat, and took out a sharp, narrow-blade knife from underneath. Narrow-blade knives are typically only a few millimeters to 2 or 3 centimeters wide. Compared to a wide-blade knife, a narrow-blade knife appears to be more slender. This knife is highly precise and can be used for fine cutting operations. Holding a narrow-blade knife, Li Rui ran to the fishing net and skillfully bled 2 large halibut. Some sea fish, once they come ashore, are not far from dying. To ensure the quality of the fish, it is necessary to bleed it. After the flounder is brought ashore, it is best to bleed it within 5 to 10 minutes. During this period, the fish is relatively fresh. Blood can still flow out relatively smoothly. The purpose of doing this is to improve the quality of the fish, reduce the fishy smell, and extend the shelf life of the fish. In short, bleeding some sea fish that have been brought ashore has many benefits. As a native of the seaside, Li Rui bleeds the halibut with swift, decisive strokes, without any hesitation. Everyone, give it your all and throw this net's catch up. I thank you all in return, Li Rui said, cupping his hands in thanks. Urgenzi rolled over and got up from the ground. After exchanging a few polite words, Uncle Hu, Aunt Hetoa, and sister-in-law Giwa joined forces with Li Rui and Urgenzi to throw the net's catch onto the tractor's trailer. Right now, Li Rui was extremely tired and didn't want to move at all. But he couldn't rest. Bleeding the halibut must be done quickly. Selling the fish from the truck to Jufula restaurant also couldn't be delayed. The fishermen were so busy that they could see the ingots everywhere. Uncle Hu, Aunt Hetoa, sister-in-law Giwa, thank you very much. This afternoon, I will give each of you a few pounds of fish. Now Urgenzi and I need to hurry up and sell these fish. Li Rui cupped his hands again. The group exchanged pleasantries. Li Rui then drove the tractor, carrying Urgenzi, towards Jufulu. Thump thump thump. Thick black smoke billowed from the tractor's chimney. The wind blew it all over Urgenzi. Urgenzi not only didn't dodge, but instead took a few deep breaths. This taste is so addictive, Urgenzi thought to himself with a smile. That's his favorite. He couldn't talk to anyone about this. Urgenzi, quickly contact Brother Bin and tell him to bring more men to wait for us at the entrance of Jufulu. Li Rui stared ahead, driving the tractor seriously, and shouted loudly. There was no way around it, the tractor he was driving was just too old-fashioned. The car makes a lot of noise as soon as it starts moving. He doesn't speak loudly. The 2 soldiers behind him couldn't hear him at all. Brother Rui, I'm contacting Brother Bin. Urgenzi held onto the metal handle of the tractor with one hand and held his phone in the other, calling by Wenbin. Goodness! He just did the math. Today, he and his brother Rui cast 4 nets, and the catch from those 4 nets was close to 500 jin, 250 kilograms. Who could have imagined this? Urgenzi and Bai Wenbin chatted briefly before hanging up the phone. Li Rui drove the tractor incredibly fast. When they passed the entrance to Xingfu village, Yutao, Su Lanzi, and the others saw the fish caught in the truck and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Holy crap, how come there's such a huge catch? Am I seeing things? Are you seeing things? The tractor's cargo bed was almost completely filled with fish. Among them were 2 enormous flounders. Those 2 fish must have weighed over 100 pounds together. These people were chattering away. Yutao quickly took out his phone from his pocket and called Li Rui. No one answered. Rui Zi, why isn't he answering my calls? He wants to sell me those fish, and I promised to give him a very, very good price. Yutao called Li Rui several times, but Li Rui didn't answer. This really worried Yutao. At this moment, Yutao sat on a small stool in his house, slapping his thigh loudly while frowning and muttering to himself. With so many fish caught, wouldn't he make a fortune if they passed through his hands? I regret it so much. Meanwhile, Chen Xiong returned from beachcombing. Su Lanzi, holding a handful of melon seeds, ran forward and peered into the bucket. Honey, I won't have to sleep on the sofa tonight, right? Chen Xiong said proudly, shaking the bucket in his hand, which was full of seafood. There are 2 large blue crabs. There are 3 razor clams. There were 7 or 8 brown crabs. The rest were things like snails, tuna, and wild oysters. There were also a few gobies. Chen Xiong, how much can these things sell for? Do you know how much fish Urgenzi and Li Rui caught just now? Su Lanzi said fiercely, hands on her hips. She must have been overjoyed to see her husband find so many things while beachcombing, but now, she finds it extremely distasteful. The tractor that Li Rui was driving just now was loaded with a full load of fish. Any one of those big halibut could sell for at least 5,000 yuan. Could the contents of her husband's bucket sell for 500? How much? Chen Xiong asked curiously. A catch of 500 or 600 catties of fish, Su Lanzi exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiong immediately opened his mouth wide. Why are there so many? Chen Xiong, do you think you can sell this stuff in your bucket for 500 yuan? Su Lanzi kicked the bucket that Chen Xiong was carrying. Su Lanzi, can you be a little gentler? Can you be less competitive? You're making me very tired. I work myself to the bone every day, isn't it all for our family? Chen Xiong was fed up. Women's competitive nature is truly terrifying. Ever since Li Rui quit gambling, his wife has been bringing him up every day to provoke him. When will this end? Divorce? That seems unlikely. He can't get a divorce. If he does, Yao Yao will either have no father or no mother. Being a man is tough. What? You earn less than others every day, and I can't even say anything about it. Su Lanzi spoke like a shrew, her spittle flying several meters away. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Chen Xiong noticed that almost everyone at the entrance of the village was watching him make a fool of himself. He lowered his head and prepared to enter his house, not wanting to argue with Su Lanzi. Su Lanzi followed closely behind Chen Xiong, chattering on and on. You can't stand being told a few things? If you're so capable, why don't you make a lot of money like Li Rui and Erjunzi? You're a grown man, earning only a pittance every day, how dare you give me attitude? Chen Xiong, are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Chen Xiong remained silent, Su Lanzi grabbed Chen Xiong's arm, forcing him to stop. At the village entrance, the onlookers were all grinning from ear to ear. Oh my god. Anyone who marries a wife like Su Lanzi will be unlucky for life. These days, the divorce rate is very low. In marriage, the party who is wronged usually chooses to swallow their anger. In another 10 or so years, the situation will be completely different. The divorce rate has skyrocketed, reaching over 40%. Su Lanzi, what do you want me to say? Fine, you want to compare, is that it? Then let me tell you properly, why aren't you as gentle as Su Zion Jiao? Why aren't you as well proportioned as Su Zion Jiao? Why aren't you as considerate as Su Zion Jiao? Chen Xiong erupted. The three questions left Su Lanzi completely bewildered. Are you looking down on me? Su Lanzi's eyes widened like a bull's, her face full of anger. The words had barely left his mouth. She threw away the sunflower seeds in her hand and reached out to grab Chen Xiong's face. You crazy woman, are you insane? Caught off guard, Chen Xiong's face was scratched, and blood seeped from the wound. He pushed Su Lanzi away. Su Lanzi stumbled and lost her balance, falling to the ground with a thud. After falling to the ground, Su Lanzi immediately became anxious. She ran to her kitchen and started smashing plates and bowls. Clang! Whoosh! Crackling sounds. There was a constant noise coming from her kitchen. Chen Xiong, you hit me. You actually hit me. I can't live like this anymore. My mother is right, only a weak man would hit a woman. Do you think Li Rui would ever hit his wife? Su Lanzi smashed things and wailed in despair. Outside the kitchen, Chen Xiong was completely numb. He squatted on the ground, buried his head in his chest, and kept tearing at his hair with both hands. What a terrible thing. What heinous things did he do in his past life to marry such a crazy woman in this one? Happy families are all alike. Unhappy families are filled with all sorts of misfortunes. At the village entrance, the villagers who had been watching the commotion almost all turned into onlookers. Some people are also worried about Chen Yao Yao's physical and mental health. How will Yao Yao cope with growing up in such a family? Even if Yao Yao grows up, she will have difficulty achieving a healthy mind and body. 10 minutes ago, in the kitchen of Jufulu, old CAI, who was in charge of weighing the food, chatted with a group of kitchen helpers and chefs. Let's stop envying those two young men. Their income is very unstable. They might have money today, but not tomorrow. Look, those two young men haven't earned much money these past 2 days. At least we have a stable income. Old CAI said with a smile as he swept the floor. Some time ago, Li Rui and Erjunzi found a lot of good stuff in the sea and made a lot of money. The people here are all envious. Several kitchen helpers and several chefs considered quitting their jobs to become fishermen. Upon hearing what Lao Cai said, all the kitchen helpers and chefs in the kitchen chimed in. Old Cai, I like what you said. We have a stable income here, no matter the weather, and we also have a lot of hidden benefits and perks that those two young men can't compare to. Let's stop envying those two young men. We each have our own strengths. While we envy them, they might be envying us too. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Just then, Bai Wenbin, the purchasing manager of Jufulu, rushed in. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Those who are working are concentrating on the tasks at hand. Those who don't want to work, find something to do. Old CAI continued sweeping the floor. Everyone in the kitchen who isn't busy, come with me, Bai Wenbin said, waving from the kitchen doorway. Manager Bai, what's up? Did our restaurant purchase a large batch of ingredients? Old CAI was a man who could chat with anyone. He put down his broom and dustpan, approached Bai Wenbin, hunched over, and asked with a smile. Bai Wenbin replied with a smile, Rui Zi and Jun Zi will be here soon. Old CAI was startled. How much fish did those two young men catch this time? Manager Bai actually made everyone in the kitchen who wasn't busy go with him. Even when their restaurant purchased 200 or 300 kilograms of ingredients in the past, they had never caused such a commotion. Old CAI was very curious. Bai Wenbin walked at the front. He was followed by a large group of people. Some people were holding basins in their hands. Some people were carrying buckets. Some people were carrying snakeskin bags. These containers are used to categorize the catch. Manager Bai, how much fish did those two brothers catch this time? Why do we need so many people in our kitchen all of a sudden? Someone asked from behind Bai Wenbin. Bai Wenbin did not answer the question directly, you'll know when you get there. At this moment, the remaining people in Jufulu's kitchen were all in an uproar. Those two brothers must have caught a lot of fish this time, otherwise Manager Bai wouldn't have called out so many people at once. Isn't Manager Bai making a mountain out of a molehill? It's still the fishing moratorium. Even if those two brothers had incredible luck, they couldn't possibly have caught more than 200 pounds of fish. During the fishing season, it is possible to set sail and fish. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jufulu, Bai Wenbin, Lao Cai, and others were all eagerly waiting. A short while later, Lao Cai pointed to a tractor that was driving towards them, and the driver of the tractor was Li Rui. They're here. The two brothers are here. Old Cai shouted loudly. The tractor had just stopped. Before Bai Wenbin could speak, he asked Lao Cai and the others to go over and sort the fish caught in the car. Old Cai and the others couldn't wait to surround them. Looking at the catch inside the carriage, Lao Cai and the others were all dumbfounded. Oh my god. Why is there so much fish in the carriage this time? Rui Zi, Jun Zi, you two are awesome. Bai Wenbin walked closer, took a look, and was stunned for a moment before giving them 2 thumbs up. Brother Bin, hurry up and have someone sort these catches. Sea fish are seafood, and seafood is all about freshness. Urgenzi and I rushed here as fast as we could, and we only just got here now. Li Rui felt that business was more important, and he would talk about bragging later. The fish caught on the truck should be kept alive if necessary. If blood loss is necessary, then blood loss should be performed. Store what needs to be stored. Get to work quickly, Bai Wenbin ordered, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Lao Cai and the others all got busy. Taking advantage of this break, Bai Wenbin chatted with Li Rui. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, intending to give one to each of Li Rui and Urgenzi, when he realized that Li Rui didn't smoke. Rui Zi, since you don't smoke, I won't smoke in front of you. Bai Wenbin put the cigarette back in his pocket. He knew that non-smokers generally dislike being exposed to second-hand smoke. Brother Bin, I'm not selling the sardines I brought this time, Li Rui said. Bai Wenbin was puzzled, why? Li Rui explained the reason, I'll keep some for myself, and the rest I'll give as gifts. After a pause, Li Rui added, today I also need to take 2 red-spotted and 2 rat-spotted ones back with me. The flesh of the red-spotted and mouse-spotted varieties is very delicate. He had heard people say that before, but I've hardly ever eaten it. Rui, red spots and rat spots aren't cheap. What are you going to do with them? Bai Wenbin asked Li Rui, puzzled. Eat, Li Rui replied succinctly. In the past, when we didn't have money, we couldn't afford to eat expensive seafood. Now that I have money, it's time to satisfy my cravings. Eating and drinking are quite important in life. His daughter doesn't seem to have eaten much of these expensive seafoods. Extravagant, that's fucking extravagant. Bai Wenbin clicked his tongue and said, Rui Zi, a large grouper costs close to 2,000 yuan, how can you bear to eat it? You have to be good to yourself, Li Rui said with a smile, patting Bai Wenbin on the shoulder. What's the point of making money? Isn't the purpose of making money to improve the quality of life for yourself and those around you? Once you've made money, be a miser. What meaning does life then have? Urgenzi's eyes lit up. He looked at Li Rui with a smile, licked his lips, and said, Brother Rui, really? He hadn't eaten much of the less common red grouper and mouse grouper before. This is going to be a treat. I've heard that the flesh of the red grouper is delicious, tender, firm, and has a sweet taste without any rough fibers. I don't know if that's the case. You'll know once you eat it today. Li Rui shrugged. Urgenzi, do I look like I'm joking with you? Is there anything you'd like to eat? If there's anything you want to eat, we can bring some back with us. Isn't life just about eating and drinking? Urgen's eyes darted around, and he raised his hand, pointing at the largest flounder, and chuckled, Brother Rui, I want to eat that fish. Li Rui immediately flicked Urgenzi on the forehead. What are you thinking, kid? It's such a big fish. How long will it take us to eat it if we take it back? Li Rui rolled his eyes at Urgenzi, annoyed. This guy was so irresponsible. Brother Rui, I was just kidding. Urgenzi shrank his neck and rubbed his head. Bai Wenbin was good at handling things. He seized the opportunity and said, Ruizi, wait a moment, I'll have the chef in the kitchen clean up the red spots and rat spots you wanted. Upon hearing this, Li Rui immediately laughed, that's great. The two had a pleasant conversation. Old Cai and the others worked for quite a while, but they still hadn't completely sorted out the fish in the carriage. It's not that they're not quick. Rather, the fish caught in the carriage was simply too much and too varied. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of Jufula restaurant, several chefs who were working noticed that Lao Cai and the others had not returned for a long time, and they began to whisper among themselves with great curiosity. Why haven't they come back yet after so long? I hope those two young men didn't catch more than 200 pounds of fish this time. Impossible, impossible. It's the fishing moratorium now. No matter how skilled two fishermen are, they couldn't possibly catch this many fish all at once. If it weren't for the catch of over 200 jin of fish, Lao Cai and the others would have been back long ago. Perhaps Lao Cai and the others have gone off to do something else. It seems that only this explanation makes sense. About half an hour later, Lao Cai and the others returned to the kitchen one after another. When Chef Wang saw Lao Cai return, he asked, Lao Cai, how much fish did those two young men catch this time? Why were you gone for so long? Old Cai replied excitedly, those two young men caught about 500 jin of fish this time. Upon hearing this, the entire kitchen fell into a deathly silence. The chefs who were working were all stunned. Holy crap! That's way too much. It was completely beyond their wildest imagination. Is it really that easy to catch fish in the waters around Crescent Island now? Previously, they thought that Li Rui and Urgenzi catching 200 jin of fish in one go was already incredible. Who would have thought that Li Rui and Urgenzi would catch 500 jin of fish in one go? It's important to know that it's currently the fishing moratorium, and fishing boats are not allowed to go out to sea. Even during the fishing season, it is difficult for a small fishing boat to catch so many fish at once. Quickly lift this big halibut onto the scale. Old Cai directed his two kitchen helpers to lift the largest halibut onto the scale. Soon, the largest halibut was put on the scale. Old Cai squinted and looked at it carefully. My God, it's so heavy. 58 catties and 2 ounces. Looking at the numbers displayed on the scale, Lao Cai was dumbfounded and exclaimed repeatedly. The smaller flounder weighed 48.9 jin, approximately 24.4 catties. The two fish together weighed 107.1 jin, approximately 53.5 catties. Sesame spots weighed 10.3 jin. Shi Jugong weighed 130 jin and 1 liang. Seed base weighing 80.5 jin. 103 catties and 6 ounces of 6-lined fish. 9.5 pounds of red spots. The rat-spotted animal weighed 7 pounds and 8 ounces. The mixed fish and sardines weighed 42.3 jin. This time, Li Rui and Urgenzi caught a total of over 490 jin of fish. You two are amazing. During the fishing moratorium, you actually caught nearly 500 pounds of fish in one go. After calculating the total weight, old Cai suddenly looked up at Li Rui and Urgenzi, his eyes practically bulging out. At this moment, the kitchen was bustling with activity again. What? Did those two young men catch nearly 500 pounds of fish in one go this time? My goodness, how are those two so amazing? I'm so envious, so incredibly envious. It makes me want to take off this chef's uniform and become a fisherman. Who says fishermen don't make money? These two guys are making pretty much money as fishermen. Seeing this, Bai Wenbin glanced at everyone and then shouted, quiet down, all of you. The kitchen returned to silence in the next moment. Anyone who wants to resign, just say so now, and I'll approve it on the spot. Do you think you can be like Ruizi and Urgenzi? You're being too naive. Being a fisherman on Crescent Island means enduring wind and sun, and you can barely make ends meet. We need to know our own limitations. Bai Wenbin shouted with great force. He had joked with Li Rui before, saying he wanted to work for Li Rui, but those were all just jokes. Li Rui and Urgenzi are fishermen who make a lot of money, but they cannot. No matter when, people need to have a clear understanding of themselves. After Bai Wenbin finished speaking, all the kitchen helpers and chefs lowered their heads and fell silent. Turning his head, Bai Wenbin said with a smile, Ruizi, Urgenzi, let me calculate the price. You two listen up. He hadn't finished speaking. Old Cai, who was in charge of weighing the items, very perceptively offered a calculator. Bai Wenbin picked up a calculator and started doing calculations while muttering to himself. A large halibut costs 150 yuan per catty, multiplied by 107.1, equals 16,065. Sesame spots cost 120 yuan per catty, multiplied by 10.3, equals 1,236. 101 jin of stone, multiplied by 130.1, equals 13,010. Sea bass costs 35 yuan per catty, multiplied by 80.5, equals 2,817.5. Six-line fish weighs 61 catties, multiplied by 103.5, equals 6,210. Arithema. Bai Wenbin calculated up to this point. Li Rui grabbed Bai Wenbin's hand, looked up into Bai Wenbin's eyes, and smiled slightly, saying, "Brother Bin, I'll take 2 red grouper, 2 mouse grouper, and all the sardines and miscellaneous fish." Old CAI. Bai Wenbin gave old CAI a look, and old CAI immediately understood. He selected 2 larger red grouper and 2 larger mouse grouper and handed them to the chef in charge of processing the fish. After being weighed again, the arithema weighed 3.1 jin, approximately 1.5 kilograms. The rat spotted meat weighed 3.2 jin. Rui Zi, I'll continue calculating. Bai Wenbin said, and then began to use the calculator to continue calculating. Red spots cost 400 per jin, the total price is 1,240. The rat-spotted rats cost 560 yuan per catty, for a total price of 1,792 yuan. The total price is 42,370.5. How come it's only 40,000? Urgenza said with slight disappointment. There aren't any valuable fish here. Swish swish swish. All the kitchen helpers and chefs stared at Urgenza. Even Lao Cai and Bai Wenbin are the same. These people had a murderous look in their eyes. The look in someone's eyes when they want to kill you is impossible to hide. I was just joking, just joking. Urgenza noticed everyone's gazes and then said with a big smile. After he said that, everyone stopped looking at him with murderous intent. Damn it, what Urgenza just said was so infuriating. 40,000 is still too little. Some people here don't even earn 40,000 yuan a year. Urgenza, don't be ungrateful. 40,000 is not a small amount. To ease the tension, Bai Wenbin patted Urgenza on the back and laughed heartily twice. Li Rui picked up the conversation, tilted his head back and smiled. That's quite a lot. Urgenza and I earn our money through hard work. We might have some today, but not tomorrow. Brother Bin, you and the people here envy me and Urgenza, and sometimes Urgenza and I envy you too. After saying that, Li Rui glared fiercely at Urgenza. Why doesn't Urgenza know how to be low-key at all? Urgenza hung his head, not daring to say another word. That's just his personality, he can't change it overnight. Hearing Li Rui say this, Bai Wenbin, Lao Cai, and the others felt much more at ease. Those words are so comforting to hear. Was what Urgenza just said even human language? Rui Zi, what do we have that you should envy? Bai Wenbin quickly waved his hand. Why not? Li Rui asked seriously. You don't have to endure wind and rain, you have a stable income every month, and your benefits are pretty good. If Urgenza and I didn't like the free and unrestrained life, we would definitely be like you and have found a job long ago. Rui, you're quite the talker. Bai Wenbin pointed at Li Rui. He could tell that Li Rui's words were half true and half false. Even so, it still sounds very comforting. This is the art of language. Old Cai and the others all grinned. I'm just telling the truth, Li Rui said, spreading his hands. The two chatted for a while longer. Li Rui and Urgenza then walked out of the kitchen. Rui Zi, Jun Zi, remember to come back later and take back the fish you didn't sell, Bai Wenbin called out loudly. Understood. Li Rui turned around and glanced at Bai Wenbin. At this moment, in the kitchen, Bai Wenbin asked someone who had nothing to do to clean up the sardines that Li Rui and Urgenza had brought. At the corner of the corridor, Li Rui put his arm around Urgenza's shoulder and said with a half smile, Urgenza, you should keep a low profile in the future and stop stirring up trouble. You just said it was only 40,000? Do you know how much trouble you've stirred up? Before Urgenza could speak, Li Rui then added, those people in the kitchen just now were so angry they wanted to kill you. Urgenza chuckled, Brother Rui, I'll try my best. I'm so happy. He earned more than 4,000 this morning. The speed at which this money comes in is extraordinary. He used to work as a network administrator in Vancouver. At that time, his monthly salary was only 2,800 yuan. Recalling this incident, Urgenza couldn't help but sigh. Look at you. Li Rui couldn't help but roll his eyes at Urgenza. The two chatted and laughed as they entered Song Ling's office. Urgenza first poured a cup of tea for his brother Rui, and then poured a cup of tea for himself. Urgenza, there's no tea in my cup. Are you blind? Didn't you see? Song Ling glared at him. Sis, don't you have hands? Urgenza retorted irritably. The siblings are used to getting along this way. Songling stood up from her chair, walked to Urjun's side, and slapped him in the stomach. The shot missed. Urjunzi dodged in time. Hey, I can't hit it. Urjunzi was very smug. Childish, Songling muttered, then sat back down in her chair. She picked up the receipt that had been prepared on the tea table and placed it in front of Li Rui. Li Rui sat opposite her. Let me see, Urjunzi said, sticking his head out. Taking advantage of Urjunzi's inattention, Songling grabbed Urjunzi's ear. With a strong twist from Songling, Urjunzi immediately screamed in pain. Sis, why are you so childish? How old am I? Why do you keep pulling my ear? Let's talk this out. Li Rui looked on, feeling both amused and exasperated. These two siblings are really interesting. My hands aren't for pouring tea, they're for pulling your ears, Songling snorted. I was wrong, Urjunzi quickly admitted. I shouldn't have talked back to you. The reason the two siblings acted this way in front of Li Rui was that they didn't treat him like an outsider. They would never do this in front of outsiders. That's how they interact in private too. Get out of the way. Songling shoved Urjunzi aside. Mr. Song, this tea is really good. Li Rui picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and then commented. Upon hearing this, Songling immediately opened the drawer of the tea table, took out a metal can, and placed it in front of Li Rui. Since you like it, I'll give you a can. You absolutely mustn't refuse. This was prepared especially for you. Li Rui hadn't said anything yet. Urjunzi, who was standing nearby, snatched the can of tea away. Sis, thank you on behalf of my brother Rui. Urjunzi held the can of tea tightly to his chest. Turning his head, he whispered in Rui's ear with a smile, Rui, the tea my sister gave you is de Hong Pao from Weihai Mountain. There are too many fake red envelopes in Weishan. It's from my sister's place, it's genuine, it's been authenticated by a tea master. Songling was furious. Urjunzi treated Li Rui better than he treated her, or even her parents. Urjunzi is siding with outsiders, and he's gone too far. Li Rui didn't refuse. President Song, thank you very much. Songling smiled and said, Li Rui, let's not stand on ceremony. She gave Li Rui a jar of Weishan de Hongbao tea to thank him for his continued care for Urjunzi. President Song, Urjunzi and I want to go back early to change our clothes. Li Rui stood up from his chair. You stay seated, don't see us off. Alright, you can go now. Songling still escorted Li Rui and Urjunzi to the door of her office. Urjunzi has made a lot of money following Li Rui during this period. If this continues, it won't be long before Urjunzi is able to buy a car. Li Rui and Urjunzi went to the finance office of Jufulu and took a total of 42,400 yuan. Li Rui directly transferred 4,240 yuan to Urjunzi. Li Rui earned a total of 38,160 this time. Meanwhile, at the Hime seafood processing plant, Su Xianjiao, Li Yueping, and Xiao Rong were at work. Suddenly, Li Yueping nudged Su Xianjiao's arm with her elbow. Xianjiao, the fishing moratorium will end in a while. My brother has a 10-meter-long fishing boat and he's short-handed. Would your husband like to work with him? The salary is decent, with a base salary of 3,500 yuan a month plus a 0.3% commission. If the fishing is good, I can earn 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. It's tough, but it's good for making money. Go back and ask your husband if he's interested. Su Xianjiao's family's small fishing boat was sold by Li Rui a year ago. She and Xiao Rong both knew about this. Xiao Rong looked at Su Xianjiao. Xianjiao, I think it's okay, what about you?